Traversing the realm of Douluo, endowed with a system, I commence my journey with a soul power of 99, vanquishing all challengers. Who dares to proclaim invincibility before me? My martial spirit is that of a guardian spirit. My innate talent is unparalleled. From the very outset, I am invincible. Whatever genius. Before me, all are but mere trifles. While you toil in arduous training, I have already ascended to invincibility. To annihilate Hao Yan, to slay Tang San, to humiliate Yu Xiaogang. This is the delight of being a time traveler. Upon my arrival in this world, I shall not take on the role of a mere mortal. I am destined to be the ultimate antagonist. Chapter 1. I commence my journey as an unparalleled Douluo Continent. Stardew Great Forest. Haha. Brother has also traversed to the Douluo Continent. Tang San, at last, I have the opportunity to confront you. A burst of hearty laughter resonated, and unbeknownst to him, a striking figure had appeared on the ground. Chao Yan stood in place, his spirits soaring. He stroked his chin, revealing a hint of a smile. Where's my system? Chao Yan chuckled, unable to conceal the excitement bubbling within him. He was aware that every time traveler possesses a unique system, destined to aid the host in ascending to the pinnacle of life. This time, he had finally realized his wish. In preparation for his successful traversal, he had devoted 10 days and nights to reading novels, during which he had shown no sign of fatigue, remaining sleepless and diligent, demonstrating unwavering perseverance. At long last, when he felt utterly exhausted and closed his eyes, he heard a voice calling out to him. Thus, he successfully traversed. Moreover, Chao Yan was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had transformed into a child, merely 6 years of age. This timeline was perfectly suited for him to overturn Tang San. Tang San, once I obtain the system, your doom shall arrive. Chao Yan sneered, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Although he was only 6 years old, he seized the opportunity to display his prowess against Tang San, ensuring that he would learn the true meaning of despair. Long before he had begun reading novels, Chao Yan had harbored disdain for Tang San. Now that he finally had the chance for retribution, how could he not cherish it? From this day forth, on the Douluo Continent, I shall be the sovereign. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully traversing. Your identity is now being arranged. The system's sweet voice suddenly echoed, causing Chao Yan's heart to leap. This voice. Could it be that the system is a young lady? My treatment is indeed exceptional. Chao Yan murmured softly, his eyes alight with joy. Having read countless novels, he was well aware that some systems, aside from aiding the host in reaching the pinnacle of life, could also offer unique services. Yet, he wondered if his system could. If it could, it would undoubtedly be splendid. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming an orphan, with both parents deceased. Heartless system. If you could transform into a real person, just wait and see how I deal with you. How dare you start me off as an orphan? How am I to navigate this world? Chao Yan exclaimed with anger, his expression darkening instantly. This unscrupulous system was truly a bane. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a novice gift pack. Would you like to open it? The system inquired once more. Open it. Chao Yan replied without hesitation. What being an orphan? With my intellect and cunning, defeating Tang San will be as effortless as a stroll in the park. Chao Yan chose not to engage with the system, his eyes filled with unwavering confidence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for attaining 99 levels of soul power, becoming an unparalleled Douluo. 99 levels? Is it truly that formidable? Chao Yan's composure faltered upon hearing this. With a soul power of 99 levels, he embodies the unparalleled strength of a supreme Douluo. Even when surveying the entirety of the Douluo Continent, there are but a few who could hope to vanquish him, aside from those extraordinary beings of immense prowess. At this moment, no one can rival me. System, I forgive your previous transgressions and ignorance. Chao Yan waved his hand dismissively, speaking with nonchalance. Although he became an orphan, he turned misfortune into fortune, acquiring the might of a supreme Douluo. Now, who on the Douluo Continent could possibly hinder his path? Never have I encountered a host so brazenly shameless, reaping benefits while feigning innocence. The system pouted, its dissatisfaction palpable in its tone. All right, it is my fault. Dear system sister, I shall cherish you dearly from this day forth. Chao Yan replied with a squint of his eyes, his spirits soaring. When he ascends to the pinnacle in the future, even the system will bow beneath his reign. Ding! Currently, the host possesses only 99 levels of soul power. To awaken your martial soul and acquire soul rings, please complete your tasks, dear host. Accompanied by the system's voice, a brilliant beam of white light pierced directly into the center of Chao Yan's brow, ultimately merging into a warm current that completely fused with his being, becoming one. I am now a 99-level supreme Douluo, invincible in this world. Even if Tang Hao were to arrive, he would kneel before me, begging for mercy. Chao Yin coldly chuckled, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within him. At present, he stands as the youngest Supreme Douluo on the Douluo Continent, a 6-year-old heroic youth, and none other than himself. Is this the power of a 99-level Supreme Douluo? Indeed, it feels exhilarating. Chao Yin calmed himself, savoring the soul power within him that surged like a tidal wave, stirring his emotions. Despite not having acquired a single soul ring yet, this did not deter him from flaunting his prowess. Chao Yin felt a thrill. With his 99-level soul power alone, he could effortlessly dominate any expert. Sasha. Suddenly, a strange sound emanated from the thicket ahead, and the air became thick with a pungent odor, signaling a grave danger. Soon after, a grotesque, bloodthirsty humanoid spider emerged from the woods, its maw dripping with a viscous green venom, exceedingly lethal. Any ordinary person who came into contact with just a drop would likely perish within 3 seconds. This humanoid spider was entirely black, its robust claws razor-sharp, each of its 10-meter-long tentacles adorned with spikes, its sinister gaze fixed upon Chao Yin as it advanced menacingly. This creature's cultivation had reached an astounding 99,999 years, making it the sovereign of its kind, the humanoid Spider King, mere moments away from achieving 100,000 years of cultivation. Such a soul beast would pose a formidable challenge, even for title Douluo-level experts. Chao Yin too beheld the humanoid spider before him, yet his expression remained indifferent. Not a trace of fear marred his handsome visage as he stood calmly in place, utterly unperturbed. Roar. The spider's roar resounded, its speed blindingly swift, slicing through the surrounding trees as green venom dripped down, transforming the ground into a sea of darkness. Its beastly eyes glowed crimson, and in the blink of an eye, the humanoid spider lunged at Chao Yin, intent on devouring him. However, at that very moment, the still-standing youth made his move. Chao Yin merely smiled faintly, his dark eyes betraying no panic. He remained rooted in place, one hand resting behind him, while his left hand extended slightly, forming a fist that erupted towards the humanoid spider before him. Bang! The immense sound reverberated loudly, echoing through the heavens. The entire Star Doe forest trembled violently, the cacophony of explosions ringing out continuously. The humanoid spider's body was sent flying, its tentacles disintegrating into dust, trees along its path severed in twain, and the ground rent asunder with deep fissures, bottomless and terrifying. From Chao Yin surged an overwhelming torrent of soul power, a colossal pressure radiating in all directions. Under the weight of this immense soul energy, the land within 1,000 miles fell barren. Countless trees reduced to ashes, and the ground transformed into a pitch-black expanse, a sight utterly fearsome. In an instant, it was as though hell had descended. The entire Star Doe forest erupted in chaos. Innumerable soul beasts fleeing in all directions, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of impending doom, as if standing on the precipice of an abyss. Hee, is this the might of Supreme Douluo? Chao Yin grinned, gradually retracting his soul power, deeply content with the outcome. Had it been a mere few seconds later, countless spirit beasts within the vast starry forest would have perished instantaneously. He understood that should he unleash his wrath, the entire world would tremble. There was no trace of pride upon Chao Yan's countenance. As a time traveler, he had always maintained a low profile. Approaching the lifeless form of the humanoid spider, Chao Yin bent down to inspect it. He observed that the beast's eyes had completely lost their vitality, transformed into a mere corpse, from which a soul ring emerged. The crimson soul ring hovered in midair, pulsating rhythmically, interspersed with a subtle hint of black. This was unmistakably the soul ring of 99,999 years, just a step away from becoming a 100,000-year soul ring. Chapter 2. Journey to Nodding Academy. Is this the soul ring transformed from the man-faced demon spider? Chao Yin furrowed his brow, gazing at the crimson soul ring before him, remaining unfazed. Although this soul ring had reached the extraordinary age of 99,999 years, to Chao Yin, it was merely insignificant. How could it be worthy of becoming a ring for him when it had not even attained the illustrious 10,000-year mark? His soul ring must commence at a minimum of 100,000 years. Even a mere year's deficiency in cultivation would not suffice. After all, how could it possibly match his esteemed identity? Host brother is so formidable, he defeated the man-faced demon spider with a single punch. The system's gentle laughter resonated like a celestial melody. Of course, with my capabilities, the Douluo Continent will inevitably become my realm. System's sister, have you been captivated by my charm? The system firmly declined to respond to that inquiry. Please, host brother, continue to strive. Once you break through to the 100th level of soul power and ascend to divinity, This system shall take on a human form. Ding. Main quest is being issued. Ding. Please, host brother, join Nodding Academy in the most domineering manner. Slap Tang San and the master in the face, and leave them questioning their very existence. Quest reward. One mysterious martial soul. Hee, Tang San, you say? Chao Yin sneered, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Let me show you how I will utterly ruin you. With me around, you shall learn the true essence of a fate worse than death. Chao Yin wore a sly grin, having become a transmigrator. If he did not take the opportunity to bully Tang San, would he not be squandering his chance to traverse worlds? He a good person? I ceased to be one long ago. To achieve extraordinary greatness, one must employ extraordinary means. The Douluo Continent is my domain. Open the system panel, Chao Yin commanded. Host, Chao Yin. Age, 6. Soul power, level 99. Martial soul, not yet awakened. Harem, none. Task, join Nodding Academy in the most domineering manner. Slap Tang San and the master in the face. Gazing at the contents of the panel, Chao Yin grinned widely. Once I join Nodding Academy, even Xiao Wu shall become one of my girls. As for Tang San, just wait and see how I deal with you. Having made his plans, Chao Yin followed the system's guidance, heading towards Nodding City. Walking alone through the streets of Nodding City, Chao Yin observed the throngs of youthful maidens, his eyes glimmering with fervor. Despite being merely a remote town, Nodding City was teeming with countless beautiful young women. After a leisurely stroll, Chao Yin was treated to a visual feast. Undeniably, the maidens of the Douluo Continent were indeed stunning. Even the most ordinary girl on the street possessed her own unique allure, exuding an irresistible charm. Countless maidens with delicate features, alluring waists, and captivating figures filled his vision. However, being someone who had seen the world, Chao Yin maintained the composure expected of a transmigrator and did not lose his heart. Regrettably, these women were simply too ordinary. To become one of my women, they were still far from qualified. Hey, beautiful young lady, could you direct me to Nodding Academy? Chao Yin casually grabbed a girl from the street, clasping her delicate wrist, and smiled. The soft, fragrant sensation transmitted through his palm brought a wave of delight to his heart. The girl bore a subtle fragrance that lingered in the air, intoxicating and refreshing. Feeling Chao Yan's grip on her wrist, the young lady's heart ignited with anger. She was about to retort when her gaze fell upon the boy's attire, instantly silencing her words. Particularly when she learned he was heading to Nodding Academy, her expression shifted to one of astonishment, her body trembling slightly, and her heart damp with a sheen of perspiration. Her cherry-red lips parted slightly in shock. Could it be that the boy before her was a soul master? This thought crossed her mind, and she immediately became flustered, gazing at Chao Yan with infatuated eyes, her voice soft and sweet. Young master, just go straight ahead. The girl's delicate face still bore traces of fear. In her eyes, Chao Yan's splendid attire spoke of an extraordinary background. Perhaps he was the scion of a prestigious family. Realizing this possibility, the girl gently tugged at Chao Yan's sleeve, her fingers slipping in with a tantalizing chill, exuding an alluring fragrance. Young master, I apologize for my earlier rudeness, she said, her toes barely lifting off the ground as she intentionally pushed her bosom forward, subtly hinting at her intentions. Such a youth must not be offended. Offending a boy who could potentially be a soul master would lead to dire consequences. With a beguiling smile, she radiated an enchanting charm, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness. At such a young age, she was already capable of stirring the hearts of others. No need for that. I'm not someone who could be trifled with, Chao Yin replied coldly, waving his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent, devoid of any nefarious intentions. How could such an ordinary girl compare to Xiao Wu? My target is Xiao Wu. Before the girl could react, Chao Yan's figure had already begun to recede into the distance. The girl gazed after him, a sense of bewilderment washing over her. She felt a void within her, as though something precious had been lost. Was it that she was not beautiful enough? Young master, how could you remain unmoved by her? Tears brimmed in her eyes as she thought of this, feeling as if she had lost something invaluable. She felt an emptiness inside, regretting not having been able to keep Chao Yin with her. Following the route the girl indicated, Chao Yin made his way directly towards Nodding Academy. Before long, he beheld a grand archway, spanning 20 meters wide and towering over 10 meters, constructed from solid rock, with 2 iron gates below, dark and formidable, exuding an aura of impenetrable strength. Nodding Academy, I have arrived. Stop. What is your purpose? This is Nodding Academy. As soon as Chao Yin approached the entrance, he was immediately halted by a young gatekeeper. I have come to enroll in Nodding Academy. Do you have a problem with that? Dismissing the mere gatekeeper as if he were nothing, Then please present your Martial Soul Hall certification. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite, the gatekeeper said, sensing that Xiao Yan was not an easy target, thus softening his tone slightly. However, despite the shift in his words, a hint of arrogance still lingered in his gaze. For after all, he was merely a 6-year-old child in front of him. As a gatekeeper of Nodding Academy, he inherently felt superior. I have no such thing. Does that mean I cannot enter? Xiao Yan retorted coldly, raising an eyebrow, completely disregarding the gatekeeper. I'm a peerless Douluo. Get lost quickly. Upon hearing that Xiao Yan lacked the Martial Soul Hall certification, the gatekeeper's expression darkened immediately, and he impatiently snapped. As he cursed, the gatekeeper abruptly raised his palm, aiming to strike Xiao Yan. Bold, you are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. Today, no one can save you. Gaozan Ziplit Guli. His tone frigid. He lifted his head, his dark eyes sharp as an eagle's, locking onto the gatekeeper. Buzz. The gatekeeper felt a sudden pressure in his chest, stumbling backward and collapsing to the ground, drenched in sweat. He trembled uncontrollably, his eyes dimmed, his body cold, his hands unable to stop shaking, blood trickling from his mouth. Filled with horror and regret, he had merely glanced at the boy before him, and yet he found himself in such a predicament the moment their eyes met. He felt as though his very soul had been pierced, rendering him utterly limp. In that moment of despair, he finally comprehended. The boy before him was not someone he could offend. I warned you. Today, no one can protect you. The consequences of provoking me are beyond your capacity to bear. Xiao Yan looked down from his lofty position at the guard sprawled on the ground, his gaze as piercing as a judge's, while his icy voice reverberated throughout the entire Nodding Academy. He stood there, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an unparalleled aura. Seemingly unfazed, had he unleashed his soul power, the guard would likely have been reduced to nothing more than a lifeless corpse in that very moment. As a peerless Douluo, even a mere glance from him could extinguish a life without leaving a trace. This, indeed, epitomized absolute strength. Chapter 3. The First Encounter with the Master. The guard lay on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes wide with terror deepening as he felt an overwhelming aura of death enveloping him, rendering him unable to even take a breath. He understood that he had provoked someone far beyond his reach. The boy before him had nearly sealed his fate with just a single look. It was nothing short of terrifying. Could it be that this youth had already attained the rank of a soul master? Buzz. The guard's complexion turned ashen, his heart chilled to the core, as the realization struck him that he had offended a potential soul master. He cursed his own recklessness. My lord, it is the fault of a lowly man. I was blind and should never have dared to offend you. Trembling, he crawled closer to Xiao Yan, kneeling and shedding all semblance of his earlier arrogance. A mere 6-year-old boy had nearly taken his life with just a glance. Such a prodigy was beyond his capacity to provoke. What is your name? Do you not realize that even your academy's headmaster would show me deference? Xiao Yan's voice was cold and commanding, echoing like thunder, causing the guard to tremble uncontrollably. My lord, I am Han Go, the gatekeeper here. Indeed, I mentioned that you are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. Do you comprehend the consequences of offending me? Xiao Yan smiled broadly, his entire being suffused with an aura of frost that made it difficult for anyone to draw near. My lord, I beg of you, spare me. I am willing to accept any punishment. The guard knelt, repeatedly bowing his head, his body drenched in cold sweat. He was apprehensive, fearing what might happen if the young master chose not to spare him. Punishment. You could scarcely endure my wrath, Xiao Yan scoffed, showing no intention of relenting. The dignity of a Douluo was not something a mere gatekeeper could provoke. I am a reasonable person, and I shall grant you 2 choices. Either leave Nodding Academy within 3 seconds and vanish from my sight, or perish here. Xiao Yan's tone was indifferent, leaving no room for negotiation. Thank you for your mercy. My lord, I shall take my leave at once. The guard looked at Xiao Yan with gratitude, his demeanor completely submissive. He understood that the young man's words were not mere jest. Should he wish to end his life, it would be as easy as a flick of his wrist. The guard nodded and was about to crawl away when a hoarse voice interrupted him, halting his movements. At first, the guard was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Upon recognizing the newcomer, his expression brightened, and he respectfully exclaimed, Master, you have arrived. The master responded lightly, yet his gaze was fixated directly upon Xiao Yan. Master? Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, turning to regard the newcomer. The individual was a middle-aged man, likely in his 40s or 50s, of average build but somewhat gaunt, with an air of lethargy and despondency in his eyes, and his clothing appeared quite soiled. Master, you finally deign to show yourself? Let us see how I shall deal with you. The master began to speak, but his words faltered as the earlier scene lingered in his mind, stirring a tinge of fear within him. Child, I apologize on behalf of the Academy for what transpired earlier. The master waved a hand dismissively, ignoring the guardess words, and approached Xiao Yan with a warm smile, inclining his body slightly in a bow, speaking earnestly. He had witnessed everything that had occurred. A mere 6-year-old child, capable of rendering the guard utterly powerless with a single glance. What manner of existence was this? Undoubtedly, he possessed innate, full soul power. The master's heart raced with excitement. He was convinced that his years of research into martial souls had led him to an irrefutable conclusion. At that moment, only one thought consumed him: to spare no effort in having Xiao Yan become his disciple. Just imagine a genius child endowed with innate, full soul power, combined with his own unparalleled theoretical research. What magnificent achievements awaited in the future? At that time, who would dare label him as worthless? Who would dare mock him? With these thoughts, the master could hardly contain his elation. Oh, what is your position within the Academy? Do you possess the authority to represent it? Xiao Yan asked coolly, raising an eyebrow. Long before, while reading novels, he had already seen through this self-important master. A quintessential scoundrel. Not only did he toy with the emotions of young women, but he was also a failure in cultivation, relying solely on others. Ah, I am but a humble guest here, merely enjoying the hospitality. You may call me master. Just like the others, the master replied with a forced smile, his expression betraying his anticipation as he gazed at Xiao Yan. The master was aware that his name held some weight within the soul master community. Though not universally recognized, it was still quite notable. He felt a surge of confidence, believing that if the child had heard of his name, it would facilitate taking him as a disciple. Xiao Yan could see through the master's intentions all too clearly. He feigned surprise and raised his voice in apparent admiration. Master, are you truly the legendary master? At last, I have the honor of meeting you. Master, I implore you to accept me as your disciple. Xiao Yan pretended to express urgency, his face alight with admiration, as though terrified of rejection. A good child, of course. Are you truly willing to have me as your teacher? The master exclaimed excitedly, a smile breaking across his weary face. He believed that with his theoretical research into martial souls, given time, this young boy would undoubtedly rise to the level of a titled Douluo, and when that time came, he would naturally bask in the glory as well. Yes, I would be most delighted. However, master, before I become your disciple, may I make a small request? Xiao Yan inquired, suppressing a smirk within. Ah, what a foolish child. Do you think you are worthy to choose your master? Very well, what is your request? Speak freely. The master said with a smile. Master, you see, I hail from a reclusive family, and within our clan, there exists an unwritten rule. One may only have one master in their lifetime. At this point, Xiao Yan paused, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his eyes. Ah, indeed, that is a well-known custom in the soul master world. It has always been thus, the master chuckled, stroking his beard. Do not rush, master. I have yet to finish. Xiao Yan continued. Our family stipulates that before taking someone as a teacher, one must ensure that the individual is qualified to be their master. Therefore, master, please release your martial soul and engage me in a duel. Should you defeat me in this contest, proving your worthiness to be my teacher, I shall gladly accept you. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the smile vanished from the master's face, replaced by a look of hesitation. Yet, he reconsidered. After all, it was reasonable that someone from a reclusive family would have such a stipulation. However, how could he possibly fight with his martial soul? Would he resort to having Luo Sanpao release flatulence to incapacitate him? By the way, child, I do not yet know your name, the master said with a wry smile, attempting to steer the conversation away from the topic of the duel. He believed that with his intellect, he could easily persuade the young boy before him with theoretical knowledge, thus compelling him to willingly take him as his master. Master, I am Xiao Yan. Cough, Xiao Yan. I have devoted my life to the study of martial souls. If you are willing to become my disciple, I am confident that your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass mine. Do you accept? The master chuckled, displaying an air of cunning wisdom. Is it possible, master, that you are afraid? Gaozan Ziplit, a sly smile playing on his lips as he regarded the master with a teasing gaze. The master fell silent, visibly embarrassed. He discerned that this little rascal was doubting his capabilities. This posed a threat to his dignity. Should he make any excuses now, he risked being underestimated. That simply wouldn't do. If he appeared too timid, how could he possibly take on a disciple? Very well, I accept your challenge. The master resolved decisively. After all, he believed that even if his martial soul was rather unimpressive, defeating a mere 6-year-old child should not pose a challenge. Reassured by this thought, the master straightened his posture, confidence gleaming in his eyes. "Master, you truly accept?" Xiao Yan inquired, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Did this man truly have the audacity to engage in battle with such a lackluster martial soul? Did he not know his own limitations? Nonetheless, this suited Xiao Yan's intentions perfectly. This would surely be entertaining. Of course, if I cannot even defeat a 6-year-old child, I would not be worthy of the title master, he declared, puffing out his chest with an air of self-assurance. "Child, reveal your martial soul. As your elder, I cannot resort to bullying the young." The master's eyes sparkled with excitement as he refrained from releasing his own martial soul just yet. He feigned magnanimity, attempting to foster Xiao Yan's goodwill. The master felt entirely confident. He believed that even if his martial soul was subpar, he was merely facing a 6-year-old child. If he could not triumph under such circumstances, what face would he have left at the Nodding Academy? Additionally, he worried that summoning his third martial spirit, Luo San Pao, would tarnish his dashing image in Xiao Yan's eyes. If the boy discovered that his martial soul was lacking, his theoretical knowledge alone would not suffice to convince him. After all, Xiao Yan hailed from a reclusive family. Why would he wish to take a master with a mediocre martial soul? To be prudent, the master resolved not to summon his martial soul unless absolutely necessary. He was, after all, a master. He believed that, even barehanded, he could defeat Xiao Yan. After all, he did not believe that as a formidable soul master, he could be bested by a mere child. "Child, feel free to strike. As a master, I am no mere pretender. If I lacked skill, I would not deserve the title," he declared, confidence radiating from his eyes and a smile gracing his lips. The more he observed Xiao Yan, the more he found him likable. If he could nurture such a child, the future potential would be immeasurable. Perhaps within a decade, another prodigy would emerge on the continent, and in that moment, his own reputation would echo throughout the land. The master reveled in this thought. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat displeased. This fellow dares not even unveil his martial soul. I am a peerless Douluo. Dare to underestimate me? Let's see how I'll crush you. Ah, indeed, what a master you are, truly living up to your reputation. I shall make my move now. Xiao Yan's voice was sharp, an expression of admiration plastered on his face, as if he genuinely idolized the master. With that, he ceased his chatter in a flash. His fist, imbued with energy, hurtled toward the master. "Child, unleash your attack without fear. I assure you, I am." Yet before he could finish, the master felt a fierce gust of wind approaching. Startled, he found himself at a loss, preparing to defend himself, when suddenly, a tremendous impact struck his chest, causing his bones to shatter. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yan's fist had already made contact with the master's torso. The master gazed in shock at the boy's face. Disbelief etched across his features, his expression exaggerated as if he had tasted something foul. The master cried out in agony, panic flashing across his face as blood seeped from his mouth. His body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into the academy's gate with a thunderous crash. Boom! The academy's gates collapsed, the master pinned beneath the debris, his appearance disheveled and pitiful, his clothes torn, blood streaming from his nose, hair in disarray, and several of his teeth shattered. "Master, are you all right?" The gatekeeper, witnessing this scene, displayed a hint of fear and hurried to the master's side, increasingly anxious. Should anything happen to the master, he would find himself in grave trouble. It was known that the master had connections within the academy and was not someone a mere gatekeeper could afford to provoke. Moreover, the master was notorious for holding grudges. If he sought revenge, the gatekeeper would be in dire straits. Xiao Yan stood calmly, a nonchalant expression on his face, while inwardly he smirked. How satisfying. Let us see you pretend to be grand now. He had not even summoned his soul power yet, despite it being just an ordinary punch. It was far beyond the capabilities of someone like the master to withstand. A punch from a peerless Douluo was not to be underestimated. Xiao Yan had even deliberately moderated his strength. Otherwise, the master would have likely been obliterated in an instant. This was not due to him concealing his true power. He was acutely aware that if he unleashed his full 99th level soul power, the entire Nodding Academy would not remain unscathed. Ding! Please, host, increase your strength. Ensure the master truly feels despair, the system chimed sweetly. Xiao Yan nodded, contemplating that while it would not be difficult to eliminate the master, it would be far too simple. He desired to make the master question his own existence. Simply killing him would be too lenient. He chuckled to himself, envisioning the day he would embrace Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong, wondering what expression the master would wear then. "Master, are you all right? I apologize. It was my fault for striking too hard." Xiao Yan approached the master, feigning concern. Cough, cough, good child, I am unscathed. I merely let my guard down. Truth be told, you surpassed my expectations significantly. The master gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, forcing a smile as he waved his hand dismissively, pretending it was merely a slip that led to his injury. Despite his wounds, he felt immense joy. After all, Xiao Yan had injured him without even using his martial soul. This signified that Xiao Yan's potential and talent were far greater than he had anticipated, filling the master with elation as if the physical pain had lessened as well. Thank you for your praise, master. I did not realize you were so weak. It seems I no longer require your tutelage. My apologies, Xiao Yan stated with a disappointed demeanor, turning to leave. Wait, the master panicked, springing to his feet and positioning himself in front of Xiao Yan, desperate to prevent his departure. He had encountered a potential genius, possibly endowed with innate full soul power, perhaps even more formidable than that, and he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Master, is there something else? Gaozan ziplit imba tinti, Luo Sanpao. Come fort. The master, with a low command, unleashed Luo Sanpao. He understood that if he delayed any longer in releasing his martial spirit, he would risk being underestimated by his opponent. Moreover, he would stand to lose one of his most exceptional disciples, which was simply unacceptable. Luo Sanpao twirled playfully at the master's feet, its plump body appearing rather comical, while its nose resembled that of a pig, drawing no compliments. Child, do you dare to engage in another bout with me? If you lose, you must take me as your master. What do you say? The master said with a wry smile, knowing that if Luo Sanpao could simply incapacitate the opponent with its flatulence, the matter would be settled. Master, is that martial spirit of yours truly capable of combat? Xiao Yan feigned curiosity, a look of skepticism plastered across his face. Huh, of course it can, the master replied nonchalantly, attempting to mask his facade of wisdom. However, I must inform you that in this world, there are no useless martial spirits, only incompetent soul masters. The achievements of a soul master are not determined by the quality of their martial spirit, but rather by their own efforts. Even a so-called useless martial spirit, with diligence, will eventually yield remarkable accomplishments. Very well, I accept your challenge, Xiao Yan declared decisively, though inwardly he chuckled. He was well aware that the master, being so crafty, could not be easily brought to despair by such tactics. Nevertheless, since he had the courage to unleash his martial spirit, resolving this predicament would not be difficult. A master who could not even defeat a mere 6-year-old would surely become the laughingstock of the entire academy. Chapter 5. The Humiliation of a Master Child. This battle concludes here. As your master, I shall impart a lesson today. Battles between soul masters require unexpected strategies. Diverting one's focus during combat is the gravest taboo. The master said with a faint smile, seizing the moment when Xiao Yan was momentarily distracted to launch his assault. As his voice resonated, his hands swiftly formed seals, and 2 yellow soul rings materialized beneath him, clearly indicating a century's worth of mastery. With a flick of his fingers, a pale yellow light shot into Luo Sanpao's abdomen, transforming into a surge of warmth that completely merged within. Having learned from previous experiences, the master dared not exhibit any complacency. He still did not know what Xiao Yan's martial spirit was. The unknown often harbored greater risks. Thus, after a brief contemplation, the master devised a strategy, confident that Xiao Yan would be unable to withstand the hypnotic smoke of Luo Sanpao. At that moment, he could smoothly accept this disciple. As the soul rings flickered, the master's second soul ring ascended, directly enveloping Luo Sanpao, and the attack was promptly initiated. Luo Sanpao let out a low growl, akin to the howling of a fierce wind, its body expanding at an astonishing speed, resembling a balloon inflating. Second soul skill, flatulence as smoke, hypnotizing sleep for Luo Sanpao. The master proclaimed. With a lift of his palm, Luo Sanpao spun around, and with a resounding puff, a cloud of yellow gas erupted from its rotund rear, launching straight toward Xiao Yan. The master, pulling a mask from his pocket, donned it with a sense of self-assurance, confident in Luo Sanpao's hypnotic abilities. Master, you actually resorted to a sneak attack. The gatekeeper stammered, feeling a wave of dizziness as the foul odor filled his nostrils, leading to a complete loss of consciousness as he collapsed to the ground. The master's sudden maneuver caught even the gatekeeper off guard. Who would have imagined that the self-proclaimed noble master would resort to such unscrupulous tactics to accept a disciple? It was nothing short of a disgrace to the entire nodding academy. Before long, the gatekeeper lost all awareness and lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Huh, Child, sometimes a sneak attack is a valid tactic. If this were a battlefield against an enemy, would they show you any mercy? The master chuckled, turning his gaze towards Xiao Yan's position, believing that the outcome of this match was already determined. However, a surprising scene soon unfolded before him. The young figure, who should have been lying unconscious on the ground, was nowhere to be seen. When had he vanished? The master's eyes widened in disbelief. It was unthinkable that a mere 6-year-old child could evade an attack initiated at such a moment, especially considering that, despite being labeled a useless martial spirit, he possessed the strength of a great soul master. In that instant, panic enveloped the master. His heart raced, and his murky old eyes scanned the surroundings frantically. Aside from the lingering yellow stench, Xiao Yan's figure seemed to have evaporated into thin air, eluding detection. Luo Sanpao returned. The master's vigilant gaze swept the area, his unease intensifying. With the foul odor still permeating the air, he had no choice but to summon Luo Sanpao back to ensure his safety. In such a predicament, the master was acutely aware that no matter from where Xiao Yan chose to strike, it was beyond his capacity to defend against. Is this child really only 6 years old? The master was right. A sneak attack is indeed a skill, and thus you have lost. A clear voice suddenly resonated from behind him, sending a chill down the master's spine. A sharp pain radiated from his back, coursing through his body as he was violently propelled forward, crashing to the ground. The master's horrified and mournful howl echoed, his nose colliding intimately with the ground. The sound of shattering bones following suit. The impact was considerable, causing the earth to crack beneath him, turning black. Reeling from the blow, the master propped himself up with his left hand, struggling to stand as the astonishment deepened in his eyes. He could hardly fathom that as a great soul master, he had been bested by a 6-year-old boy. Luo Sanpao quivered, its chubby face reflecting a pained expression as it emitted a pitiful whine, transforming into a purple light and burrowing beneath the master, vanishing from sight. Well, master, are you all right? Xiao Yan remarked, arching an eyebrow as he approached the master, looking down at him with a disdainful expression. Cough, cough. Child, I must concede that your talent is indeed the most remarkable I have ever witnessed. I genuinely hope to have you as my disciple. The master coughed, enduring the pain coursing through him, while managing a smile. Though I have lost to you, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Child, will you take me as your master? The master gazed at Xiao Yan with pleading eyes, the unfolding events having completely surpassed his expectations. He had never anticipated such a conclusion. Although Luo Sanpao was not particularly strong, he had believed it could at least incapacitate Xiao Yan with its flatulence. Yet, the current outcome had delivered a severe blow to his pride. Xiao Yan was astonishingly powerful, almost disturbingly so. The master felt a sense of frustration. He simply could not comprehend how this mere 6-year-old child could so effortlessly overpower him. Moreover, throughout the confrontation, Xiao Yan's demeanor remained utterly unperturbed. This was a complete upheaval of the master's understanding. No, master, we had an agreement. Only if you defeat me can I take you as my master. Currently, the one lying on the ground is you. Xiao Yan leisurely strolled around the master, a look of disdain on his face, as if to say you, a useless one, are worthy of what? This cannot be. You must take me as your master, or I shall ensure you are barred from entering the Nodding Academy. The master retorted coldly, his eyes reddening with indignation. If the academy were to learn that he had been bested by a mere 6-year-old child, how could he ever face anyone again? Yet, more than anything, he yearned to accept Xiao Yan as his disciple. Even with his discerning gaze, he could not deny that Xiao Yan was indeed exceptional. Oh, is it merely you? What qualifications do you possess to be my teacher? What can you possibly teach me? How to collapse to the ground like a worthless fool? Xiao Yan replied in a tone that was already tinged with impatience. Deep down, he harbored a profound disdain for Yu Xiaogang. Had it not been for the fortunate acquisition of his disciple Tang San, he would be nothing at all. Now, he sought to elicit sympathy through his pathetic plight. Child, I can impart to you theoretical knowledge. If you are willing to take me as your master, I shall generously share everything I know. My theoretical expertise is unparalleled within the realm of soul masters, the master shamelessly proclaimed, patting his chest with conviction in his gaze. Be silent. There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. A pitiful creature who cannot even break through to the great soul master level dares to boast here. A worthless soul master, that describes someone like you, doesn't it? Do you truly believe I require the guidance of such a worthless individual? Xiao Yan's expression grew cold as he spoke softly. Let me be frank. From the very beginning, I had no intention of taking you as my master. A person like you is destined to remain a failure. Do you dare to insult me? The master's eyes turned crimson, his teeth clenched, fists instinctively tightening. Coming from the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, it was the first time he had ever been humiliated in such a manner, especially by a child. What is there to fear? Not only do I intend to humiliate you, but I also plan to strike you, Xiao Yin retorted. Get lost. Do not let me see you in the academy again. Otherwise, each encounter will end in violence. With a shrug, Xiao Yin kicked the master's abdomen, deliberately controlling his strength, for he was not yet ready to kill the master. In front of him, he intended to obliterate Tang San and embrace the woman he cherished, while someone like the master posed no threat whatsoever. When the time came for him to have nothing and be forsaken by all, then he would truly act. As for Tang San, he too would meet a similar fate. With a grunt, the master fell to the ground, pain etched across his features, and the sheer humiliation from Xiao Yin shattered his spirit, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Lying on the ground, bloodied and breathless, he resembled a feeble pup, filled with rage yet powerless to act against Xiao Yin. Still unconvinced? Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. In the presence of a strong, there is no place for the weak. As a weakling, one must adopt the demeanor of the weak. Having said this, Xiao Yin kicked the master a few more times, each strike inflicting pain without bringing him to death. His approach to those who could never become friends was always thus, for mercy shown to enemies is cruelty to oneself. Soon, the master's wails echoed, his cries resembling those of a neutered pup, filled with an unbearable agony. Chapter 6. Tang San appears. Xiao Yin stood with the master's body beneath his foot, his eyes devoid of warmth, showing not a hint of sympathy. He could easily end the master's life, but he refrained for many reasons. Firstly, the master still held potential value when he pursued Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong in the future. Revealing the master's hypocritical facade would surely cause these two unparalleled beauties to abandon him. At that moment, he would revel in shared fortunes. Secondly, he had already risen to the level of a transcendent Douluo, and killing someone of the master's caliber was as effortless as crushing a pup, as a strong individual. It was beneath him to do so. How does it feel to be beneath my foot, master? Are you angry? Xiao Yin relished the softness beneath his foot, a mocking smile playing on his lips. To be honest, the master was not only thick-skinned but also robust, feeling as though he were stepping on a cushion. Quite comfortable, indeed. You, why are you doing this? The master gasped, struggling. He was bewildered, unable to comprehend why a 6-year-old boy could so easily dominate a great soul master. Even a genius with innate full soul power could not possibly possess such strength. This individual was simply too monstrous, despite his profound understanding of martial soul theory. He could not explain this phenomenon, and disbelief filled his wide eyes. This defies logic. Still daring to retort? You wish to take me as your disciple? How absurd. Do you not consider your own worth? Xiao Yin sneered, unleashing another series of kicks upon the master's body, each one landing precisely on sensitive spots with ample force. From the moment he read the original text, Xiao Yin had harbored an intense hatred for the master. The master was a despicable scoundrel, having deceived Bibi Dong and betrayed Lu Erlong, a true cad who could only survive by living off others. The thought that such a worthless individual could win the affections of two breathtaking beauties filled him with sorrow. Both Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong were extraordinary, yet they had been squandered on a man like Yu Xiaogang. In an effort to protect Yu Xiaogang, Bibi Dong had stooped to the depths of the martial soul hall, silently enduring her humiliation. Otherwise, given her temperament, she would have long since perished upon learning she had lost her purity. But what of Yu Xiaogang? He, in his ignorance, sought revenge on Bibi Dong, nurturing Tang San to godhood only to turn against the martial soul hall. Had it not been for Bibi Dong, this worthless man would have likely been eliminated by Qian Xuanji long ago. Without her, could he have survived to this day? His ingratitude was astounding. Lu Erlong too had misjudged him, her heart shattered by Yu Xiaojiang's betrayal, costing her the finest years of her life. Indeed, even Flanders surpassed Yu Xiaojiang in worth. Why must such a scoundrel bring ruin to these innocent goddesses? Lacking any sense of responsibility, he was hardly worthy of being called a man. Yu Xiaojiang was nothing but a thief, stealing not only the pinnacle of the martial soul hall, but also shamelessly claiming the theories as his own. Was this the conduct of a human being? And it did not stop there. He not only stole others' achievements and academic research, but also their hearts. Even in her dying moments, Bibi Dong still thought of him. If such a person existed in today's society, he would deserve to die 1,000 times over. The more Xiao Yin contemplated, the more furious he became. Though he too could be considered a scoundrel, he would never sink to the depths of Yu Xiaojiang. who even preyed upon his own cousin. Such a man deserved to be punished severely. Kicking the master's body aside, Chao Yin felt a slight alleviation in his mood, while the guard lying nearby dared not lift his head. Having learned from previous lessons, the guard did not dare show any disrespect again. After all this, Chao Yin intended to head directly to the academy to enroll. While the guard was somewhat disagreeable, Chao Yin had no intention of killing him. He may not be a good person, but he would not indiscriminately slay the innocent. Moreover, the guard could be considered dutiful. He was not like someone who would take a life without mercy. Such actions were beneath him, except when it came to enemies. However, just as Chao Yin prepared to turn away, a beam of white light shot towards his throat at incredible speed, leaving only a fleeting shadow in the air. Swiftly dodging, Chao Yin easily evaded the strike. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the white light ultimately collided with the wall at the entrance, creating sparks before falling to the ground. As he bent down to retrieve the item that had fallen to the ground, Chao Yin furrowed his brow upon closer inspection. It was a short, needle-like object, its pointed tip extraordinarily sharp. Had he not possessed formidable strength, a mere prick from it could have proven fatal. What intrigued Chao Yin most was that this projectile had been launched at him without the slightest sound. Turning his gaze, he noticed at the entrance of the academy two unfamiliar figures, one old and one young, both of unremarkable appearance. The child was clad in tattered clothing, patched and worn, with short blue hair and a complexion that suggested malnourishment. The elderly man leaned on a cane, appearing relatively well-dressed, his white hair contrasting with his vibrant demeanor. Now wearing an expression of astonishment as he looked at the child beside him, his mouth agape. Chao Yin paused momentarily, perplexed. However, upon overhearing the conversation between the two, he quickly discerned their identities. Little San, you old jack, stared in disbelief at Tang San, who had suddenly taken action, feeling a surge of trepidation, especially when he observed the two sleeve arrows in Tang San's grasp, his eyes reflecting a hint of fear. In his mind, Tang San had always been a good child, and he could not fathom why Tang San would carry such items, let alone use them against a child with such severity. Look at the ground, Grandpa Jack, Tang San said flatly, pointing to the fallen master and the doorkeeper, his gaze icy. Long before approaching the gates of Nodding Academy, Tang San had been acutely aware of the unfolding events. Perhaps due to Grandpa Jack's advanced age, he could not perceive the situation accurately, but for Tang San, endowed with the purple extreme magic eyes, it was far from difficult. As a disciple of the Tang sect, Tang San had an innate aversion to bullying the weak. Though he did not understand why the two had been subdued by such a child, his ingrained principles compelled him to intervene. The Grand Principles of the Tang sect. Article 10. As a disciple of the Tang sect, whenever witnessing acts of injustice, one is not required to hold back if capable of delivering a fatal blow to the oppressor. Chao Yin's actions had already transgressed the regulations inscribed in the Grand Principles, and the sight of a mere 6-year-old child trampling on the dignity of others deeply unsettled Tang San. Furthermore, witnessing the humiliation of the master beneath Chao Yin's foot evoked memories of his previous life, where he too had been subjected to similar treatment by inter-sect disciples. The scene was strikingly reminiscent. Moreover, upon seeing the master, Tang San was inexplicably filled with a sense of familiarity. Despite not knowing him, he felt an irresistible urge to act, as if fate had dictated such a course of action, a sentiment he could scarcely articulate. However, to his astonishment, the sleeve arrow failed to claim Chao Yan's life. Tang San felt a pang of regret. He had misjudged Chao Yan's strength, and now he had no choice but to regard him as an adversary. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Grandpa Jack glanced down at the ground, and as expected, he was taken aback by the sight of the two individuals sprawled out. Nevertheless, even this revelation did not quell the simmering resentment within him. Tang San's behavior had begun to breed dissatisfaction in Grandpa Jack's heart. What kind of person would he become if he could so mercilessly harm a 6-year-old child once he attained true power? For a long time, Grandpa Jack had considered Tang San to be a sensible child, but now he found himself regretting the decision to send him to Nodding Academy, questioning whether it had been a grave mistake. This is yours, isn't it? Chao Yin approached, his gaze fixed coldly upon the child before him. He recognized that these two must be Tang San and Grandpa Jack. According to the original narrative, they were supposed to arrive at Nodding Academy for enrollment around this time. However, perhaps due to his interference, they had arrived a bit later. This actually worked in his favor. If he could simply thrash Tang San once more, he would undoubtedly fulfill the task assigned by the system. The thought filled Chao Yin with anticipation. Chapter 7. Tang San knelt. It was I who threw it. What of it? Taking a step forward, Tang San replied defiantly. He raised his gaze, staring unwaveringly at Chao Yan. Being merely 6 years old, he saw no reason to fear such an individual. Perhaps he had miscalculated Chao Yan's strength earlier, resulting in the evasion of what should have been a fatal strike. However, to Tang San, this was not a significant concern. He could always seek another opportunity to eliminate this adversary. As a disciple of the Tang sect, the notion of eradicating threats was deeply ingrained in Tang San's psyche. He had already harbored murderous intent towards Chao Yan, and to avoid unnecessary troubles, it was best to ensure that his opponent would never awaken again. Little San, Grandpa Jack gently tugged at Tang San, his grip light. His expression turned grave as he scrutinized Tang San, his piercing gaze revealing that he had detected a hint of murderous intent in Tang San's eyes, sending a shiver down his spine. Having hailed from Holy Soul Village, Grandpa Jack had wholeheartedly supported Tang San's enrollment in Notting Academy due to his perceived maturity and good nature. Yet, today's event had begun to alter that perception. First, he had aimed a weapon at a mere 6-year-old child, then proceeded to display a gaze filled with lethal intent. Was this still the little San he had known? Grandpa Jack, Tang San looked at him with an innocent expression, unsure how to convey his predicament. After all, it was through his purple extreme magic eyes that he had become aware of the grave situation, a matter of great significance that he found difficult to articulate. You two are here to study at Notting Academy, aren't you? Why did you attack me just now? Chao Yan feigned ignorance, his tone calm. He was well aware that the object Tang San had hurled at him was indeed a sleeve arrow. In the original tale, Tang San had nearly used it to kill the doorkeeper, but now, his presence had altered that outcome. Though the doorkeeper possessed a certain authority, no matter how much Chao Yan despised him, he would not resort to true malice. His previous words had merely been an intimidation tactic. As a powerful individual, he had no need to engage with someone of the doorkeeper's ilk. I am Tang San, a work-study student from Holy Soul Village. As for why I attacked you earlier, I believe you should be well aware, Tang San replied coldly, his tone unfriendly. He cast a glance at the master and the doorkeeper lying on the ground, his eyes tinged with a hint of sympathy. To him, Chao Yan was undoubtedly a scion of some prestigious family, a spoiled brat who bullied the weak. Otherwise, he would not dare to cause trouble at Notting Academy. Tang San harbored a profound hatred for such individuals. In his previous life, he had been bullied daily by fellow disciples while in the outer sect, vowing that one day he would make those who had once humiliated him pay dearly. Now, witnessing the master and the doorkeeper, he saw a reflection of his past self, stirring memories that compelled him to act mercilessly against Chao Yan. What if I'm not aware? Gaozan ziplit non chalen. I rarely require reasons for my actions, Tang San stated, having fully resolved to take Chao Yan's life at the first available opportunity. Well said. Chao Yan clapped his hands mockingly, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he swiftly raised his palm, delivering a fierce slap toward Tang San's cheek. Smack! A crisp sound suddenly resonated through the air, sending Tang San hurtling away, his body spinning a full 360 degrees in a most disheveled manner before crashing to the ground, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. You, how dare you strike me? Tang San wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, struggling to rise. His gaze fixed fiercely on Chao Yan, flames of fury igniting within his eyes as he exclaimed. Old Jack approached Tang San, observing the distinct red imprint of a hand on his face, a flicker of sympathy crossing his eyes. However, he could hardly blame the assailant. Had Tang San not instigated the altercation, this incident would not have arisen. Oh, did I hurt you? Chao Yan replied with a disdainful smile. Apologies, but I require no justification for my actions. You, Tang San clutched his chest, his face ashen, the pain coursing through him preventing him from standing upright. The depths of his dark eyes harbored a tempest of wrath, his desire to annihilate Chao Yan palpable. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. The individual before him had effortlessly sent him flying with a single slap, indicating a formidable strength. Recalling the force of that blow, Tang San felt a shiver of trepidation. The weight of that strike suggested that he was not to be underestimated. After all, he had wielded a hammer for several months in Holy Soul Village. Yet in comparison to this person, he felt woefully inadequate. Could it be that this fellow was also endowed with innate full spirit power? Upon this realization, Tang San instinctively tempered his murderous intent, swiftly replacing it with an expression of calm, albeit one that concealed a barely perceptible hint of malice, akin to a coiled serpent. Poised to strike. I apologize for my earlier transgression. I did not intend to act against you. I too am here to study at Notting Academy. May I inquire your name? Tang San clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, masking his animosity with a hopeful smile directed at Chao Yan. Observing Tang San's reaction, Chao Yan couldn't help but smile inwardly. Adaptable, is he? Truly a seasoned individual, having lived 2 lives. Yet, alas, I am not swayed by such tactics. My name is Chao Yan. You are Tang San, correct? Very well, I shall remember. Gaozan Ziplit, choosing not to depart just yet. A mere slap was insufficient to quell the tempest of anger brewing within him. He intended to make Tang San kneel before him. This young friend, we hail from Holy Soul Village. Young San is still quite inexperienced. If he has offended you, I hope you will show mercy. At this juncture, old Jack interjected, his tone humble, even contemplating kneeling before Chao Yan in search of forgiveness. He regarded Chao Yan as a wealthy scion, well aware that such individuals often possess substantial backgrounds, far beyond the reach of a humble village chief like himself. As old Jack prepared to kneel, Chao Yan swiftly steadied him. May I inquire, esteemed sir, are you indeed from Holy Soul Village? He asked, ensuring old Jack was stable. Indeed, old Jack replied, his demeanor reflecting a mixture of surprise and gratitude, his trembling hands barely able to hold his cane steady. He had encountered many noble youths, none of whom had ever deigned to regard him with such respect. Chao Yan's actions warmed old Jack's heart. I have heard that Holy Soul Village once produced a soul sage. Though I am still young, I have heard tales of your esteemed village. It is truly an honor to meet its village chief today, Chao Yan said, bowing slightly with a smile. Your words are too kind. Those are matters of the past. Hardly worth mentioning. Old Jack waved his hand dismissively, his vanity momentarily assuaged by Chao Yan's praise. On the contrary, in my view, the emergence of such a formidable figure from Holy Soul Village must surely be attributed to the wisdom of a village chief like yourself. Without your guidance, such achievements would be inconceivable. Ah, indeed, but it has been a long time since our village has seen such strength, old Jack lamented, tears spilling down his cheeks as he sighed, his expression growing somber. Holy Soul Village was his greatest pride. Despite its poverty and insignificance, it held profound meaning for him, as it was his only home. Esteemed sir, I have long admired Holy Soul Village. However, Chao Yan's voice trailed off, his gaze drifting to Tang San. Disappointment evident in his eyes. Is Tang San also from Holy Soul Village? Yes, young San is the only one from our village this year to possess spirit power. Old Jack confirmed. Esteemed sir, I can overlook today's incident, but Tang San must kneel before me, Chao Yan declared, his gaze unwavering as he pointed at Tang San. What? Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief, his body trembling slightly. Old Jack nodded in silent agreement, harboring no resentment. After all, the fault lay with Tang San. Had he not foolishly initiated the confrontation, this predicament would never have occurred. This is all of your own making, young San. You must kneel before this young friend. Your actions today have been inexcusable, old Jack insisted, his gaze commanding. Grandfather Jack, how can I kneel before him? Tang San exclaimed. Incredulity etched across his face as he looked at old Jack, unable to fathom such a demand. Silence. Young San, had you not insisted on attacking this young friend, you would not find yourself in this predicament. You represent the honor of our village. Is this truly how you wish to tarnish our reputation? The children of Holy Soul Village are always quick to acknowledge their mistakes. You have erred and must face the consequences. This young noble is willing to overlook your offense. Should you not be grateful? Old Jack chided coldly, his icy gaze fixed on Tang San. No, Grandfather Jack, I cannot kneel before him. I refuse, Tang San shouted, pain radiating through his body as he grimaced. Young San, I'm deeply disappointed. I have always regarded you as a good child. Yet today you have brought shame upon yourself. If you do not kneel, you will no longer be a part of Holy Soul Village. Old Jack's face flushed with anger. Disappointment etched into his features. Please, Grandfather Jack, I will kneel, Tang San quickly acquiesced, not wishing to provoke old Jack's ire. Without his grandfather's support, he would never have had the opportunity to attend Nodding Academy. With a determined resolve, Tang San gritted his teeth and approached Chao Yan. With a hesitant thud, he knelt before him. He could not bear the thought of being cast out from Holy Soul Village, his only home, where his father still remained. A source of warmth he could never abandon. Yet, even as he knelt, the resentment towards Chao Yan only intensified within Tang San's heart. Chapter 8. Joining Nodding Academy. Observing Tang San on his knees, a smile of relief spread across old Jack's face. At last, this was the Tang San he recognized, thoughtful, obedient, and respectful. The failure of a child reflects the shortcomings of a guardian. Old Jack had long considered Tang San as his own son. Now that Tang San had erred, it was his duty to teach him how to bear the weight of his mistakes. Tang San, I shall not hold today's incident against you. Rise, Chao Yan said softly, ruffling Tang San's hair, secretly reveling in the satisfaction of the moment. Today's confrontation is merely a prologue. As for what lies ahead, Chao Yin will eventually grasp the true essence of cruelty embodied by Tang San. Little San, do behold the magnanimity of young Yu. You ought to express your gratitude forthwith. Upon noticing that Chao Yin no longer pursued the matter, old Jack beamed with delight, promptly gesturing toward Tang San's head. Given the circumstances, Tang San had no choice but to rise, his tone amiable as he expressed, "Thank you for your forgiveness. Today's incident is entirely my fault." Although he feigned submission, his heart swelled with greater disdain for the individual before him. Chao Yin, I care not whether you hail from a prestigious family. Today's affair is far from settled. In the future, do not allow me to find an opportunity within the academy, lest you face dire consequences. Unconsciously tightening his fists, Tang San silently vowed. As a disciple of the Tang sect, he was meticulous to the last detail, and having endured such humiliation today, how could he possibly swallow this bitter pill? Very well. Little San, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, it is time for your grandfather to take his leave. You may present this certificate when you report to the academy. Old Jack revealed a kind smile as he handed the certificate to Tang San, preparing to turn away. Tang San's eyes shimmered with reluctance as he hastily inquired, Grandpa Jack, must you leave so soon? In Holy Soul Village, aside from his father, only Grandpa Jack had shown him such kindness. This bond was one he could never forget. Thus, he had been resolute in bowing to Chao Yin, solely to avoid inciting old Jack's ire. In Tang San's heart, old Jack held a position second only to Tang Hao. After all, without his assistance, he would not have been able to fill his belly in Holy Soul Village. Little San, you are a fine child. When you become a soul master, your grandfather will erect a monument in Holy Soul Village to honor you, allowing all to pay their respects. Our village shall take pride in you. Old Jack patted Tang San's shoulder, his expression grave. Once you are at school, heed your teacher's words, stir not trouble. And do not bully your classmates, understand? The children of Holy Soul Village are all kind-hearted souls, and I believe you can embody this. After imparting his advice, old Jack finally departed. Grandpa Jack, I shall miss you. As he gazed at old Jack's receding figure, Tang San murmured, his nose tinged with warmth. Tears cascading down his face, dampening his attire. Rest assured, Grandpa Jack, I shall not disappoint you. I will become the new pride of Holy Soul Village. No longer weeping, his resolve intensified. The current state of Holy Soul Village was deteriorating year by year, and with Grandpa Jack advancing in age, perhaps once he became a soul master, he could earn the villagers' recognition and ascend to the role of village chief. With this thought, a spark of anticipation ignited within Tang San. On the other hand, Chao Yin, standing in place, felt quite pleased. After all, to have taught Tang San a lesson was a gratifying sensation beyond words. However, as he turned to re-enter Nodding Academy for registration, new troubles loomed. Who dares to cause a ruckus at Nodding Academy? Shortly after old Jack's departure, a thunderous voice echoed from within the academy. Soon, two figures materialized before Chao Yin. Both donned the academy's attire, one tall and the other small, suggesting they were a teacher and a student. Director Su. It is this individual who has come to stir trouble at our Nodding Academy and has even injured the guard and the master, the smaller boy remarked. Gesturing towards the master and the guard, both still sprawled on the ground, their breath shallow. Is this all you're doing? Director Su cast a glance at Chao Yin, his brow furrowing. He had heard from students that the master had engaged in a confrontation while attempting to take on an apprentice, only to end up being defeated. Initially, he had found this hard to believe. Surely, even if the master were incompetent, he could not be bullied by a mere child. But now, it seemed he had overestimated the master. Alas, brother, why must registering be so challenging? Chao Yin lamented silently as he regarded the two before him. I merely gave the master a beating. Is that truly such a grave matter? However, before Chao Yin could voice his thoughts, Tang San interjected. It was he who did it. I can bear witness. I saw it all. Tang San's heart brimmed with schadenfreude. He believed that by stepping forward at this moment, he could deepen the animosity Chao Yin bore. The thought of witnessing Chao Yin being punished brought him a sense of satisfaction. It was indeed I who did it. What of it? Chao Yin smirked, unimpressed, as he met Director Su's gaze, unflinching. The manner in which he spoke caused Director Su's face to twitch slightly. This individual dares to call himself a young master? To have struck the master and remain so composed. Could he be a disciple of a prominent family? Impertinent. How dare you speak to Director Su in such a manner? The smaller boy chastised, a chill emanating from his eyes. Silence. Director Su shot a fierce glare at the boy, his eyes ablaze with indignation. I see this young master is charming and poised, a figure of distinction, surely. The master must have offended him first. Director Su replied with a smile, his demeanor obsequious. After all, a person as resplendent as Chao Yin could not possibly lack a substantial background. Indeed, I am a descendant of the Chao family, Chao Yin. I hail from a hidden family and have come to register at Notting Academy. Chao Yin proclaimed loudly, deliberately raising his voice. Buzz. Director Su's dark eyes widened. A flicker of astonishment crossing his features. A hidden family? Good heavens, this is a stroke of fortune for Notting Academy, a divine blessing. Notting Academy shall welcome a true genius. Individuals from hidden families are seldom mediocre. Yet the Chao family? That name seems unfamiliar. Director Su dismissed his thoughts. Perhaps he was simply not well acquainted with such families, for hidden families are typically discreet. Regardless, the pressing matter was to facilitate Chao Yin's admission to the academy. I am the director of Notting Academy. I regret not having welcomed you properly. This oversight is entirely my fault. Having reached this conclusion, Director Su promptly bowed, a smile adorning his face. Young friend, that building is my office. You may enter and wait there while I resolve the current situation. Director Su gestured toward a teaching building within the academy, his expression radiating warmth, devoid of any arrogance. For before him stood a genius from a hidden family, a rarity that could not be sought after, had he not arrived in time. Who knows how much the master could have delayed matters? As he contemplated this, Director Su's discontent with the master deepened. Director, you are too kind. I have long admired Notting Academy. It is an honor for me to study here. Chao Yin replied with a gentle smile, ever the modest individual, eschewing ostentation. After speaking, he proceeded toward the direction indicated by Director Su. This child is indeed humble and unassuming. He shall surely achieve great things in the future, Director Su mused, watching Chao Yan's retreating figure with admiration. However, this scene left Tang San utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? Are they allowing him in just like that? Impossible. It appears this individual is indeed a teacher of the academy. Very well, I shall register first. Greetings, esteemed teacher. I am from Holy Soul Village. Here is my certificate. Kindly take a look. Tang San approached Director Su, offering his certificate with a polite demeanor. Upon receiving the certificate, Director Su had yet to recover from his earlier excitement. However, upon glancing at the contents of the document, his pupils involuntarily contracted. With a furrowed brow, he expressed his skepticism. The martial spirit blue silvergrass. An innate full soul power. Could this possibly be true? He couldn't help but scrutinize Tang San, a look of disdain in his eyes. Tang San's tattered clothing, adorned with patches and in a hue of blue, gave off an impression akin to that of a beggar. How could someone like him possess innate, full soul power? Moreover, that with such a worthless martial spirit as blue silvergrass? Having reached this conclusion, Director Su seized Tang San with a firm grip, anger flickering in his gaze. How laughable! How could a mere blue silver grass martial spirit possibly exhibit innate, full soul power? You little rascal, you must have forged this certificate. That's not true, Director. Please, let me explain, Tang San pleaded, attempting to resist, yet he lacked the strength, having sustained significant injuries for being kicked away by Chao Yin. The Xiantiangong was not easily summoned in his current state. Silence. You audacious brat, attempting to deceive me right under my nose. You have quite the nerve. Director Su continued, his voice dripping with sarcasm. And you claim to hail from Sacred Soul Village? Just look at that pitiful appearance of yours. Beggar Village would be more fitting. The stench of a country bumpkin is unbearable. Begone. Our Notting Academy is no charity. With that, he exerted a bit of force, tossing Tang San aside. Tang San's heart screamed in humiliation, his forehead veins bulging, yet he could only collapse to the ground, unable to rise. The innate full soul power I have encountered before was never of such a dismal caliber. Unable to even get up, Director Su mocked, further reinforcing his judgment. Director, you cannot allow that child Chao Yin to enter Notting Academy. You cannot do this. He has injured me. At this moment, the master, who had been lying beside, regained some strength and clutched his chest as he spoke. Master, you are becoming more audacious by the day. Our academy has finally welcomed a rare genius, and yet you cannot tolerate him. You were beaten because of your own incompetence. Do you expect the academy to avenge you? Director Suritortif, casting a cold glance at the master. No, that fellow clearly holds our Notting Academy in contempt. How could such a person be allowed admission? The master's eyes glinted with a fierce red as he spoke loudly. Enough, master. Do you think Notting Academy is your personal domain? If it weren't for your connection with the principal, I would have long since expelled you. Why should we keep you here to eat and drink for free? Nonsense. Without my unparalleled theoretical knowledge, the Academy would not possess such renown. The Master countered, attempting to reclaim some dignity. Huh, spare me, Master. Your theories are nothing but the ramblings of charlatan. You, who cannot even break through to the great Soul Master level, have the audacity to speak such nonsense. It's simply laughable. Director Su could no longer restrain himself, delivering a kick that sent the Master flying before he swept his sleeve and strode away. At this moment, he could not afford to waste time with this self-righteous Master. The Academy had finally encountered a true genius, and he could not afford to neglect him. With this thought, Director Su quickened his pace towards the teaching building. Chapter 9. Tang San beseeches his Master. With Director Su's departure, only Tang San and the Master remained at the entrance of the Academy. As for the previous gatekeeper, he scurried off with his tail between his legs, unnoticed by anyone. The Master's gaze fell upon the fallen Tang San, a look of sympathy in his eyes. This world is indeed cruel. Without strength and connections, one is nothing. Even he, a Master, had faced such blatant humiliation today. What hope did this child have? Even within the humble confines of Notting Academy, the discrimination against common students was glaringly evident, with the disparity in treatment between the children of commoners and nobles being stark. These truths were all too clear to the Master. Child, may I see your martial spirit certificate? The Master suddenly remembered Tang San's earlier claim and hastily inquired. This child had asserted he possessed innate full soul power. Could it truly be so? Despite Tang San's ragged appearance, akin to that of a beggar, if he truly possessed innate full soul power, perhaps there was hope. With this thought, a flicker of anticipation returned to the Master's weary face as he looked at Tang San. Tang San nodded, feeling a sense of kinship with the man before him. Without further hesitation, he extended the certificate with both hands. Upon receiving the document, the Master scrutinized it thoroughly before his gaze shifted back to Tang San, sharp and penetrating as if he could see through everything. Ah, this certificate is genuine. Good child, what is your name? The Master's demeanor transformed, his excitement evident in his slight smile. Previously, he had overlooked Tang San, for the boy's appearance was indeed unremarkable, even by his standards. Tang San was indistinguishable from a beggar. Now, he could hardly recall the boy's name. Sir, my name is Tang San, he answered truthfully. The certificate from the Martial Spirit Hall bore no mention of Tang San's name, only a rudimentary likeness. After all, a genius with innate full soul power was far too radiant. Revealing his name might attract untoward attention. The protective measures of the Martial Spirit Hall were evidently quite effective. Ah, Tang San, you are truly a remarkable child. From now on, you shall follow me. You can recuperate at my residence and attend to your injuries, the Master smiled, his gaze softening. Tang San indeed bore some injuries. While they were not severe, neglecting them could hinder his future soul power cultivation. At that moment, the Master subconsciously regarded Tang San as his disciple. Though this child may not rival Chao Yin in excellence, he was still a rare gem. With careful nurturing, he would undoubtedly achieve great heights in the future. With that, the Master took Tang San's hand, saying, "Let's go inside." The Master's hand felt damp and slightly sticky, yet Tang San remained rooted in place, resisting the Master's intentions. Master, are you truly taking me as your disciple? Tang San recalled Director Su's earlier address and inquired. Huh, you are indeed a clever child. So are you willing? The Master countered. Tang San was taken aback, unable to respond. He remembered Director Su's words. What if this Master was merely a fraud? He needed to think this through carefully. Huh, I must say, you are far more astute than I anticipated. The Master regarded Tang San with satisfaction, a smile creeping across his face. Do you wish to know why I intend to take you as my disciple? Tang San shook his head, confusion evident in his expression. Because you are the third genius I have encountered thus far with twin martial spirits. You possess exceptional talent and remarkable intelligence. It seems I must take a chance. Upon hearing the Master's words, Tang San's heart jolted, and his pupils involuntarily contracted, a glint of wariness flickering in his eyes. At that moment, he had regained some strength. The Xian Gong quietly began to circulate within him, and the sleeve arrow on his right hand was poised, ready to strike at the Master's throat. Previously, he had only acted against Chao Yin out of disdain for the latter's actions. After all, even a waste like the Master should possess a dignity of his own and should not be subjected to casual disdain. Yet now, the Master had inadvertently revealed the most crucial secret nestled within his heart. If the Master could not provide a reasonable explanation, he would unhesitatingly silence him forever. Ah, there is no need for anxiety. Are you curious as to how I discerned your dual martial souls? The Master chuckled. I don't know. Tang San replied coolly, the safety on his hidden crossbow already disengaged. The master shook the proof in his hand, chuckling, it is precisely because of this document. Perhaps others may overlook its flaws. But if I were unable to see through it, what right would I have to be called master? I have conducted research on nearly 3,000 soul masters, and among them, only 100 possess soul power. Within that group, the number of those with innate full soul power is exceedingly rare. Most blue-silver grass soul masters are unlikely to possess soul power at all. Yet why are you the exception? To put it plainly, I can assert that there must be another martial soul within you. As for the strength of that martial soul, I cannot say. There is no need for you to hastily deny this. Since I can articulate these observations, I certainly possess a foundation for my claims. My theoretical basis is derived from years of research into martial souls, and exceptions are simply not plausible. Among the mutated martial souls I have investigated, incidents in the two great empires over the last century are indeed quite rare. Only 2 instances of innate full soul power have ever been recorded. Thus, I am certain that another martial soul resides within you. Of course, you may choose to reject this, but if you do, you might lose the opportunity to gain a remarkable teacher. What say you? The master's words hung in the air, leaving Tang San momentarily dumbfounded. Although he had yet to fully comprehend the implications, it was evident that this individual was not as ineffectual as previously suggested. Without further deliberation, Tang San knelt, prostrating himself thrice in reverence, his demeanor earnest, his eyes brimming with respect. It is important to note that in his past life, such gestures were reserved solely for parents or elders, yet now he unhesitatingly bowed before the master. To him, this act of kneeling and acknowledging the master was indispensable. At that moment, in his heart, the master had become a figure worthy of his respect. Tang San felt a surge of relief. Had he acted rashly with his hidden crossbow moments ago, he might have forfeited the chance to learn from an exceptional teacher. Master, for a day as your student is to be a father for life. Please accept me, Tang San implored, his forehead flushed with excitement. Of course. The master replied with a smile, clearly pleased with Tang San's reaction. Perhaps in a not-so-distant future, this child would emerge as a renowned genius across the Douluo Continent. At that time, who would dare mock me? Did you not all doubt my theories on martial souls? Very well, I shall demonstrate how exceptional my disciple, cultivated by Yu Xiaogang, will become. BB Dong, do you not look down upon me, deeming me a mere waste? When my little San becomes a formidable powerhouse, I shall make you regret your past actions. Even if the spirit hall stands behind you, I shall bring it to ruin. A cold smirk curled upon the master's lips, his eyes igniting with a flame of vengeance. Between heaven and hell, I possess no choice but to accept my destiny. In your eyes, I, Yu Xiaogang, may seem like an utterly inconsequential failure, yet in the future, I will ensure your silence. I will reclaim all that once belonged to me. The master's eyes glimmered with a terrifying intensity. At that moment, he appeared to be an entirely different person. Exuding a fierce moha. Little San, let me take you to my office. I shall assist you with your enrollment. Once your injuries have healed, I will accompany you to acquire your first spirit ring. All right? The master once again grasped Tang San's hand, his dark eyes returning to tranquility. Yes, thank you, master. Tang San nodded obediently, increasingly convinced that taking this individual as his teacher was indeed a wise decision. Now, he needed to focus on healing his injuries. For in the future, given the opportunity, he would seek to eliminate Chao Yan. Chao Yan was far stronger than he had anticipated, at least based on his current strength. Even if he struck Chao Yan with all his might, he could not have inflicted such injuries. Furthermore, Chao Yan was trained in the Xiantian skill, his physical prowess far surpassing that of his peers. Reflecting on this, Tang San felt an unprecedented weight upon his shoulders. The might of his opponent exceeded his imagination, yet this only strengthened his resolve. The humiliation of kneeling before Chao Yan had become a festering wound in his heart, one he could not simply forget. He must personally eliminate Chao Yan to cleanse this disgrace. Throughout their journey, the master imparted a wealth of theoretical knowledge to Tang San, expressing satisfaction at having such a disciple. At the very least, Tang San's presence had rekindled a glimmer of hope within him. At the same time, Chao Yan discovered that the Nodding Academy was far larger than he had anticipated upon entering. The academy was divided into several areas: the main teaching building, the playground, and the dormitory building to the east of the playground. At this moment, Chao Yan stood in the center of the playground, somewhat bewildered but mostly in awe. Truly, this Nodding Academy deserved its reputation as a school for the affluent. The grandeur of its construction was astonishing. Now, Which building did Director Su indicate for enrollment? Chao Yin scratched his chin, unable to distinguish between the buildings. The Academy's teaching buildings were separate, with as many as 4 designed to accommodate students of different grades. An impressive sight indeed. Which one should I go to for registration? Chao Yin pondered as he surveyed the surrounding structures, feeling increasingly lost. Looks like I'm a bit lost, he muttered to himself. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed the task of humiliating the master and Tang San. Just as Chao Yin found himself in a quandary, the system's melodious voice chimed in. Ding! Randomly selecting a martial soul for the host. Please hold on. Is that it? Doesn't that seem a bit too easy? Chao Yin mused, feeling somewhat skeptical. He was a person who pursued perfection and did not believe this constituted a significant achievement. After all, individuals like Tang San and the master were remarkably resilient. Perhaps they would soon forget such grievances. He recalled how the master and Lu Erlong endured humiliation when they were separated by the Yu family. If he had been a normal person, he might have succumbed to despair. Yet the master had persevered to this day, likely out of malice. Fully aware that she was his cousin, yet still attempting to ensnare her. Truly despicable. As for Tang San, he was even less worthy of concern. Having lived 2 lives, he was far too seasoned to be easily shaken by such blows. It seems I must escalate my efforts. Even though the task is complete, Chao Yin would not easily forgive these 2. From the moment he read the novel, he had harbored resentment towards them. The master and Tang San were cut from the same cloth, conspiring together in their misdeeds, committing numerous atrocities, and harming countless innocent maidens. The depth of their sins was such that a mere death could not suffice. To do so would be far too lenient for these 2 scoundrels. Tang San, when devoid of strength, was timid and cowardly, returning to his sect in a subservient manner, begging for recognition of his ancestry, hardly daring to utter a word. Yet, upon attaining the status of a titled Daw, he swiftly turned his back on those who once aided him, audaciously challenging the elders of the sect, even instructing others on how to conduct themselves. Witnessing his arrogance was quite disheartening. In the city of slaughter, as soon as Tang San acquired the domain of the god of slaughter, he obliterated that very place, not only betraying his ancestor Tang Chun, but also severing the paths of others. What manner of person could commit such an act? Just because you have gained a domain, does it mean others must suffer? He selfishly seized all benefits without leaving any room for others. The saying lifting the bowl to eat, then putting it down to curse epitomizes his character. Even beasts would not stoop to such depths, yet he claimed it all for himself. Frankly, even animals understand the concept of gratitude. This individual is indeed less than beastly. The master is no paragon either. These 2 share a mutual disdain, which explains their eventual alliance. It seems that they have indeed joined forces now. Since I have arrived in the Douluo Continent, it heralds your demise. With me here, you shall not harm another soul. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the guardian spirit martial soul, the loyal minister of the Chao family, General Eugene. As the system's voice faded, a gentle white light penetrated Chao Yan's brow. With the system's assistance, Chao Yan could sense a formidable presence within him. Now, with a mere thought, he could summon this entity. However, why is my martial soul such a disappointing one? I am not interested in men. Eugene, this guardian spirit feels rather uncomfortable. Alas, dear system sister, are you truly not deceiving me? Why would you bestow upon me such a peculiar martial soul? What is your true intention? Chao Yan expressed his dissatisfaction. Even though my surname is Chao, why must I be associated with such a guardian spirit? This is outrageous. Host brother, Eugene is immensely powerful. In the future, once you obtain a soul ring, you will fully appreciate his might. System, have you lost your mind? I am currently an unparalleled Douluo, possessing a soul power of level 99. Do I really need him? Chao Yan couldn't help but complain. Ahem, actually host brother, you may be overestimating your strength. At present, you lack a soul ring, which does not render you invincible on the Douluo Continent. What do you mean by that? System? Chao Yan inquired, sensing something amiss. Currently, host brother is far ahead in soul power level, but if he encounters a titled Do-level powerhouse, victory is not guaranteed. Allow me to enlighten you. Based on your current soul power level, against ordinary titled Do-level strongholds, you could prevail if the battle solely relied on soul power. However, should the opponent employ soul skills, you would struggle to hold your ground and quickly face defeat. If confronted by title Do-level powerhouses above level 95, you would only be on the receiving end of blows, and against a peerless Douluo at level 99, you would stand no chance whatsoever. The system remarked with a hint of glee. Is it true? Am I truly this weak? So, does that mean I can only defeat those below the title Douluo level? Chao Yan asked. Indeed, however, host need not worry. This system will cultivate you into a supreme being. You can acquire soul rings by completing system tasks. How humane. The system replied with a gentle smile. Can I not obtain a soul ring on my own? With a glint of hope, Chao Yan hastily inquired. At that moment, he began to regret not absorbing the face spider in the Star Doe forest, which had a soul ring of 99,999 years. How could I have missed that? Ah, that is not permissible. Host brother has no choice. Besides acquiring soul rings through the system, no alternative paths are available. However, host brother can assist others in obtaining soul rings, the system reminded. Chao Yan's mouth fell open in astonishment. Could this be the consequence of my overpowered luck? Is it truly this severe? Does it mean I cannot even defeat that Tang Hao? No wait, system sister, I should not be this weak. What about that face spider I defeated in the Star Doe forest? Its cultivation was nearly at 10,000 years, wasn't it? Chao Yan questioned once more. A soul beast nearing the 10,000-year mark can only be barely contended with by a tidal Douluo above level 95. Realizing this, Chao Yan began to doubt whether the system was jesting with him. After all, he had dispatched that spider with a single punch. Host brother, the face spider was in a tribulation phase. Had it not been for your appearance, it might have succeeded in its tribulation. During that phase, soul beasts are at their most vulnerable, exhibiting strength equivalent to that of a soul king. Surely, it can't be this dire? I'm in such a pitiful state. However, Chao Yan chose not to dwell on his predicament. As a transmigrator, his treatment was already quite favorable. After all, to become a true powerhouse, one must rely on their own efforts. System, do you have any information regarding Eugene? Yes, indeed. I will relay it into your mind now. Soon, information about Eugene appeared in Chao Yan's consciousness. Eugene, hailing from the Soul Guardian's realm, unmatched loyalty and righteousness, possessing both wisdom and valor. A renowned general of the Wei State during the Three Kingdoms era, Cao Cao once remarked that Eugene's bravery was on par with that of Lu Bu. Ultimately, he was forced to surrender during a battle and died in shame. Fortunately, after death, Eugene was granted a new opportunity, dedicating himself to assisting the new lord with unwavering devotion. Weapon, long-handled saber. Power, exceptionally strong. This appears rather promising. Eugene from the Soul Guardians, how splendid. I am indeed a descendant of the Chao family. Haha. By the way, system sister, how strong is this exceptionally strong? Chao Yan frowned slightly, still feeling something was off. The guardian spirit possesses its own consciousness and intellect, and will obey the host's commands unconditionally. Its power is directly provided by the host's soul rings. And in the absence of soul rings, the guardian spirit's abilities will be significantly diminished. Host brother can infuse his own soul power into the guardian spirit to achieve a temporary enhancement, though this will greatly deplete the host's soul power, and thus is not recommended. Gao Dan, speak plainly. The system clarified that the current guardian spirit is merely a decorative entity, lacking a soul ring. Its power is drastically reduced. The host can maintain it with soul power, yet it will soon be exhausted, proving less effective than the host's own strength. Chao Yan's expression shifted, feeling somewhat speechless. Rest assured, once the host obtains a 10,000-year soul ring, the guardian spirit will unleash power commensurate with the host's soul power. After all, guardian spirits are immensely potent beings. Without soul rings to provide substantial energy, they cannot reach their full potential. After hearing the system's explanation, Chao Yan found himself lacking the enthusiasm to summon this entity. Nevertheless, with the system's navigation assistance, he successfully located the teaching building and proceeded directly there. Chapter 11. The Unyielding Eugene, at your service, young master. Nodding Academy is the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City, dedicated to nurturing children with soul power who may become soul masters. However, children possessing soul power are a rarity. In an effort to cultivate as many potential soul masters as possible, Nodding Academy has had to open its doors to work-study students from the surrounding villages. Even so, the annual intake barely exceeds a dozen children. After all, children endowed with soul power are scarce. Those with particularly outstanding talents are either directly recruited by the Spirit Hall or courted by powerful sects, leaving little chance for others. The children who attend Nodding Academy typically hail from relatively affluent families within Nodding City, but among them, exceptional talents are seldom seen. Furthermore, their inherently arrogant dispositions render them unworthy of attention even from the Spirit Hall and various sections. Consequently, these mediocre students must endure at the hands of Nodding Academy. As for the remaining batch of children, most have emerged from small villages, lacking power, influence, or background, and are compelled to enroll in Nodding Academy. As is the case with Holy Spirit Village, At this moment, Chao Yan was following the system's guidance, making his way directly towards the teaching building. The Academic Affairs Office is located on the first floor of the main teaching building, where a teacher appearing to be in his 60s is responsible for welcoming new students. Assisted by two younger teachers, both under the age of 30. One of these teachers is Director Su, who had just returned after reprimanding the master. At this moment, he felt restless, his heart filled with concern over Chao Yan's delayed arrival. Could it be that the child had changed his mind at the last moment? Contemplating this, Director Su could not help but pound the table, his veins standing out, his face flushed with anger. If it weren't for the master's impulsive decision to take on disciples without permission, perhaps this child would have successfully registered by now. Now, it seemed he was likely regretting his choice. The more Director Su thought about it, the angrier he became, wishing he could drag the master out and give him a good beating. The master is truly the disgrace of Notting Academy. He is utterly useless aside from mooching off others. Ha ha, Director Su, is that child truly as exceptional as you claim? Did he really defeat the master? A young teacher beside him could not help but inquire, astonished by the news. His disbelief stemmed not from skepticism, but from the difficulty of accepting such a fact. After all, although the master is not a formidable figure, he is still a great soul master, if he were indeed defeated by a 6-year-old child. What kind of prodigy would that child be? Indeed, you cannot imagine. When I arrived at the scene, the master was lying on the ground like a dog, as if he had been neutered, while that young friend remained utterly composed. Does that not speak volumes? Director Su replied, his excitement evident in his expression. Then he must be a true genius, a veritable anomaly, remarked another teacher, intrigued by Director Su's description. Indeed, I wish to witness this young friend for myself. But tell me, why has he not arrived yet? The other teacher added, smiling at Director Su. Alas, it is due to the master. The young friend was supposed to report, but the master insisted on forcibly taking him as a disciple, deliberately creating trouble. I fear the young friend may not come after all. Director Su sighed, disappointment etching his features. What? The master has truly lost his mind. Director Su. This matter cannot be overlooked. It is a loss for our academy, the young teacher exclaimed, anger flashing across his face. Indeed, the master has become increasingly arrogant, showing blatant disrespect for our academy's faculty. Another teacher echoed, equally dissatisfied. This matter certainly cannot be brushed aside. Once the dean returns, I shall explain the situation. Such a person as the master does not deserve to remain at the academy, Director Su declared angrily, his face reddening. Just then, amidst their quarrel, the sound of a door creaking open resonated, and a handsome young man stepped inside. Haha, Director Su, what seems to be the trouble? Why such a display of anger? Chao Yan approached the table, offering a calm smile in Director Su's direction. Young friend? I thought you had turned your back on us and refused to come to Notting Academy. Director Su exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Chao Yan. How could that be? It is an honor for me to study at Notting Academy. I merely took a wrong turn, which delayed my arrival. I hope Director Su will not hold it against me. Chao Yan replied, adopting a respectful demeanor. Although he was a transmigrator, he always remembered his roots and could not afford to lose face as a traveler. Well said, young friend. You are indeed from a hidden family, exhibiting an extraordinary demeanor. Director Su beamed, patting Chao Yan on the shoulder with great satisfaction. May I inquire if you are the heroic young man who defeated the master? Indeed, that would be me, Chao Yan replied with a smile. This is a stroke of luck for Notting Academy. Who would have thought we would receive a disciple from a hidden family this year? Young friend, may I ask what your current soul power level is? I would like to assist you with the registration, Director Su inquired, his mind racing with thoughts about the potential strength of this young man before him. I am but a humble beginner, possessing innate full soul power at merely level 10, Chao Yan stated, intentionally withholding his true abilities. Although he was a peerless Douluo, he recognized that Notting Academy was a small institution, and revealing his true strength would likely be met with disbelief. After all, these individuals live their lives in mediocrity, gazing up at such levels of strength, unable to fathom or reach them. He feared that an indiscreet revelation would only wound their pride. To possess innate full soul power at such a young age. Young friend, you are truly remarkable. No wonder you were able to defeat the master. Might I request you to extend your hand, so I may sense your power? Director Su's face was filled with astonishment, his voice trembling slightly. The two accompanying teachers wore exaggerated expressions, their faces painted with disbelief. Who could have imagined that a prodigious young man emerging from a hidden family, endowed with innate full soul power, would join Notting Academy? Such an occurrence was rare indeed. Of course, Chao Yan replied with a smile, extending his pale hand towards Director Su. He adjusted his soul power to the level of 10, confident that the director would not perceive any discrepancies. After all, as a peerless Douluo, it was no difficult feat to control one's own soul power. With a mere thought, it could be accomplished. Moreover, as long as Chao Yin remained discreet, the director's level of strength would render it impossible for him to uncover the truth of his soul power. Director Su gently grasped Chao Yan's delicate hand. As a thread of soul power entered, his expression grew serious. Indeed, it is innate full soul power. You are truly a young hero. I did not expect such strength at your tender age. In my humble opinion, the entire continent will soon bear witness to legends surrounding you. Director Su exclaimed, excitement radiating from his flushed face as he released Chao Yan's hand, his heart increasingly astonished. A boy with innate full soul power. He had only read about such individuals in books, and now he was fortunate enough to meet one in person. How could he not be thrilled? Director, you flatter me. My abilities are rather modest and hardly deserving of the title of hero. Your praise is excessive, Chao Yin replied, waving his hand dismissively, maintaining an air of calm. Haha, young friend, you are indeed humble. With such a disposition, if you do not achieve greatness in the future, I would find it hard to believe, Director Su remarked. By the way, I have one more humble request. May I inquire about your martial soul? Director Su could not help but ask, for the young man before him was simply too extraordinary, igniting his curiosity. The other two teachers also looked on expectantly. My martial soul is a guardian spirit. You may not have heard of it, but I shall now summon it, Chao Yin replied. Wenze, come forth. Chao Yin spoke with a calm demeanor, clasping his hands together to form a peculiar seal. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, he attempted to summon Eugene. After all, this was his inaugural release of a martial soul, and he felt somewhat unaccustomed to the process. Shortly thereafter, a towering ethereal figure emerged from behind Chao Yin, standing over 3 meters tall. In its left hand, it wielded a long blade, while its right hand grasped a shield, clad in shoulder armor. It exuded an imposing presence that commanded respect merely by its stance, radiating an aura of authority without needing to display anger. Eugene's formidable stature was accompanied by a chilling demeanor, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell, exuding an overwhelming dominance. His indifferent gaze held a flicker of awareness, and as he turned his eyes toward Chao Yin, a profound respect shone in his expression. Although the spectral figure appeared somewhat insubstantial, it undeniably possessed a tangible presence that instilled awe in those who beheld it. I am Eugene, here to pay my respects to the young master, he stated humbly as he approached Chao Yin, though the sword and shield in his hands remained steadfastly at the ready. Such familiar words. It is no wonder that he is my guardian spirit, indeed exuding grandeur. Wenze, you may rise. Chao Yin instructed with a gentle wave of his hand. Yes, young master, Eugene replied, gradually standing upright and taking his place behind Chao Yin, his expression stoic and prepared for action at any moment. What is this? Is this your martial soul, young friend? Director Su's eyes widened in astonishment, his body trembling slightly. A mixture of awe and fear evident in his gaze. The moment Eugene's form materialized, he felt as insignificant as an ant, utterly dwarfed by the spectacle. The other two instructors were similarly drenched in cold sweat, their bodies thoroughly soaked. He, this is my martial soul, possessing merely a semblance of sentience, Chao Yin remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle at the reactions of the teachers. Sentience? My goodness, this surpasses anything I have ever encountered, Director Su responded, his laughter tinged with embarrassment, still shaken by the experience. This was the first time he had witnessed such a martial soul. Seeing this, Chao Yin could only smile wryly as he immersed himself in thought, retracting his guardian spirit back into his being. Chapter 12. I wish to reside in Dormitory 7. Young friend, you truly possess remarkable abilities. This martial soul is unlike anything I have ever seen. Director Su remarked with a smile as Chao Yin drew his martial soul back within. His satisfaction with Chao Yan's performance grew, for this unparalleled martial soul had already shattered his preconceived notions. Such a martial soul could only belong to those scions of hidden aristocratic families. Director, please assist me with the registration process, and regarding the background of your junior, I kindly ask that you keep it confidential, Chao Yin interjected, sensing Director Su's inclination to flatter him. He had never been one to revel in ostentation, understanding the virtue of humility and tact. Arrogance was the province of the weak. True strength rendered such posturing unnecessary. And Chao Yin was indeed such a person. Very well, rest assured, young friend, I shall remain tight-lipped, Director Su declared, patting his chest with a resolute expression. He understood that the disciples of hidden families abhorred trouble. Should the Soul Master community become aware, it could incite a considerable uproar. At that point, it was likely that representatives from various sects would come knocking, and he was no fool. He knew how to navigate such situations. Young friend, I must gather some information from you to facilitate your accommodation. Director Su continued, retrieving a form from the table to document the student's gender and other details. After a brief exchange, he successfully registered Xiao Yan as a student. Since you have come to our nodding academy to pursue your studies, it is truly an honor for the institution. I hope you will not find these modest gifts lacking, Director Su said, presenting Xiao Yan with a white ring and a plump coin pouch, a smile gracing his face. Director, what is this? Gaozan in Guit, momentarily taken aback by the items in Director Su's hands. Nothing of great value, merely a storage ring and some soul coins. Please accept them. Director Su replied with a chuckle, not bothering to elaborate further as he pressed the items into Xiao Yan's hands. After all, given the young man's formidable background, he, as the director, could not afford to treat him with anything less than respect. Your kindness is appreciated, Director Xiao Yan responded, accepting the gifts with a bow, his demeanor exuding grace. As a newcomer, he naturally lacked such rare soul-guiding devices, and having them readily available was fortuitous. Sliding the ring onto his finger, he nodded in satisfaction, a slight smile deepening his sense of gratitude. Individuals like Director Su understood the art of human interaction, and for this, he held a measure of admiration. Seeing that Xiao Yan had accepted the gifts, Director Su breathed a sigh of relief, having previously worried about the possibility of rejection. It was well known that disciples from prominent families were not typically short on wealth. Nevertheless, irrespective of whether the young man wanted the gifts, basic etiquette could not be overlooked. As the director, he was acutely aware of this principle. This is a school uniform prepared for you, provided free of charge by the academy, Director Su stated, producing a brand new set of attire, his expression sincere and devoid of arrogance. In his eyes, Xiao Yan had already established himself as a formidable figure, and thus he saw no impropriety in extending these courtesies. Young friend, Dormitory 1 is the finest accommodation we offer, boasting a beautiful environment that is ideally suited for someone of your caliber, Director Su explained as he handed the uniform to Xiao Yan. Dormitory 2 is a haven for all male students, where one can find all the most attractive female classmates. If you wish to stay there, I could facilitate your entry, interjected a young male teacher, wearing an expression that spoke volumes. Dormitory 3 houses the most lavish quarters for the academy's elite students. I imagine you would have no interest in that, another teacher added with a wry smile, yet still offering the information. With that, they all gazed expectantly at Xiao Yan, awaiting his decision. Upon hearing this, a gleam of determination sparked in Xiao Yan's eyes. Dormitory 2 seems appealing, with its fair maidens to behold, and the prospect of sleeping in close proximity. However, thank you for your kind offers, esteemed teachers, but I believe I shall opt for Dormitory 7, Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head without a hint of hesitation. While Dormitory 2 certainly had its allure, Xiao Yan was not one to be swayed by carnal desires. He would not forsake his principles for the sake of fleeting pleasures. After all, Dormitory 7 housed Xiao Wu. Now that was true beauty. Isn't it delightful to vie for Tang San's wife? Younger friend, may I inquire why you have chosen Dormitory 7? Director Su asked, taken aback by Xiao Yan's selection. They had just made it abundantly clear that any discerning individual would hastily choose Dormitory 2, the only female dormitory in the academy, a veritable paradise coveted by countless students. Yet, Xiao Yan's choice defied all expectations. Dormitory 7 is the least desirable accommodation, with a deplorable environment, and most of its occupants are ne'er-do-wells. I fear it may not suit someone of your stature, the young teacher cautioned. They were reluctant to see such a promising talent relegated to a dormitory of ill repute. Esteemed teachers, I am one who is willing to endure hardships. I believe that only in the most challenging of environments can my passion be ignited and my fighting spirit be elevated, Xiao Yan declared. Bravo! I did not expect such profound wisdom from one so young. Your words have left me humbled, Director Su exclaimed, applauding in admiration. The other two instructors were equally astounded, their opinions of Xiao Yan soaring higher. This young man was destined for greatness. The junior bids farewell first. Esteemed teachers, please attend to your duties. With an impassive expression, Xiao Yan exited the academic affairs office, his demeanor remarkably unremarkable. However, before he could venture too far, he overheard a chorus of admiration emanating from within. This matter must be kept under wraps. It cannot be disclosed to anyone. Such a prodigy must not be allowed to fall into the hands of other academies. Indeed, While this youth is still young, he displays neither arrogance nor impatience, suggesting that Nodding Academy may soon boast a true dragon among men. Director Su, this is all your merit. Without your guidance, we would never have encountered such an extraordinary talent. Heh, you flatter me. This is the result of our collective efforts. Once the principal returns, we shall all share in the credit, Director Su remarked with a smile, stroking his beard. This boy possesses an innate soul power that is typically found only in legends. It seems imperative that we assist him in acquiring a soul ring. Not at all. Not at all. The secluded families are inherently enigmatic, and the acquisition of a soul ring is a significant endeavor that should not be taken lightly. Perhaps we ought not to involve ourselves in this matter. You make a valid point. We must remain particularly vigilant regarding this lad. I fear that, true to his nature, the master may still attempt to impose himself on the boy, forcibly taking him as a disciple, Director Su said, a hint of concern in his voice. If he dares, I shall be the first to put an end to it. Indeed, with his ludicrous theories, what could he possibly teach anyone? Quite right. Individuals like the master are akin to that blue silver-grass soul master I encountered at the entrance, merely useless for their entire lives. Director, who might that person be? Merely a charlatan. In this day and age, one can fabricate certificates from the Spear Hall. We must remain vigilant in the future. Hearing the conversation within, Chao Yan's footsteps momentarily paused before he continued on his way. It is unlikely that Tang San will seek him out for trouble anytime soon, thus alleviating some of Chao Yan's concerns. Presently, Tang San is still nursing his wounds, and it is improbable that he will reach the dormitory before Chao Yan. Consequently, Chao Yan feels no pressure regarding his pursuit of Xiao Wu. Tang San, I shall assist you in your conquest. Chapter 13, A Lesson for Wang Sheng. Ding. Main quest initiated. Ding. Win Xiao Wu's heart and share bed with her. Quest reward. A copy of a Xintian treasure record and a randomly gifted concealed weapon. Is this not a privilege exclusive to Tang San? Can I also partake in this? Upon hearing the system's voice, Chao Yan's eyes sparkled, and a subtle smile graced his lips. It is well known that in the original narrative, Tang San thrived on the techniques he pilfered from the Tang clan, deftly navigating crises throughout Douluo Continent. To acquire such a treasure would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to him. Chao Yan is an ambitious individual, and having arrived in Douluo Continent, he recognizes that the Spirit Hall will be his foremost adversary. In the original tale, the Spirit Hall harbored covetous intentions toward the continent. Such a formidable foe could not be easily subdued. However, with the support of concealed weapons, he could establish his own sect, and in the future, even when facing the Spirit Hall, he would possess the strength to contend. At that time, should he triumph over the Spirit Hall, true unification of the continent would ensue, and he, Chao Yan, would ascend to become the greatest emperor of all time, forever etched in history and beloved by the people. Contemplating this, Chao Yan felt a surge of fervor within, though such aspirations were still distant. Given his current strength, he is far from achieving such feats, regardless of his soul power. Without a soul ring, even a most ordinary title Doa would prove insurmountable. Nevertheless, he harbors no concerns, for he possesses a system, as long as he completes his tasks. Growth is inevitable. Compared to other transmigrators, his situation is rather favorable. At the very least, in terms of soul power, he has commenced at the pinnacle. For now, he shall proceed to the 7th dormitory and await Xiao Wu's arrival. The dormitory building is singular, making it easy to locate. Despite its singularity, the conditions within vary greatly. Among all the dormitories, the 7th is undoubtedly the least favorable. After all, the academy does not extend the same care to the work-study students as it does to the progeny of nobility. Inequitable treatment exists everywhere, and even in Douluo Continent. The same holds true. The student dormitories total 7, and due to the relatively young age of the Junior Soul Master Academy students, they are consolidated into one large dormitory for better management. Each grade consists of approximately 40 students. The lower 3 floors of the dormitory house the 7 student dormitories, each overseen by a teacher. However, this rule changes in the 7th dormitory. It is the only dormitory that accommodates students of mixed ages, regardless of grade. All work-study students reside here. Additionally, since work-study students are generally perceived as impoverished by the teachers, they often neglect to manage this dormitory. After all, the Academy's sole obligation is to ensure the students graduate successfully. Who would concern themselves with such troublesome matters? Traversing the long corridor, Chao Yan approached the entrance of the 7th dormitory. The dismal conditions of the 7th dormitory were not without reason. Upon arriving at the door, Chao Yan noticed something amiss. The door stood ajar, and as he peered inside, he was taken aback. The room was spacious, containing a total of 15 beds, yet all were filthy, and only 11 of them bore bedding. The children inside were engaging in raucous chatter, with some even lacking clothing. The floor was littered with discarded tissues, and a pungent, familiar odor wafted through the air. Such sights were not foreign to Chao Yan. In his previous life, he had numerous roommates who would secretly practice their skills in the dead of night, a phenomenon he had long since grown accustomed to. It appears that such customs exist in Douluo Continent as well, and evidently, they manifest at an even earlier age. Children at this tender age should not be cultivating such detrimental habits. They will undoubtedly face consequences in the future. Boss, it seems we have a newcomer. A rather unsavory boy remarked. Soon, an older child approached Chao Yan, a look of curiosity on his face. New work-study student? Yes, Chao Yan replied. Kid, I'm Wang Sheng. My martial soul is the Battle Tiger. I'm a 6th grade student, an 11-rank first-ring offensive system soul master. From today onwards, you are my little brother. If you wish to avoid a beating, address me as boss. Wang Sheng declared, looking down at Chao Yan from his elevated position. Of course, you can choose to challenge me. If you defeat me, you may become the boss here as well. What is your name, and what is your martial soul? I am Chao Yan. My martial soul is the guardian spirit. Would you like to see it? Chao Yan replied nonchalantly, suppressing a chuckle. It seems that a confrontation is unavoidable with such a character. A light reprimand would suffice. Of course, he would not inflict any real harm. With his current soul power, as long as he does not face a title Douluo level expert, he can generally overpower his opponent through sheer force. Title Douluo level experts possess not only 9 soul rings, but also command 9 distinct soul skills. Such battles cannot be judged solely by comparison of soul power. However, he is not yet in a position to contend with such formidable beings, so there is no need for concern. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? As the boss, it seems I must impart a lesson to you. Given your age, you likely have yet to grasp the power of martial souls, right? Don't worry. I won't injure you. At that moment, Wang Sheng sprang into action. Martial soul, possess. With a low growl, a faint yellow halo enveloped Wang Sheng's form, causing his claws to swell to twice their size, appearing remarkably sharp. Beneath him, a white aura gradually ascended, signifying the presence of a decade-old soul ring. At this moment, Wang Sheng had undergone a profound transformation, both in demeanor and physique, rendering him almost unrecognizable. This was the effect of the martial soul manifestation. It was evident that he had begun to exhibit some characteristics of the battle tiger. Should he eventually ascend to the soul sage level, such enhancements would become even more pronounced. Boss is formidable. Bring this kid down, exclaimed several sycophants, taken aback by Wang Sheng's display of his martial soul. What about your martial soul? Have you not unleashed it? Wang Sheng inquired of Chao Yan, whose body remained unchanged. I believe it's unnecessary for me to manifest it. Feel free to make your move, Chao Yan replied with a nonchalant smile, offering no further elaboration. Ah, young one, it seems you are completely oblivious to the power of martial souls. If that is the case, you shall have to learn the hard way. With that, Wang Sheng extended his claws and assumed a forward-leaning stance, his toes exerting a slight force as he shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. First soul skill, Tiger Claw Blade. Wang Sheng's initial soul ring derived from a 30-year-old black-striped tiger, endowing him with basic assault capabilities. Though not particularly potent, he deemed it sufficient to defeat the newcomer before him. With fingers slightly outstretched, Chao Yan met Wang Sheng's claws with his middle finger, standing his ground without flinching. How can it be so hard? Wang Sheng's expression shifted, a hint of panic creeping into his demeanor as he felt his body freeze, utterly devoid of strength. He was well aware of how sharp his tiger claws were, especially when employing his first soul skill. Yet this individual before him had effortlessly blocked it with a mere finger. How is that possible? Rather than astonishment, it was sheer terror that gripped him. With his 11th level soul power, coupled with his first soul skill, he was nearly unmatched within the entirety of Nodding Academy, save for Xiao Qinyu. Yet now, this newcomer had effortlessly withstood his assault, and without even utilizing a martial soul. This indicated that the individual before him was perhaps even more formidable than Xiao Qinyu. Is it over? My turn now, Chao Yan smiled, applying a slight force with his finger, sending Wang Sheng's body sprawling. Upon witnessing this, several children hastily threw themselves to the ground, catching Wang Sheng and preventing injury. Boss, how can you be so strong? Wang Sheng asked incredulously, immediately conceding his title. Having been bested by Chao Yan, he knew he must relinquish the title of boss or risk embarrassment. This might be considered a form of strength. You may regard me as possessing innate divine power, Chao Yan remarked, disinclined to elaborate further. Some matters simply defied clear explanation, especially for these children, for whom the 99th level was an unattainable pinnacle, and even if explained, they would struggle to comprehend. Innate divine power? Boss, you can't possibly possess full innate soul power, can you? Wang Sheng gasped. While innate divine power was undeniably formidable, it could not easily defeat him. In essence, divine power merely denoted remarkable strength. Relying solely on that to triumph over the might of martial souls was implausible. Thus, only one conclusion remained: the existence of full innate soul power. Well, sort of. Little Shengzi, I find you quite clever. Qiao Yin chuckled, bemused that these children, with their average talents, could arrive at such an understanding. Upon Qiao Yan's acknowledgement, their eyes widened with newfound reverence. To them, full innate soul power symbolized not only strength and glory, but also an insurmountable existence. Among them, the highest innate soul power was merely level 6, a title held by Wang Sheng, who was now in 6th grade and soon to graduate. Consequently, their feelings were not only of astonishment, but also of envy. From now on, we will all be your little brothers, boss. I, little Shengzi, will stick with you, boss. Wang Sheng was the first to step forward, a look of deference on his face. He recognized that individuals like Qiao Yin represented true power. With such a leader in the 7th dormitory, he no longer felt any fear of Xiao Qinyu. Instead, he felt a sense of anticipation, believing that under Qiao Yan's leadership, the 7th dormitory would ascend to new heights. Chapter 14. All set, ready to trap the rabbit. Ah, not bad. Little Shengzi, I see you have a way with words. You're quite to my taste. Qiao Yin remarked casually while lounging on a bed, smiling. Boss, you flatter me. Your strength is so great that it is our fortune to serve you, Wang Sheng replied. Turning to the other students. You lot, hurry and greet the new boss. From now on, the leader of the 7th dormitory will be Boss Qiao. Understood? Greetings, Boss Qiao. The other students in the dormitory quickly responded, gathering around Qiao Yin in unison. Boss, thank you for showing mercy earlier. I can tell you didn't use your full strength, right? Wang Sheng inquired, his voice tinged with gratitude. Wang Sheng's observation was astute. Throughout their brief skirmish, Qiao Yin had not even tapped into the power of his martial soul. If he were incapable of recognizing this, his years of training would have been in vain. It was evident that if Qiao Yin had genuinely wished to teach him a lesson, he could have employed his martial soul to ensure a far graver outcome. Yet, he had refrained from doing so. This alone made Wang Sheng wholeheartedly accept the title of boss. You're quite perceptive, little Shengzi. I find myself appreciating you, Qiao Yin said, patting Wang Sheng on the shoulder, akin to discovering a rare treasure, his excitement palpable. Initially, Qiao Yin had presumed Wang Sheng would be as foolish as he was in the original narrative, but it seemed he had underestimated him. Wang Sheng was, in fact, somewhat astute. However, this was for the best. Having a sensible little brother would make things considerably easier for him. Boss, the previous incident wasn't meant to challenge you. Every work-study student here must confront such trials. Therefore, we must unite to avoid being bullied, Wang Sheng explained, a complex glimmer in his eyes as he addressed Xiaoming. In his heart, he already believed Boss Qiao's strength to be formidable, although he didn't fully grasp it. He could surmise that he was at least superior to Xiao Qinyu. After all, he had never experienced such overwhelming power during his clashes with Xiao Qinyu. Having come to this realization, Wang Sheng was determined to stand alongside Qiao Yan. Rest assured, with me in the 7th dormitory, no one will dare bully you. As your boss, I will take good care of you, Qiao Yan proclaimed, a surge of responsibility swelling within him as he regarded his new little brothers. Truth be told, dealing with a bunch of children was far preferable to mingling with someone as cunning as Tang San. However, at this moment, he had more pressing matters at hand. Little Shengzi, I have a daunting task to assign to you. Qiao Yan beckoned Wang Sheng closer, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Boss, what is it? Wang Sheng chuckled, anticipation evident on his face. To serve the boss was, in essence, an honor. During his time as a leader, he had frequently commanded his subordinates. And to him, it was merely a matter of course. Moreover, the fact that Boss Qiao entrusted him with a task indicated a level of trust. Having finally been granted an opportunity to prove himself, he was determined not to let it slip by. Please procure some brand new bedding for me, ensuring it is of the pink variety to exude a touch of femininity. Additionally, I require a large basket of carrots and some pink curtains, ideally infused with the fragrance of lilies. Can you manage that? After issuing these requests, Qiao Yan gently patted Wang Sheng on the shoulder. As a newcomer, he was eager to assess the capabilities of his subordinate. According to the unfolding narrative, Xiao was expected to report to the academy this afternoon. To win her affection, these preparations were undoubtedly essential. It is well known that girls place great importance on first impressions, and he certainly did not wish for Xiao Wu to arrive at the dormitory only to be greeted by a disheveled environment. Such a sight would undoubtedly tarnish his image in her eyes, an outcome he sought to avoid. Young Sheng, why are you still standing there? Noticing Wang Sheng's dazed expression, Chao Yin furrowed his brow. Boss, I don't have any money. We are all work-study students here and can hardly afford such luxuries. Wang Sheng replied with an awkward smile, clearly embarrassed. He had only recently broken through to become a soul master and had yet to register at the Spirit Hall, leaving him with only a few copper soul coins in his pocket. Essentially, he was left with nothing but air. Upon hearing this, Chao Yin recalled the storage ring that Director Su had given him, and he promptly opened it. To his astonishment, the contents were plentiful. In addition to a pouch containing 100 gold soul coins, the ring held nearly 300 more. Together, that amounted to 400 gold soul coins. Not an extravagant sum, but more than sufficient for Chao Yin to indulge himself. With the financial matter resolved, Chao Yin felt a surge of joy and handed 10 gold soul coins to Wang Sheng, cheerfully instructing, "Here, take this money and procure everything I need. Don't let her boss down." "Boss, honestly, I only need 1 gold soul coin," Wang Sheng replied, not wishing to conceal the truth. He could tell that Chao Yin was likely a disciple from a prominent family, which explained his lavish spending. However, there was something distinctly different about Chao Yin compared to other disciples he had known. He displayed a remarkable ease in their interactions, devoid of any sense of hierarchy. 10 gold soul coins was no trivial amount. It could sustain them work-study students for an entire year without worry. Clearly, Boss Chao had little understanding of the value of money. Having accepted Wang Sheng's role as his superior, he felt compelled to speak candidly about these matters. Consider it a welcome gift from your boss. Treat everyone to a nice lunch. There's no need to be so formal, Chao Yin said, smiling at Wang Sheng's earnest demeanor. Rest assured, young Sheng will complete the task. Wang Sheng replied, his voice imbued with determination and seriousness. Witnessing this exchange, the other students felt a wave of emotion. Boss Chao did not look down upon them and regarded them as his own, actions that undoubtedly warmed their hearts. There is no need for thanks. You all have plenty of tasks ahead of you, Chao Yin said, shaking his head with a wry smile as he observed the group of students surrounding him, all gazing at him with admiration. At present, the preparations to woo Xiao Wu were complete, but the dormitory's cleanliness required immediate attention. From now on, you are not allowed to roam the dormitory in your underwear. Maintain your image, understood? Also, pick up all the tissues from the floor. You are still young and must take care of your health, avoiding any pitfalls. The windowsills must be dust-free, and dispose of any dirty clothes and smelly socks. We cannot allow the dormitory to become foul. Otherwise, if a beautiful girl happens to visit one day, you will find yourselves as a pack of lonely dogs. Do you understand? After laying down these rules, Chao Yin established several regulations for the dormitory, including prohibitions against snoring, public urination, and crafting. As the leader, he was naturally concerned about the health of his subordinates. However, he had no worries about sleeping with Xiao Wu. That was a certainty he held. Yes, boss. The students of Dormitory 7 responded in unison, quickly springing into action. Before long, the dormitory was spotless. Observing the diligent members of Dormitory 7, Chao Yin smiled with satisfaction, casting them an appreciative glance. It must be said that the students' practical skills were impressive. Had it been him, he might not have achieved such results. With that, he could now await Xiao Wu's arrival with peace of mind. The future promised to be even more delightful. Chapter 15. My name is Xiao Wu. The Dance of Life at Nodding Academy. Within Dormitory 7, Chao Yin lay languidly upon his bed, eyes half closed, daydreaming about the splendid life that awaited him after encountering Xiao Wu. He had made ample preparations for her arrival, delicate pink bedding, clean and elegant pink curtains, and a sizable basket brimming with carrots, all suffused with a distinctly girlish charm that few could resist. Even Wang Sheng and his group of subordinates were left speechless upon witnessing Chao Yin's efforts. They found it hard to comprehend. Was their new leader really inclined towards such peculiar tastes? However, they dared not voice their thoughts. As subordinates, it was imperative to show utmost respect towards their leader. Meanwhile, Chao Yin wore an expression of eager anticipation. As a transmigrator, he was acutely aware of the unfolding narrative. This was his advantage. He firmly believed that with these preparations, Xiao would surely share a bed with him. Alas, the life of a transmigrator is often fraught with monotony. Presently, Chao Yin was not in a rush to enhance his strength. Given his current level, he was unlikely to encounter significant trouble in such a small place as Nodding Academy. As for Tang Hao, he was merely a potential threat, although he was not yet a match for him, with the system at his disposal. There was no need for excessive fear. Thus, he could take the opportunity to cultivate his relationship with Xiao Wu. Once he had developed a rapport with her, the tragic fate of Tang San would soon commence. At that point, he could proudly flaunt Xiao Wu before Tang San and engage in some rather audacious antics, confident that Xiao Wu would not mind. After all, as the circumstances stood, he was the one who had forged an early connection with her. With Xiao Wu by his side, he would have everything he desired. Yet, a flicker of curiosity nagged at Xiao Yin. What would Xiao Wu truly look like? As he pondered this, memories of the Douluo Continent series from his previous life surfaced, sending a chill down his spine. It was disheartening to think that such a lovely and charming girl in the original story had been portrayed as a foolishly sweet character. Boss, trouble's brewing. There's a commotion at the entrance of Dormitory 7. Just as Xiao Yin was lost in his reverie about Xiao Wu's appearance, a petite student rushed in, visibly flustered. His face bore a shade of distress, suggesting he had just been in a scuffle. What happened? Did that scoundrel Xiao Chen come here to stir up trouble? Does he think our Dormitory 7 is easy prey? Wang Sheng's expression darkened upon learning that one of their own had been harmed, his voice laden with anger. Yet, he refrained from acting rashly. After all, the leader of Dormitory 7 was now Xiao Yin, and he dared not overstep his bounds. It wasn't Xiao Chenyu. It was a young girl who attacked me. She's already reached the level of Soul Master and is quite formidable, the small boy replied, shaking his head in distress. Are you certain it was a young girl who did this to you? Xiao Yin asked, patting his subordinate's shoulder, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Yes, boss. That girl was really arrogant. You must avenge me, the boy implored. Fear not. I am the boss now. I will not stand idly by while you are unjustly harmed. Pray tell, where is that little girl now? I shall go meet her and help you settle this grievance, the leader declared. Just then, a melodious voice resonated from outside the dormitory. No need to search further. I have arrived. Upon hearing this, everyone, save for the boy who had just been beaten, turned their gaze toward the doorway, their eyes widening in astonishment. A charming young girl stood at the entrance, her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Despite her simple attire, she appeared remarkably tidy. Her long black hair was styled into a plait that cascaded down her back, and her large, sparkling eyes glimmered with curiosity. In her hands, she cradled a pristine set of school uniform. Could this be Xiao Wu? How stunning! Upon recognizing the girl's attire, Xiao Yin immediately identified her. Among the girls who could appear at this hour, none could rival her beauty except for Xiao Wu. Boss, it's her who hit me. She must not be spared. The petite boy urged from behind Xiao Yin, though he hesitated to step forward, appearing visibly apprehensive. I already stated that I am a member of Dormitory 7. Who told you to obstruct me? You brought this upon yourself. Xiao Wu teased, sticking out her tongue and making a playful face, radiating an adorable charm. You, don't get ahead of yourself. I'm not afraid of you now, for I have the boss on my side. Boss, please avenge me. The small boy gazed at Xiao Yin with a look of admiration, convinced that the boss would undoubtedly side with him. Ahem, my dear little brother, therein lies your folly. How could you lay a hand on such a lovely girl? I have taught you not to bully the weak, yet you refuse to heed my words. Xiao Yin stated with a serious expression, knowing full well that he must stand by his future wife in this moment. It was not worth offending her for the sake of a subordinate. Indeed, the boss is right. How could you strike such a charming girl? We, Dormitory 7, are known for our peaceful disposition, Wang Sheng chimed in, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. But boss, she hit me. The small boy protested, still feeling aggrieved. Just as he was about to voice more, he caught Wang Sheng's glare and promptly fell silent. Ahem, this is all my fault. I failed to discipline my little brother properly. I apologize to you and hope you will not hold it against him. If you please. Xiao Yin approached Xiao Wu with a polite smile, exuding warmth and charm. Very well then, I forgive you. May I stay here? I'm also part of Dormitory 7. Xiao Wu replied, her spirits lifted by the apology. Of course. My name is Xiao Yin, the leader of Dormitory 7 and also the dormitory head. It is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your company, Xiao Yin said cheerfully, extending his hand. Seeing this, Xiao Wu also reached out her fair hand, grasping his with a sweet smile. Hello, I am Xiao Wu, as in a dance. Is that so? Your name is Xiao Wu, a lovely name indeed. Rest assured, I will take good care of you here in Dormitory 7, Xiao Yin assured her, retracting his hand after their introduction, mindful of making a good first impression. Thank you so much, Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully, nodding repeatedly, her instincts telling her that Xiao Yin was a kind-hearted individual. By the way, what is your martial spirit? Gaozan in Guit, Fighting in Gaozan. Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes and smiled. My martial spirit is a rabbit, a very adorable little white rabbit. What about you? When she smiled, two charming dimples appeared on her cheeks, rendering her utterly captivating. My martial spirit is a guardian spirit. Though I seldom use it as it possesses great power, Zhao Yin replied honestly, knowing that even with Xiao Wu's 10,000 years spirit beast prowess, she would not be a match for him. If he were to unleash his guardian spirit, it would be an entirely different matter, as he could manipulate its soul power at will. However, he currently lacked a soul ring, preventing him from unleashing its full potential. Nonetheless, even in this state, Xiao Wu would not stand a chance. Enough of that talk. While you are in Dormitory 7, you must heed my words, understand? I'm the boss here, Xiao Yin said with a smile, gently ruffling Xiao Wu's hair, careful not to hurt her. However, I have no bedding, and it will be very cold sleeping alone at night. Boss, could you assist me? Xiao Wu gazed up at Xiao Yin with pleading eyes. Moreover, beside Xiao Yin lay a large basket filled with carrots that appeared quite delectable. Yet before he could respond, several students quickly reacted. The work-study students, often from humble backgrounds, were typically more sensible than their noble counterparts. A few clever students promptly offered, Sister Xiao Wu, you can use my bedding. I can manage with half a quilt. Another chimed in, Sister Xiao Wu, take my quilt. I can make do with the bedding. Damn, these little subordinates dare to compete for food with the boss. What affront. Xiao Yin silently mused, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. He understood that given Xiao Wu's nature, she would likely disdain such bedding. As expected, Xiao Wu waved her hand, rejecting their offers outright. Though the work-study students' bedding was not excessively dirty, it appeared quite tattered. Many of the bedboards even had large, dark holes, and sleeping on such a bed would surely be unhealthy. In contrast, Xiao Yan's bedding looked far more appealing, being brand new and undoubtedly comfortable to rest upon. Hey, boss, you promised to take care of me. You can't just abandon me. Xiao Wu pouted, her lips forming a delicate pout. I only have one bedding as well. I cannot assist you. Xiao Yin feigned seriousness, knowing he had to remain composed and not reveal his true intentions. What's so difficult about it? Your bedding seems large enough for two people. It shouldn't be a problem. Let us simply push our beds together, and we shall both have enough. Xiao Wu remarked, her ears turning a shade of red. Share a bed? Isn't that inappropriate? Men and women shouldn't be too familiar. Xiao Yin quickly shook his head, adamantly refusing. Xiao Wu huffed. What is wrong with that? I'm just a little girl. Why should you worry? Are you afraid I might do something to you? Well, if it must be, I suppose I'll have to endure some discomfort, Xiao Yin acquiesced. Well, what do you mean well? Hurry up and bring the bed over. Do you expect me, a girl, to do such heavy lifting? Xiao Wu urged impatiently. All right, I'm coming, Xiao Yin replied, understanding her request and swiftly taking action. Why are you dragging your feet? Are you weak? You look pale. Is your health not well? Xiao Wu placed her hands on her hips, her dissatisfaction evident. Indeed, I have been frail since childhood, better suited to a life of leisure, Xiao Yin admitted with a smirk. Finally, they managed to push the beds together. By the way, why is your bedding so large? Xiao Wu exclaimed, exhaling in relief as she plopped down onto the bed without a hint of decorum. The bedding, purchased with Wang Sheng's assistance, was an adult-sized pink quilt, covering over 70% of the combined beds, ample enough for Xiao Yin to make a point. Ahem, my grandfather said a boy's bedding should be larger. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep his wife, Xiao Yin claimed, although he had no grandfather, but that did not hinder him from spinning a tale. Don't speak nonsense. Do you see this? This is the boundary. If you dare to cross it, don't blame me for breaking your legs, understood? Xiao Wu declared. Her cheeks flushed as she placed her bag between the two beds to delineate a boundary, her tone serious. That's not acceptable, Xiao Yin asserted earnestly. His gaze as clear as a pristine spring, exuding the demeanor of a gentleman. You mentioned that sleeping alone would leave you cold. We could huddle together for warmth. What do you think? You, how can you say that? I'm a girl, Xiao Wu stammered, her cheeks flushing crimson, a sudden rush of anxiety coursing through her. She merely wished to snuggle under the covers and perhaps nibble on a few carrots, yet somehow she felt ensnared in a trap. However, it didn't take long for her to realize that Xiao Yin was simply concerned for her. After all, they were still quite young. I couldn't care less. What is there to fear? Are you worried I might take advantage of you? Xiao Yin retorted, finding himself amused by Xiao Wu's expression. The bed was already assembled, making any change of heart on her part impossible, and he secretly chuckled to himself. Only if you agree to one request will I comply, Xiao Wu declared. Her face adorably flushed, though a hint of defiance lingered in her tone. What request? Xiao Yin asked leisurely, knowing he wouldn't be at a disadvantage regardless. Gaozan, could you share a carrot with me? I notice you have quite a few on your bed, Xiao Wu whispered, her lovely eyes glancing at the small basket filled with carrots, her mouth watering uncontrollably. Carrots had always been her favorite delicacy, and it had been ages since she last enjoyed one. The sweet, tender, and juicy carrots were an irresistible temptation for any rabbit, and she was no exception. All right, but you may have only one. Don't let it linger in your thoughts, understood? Xiao Yan nodded and swiftly grasped a carrot, popping it into Xiao Wu's mouth with practiced ease. Xiao Yan, do you also enjoy carrots? Why do you have so many on your bed? Xiao Wu inquired, gently licking the carrot in her mouth, feeling a sense of satisfaction, yet curious. Ah, indeed. Carrots are crisp and sweet, quite delectable. Moreover, I not only enjoy carrots, but also relish pink grapes. My grandfather taught me that a good child should not be picky with food, Xiao Yin replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at Xiao Wu. I like them too. Xiao Wu interjected with a light huff, joyfully savoring the carrot. Her manner of eating, though not elegant, was utterly charming. Witnessing such a scene, the members of the 7th dormitory stared in wide-eyed amazement, their youthful faces radiating longing. At that moment, Wang Sheng could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to remind, Sister Xiao Wu, boss, it's time for lunch. Upon hearing the word lunch, Xiao Wu instantly sprang to her feet, excitement bubbling forth. What delicious food are we having? As she spoke, she continued to lick the carrot remnants off her small hands, reluctant to discard it. Wang Sheng exchanged glances with the other work-study students, then smiled wryly. We work-study students come from humble backgrounds. For many of us, the cafeteria meals are merely a distant dream. Typically, it's a blessing to have a full meal. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's previously cheerful expression clouded slightly with bitterness, her brows furrowing. Is eating really something that requires money? Is it that soul coin you mentioned, right? If not for her striking beauty, Wang Sheng might have scolded her. Of course, who would provide a free lunch? However, he could see she was perhaps financially constrained. You've arrived at the perfect time. Boss has offered to treat everyone today, so there's no need to worry about money, Wang Sheng replied with a cheerful smile, having enough leftover funds from Xiao Yin to enjoy a good meal. Rest assured, as your leader, I shall not let you go hungry. Feel free to express your cravings. If the funds fall short, let it fall upon me, Xiao Yin declared generously, nodding at Xiao Wu, his gaze softening. To capture the interest of a rabbit, one must proceed step by step. This was merely the beginning. Boss is magnificent. The students cheered in unison. For them, such a simple gesture as a good meal could be a significant means of fostering camaraderie. If they had previously admired Xiao Yan's strength, they now wholeheartedly accepted him as their new leader. Xiao Wu, in particular, beamed with joy, her heart soaring, bouncing alongside Xiao Yin as if she were affixed to him. After leaving the 7th dormitory, Wang Sheng led the group toward the cafeteria, appearing quite familiar with the route, as they needed to pass through the playground first. The playground was already bustling with activity, many youthful boys and girls congregating together, their faces alight with smiles. The loose-fitting school uniforms worn by these vibrant young girls exuded a subtle allure, and at this age, many had begun to develop into their figures, creating a picturesque scene as they strolled across the playground. The cafeteria at Notting Academy was expansive, divided into 2 levels. The upper level was reserved solely for teachers responsible for vocational education, where meals were rather pricey. However, today, Wang Sheng intended to ascend to the 2nd floor for the first time, having acquired a new leader. Isn't that the group of poor students? A voice, laced with mockery, rang out as they entered the cafeteria, emanating from the 2nd floor. There stood a handsome student, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years old, his words dripping with derision, his disdainful gaze utterly unmasked. Surrounding him were several other students from higher grades, impeccably dressed and possessing striking looks, clearly a clique. Well, Wang Sheng, how did you end up as someone else's lapdog? This isn't like you, the leader of the group taunted. Wang Sheng, this brat deserves a beating. Should we break his legs so he learns a lesson about our leader's might? Exactly. A poor wretch will forever remain a poor wretch. He'll never be able to eat on the 2nd floor. Another chimed in. What are you? What is so great about the 2nd floor? Xiao Wu retorted, pointing an accusing finger at the boy, her temper flaring. Having heard Wang Sheng's earlier comments about their humble circumstances, it was evident that they were indeed treated poorly. What a beautiful little girl. Too bad she's a work-study student. Otherwise, I could have had some fun with her. What a disappointment, the boy scoffed, preparing to walk away. Wang Sheng, I'm off to lunch this time, so consider yourself lucky. Xiaoda, I advise you to mind your words. The 7th dormitory now has a new leader. Watch your tongue lest trouble befalls you, Wang Sheng declared defiantly, standing tall. Previously, he might have felt compelled to appease Xiao due to his lack of strength. But now, with Xiao Yan by his side, he felt emboldened. Is that Xiaoda? Aren't you all soul masters? How can you not defeat him? Chao Yan gently patted Wang Sheng's shoulder, inquiring with concern. Boss, his martial spirit is a wolf, while mine is a tiger. The wolf is the king of beasts. My martial spirit cannot compete, which is why I've been continuously suppressed, Wang Sheng admitted with an innocent expression. The quality of a martial spirit is intrinsically linked to a soul master's combat abilities, and among beast martial spirits, wolves are invariably a natural predator to tigers. Thus Wang Sheng's defeat was unsurprising. Wang Sheng, this person is so insufferable. It seems you've been bullied quite a bit. Do you dare to join me in teaching him a lesson? Xiao Wu exclaimed, shaking her tiny fists in a fierce manner. Despite being merely 6 years old, Xiao Wu was the reincarnation of a 100,000-year soul beast, possessing innate full soul power. In combat, Xiao would surely stand no chance against her. But Sister Xiao Wu, I cannot defeat him. His martial spirit counters mine perfectly. Wang Sheng, feeling a sense of inadequacy, lamented, recalling the dismal state in which he had once been thoroughly defeated by his opponent. Very well, I shall go myself. Xiao Qinyu, do you dare to engage in a duel with me? Xiao Wu declared with fervor, her small hand raised, pointing defiantly in the direction of Xiao Qinyu and his companions. Her face resolute. Upon hearing this, the footsteps of Xiao Qinyu and his entourage faltered, their expressions darkening. You are quite audacious, little girl. Are you not aware that I am the leader of Notting Academy? Xiao Qinyu slowly turned, his gaze icy as it bore down on Xiao Wu, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. Who fears whom? The loser shall be the subordinate, Xiao Wu retorted, her spirit ignited as she prepared to charge forth. Just then, a warm hand grasped her delicate wrist, halting her advance. Chao Yan, why are you holding me back? Let me handle this. After all, you are a girl, and I fear you might get hurt, Chao Yan said with a smile, feeling the residual warmth on Xiao Wu's wrist. All right, fine, Xiao Wu replied, gazing dazedly at Chao Yan's face, her heart fluttering momentarily as her cheeks flushed, and she nodded obediently, falling silent. Chapter 17. The Power of the Guardian Spirit. You must be Xiao Qinyu. I would advise you to retract your earlier words and apologize to Xiao Wu. Otherwise, the matter at hand will not be easily resolved, Chao Yan stated, stepping forward protectively in front of Xiao Wu and the others, his demeanor calm yet firm. Oh, Wang Sheng, is this the new leader you spoke of? TSK, do you truly believe you have the standing to demand an apology from me? Xiao Qinyu scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain, his aura intensifying rather than diminishing. Kid, do not blame me for the consequences. Fists and feet show no mercy. Since you insist on stepping forward to provoke, do not hold me responsible for being ruthless. And you, Wang Sheng, I previously offered you a chance to submit. Yet since you and your group of students are so ungrateful, do not be surprised if my hand proves to be unforgiving, Xiao Qinyu sneered, his cold gaze sweeping over the group before him. Xiao Qinyu, do not overstep your bounds. I assure you, we students are not to be trifled with. One of them warned, is that so? Then I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson today, lest you forget who truly reigns supreme at Notting Academy. At that moment, a sharp sound echoed through the air as a resounding slap marked Xiao Qinyu's face with 5 distinct handprints. The assailant was none other than Chao Yan. Enough chatter. If we are to fight, let us do so. Furthermore, Wang Sheng and the others are now under my protection. Should you seek to bully them, first you must seek my permission, Chao Yan declared nonchalantly. He had not intended to target Xiao Qinyu, but his provocation of Xiao Wu left him no choice. To insult Xiao Wu was to disregard him entirely. Moreover, it would not be long before Xiao Wu would become his girlfriend. How dare a mere background character act so arrogantly before him? You dare strike me? Xiao Qinyu stammered, finally registering the affront, his hand pressed against his stinging cheek as he felt his dignity trampled. As the leader of Notting Academy, he had never endured such humiliation. Well done. Our leader is magnificent. Wang Sheng and the others cheered, reveling in Xiao Qinyu's misfortune. As if expelling the frustrations that had long been pent up, they had endured plenty of bullying in the past, and witnessing Xiao Qinyu in such a state brought them immense satisfaction. Kid, you will come to regret your actions today. My connections are not something you can afford to offend. Xiao Qinyu snarled, his expression chillingly dark. His father was the lord of Notting City, and with a mere word, he could ensure that Chao Yan would find it impossible to remain at Notting Academy, were it not for such a formidable background. Xiao Qinyu would never dare to act recklessly within the academy. Evidently, Chao Yan's actions had thoroughly enraged him. Xiao Qinyu, a 60th-year student, possessed the martial spirit of a wolf and was an 11th level first-ring battle spirit master. As he spoke, a layer of azure light emanated from his body, his muscles bulging as his eyes transformed into a pale green hue. He raised his arms slowly, claws extending forward as his nails sharpened. A circle of white spirit rings emerged from beneath him, signifying the manifestation of his martial spirit. Similar to Wang Sheng, Xiao Qinyu's spirit rings were also white. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern subtle differences. The hue of Xiao Qinyu's spirit rings was noticeably deeper than Wang Sheng's. There was a reason he had consistently maintained dominance over Wang Sheng. His spirit rings were derived from a level 90 Phantom Wolf Spirit Master. Had it been otherwise, Wang Sheng would not have been so thoroughly defeated time and again. The outcome of battles between spirit masters hinges on two factors: the quality of the martial spirit and the quality of the spirit rings. Xiao Qinyu surpassed his peers in both respects, which explained his enduring supremacy within the academy. Chao Yan, a first-year student, possessed the guardian spirit as his martial spirit and was at level 10. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "The immediate priority is to cultivate a bond with Xiao Wu. As for my strength, it is best not to reveal it too soon. However, one day, I will clarify everything to her. By that time, her heart will likely already belong to me." Level 10 spirit power? You are a spirit master? Are you perhaps a naturally full spirit power? Xiao Qinyu asked incredulously, his heart racing at the thought of Chao Yan's martial spirit and level. "What else? Did you not wish to teach me a lesson?" "Come forth then," Chao Yan said, raising an eyebrow and gesturing invitingly. Having reached this point, Chao Yan no longer intended to hold back. He would at least administer a lesson to his opponent, even if Xiao Qinyu wished to concede. It was already too late. "Come forth, Wenze, and join the fray." With a casual wave of his hand, Chao Yan summoned Eugene. As Eugene's imposing figure appeared behind him, an invisible pressure enveloped everyone present, the very air seeming to thicken, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. Following Chao Yan's direction, Eugene had only inherited level 10 spirit power, with the majority of his spirit power expertly concealed by Chao Yan. Thus, to an observer, Chao Yan appeared no different from an ordinary spirit master. Who could have imagined that this seemingly unremarkable youth was in fact a peerless master with spirit power of 99? Regrettably, none present could discern this truth. "Is this your martial spirit?" Xiao Qinyu uttered, his voice trembling, an unmistakable hint of fear glimmering in his ebony eyes. He could not fathom why he felt such trepidation. His own martial spirit was among the finest of beast spirits, the wolf. Yet at this moment, he could not shake the sensation that he was not confronting a mere individual, but rather a demon. Such a martial spirit had utterly shattered his perceptions. Chao Yan merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. "Is this truly the martial spirit of the leader? How remarkable!" Wang Sheng exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. This martial spirit was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. Yet he could sense that Chao Yan's martial spirit was extraordinary. For at the moment Chao Yan unleashed his martial spirit, Wang Sheng felt an overwhelming pressure wash over him, leaving him feeling as insignificant as an ant. The expressions of those who had once stood by Xiao Qinyu's side gradually froze, regarding Chao Yan as one might regard a monster. However, what astonished Xiao Qinyu the most was not merely the martial spirit, but rather Chao Yan's age. In the first grade, representing the tender age of merely 6 to 7 years, the cultivation to the Soul Master realm is unprecedented in the annals of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Moreover, the peculiar nature of his martial spirit is exceedingly enigmatic. At this moment, a flicker of regret began to stir within Xiao Qinyu's heart. Chapter 18, Eugene Strikes. One move to subdue the enemy. "Boss, incapacitate him. Yes, just a weirdo with an odd martial spirit. Besides, this kid doesn't he even possess a single soul ring. How could he possibly be a match for you?" urged a rather unremarkable, diminutive boy beside Xiao Qinyu. Indeed, although there was no soul ring manifesting from Chao Yan, certain aspects cannot be judged merely by the naked eye. The reason Chao Yan only provided Eugene with 10th level soul power, thereby concealing his own aura, was not merely an attempt at modesty. His intention was to ascertain the extent of Eugene's capabilities at the 10th level soul power. What he currently lacked was not a soul ring, but rather practical combat experience. The martial spirit remains the most formidable weapon in a soul master's arsenal. It is essential to understand that in the clashes between soul masters, soul power merely serves as the foundational confrontation, should one find themselves at a disadvantage in this regard. The pivotal factor determining the outcome of the battle lies in the adept application of one's martial spirit and the effective utilization of soul rings. After all, a higher level of soul power does not guarantee superiority. "Fool, be silent," Xiao Qinyu bellowed, interrupting his subordinate's words. The notion of a peculiar martial spirit was far from simple in his mind. He could not help but glance up at Eugene, a chill creeping into his heart. Eugene's stature towered over him by several folds, and at that moment, he stood impassively behind Xiao Yan, resembling a knight dutifully guarding his charge. Such a martial spirit was unlike anything Xiao Qinyu had ever witnessed. Could it be that this young man had some formidable power backing him? Xiao Qinyu's speculation was not without merit. He could at least ascertain that this martial spirit was certainly not something an ordinary person could possess. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. In Nodding City, Xiao Qinyu himself was supported by significant power. He was the son of a city lord. Were it not for such a background, he would never dare to act so brazenly within the academy. His father had once cautioned him to never be deceived by the surface appearance of matters in this world. Some individuals may seem ordinary, yet true strength often resides in those who remain humble. Contemplating this, Xiao Qinyu began to speculate about Xiao Yan's origins. Was this fellow truly just a work-study student? His father had mentioned that various factions existed in the world, and should one offend them, a mere command could summon countless powerful beings to their aid. Moreover, offending certain sects could yield consequences beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Are you truly a work-study student? His palm trembled slightly, as Xiao Qinyu could not resist asking, "Did I ever claim to be a work-study student? And do you think my attire resembles that of one?" Xiao Yan chuckled, gesturing to his own clothing. He merely wished to prevent Wang Sheng and his companions from being bullied. Throughout it all, he had never asserted that he was also a work-study student. The blame lay solely with Xiao Qinyu's misjudgment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinyu's body involuntarily shuddered as he realized the flaw in his assumption. How could someone so well-dressed possibly be a mere work-study student? Enough of your prattling. If you wish to fight, then let us do so. However, rest assured, regardless of the outcome, this matter shall be set aside, and I shall not pursue it further, Xiao Yan stated coolly, directing his gaze at Xiao Qinyu. To him, this confrontation was unavoidable. After all, the Nodding Academy was a place where strength prevailed. Winning this battle would establish undeniable authority and serve as a warning to others. Further, Xiao Yan could not remain at the Nodding Academy indefinitely, since Wang Sheng and his group had acknowledged him as their leader. He naturally felt compelled to protect them from harm. Defeating Xiao Qinyu could eliminate many potential threats. At the very least, moving forward, Xiao Qinyu would hesitate to bully work-study students as he had in the past. Very well, Xiao Qinyu nodded. At this juncture, he had no reason to retreat. However, considering the possibility of a substantial background on the opponent's part, he felt a heightened sense of caution. Under no circumstances could he afford to injure this individual. The future achievements of a first-grade soul master are immeasurable. Such a person, even if merely an ordinary individual, would garner the Academy's attention. Moreover, Xiao Yan might possess some noteworthy connections. Should harm befall him under Xiao Qinyu's watch, the repercussions would be insurmountable, even for the son of a city lord. Do not hold back, otherwise you shall only bring misfortune upon yourself, Xiao Yan remarked, observing Xiao Qinyu's serious demeanor. Even with Eugene wielding only his 10th level soul power, the force he could unleash was far beyond what a character like Xiao Qinyu could withstand. First soul skill, White Wolf Blade. With a low growl, a faint white light enveloped Xiao Qinyu's form. As his soul ring emerged, his claws doubled in size, sharp tips imbued with a piercing energy, seemingly capable of rending anything asunder. After unleashing his first soul skill, Xiao Qinyu lunged toward Xiao Yan with remarkable speed. Possessing a soul ring elevated his strength beyond that of his peers. As Xiao Qinyu stepped forward, a surge of soul power erupted from his feet, sending ripples of energy swiftly across the ground. This was a direct assault of sheer force, devoid of any finesse. His intent was to clash head-on. After all, the augmentation from his first soul skill was fundamentally rooted in sheer power, aiming for an absolute dominance and strength. This was the greatest advantage of a beast martial spirit wielder. Intriguing, Wenze, Xiao Yan murmured softly. With a thought, the figure behind him stepped directly in front of him. I was a general in life. How could I become a wandering spirit in death? A deep voice resonated, laced with an icy undertone. Xiao Qinyu felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, causing his body to be violently cast aside. When Xiao Qinyu lifted his head once more, a long blade rested against his throat. A mere twitch would spell his demise. I concede, Xiao Qinyu exclaimed in terror, his face a mask of horror. Even his trousers dampened in that moment. Wenze, that's enough. Xiao Yan waved his hand towards Eugene. Since the purpose of the lesson had been achieved, he had no intention of genuinely harming Xiao Qinyu. Yes, young master, Eugene replied, clasping his hands respectfully as he rose. Withdrawing his soul power, Eugene's figure gradually faded. After this, Xiao Yan approached Xiao Qinyu with a gentle smile. You have lost, apologized to Xiao Wu. Xiao Qinyu nodded slowly and walked over Xiao Wu, lowering his head to say, "I'm sorry. I apologize for my earlier words. Wang Sheng, I admit I may have been a bit excessive in the past, and I assure you, I will not bully you any longer." "Very well. Remember what you said today. If you transgress again, I will not spare you," Qiao Yin concluded, lightly patting Xiao Qinyu on the shoulder before leading Xiao Wu upstairs. The members of Wang Sheng's group remained rooted in place, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. Originally, it was presumed that this contest would endure for at least several minutes before a victor could be determined, particularly given that Xiao Qinyu was regarded as the pinnacle of strength within the entire Nodding Academy. It is noteworthy that even if Xiao Qinyu were to face Wang Sheng today, a decisive outcome could not possibly manifest in such a brief span of time. Although Wang Sheng's martial spirit and soul rings could not rival those of Xiao Qinyu, their previous encounters invariably necessitated a protracted struggle before a conclusion could be reached. Yet, in a mere minute, Qiao Yin utterly vanquished Xiao Qinyu, without the aid of soul rings. What does this signify? It indicates that Qiao Yin is even stronger than anticipated. This was the first occasion for Wang Sheng to witness Qiao Yin unleash his martial spirit. Not only was his martial spirit unprecedented in Wang Sheng's experience, but the power Qiao Yin exhibited today fundamentally reshaped Wang Sheng's worldview. If Wang Sheng had previously held admiration for Qiao Yin at this moment, the latter had ascended to a level of reverence and even worship in Wang Sheng's heart. Wow, the boss is truly remarkable. Such strength is utterly terrifying. Wang Sheng murmured to himself, inhaling sharply. Regaining his composure, he observed Qiao Yin and Xiao Wu ascending to the second floor and quickly signaled to his subordinates to follow suit. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of delight. Being a subordinate to such a formidable leader was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune from any perspective. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the cafeteria was gradually becoming charged with excitement. Although this brief skirmish had concluded, the commotion stirred up by Qiao Yin was substantial, leading to a cafeteria brimming with students and teachers. However, as they gazed upon Qiao Yin, their expressions now reflected a newfound awe. It was only a matter of time before the events of this day would etch an indelible mark in their minds. On a secluded floor, two individuals observed the scene unfold. These two were the master and Tang San, who had come to the cafeteria for a meal. What a pity. If only this child could become my disciple, the master sighed, his heart filled with a sense of regret. At such a young age, he possesses such strength. Given a few more years, what achievements might he attain? He pondered, lamenting the possibility that such a prodigy might be destined to remain beyond his reach. This talent far surpassed that of Xiao San. "Master, do you recognize that martial spirit?" Tang San's voice, laced with bewilderment, broke through the master's reverie. The guardian spirit summoned by Qiao Yin undoubtedly left him in a state of shock. Such a martial spirit is something I have yet to encounter, Xiao San. You must diligently cultivate. Do you understand? His achievements will likely surpass yours in the future, the master said earnestly, his gaze growing serious as he regarded Tang San. "Yes, I will," Tang San replied obediently, nodding in agreement. "Since your injuries have mostly healed, I shall take you to the soul hunting forest tomorrow to help you obtain your first soul ring," the master added with a smile, harboring a sense of anticipation. Tang San's potential was no less significant. Could he become a rival to Qiao Yin once he acquired his first soul ring? "Gaozan, once I obtain my first soul ring, I will ensure your demise for the humiliation you've inflicted upon me and my teacher. This grudge, Tang San, shall not forget." Tang San thought coldly, clenching his fists. Prepare yourself to return. Tomorrow, we shall officially set forth." With that, the master guided Tang San out of the cafeteria, unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 19. Let me tell you a story. "Boss, you were truly impressive just now," Wang Sheng exclaimed with admiration as they ascended to the second-floor cafeteria alongside Qiao Yin. He had witnessed firsthand how effortlessly Qiao Yin had defeated Xiao Qinyu. What delighted Wang Sheng even more was Xiao Qinyu's declaration that he would no longer target their work-study students. All the credit for this remarkable turn of events belonged to Qiao Yin. He felt a sense of relief, knowing that without their formidable leader, they might have been perpetually bullied, but that would no longer be the case. "Don't worry. As your leader, your affairs are my affairs," Qiao Yin replied, waving his hand with a generous demeanor. "Qiao Yin, did you step in to defend my honor?" Xiao Wu blinked her eyes, gazing at him with an expression tinged with an indescribable warmth. Somehow, whenever she was with Qiao Yin, her heart was enveloped in an inexplicable sense of comfort, a sensation she had only ever felt with her mother and the twins, Deming and Erming. "Yes, you are also part of the 7th dormitory. As your leader, I will protect you from harm," Xiao Yan responded gently, regarding Xiao Wu as if she were his future wife. Though that moment had not yet arrived, he envisioned it for the future. Such a kind and beautiful girl was destined to be his alone. Tang San could never be worthy. I won't thank you. In truth, even if you hadn't intervened, he was no match for me. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed momentarily before she quickly regained her composure and replied playfully. All right, I believe you. For now, let's go eat. Everyone must be quite hungry, Xiao Yan remarked, unable to suppress a smile at Xiao Wu's charming demeanor. As a 100,000-year-old soul beast, she possessed innate full soul power, making her more than capable of defeating Xiao Qinyu. I want the most delicious dishes, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her senses tantalized by the fragrant aromas wafting from the cafeteria. Her appetite awakening. Rest assured, as your leader, I will not skimp on your meals, Xiao Yan declared, leading the group to a spacious table on the second floor. The second floor offered a separate menu, featuring luxurious dishes that were far too expensive for work-study students like Wang Sheng to afford without someone of Xiao Yan's stature treating them. In the second-floor cafeteria, the offerings primarily consisted of high-end ingredients, which often required little more than simple cooking methods, as rarity lent them their value. Dining here would cost at least 5 gold soul coins. Ordinarily, only a few teachers would occasionally visit, resulting in a clientele predominantly comprising affluent youths who were unfazed by the expense. Once seated, Xiao Yan promptly requested the menu, which boasted an extensive array of dishes, including soul beast meat, although the prices were quite steep. This soul beast meat retained much of its exquisite flavor during preparation, offering significant benefits for soul power cultivation. Feel free to order whatever you desire. I shall cover all expenses, Xiao Yan generously stated, casually selecting a few dishes before handing the menu to Wang Sheng and the others. Boss, you're the best. We won't hold back, the work-study students exclaimed excitedly upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. However, Wang Sheng and his companions only chose a few affordable dishes, as the prices on the menu left them in shock. They were simple-hearted youths with modest expectations. Being satiated was sufficient for them. Only Xiao Wu was different. She was a carefree girl who, upon spotting food, could hardly restrain herself. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly ordered numerous dishes, regardless of their prices. Before long, the table was filled with an array of delectable dishes, their enticing aromas wafting through the air, featuring a delightful combination of meat and vegetables that whetted the appetite. Xiao Wu, you must try this sky silkworm potato. It's delicious. Would you like a piece? Xiao Yan suggested, eyeing the enticing dishes before them. This sky silkworm potato, resembling a silkworm in shape, was a rare delicacy. The delectable dish was something Xiao Yan often indulged in before his journey to this world, and he was pleasantly surprised to find it available here in the Douluo Continent as well. Wonderful. Let me have a taste, he exclaimed. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu seized her chopsticks and began to savor the meal, taking small bites. This is absolutely delicious. What is it? How can it taste so exquisite? After a few mouthfuls, excitement danced across her face as though she had stumbled upon a new world, prompting her to inquire eagerly. This is Tian Kintudo, a dish steeped in history. In fact, it is accompanied by a long-standing tale. Would you like to hear it? Xiao Yan inquired, his voice smooth and eloquent, exuding an air of nobility. Yes, yes. Xiao Wu nodded enthusiastically, continuing to relish the food on the table, her enjoyment unabated. Wang Sheng and the others also nodded in agreement, recognizing the importance of honoring their leader. Legend has it that long ago, there was a young man who possessed a serene disposition and had a passion for poetry and music. However, he came from humble beginnings, and whenever he raised his cup to invite the moon, inspiration would strike him. This dish, too, derived its name from such moments. Xiao Yan spoke with grace, his words flowing elegantly. Truly, our leader possesses remarkable literary talent. Wang Sheng chuckled, though he did not fully grasp the meaning. It certainly sounded impressive. Indeed, our leader is knowledgeable. Several of the work-study students chimed in, having fully accepted their new leader's wisdom. Xiao Yan, you know so much. Who would have thought that even a simple dish could possess such a story? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her rosy cheeks brimming with admiration. For her, these tales were utterly fascinating. Come, Wang Sheng, let us toast to our leader. We shall not return until we are intoxicated, Xiao Yan declared, raising his cup and downing it in one gulp. They had ordered a mild ale, not too potent, making it accessible to the common folk and not easily intoxicating. Leader, I should be the one to toast you. Thank you for restoring our dignity as work-study students, Wang Sheng said, somewhat flustered, as he swiftly raised his cup with a hearty laugh. Leader, I toast you as well. Thank you for not rejecting us work-study students. I owe you this toast. Following Wang Sheng, the students took turns expressing their gratitude, their eyes filled with respect. Though they were merely humble work-study students, Chao Yin treated them as friends, and this bond was genuine. Chao Yin, too, was unreserved, drinking cup after cup with a bold spirit. After a hearty meal and several drinks, Wang Sheng and the others felt a pleasant intoxication, their steps unsteady. As the evening deepened, they assisted one another back to the dormitory. Initially, a few students intended to escort the inebriated Chao Yin back, but Wang Sheng promptly intervened. Unlike his comrades, he had no desire to intrude upon the space he had created for Chao Yin and Xiao Wu. He was keenly aware of Chao Yan's affections for Xiao Wu. As the saying goes, a gentleman helps others to achieve their happiness. Wang Sheng, being quite clever, knew precisely what to do in such moments. As the members of the 7th dormitory gradually departed, only Chao Yin and Xiao Wu remained in the dining hall. "Give me your hand. I will help you back to the dormitory," Xiao Wu said, glancing at the tipsy Chao Yin with a sigh of resignation. His face was flushed, a clear sign of his inebriation. She worried that if she left him to walk alone, he might stumble. "Chao Yin, do you know? From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I took a liking to you," he mumbled, his mind clouded by alcohol, as he grasped her delicate hand and leaned closer. "You." Xiao Wu shot him a fierce glare, ready to scold him, but her resolve softened upon seeing his drunken state. It was evident that he was thoroughly inebriated, and how could she bear to leave him alone in such a condition? With a reluctant shake of her head, she took his arm and guided him back to the 7th dormitory. When they arrived, Wang Sheng and the others were already asleep, and Xiao Wu moved quietly, careful not to disturb them. Reaching the bedside, she gently laid Chao Yin on the bed and tucked him in, smiling sweetly at the delicate pink covers. For her, as a transformed spirit beast, such comforts were undeniably alluring. The bedding was clean and carried a faint fragrance, and she traced her hand along the surface, finally feeling at ease. However, her body froze when she turned to find Chao Yin's arms encircling her from behind, his eyes still closed, appearing to be in a deep slumber. "Can I hold you while I sleep? I feel so cold," he murmured, his voice drowsy and trembling, his face pale from excessive drinking. Seeing him in such a state, Xiao Wu hesitated momentarily before allowing her hand to rest on him. "You're fortunate. If it weren't for you standing up for me today, I wouldn't let you embrace me," she pouted playfully. Thus, they spent the entire night entwined, resembling a breathtaking painting. Chapter 20. The Soul-Chasing Deathly Yin Wang Sticker. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of sleeping with Xiao Wu. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a copy of the Xian Tian treasure record. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a random, concealed weapon, the Soul-Chasing Deathly Yin Wang Sticker. Even in the depths of slumber, Chao Yin heard the sweet voice echoing in his mind, that of the system, still as melodious as ever. The Soul-Chasing Deathly Yin Wang Sticker? Chao Yin couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, his heart racing with excitement. As a transmigrator, he understood the formidable power of such a concealed weapon. In the original story, Tang San had relied on such a weapon to turn the tide, defeating a soul sage-level opponent. Who would have thought that the system would reward him with such a treasure? This was nothing short of extraordinary. Host, this system will now impart the various secrets of the Xian Tian treasure record into your mind. Please, dear host, take your time to absorb it all, the system instructed. Understood. As he immersed himself in the experience, Chao Yin diligently felt the immense influx of information from the system, a warm sensation flowing through his body, surging from his core to his limbs, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully grasped the techniques of the Xian Tian treasure record, including the purple extreme demon eye, crane control and dragon capture, Xian jade hand, Xian Tian skill, as well as various concealed weapon techniques. Wait, system, are you sure I have successfully comprehended them? I still feel a bit unfamiliar with these techniques, Chao Yin inquired anxiously. Dear host, this system has merely provided you with a preliminary understanding of the techniques. To master them completely, you must practice diligently, the system replied playfully, her tone sweet. Really? I have to train these skills myself? Aren't you supposed to handle that for me? Dear host, even Tang San mastered his skills step by step. Besides, these techniques are the culmination of the hard work of the Tang sect's predecessors. They're not so easily learned in one go. It is already commendable that this system has helped you grasp the preliminary concepts. The system retorted with a hint of annoyance. Ahem, my apologies for being overly excited. Rest assured, I will train diligently and not let you down, Chao Yin replied sheepishly with a smile. That is good to hear. Please, dear host, Strive to unify the continent as soon as possible. Mama Gaozan note that. Now, he had acquired a preliminary mastery of the Tang sex techniques, and should he choose, he could now utilize the Xian Jade Hand, though it would only serve a basic function, such as neutralizing toxins. After all, in the original narrative, Tang San gradually comprehended these techniques through diligent cultivation after his transmigration. Although Chao Yin's soul power level was somewhat elevated, it was implausible for him to immediately wield these secrets with masterful finesse. Everything requires a process. Chao Yin was not overly concerned. He had the system at his disposal, and he merely needed to cultivate steadily according to its guidance. Not to mention, with his keen intellect, he should certainly be able to learn more swiftly than the somewhat naive Tang San. He possessed only a single martial soul, yet with such extraordinary advantages. Even the likes of the Xiantian treasure record were within his grasp. Unifying the continent would be a trivial endeavor. Once he developed these top-tier hidden weapons and gradually subdued various factions, even the Spear Hall would be unable to contend with him. This was the path that a worthy transmigrator ought to tread. However, he was not in a rush at present. His immediate priority was to win over Xiao Wu. Furthermore, he aimed to utterly dismantle Tang San's confidence, rendering his existence untenable. In the world of Douluo Continent, only one protagonist could prevail, and as long as Chao Yin was present, Tang San would forever remain a mere junior, unable to rise again. Hey, where are your hands wandering? Just as Chao Yin was lost in his grand aspirations, an irate voice interrupted him, Xiao Wu's voice. At that moment, Xiao Wu raised her delicate hand. Her face flushed with embarrassment, preparing to strike Chao Yin's face. Upon opening his eyes, Chao Yin was startled by her fierce demeanor and hastily exclaimed, Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Are you rebelling? How can you lay a hand on the leader? You are the one who should speak. Just look where your hands are. Xiao Wu retorted, her cheeks crimson and her little face ablaze. Goodness, no wonder it feels so soft. It's not a dream after all. In his dreams, Chao Yin had been imagining himself savoring sweet grapes while caressing the fur of a puppy, reveling in the comfort. It was a pity that she was still too young, and the sensation wasn't entirely satisfactory. To charm a rabbit, one must possess a certain audacity. You're still touching. Xiao Wu bit her cherry-like lips, her eyes widening, and her small hand landed mercilessly on Chao Yin's face. As a mature 10,000-year rabbit, she had naturally learned how to protect herself when out in the world. Xiao Wu, you've changed. You dare strike the leader. Of course, Chao Yin was not genuinely angry. After all, Xiao Wu was merely 6 years old. How much strength could she possibly muster? Her soft hand against his face only elicited a gentle sensation, devoid of any pain. It's all your fault. Who knew you had such peculiar habits, even while sleeping? I spent the whole night taking care of you. Xiao Wu's tone softened slightly. Though she still spoke quite assertively, her heart had begun to relent. For some inexplicable reason, when her palm struck Chao Yin's face, she felt a twinge of regret. Very well, I forgive you. The leader will not hold it against you. Chao Yin waved his hand with an air of magnanimity. After all, Xiao Wu was destined to be his wife. And it was no great matter for a wife to strike her husband. He would simply grow accustomed to it. All right, but you mustn't touch recklessly while sleeping, understand? Xiao Wu nodded and then said seriously, actually, I quite enjoy sleeping next to you. At least that way, I'm warm every night. However, what irked her was that when Chao Yin fell asleep, his hands were often restless, and he tended to kick the blanket, clearly incapable of taking care of himself. Okay, I promise you, Chao Yin readily agreed, knowing that once asleep, his body would not be under his control. Even if he were to commit some outrageous act, could he really be blamed? The advantages would solely be his body's, and it was none of Chao Yin's concern. Such an honest person could hardly be deemed a bad child. All right, I believe you. We should head to class. Wang Sheng and the others have already gone, and only the two of us are left in the dormitory. Okay, let me put on my clothes first, Chao Yin replied, glancing around but failing to locate his attire. Put on your clothes? You didn't take them off last night. With that, Xiao Wu directly grabbed Chao Yin's hand and led him toward the classroom. Chapter 21. Chao Yin is a kind-hearted individual. The classroom where Xiao Wu and Chao Yin attended was located on the first floor. By the time they arrived, the class bell had already rung, and unfortunately, they were late on their first day. However, fortune smiled upon them as there was no sign of the teacher in the classroom, allowing Xiao Wu to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. After all, being caught by the teacher for being tardy on the first day would not bode well. Dressed in brand new school uniforms, Xiao Wu held Chao Yin's hand as they entered the classroom. Although she felt there was nothing inappropriate about this, it inevitably attracted the gaze of numerous students. particularly the male ones. Many of the students cast heated and envious glances at Xiao Yan when he entered. While the class had its share of pretty girls, they paled in comparison to the adorable Xiao Wu. There was no other reason. At their age, girls as beautiful and charming as Xiao Wu were a rarity. Such girls often ignited a strong protective instinct in the hearts of those precocious boys, had it not been for Xiao Yan's presence. Some might have rushed forth to defend their goddess. The fantasy of heroically rescuing a beauty was a notion that only children of their age could entertain. However, some students recognized Xiao Yan's identity. Among them were those who could afford to dine on the second floor. Thus they immediately discerned that Xiao Yan was the boy who had defeated Xiao Qinyu, their gazes filled with astonishment. Xiao Yan, it seems we have no seats left. What should we do? Feeling the stares surrounding them, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed, her face adorably rosy as she quietly asked. The classroom was quite spacious, but most students were seated in pairs, and some boys would occasionally tease the girls beside them, exuding youthful exuberance. Shall we sit together then? Xiao Yan suggested, his eyes sparkling mischievously as he gently rubbed Xiao Wu's tender hand, secretly amused. It appeared that the children in Douluo Continent had quite mature minds, having learned to flirt at such a young age. To be frank, Xiao Yan found this distasteful and even looked down upon it. After all, 6-year-olds had barely reached the threshold of maturity. How could they satisfy anyone? Such immature behavior at such a young age would surely lead to trouble in the future. They could never rise above mediocrity, Xiao Yan thought to himself. Yet his situation was different. As a transmigrator, it was only natural for him to be somewhat precocious. However, these children were simply too abnormal, each one worse than the last. But all the seats are taken. Where can we sit? Xiao Wu pouted her rosy lips, her voice soft and delicate. Don't worry, follow me. I'm the leader, Gaozan Guin, as he led Xiao Wu to the back of the classroom before the eyes of all the students. There they found a small, reclusive boy, who looked utterly lonely, clearly a singleton. Such individuals were the easiest to negotiate with. Hey, Junior, it seems we have no seats left. Could you do us a favor? Xiao Yan said, putting on the friendliest expression he could muster. After all, he was negotiating with the boy, not coercing him. The small boy hesitated for a moment, but upon sensing the gazes of the surrounding students, he quickly capitulated. Although he didn't recognize Xiao Yan as the one who had defeated Xiao Qinyu, his instincts informed him that the person before him was not to be trifled with. Fine, I'm not comfortable sitting here anyway. You can have my seat. The small boy replied with a smile, relinquishing his spot. Xiao Wu, hurry and sit beside me. There's a seat now. Xiao Yan was rather unceremonious, promptly taking a seat in the rear of the classroom. The back row indeed held its advantages. In his previous life, he had engaged in numerous clandestine endeavors from such a vantage point, leaving even the teachers at a loss. The unique allure of this position could only be truly appreciated by those who had experienced it firsthand. Its merits were ineffable. How can you be like this? You're so wicked, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her pearly teeth gently biting her rosy lip, her luscious mouth appearing exceedingly enticing. Observing Xiao Wu's charming demeanor, Xiao Yan couldn't help but be momentarily entranced, especially her vibrant lips. If he were to take a bite, surely it would be sweet beyond compare. Ahem, Xiao Wu. I assure you, my intentions are noble. Look, I assent it quite advantageous for him to sit at the front. Regaining his composure, Xiao Yan spoke earnestly, gesturing towards the diminutive, unsavory boy seated ahead. At that moment, the previously mentioned boy had settled beside a young couple, laughing and chatting, sporting a rather lecherous expression. Such was the plight of the single, merely watching others engage in romance, helplessly envious and utterly forlorn. Xiao Wu noticed this scene and suddenly grasped Xiao Yan's intentions. He was merely attempting to help the boy integrate into the social fabric. What a kind-hearted lad he was. With this realization, Xiao Wu felt reassured and took her place beside Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, this is a boundary. You must not overstep it, understood? Xiao Wu declared solemnly, drawing an imaginary line on the desk with her hand. Very well. How could such an honest person like me ever cross such a boundary? Rest assured, your elder brother would never take advantage of you. Xiao Yan responded with a nod and a smile. After all, they had already shared a bed. If such a boundary were truly effective, it would be quite peculiar indeed. The line drawn by Xiao Wu reminded Xiao Yan of a girl he had once shared a desk with in his previous life. Those fleeting memories filled him with a sense of yearning. Had he only seized her hand back then, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Alas, some encounters once missed become eternally unreachable. Nonetheless, with Xiao Wu by his side in the days to come, the future promised to be all the more vibrant. At that moment, a young female teacher entered the classroom, presumably one of the institution's lecturers. What astonished Xiao Yan was not merely her gender, but her figure. A single glance left him utterly captivated. Clad in the attire of nodding academy, albeit slightly loose, it accentuated her graceful curves and alluring silhouette, evoking a sense of wonder. Her pert posterior and the intricate patterns of her black stockings showcased her long, exquisite legs, exuding a divine allure that rendered her nearly untouchable. As she stepped into the classroom, a fragrant breeze enveloped the space, instantly invigorating all the students. Even Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, the glimmer in his eyes akin to a beast eyeing its prey. "Xiao Yan, what are you staring at?" Xiao Wu's voice jolted him back to reality, her hand firmly gripping his arm. "Ouch! Xiao Wu, what was that for?" Xiao Yan exclaimed, hastily freeing his arm. "You mustn't look. Boys who gaze too much will have dreams at night," Xiao Wu admonished seriously, her experience in such matters far surpassing his. Is Xiao Wu actually concerned for me? How fortunate I am to have such a wife, he mused. "Fear not, I'm not that sort of person. You must be mistaken," Xiao Yan reassured her, patting his chest with a serious expression. With Xiao Wu by his side, how could he possibly be interested in such a woman? He merely appreciated the view. After all, a casual glance was harmless. "All right, I'll let it slide this time," Xiao Wu replied with an adorable smile, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, the female teacher had noticed Xiao Yan's gaze and offered him a subtle smile. She recognized him. Not only that, but she had also received information from Director Su regarding this boy, the one who had bested the master. Her impression of him was quite profound. "Hello, everyone. I am your instructor. You may call me Teacher Yu, or simply Miss Yu. From now on, I will be guiding you in the realm of martial spirits. I welcome you all to visit my office for any discussions. My door will always be open for you," she said with a smile, addressing the group of students. "From this moment forth, you are all classmates. I hope you will support one another and progress together. Understood? For our first class today, let us begin with self-introductions. You there, the small, unsavory boy, why don't you go first?" Teacher Yu prompted, her gaze falling on the diminutive boy. "Hello, everyone. My name is Douluo Continent. I am an orphan, having grown up without parents, relying on the kindness of others for food and clothing. I hope to make friends and enjoy our time together." The boy introduced himself, lowering his head in apparent shyness. Upon hearing this, sympathetic glances were cast in his direction, and the laughter that had filled the room abruptly ceased. "Douluo Continent, I hope you can soon emerge from the shadows and live with resilience." Teacher Yu consoled him, her tone imbued with compassion. "Thank you, teacher. You resemble my mother quite a bit," Douluo Continent said, warmth blossoming in his heart. "All right, let us continue with the introductions. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Yan, a descendant of the Chao family. I believe you will remember this name in the future." He concluded his brief introduction and took his seat. Everyone should look up to Xiao Yan. He has even defeated the master. At such a young age, he is truly remarkable. You all must strive to keep up, Teacher Yu said earnestly, casting a look of admiration at Xiao Yan. "Yes, I remember. It was said that the master, in his quest to take on disciples, ended up being defeated. How extraordinary. I also heard about it. Initially, I didn't believe it, but it turns out the master is indeed that kind of person, utterly shameless. Indeed, the master is nothing but a waste. Even a dog would surpass him." At Teacher Yu's words, the students erupted into lively discussions, filling the classroom with excitement. "All right, children, please maintain silence. It is time for us to commence our lesson." Teacher Yu spoke gently, her words radiating the unique charm of a woman of her age. Undoubtedly, her presence was effective. The previously boisterous classroom fell silent in an instant. Yet the students could not help but steal glances at Xiao Yan, their eyes filled with admiration. After all, to them, it was impressive that Xiao Yan, at such a tender age, had managed to best someone like the master, earning their respect. Some of the more attractive girls even cast flirtatious glances his way. At this age, their hearts were easily stirred. "Xiao Yan, there are quite a few girls in class secretly watching you. They might be developing feelings for you," Xiao Wu whispered, poking his arm playfully. Though she appeared to be a girl of impulsive temperament, her thoughts were quite delicate. She certainly did not want Xiao Yan to stray at such a young age. That would be detrimental, especially for his well-being. "Could it be that I am simply too handsome, attracting the attention of girls?" Xiao Yan responded with a mischievous grin. Despite being a transmigrator, he didn't consider himself particularly striking. Even while strolling through the streets of Notting City, he could only occasionally catch the eyes of a few women. There was nothing to boast about. He found it perplexing. In this day and age, was being handsome truly a fault? At times, was it a sin to be too good-looking? However, I have an unsettling feeling that they gaze at you in a peculiar manner, almost as if they wish to overpower you, Xiao Wu stated with a pout, her expression serious. Although she had transformed into a human, Her experiences in this regard were quite sophisticated, far beyond what a child like Xiao Yin could comprehend. Moreover, observing the glances these girls directed towards Xiao Yin stirred a slight discontent within her, the reason for which she could not articulate. Is it that serious? How about I relinquish this opportunity to you? Xiao Yin proposed, curious to see how his beloved Xiao Wu would respond to such a question. After all, it was his wife who stood to gain, so surely it would not be a loss, would it? You odious Xiao Yin, I shall ignore you now. Xiao Wu retorted with a light huff, expressing her displeasure as she shrugged off Xiao Yan's arm and turned her head away, seemingly irked. In response, Xiao Yin merely smiled nonchalantly, well aware that Xiao Wu would not truly harbor any anger towards him. Their current relationship resembled that of a pair of young lovers in their initial courtship, where minor squabbles were entirely natural. Such playful banter undoubtedly served to deepen their bond. One might say that the connection between him and Xiao Wu was akin to a thin veil, easily pierced to elevate their relationship further. However, the timing was not quite ripe for such a progression. When the moment became right, he would undoubtedly seize it, and when that time came, it would surely be decisive. Teacher, it seems we are missing one student for class. At that moment, a diminutive, somewhat unscrupulous boy suddenly remarked, pointing to the only vacant seat in the classroom. That seat belonged to Tang San. Like Xiao Yin, Tang San was also a first-year student and shared the same classroom. However, today he had accompanied the master to the soul hunting forest to acquire a soul ring, which accounted for his absence. Yet, these two had not even taken a leave of absence. It was entirely the master's suggestion. After all, in his eyes, the teachers at New Oding Academy were merely a bunch of simpletons. As the invincible master of theory, did he really need to seek permission from others to carry out his tasks? There seems to be someone named Tang San, right? Still the master's disciple. Yu Jing casually glanced at the attendance sheet, her elegant brows knitting slightly, evidently displeased. This dissatisfaction stemmed from the master himself. She simply could not fathom how such a leech, living off the academy without contributing, possessed any sense of superiority. Even if he were to accompany his disciple to procure a soul ring, did he not need to request a leave? New Oding Academy. Is it his family's establishment? No matter. Let us commence the class now. Yu Jing waved her delicate jade-like hand, nonchalantly stating, Teacher, should we wait for Tang San? After all, the first lesson is crucial for every soul master. Xiao Yin raised his hand, a cheerful smile directed at Yu Jing. Of course, the primary motivation was to seize the opportunity to admire the graceful form of his teacher. Even if he could not partake, merely gazing would suffice. No need. His martial soul is merely blue silvergrass. Such a worthless martial soul does not qualify to attend my class. Yu Jing looked at Xiao Yin, nodding in approval. Her gaze laced with amusement. Her smile, radiant as a blooming flower, seemed to ensnare one's very soul, rendering them unable to escape its allure. The fact that his martial soul is blue silvergrass is truly laughable. I wonder how such a person managed to infiltrate the academy. Indeed, this pathetic martial soul is even inferior to the Master S. At least the Master S martial soul has some utility. As soon as Yu Jing finished her words, several students immediately chimed in agreement. In their eyes, possessing blue silvergrass as a martial soul rendered one, to some extent, even more pitiable than the Master. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu gazed at Xiao Yin with tender affection, her heart brimming with sweetness. How kind of Xiao Yin to advocate on behalf of a fellow student he had never met, simply to help him learn a bit more about martial souls. What a genuinely benevolent boy he was. All right, today I will impart some foundational knowledge about martial souls to you all. I trust you are curious. What is the teacher's martial soul? And how does it rank? Yu Jing's mellifluous voice resonated, her charming countenance radiating an enchanting smile. Indeed, what could the teacher's martial soul be? Curious voices among the students erupted, eager to learn. In truth, I am a food system soul master, and my martial soul is a cucumber. It serves some subtle purposes, such as satisfying the teacher's physiological needs. It can be utilized both for practical purposes and as a snack. Upon finishing, Yu Jing lightly waved her jade hand, tracing a circle in the air, forming a peculiar seal, and then gently parted her lips to recite, I possess a large cucumber, slender, elongated, and ample. As she completed the soul incantation, a faint green luminescence enveloped her fair hand, and shortly thereafter, a slender cucumber materialized in her grasp, beneath which 3 soul rings gradually ascended, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple, indicative of a soul sovereign's prowess. Wow, how marvelous! Is this the power of a soul master? That cucumber looks quite delectable. Teacher, you are amazing. Teacher, is your cucumber prone to breaking? Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, several children erupted in cheers, posing peculiar inquiries. Such abilities seemed beyond the comprehension of children their age. Hee, dear children, my martial soul merely belongs to the food system and serves limited purposes. However, if you're fortunate enough to encounter a disciple hailing from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in the future and fight alongside them, you will experience the terrifying amplification of power and speed that such a martial soul can provide. With the assistance of such a soul master, your endurance will similarly increase, becoming resilient and enduring. Yu Jing continued, her rosy lips parting and closing in an enticing manner. This lesson lasted quite some time, imparting invaluable knowledge to every soul master, symbolizing their entry into the realm of soul masters. Chapter 23. Despicable and Shameless Yu Xiaogang. The classroom discussion predominantly revolved around the foundational theories of martial souls, which, for children of this age, were largely incomprehensible due to their inherent nature. After listening for a while, Xiao Wu simply laid her head down on the desk, clearly disinterested in the subject matter. Nevertheless, Xiao Wu's sleeping posture was rather endearing, her charming face flushed, her rhythmic breathing occasionally wafting fragrant breaths onto Qiao Yan's face, intoxicating him. Despite the dullness of the material, Qiao Yan remained patient, listening attentively, as this was, after all, Yu Jing's inaugural lecture, and one ought to show respect. Moreover, Yu Jing possessed an admirable figure, and the occasional glance could certainly uplift one's spirits. Furthermore, in many respects, Yu Jing's instruction was far superior to that of the master, who merely rambled nonsensically. Ding, side quest initiated. Ding, please, host brother. Prevent Tang San from acquiring a century-old soul ring and deliver a blow to him. Task reward, none. This task is exceedingly simple, no rewards provided. Host brother. Do your best. A task without rewards? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Qiao Yan momentarily froze. Was he to toil for the system without compensation? No, absolutely not. He would never work for anyone in his lifetime. System sister, I must protest. This is quite unfair. How can you treat the host this way? Is it permissible for the host to be subjected to such indignities? Ahem. Does the host brother not desire to ruthlessly torment Tang San? Does the host brother not wish to further enhance the system's fondness for the host? The system giggled, a hint of seduction lacing its tone. Indeed, it seems I am not at a loss here. The joy of being a transmigrator lies in bullying Tang San, does it not? With him around, does Tang San truly believe he can obtain a century-old soul ring? Dream on, for within dreams, all is possible. Very well, I shall undertake this task. Thus, after the morning classes concluded, Qiao Yan concocted a reason to leave the school without hesitation. Xiao did not press him for details, for their relationship was still merely that of friends. The Hunting Soul Forest. This is a soul beast forest within the city of Notting, governed by the Spirit Hall. The soul beasts here are nurtured by the state, with none exceeding a millennia in age. They are of gentle temperament and possess low offensive capabilities, making them ideal for providing soul rings to qualified soul masters. At this moment, deep within the forest, a fierce skirmish had recently transpired, but tranquility had since returned. Excellent. Xiao San, this mandala snake is approximately 400 years old. If you absorb its soul ring, your strength should increase significantly. The speaker was the master, gazing at the lifeless mandala snake on the ground, his eyes reflecting an unmistakable ecstasy. However, master, as a plant-type spirit, can I truly absorb a beast-type soul beast? Tang San paused. Even though he had slain the mandala snake, he hesitated to proceed recklessly. It is common knowledge among soul masters that plant-type masters cannot absorb beast-type soul beasts. But why was the master so adamant? The master looked deeply into Tang San's eyes, affectionately ruffling his hair, and smiled. Xiao San, I have great confidence in my theory. The absence of plant-type masters absorbing beast-type soul beasts in the past was merely due to a lack of precedent. However, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Will you trust me? As he spoke, the master's throat quivered slightly, a hint of bitterness at the corners of his mouth. In the past, both the Spirit Hall and ordinary soul masters had scoffed at his 10 core competitive theories, leaving him in despair. He did not wish to relive that torment. Now, the hope rested solely on Tang San, who, in a sense, had become his everything. Master, allow me to be the one to test this theory. I believe in your vision. In the master's eyes, Tang San saw fervor and conviction, trusting that the master would not lead him astray. Through their brief interactions, he had already come to accept the master, holding him in esteem comparable to that of Tang Hao. Good, Xiao San, I knew I did not misjudge you. You are truly a remarkable child. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the master was instantaneously filled with excitement, as if all the blood in his body surged at that moment. The reason his theory had been dismissed by the world was due to the lack of practical demonstration. Yet if Xiao San succeeded, the label of worthless would be forever shed. Initially, he had feared Tang San might refuse his request, for his theory was merely theoretical. Truth be told, he himself was uncertain of its validity. Yet every endeavor entails risk and uncertainty. Even if Tang San were to fail, it would at least validate the theory's impracticality. Regardless of the outcome, he bore no loss. As for Tang San's life or death, it mattered not to him. His deepest resentment lay with the self-righteous soul masters. Had it not been for their mockery and derision, he would not have fallen into such despair. Xiao San, you are truly naive. Where in this world is there such a thing as a free lunch? It is fortunate you are but a child, or else no one would dare to attempt this. The master quietly chuckled within, though his exterior remained composed. Master, I shall proceed. With that, Tang San advanced toward the mandala snake's position. The creature's body had grown still, its vital spot pierced by a blade. Even the fiercest of life forces could not evade death's grasp. With a firm grip on his dagger, Tang San decisively severed the mandala snake's head. Soon, a faint yellow radiance began to coalesce above it, culminating in a yellow soul ring hovering in the air. A century-old soul ring. Once absorbed, my Xiantian skill will ascend once more, and at that time, Chao Yin, your demise shall be upon you. With a soft exhale, Tang San's expression shifted to one of grave concentration. In this close proximity, he could even feel the formidable power emanating from the mandala snake's soul ring. The intensity of this power was leagues beyond that of the 10-year soul ring of the netherwolf previously slain by the master. As he steadied his mind, just as Tang San intended to draw the century-old soul ring to his palm, a sudden frown marred his brow, an unsettling emotion swiftly encroaching upon his heart. Who was behind that tree? Halting his actions, Tang San's gaze darted to a tree nearby, the source of his burgeoning sense of danger. Hey, Tang San, are you so eager to absorb that century-old soul ring in order to confront me? The sudden mocking laughter startled Tang San, and in an instant, a figure emerged from behind the tree. Upon recognizing the visage, Tang San's eyes widened, his Xiantian skill surging to its zenith. Chao Yin, what brings you here? The intruder was none other than Chao Yin. Chapter 24. The master spits blood, Tang San enraged. Surprised to see me? Chao Yin smiled slightly, advancing toward Tang San. What are you doing here? You are not welcome. Please leave, or do not blame me for being impolite. As Chao Yin approached, Tang San's demeanor turned icy, his voice filled with menace. Oh, Tang San, haven't our conflicts been resolved? I wish to be friends. Do you truly despise me that much? Chao Yin glanced at the century-old soul ring on the mandala snake's body, speaking with a smirk. I advise you to leave quickly and not disturb my important business. I will consider being friends with you, but not at this moment. Tang San huffed, for the immediate priority was to absorb the mandala snake's soul ring. He believed that with the power of the soul ring, even Chao Yin would not pose a threat. You intend to absorb the mandala snake's soul ring? I cannot have heard you correctly. Are you not aware that it is a grave taboo for plant-type soul masters to absorb beast-type soul beasts? I truly cannot fathom what fool has emboldened you. Gaozan slut dietz mi sin. This is my decision, Chao Yin. If you have no business here, I kindly ask you to leave. My master and I do not welcome you. At this moment, the master also stepped forward, his expression dark. The master is here too. I am curious how a mere great soul master like yourself knows so much. Chao Yin raised an eyebrow, his disdain palpable. My theory is undoubtedly correct. In time, I shall become an authority within the soul master community, the master declared, fixing his gaze on Chao Yin. In truth, he secretly wished for Chao Yin to become his disciple. While Tang San possessed great talent, he paled in comparison to Chao Yin. However, he understood that such hopes were utterly futile. Tang San, I must tell you, a person like the master will likely never surpass the great soul master level in his lifetime. You truly dare to believe in the theories of this worthless researcher? Chao Yin derided, unperturbed even with the master present. Just a worthless fool. Why should I fear him? If I, Chao Yin, lack even this modicum of audacity, what right have I to be a traveler of worlds? You. The master's eyes flashed with crimson light, instinctively clenching his fists, his chest heaving violently, his countenance darkening. He could not fathom why Chao Yin persistently targeted him. The most sensitive aspect of his heart was the humiliation inflicted by others. Were it not for this, he might have braved the scorn and gossip, disregarding everything to live a blissful life with his cousin, Lu Erlong, akin to a celestial existence. However, he could not bear it. He was unable to tolerate the world's judgment upon him, nor could he accept the derision that accompanied it. In the eyes of society, Yu Xiaogang was nothing more than a beast, lesser than swine or dogs. They viewed him as someone who, unable to win the favor of the Pope, resorted to seducing his own cousin. How could he possibly accept this? While Bibi Dong was undeniably beautiful, Lu Erlong was no less captivating. He had long recognized her as his cousin, and as a master, he certainly could not be oblivious to that fact. But what did it matter? If he could possess Lu Erlong's body, he could cast aside all past troubles and start anew. Yet why? Why must the world treat him this way? What had Yu Xiaogang done wrong? As memories of the past surged in his mind, the master could no longer contain himself. He roared in anguish, his eyes ablaze with rage, as his nails dug into his palms, oblivious to the pain. Suddenly, overwhelmed by fury, the master unleashed the poison from the mandala snake coursing through his arm, spewing forth a torrent of black blood before collapsing to the ground. Master, what has happened to you? Please don't frighten me, Tang San exclaimed, his heart racing as he rushed to the master's side. This is bad. He has been poisoned. Upon seeing the master's pallid face, Tang San blurted out. Truly a waste, Chao Yin remarked coldly, observing the fallen master with disdain. Silence. It is all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could a master have ended up like this? Tang San rose, gathering his soul power, his palm transforming into a hue reminiscent of white jade, clenched into a fist as he swung it toward Chao Yin. Do you think you are worthy to challenge me? Chao Yin stood unfazed, his expression unchanging, his gaze filled with contempt. You lack even a first spirit ring. How dare you confront me? It is utterly laughable. Dealing with Tang San did not necessitate the use of soul power for Chao Yin. Even relying solely on his physical strength required him to temper his force. Otherwise, Tang San stood no chance against him. Get lost. You are as useless as your master. Chao Yin bellowed, delivering a resounding slap to Tang San's face, sending him flying. Tang San's anguished scream echoed as his body spun violently through the air, crashing to the ground, his head nearly splitting from the impact. Pain was the only sensation he felt. He could not comprehend how his full-throttle strike had failed to land. I told you, you and your master are both worthless. With a chilling smile, Chao Yin advanced toward the soul ring upon the mandala snake. His intent was to utterly destroy this soul ring, rendering Tang San a complete failure. Chao Yin, what are you doing? What do you intend for my soul ring? As he watched Chao Yin approach the mandala snake, unease crept into Tang San's heart. Could it be that Chao Yin aimed to seize the soul ring for himself? What do you think I am doing? Watch closely, Tang San. Your soul ring will be no more. With a mocking laugh, Chao Yin pressed his foot on Tang San's face and contemptuously proclaimed, a mere century-old soul ring is trivial to obliterate. Wenze, crush it. Gaozan Gongman, pointing at the soul ring on the mandala snake. No, you cannot do this, you mustn't. Tang San pleaded, panic rising within him. This soul beast was arduous for me to hunt. You cannot destroy it. Upon witnessing Chao Yin summon Eugene, Tang San's gaze turned frantic. Without this soul ring, his Xiantian skill would stagnate, and his aspirations to revitalize the Tang sect would shatter once more. In that moment, the weight of everything he stood to lose struck him with despair. Yet, Eugene's form would not halt due to Tang San's pleas. He could not disobey Chao Yan's orders. As you command, young master, Eugene replied respectfully, clasping his hands together before Chao Yan, and with a flourish of his hand, the soul ring floated toward him. Crack! With a sharp sound, the soul ring disintegrated within Eugene's grasp, its yellow glow lingering in the air. A remnant of the energy that had now completely vanished. No! Watching helplessly as the soul ring shattered before his eyes, Tang San's heart sank into desolation. He threw his head back and howled, his voice filled with sorrow. In that instant, it felt as though it was not merely the soul ring that had shattered, but his very heart. After destroying the soul ring, Chao Yin did not linger. He kicked Tang San's body aside and departed, not wishing to keep Xiao Wu waiting. After all, he was not the type of boy to be out all night. Chapter 25. The Disgraced Master and Disciple. No, my soul ring. Shortly after Chao Yan's departure, Tang San rose, his eyes devoid of vitality, staring blankly at the corpse of the mandala snake, a myriad of emotions swirling within him, his lips curling into a bitter smile. Now that the soul ring derived from the mandala snake had been obliterated by Chao Yan, he found himself bereft of any soul ring, a crushing blow to his aspirations. Without a soul ring, he could not enhance his strength, nor could he advance his Xiantian skill, thus remaining forever beneath Chao Yan's heel, unable to rise again. Was it destined that Tang San would become a failure on the Douluo Continent? He clenched his fists, relentlessly pounding the ground, heedless of the pain. It was important to remember that he had been fortunate enough to successfully hunt the nearly 400-year-old mandala snake. Originally, he had planned to absorb the soul ring and further enhance his power, then forge some hidden weapons to eliminate Chao Yan. However, now all of that had dissipated into mere illusions. Not only had he lost the soul ring, but he had also been thoroughly beaten by Chao Yan. As a member of the Tang sect, he had never endured such humiliation. To him, it seemed that Chao Yan was deliberately targeting him. From the moment he enrolled, enmity had brewed between them, but he had underestimated his opponent's capabilities, failing to foresee that Chao Yan's methods would prove far more ruthless than his own cunning. This was a realization Tang San had never anticipated. Was Chao Yan truly willing to skip classes just to thwart his ascension? If Chao Yan thought that Tang San was a soft persimmon to be easily crushed, he was gravely mistaken. A sudden smile broke upon Tang San's face, his eyes glinting coldly, but he quickly regained his composure. At this moment, he needed to obtain a soul ring. Only then could he confront Chao Yan. Yet, in his current state, hunting another soul beast seemed impossible. But he still had his master. If he could gain his master's assistance, acquiring another century-level soul ring should not be overly difficult. As this thought crossed his mind, a spark of inspiration illuminated Tang San's consciousness, filling him with renewed excitement. His master was a formidable great soul master. If luck favored them, they might indeed be able to hunt another century-level soul beast. Even a common century-old soul beast would suffice for Tang San. After all, finding another soul beast as fitting as the mandala snake was, without doubt, a formidable challenge. However, at this moment, he could no longer afford to dwell on such matters. Having something was undoubtedly better than having nothing. With this thought in mind, Tang San approached the master, leaned down, and unfastened the master's clothing, meticulously examining the wound on his arm, not daring to exhibit any negligence. Fortunately, the poison had not yet spread. Otherwise, even I would be helpless. After setting the master's clothing aside and assessing the injury, Tang San quietly exhaled with relief. Master, I am sorry, but it seems I must impose upon you. After a brief moment of hesitation, Tang San sighed, then resolutely withdrew a dagger from his bosom and made a decisive incision on the master's arm. The blade sliced through, revealing a gash where the flesh had already begun to darken. Had he hesitated any longer, the master might have perished on the spot. After all, the venom of the mandala snake was potent enough to claim the life of a formidable soul master. Black blood gushed forth from the master's wrist, carrying a faint aroma of tea. Soon, as the dark fluid gradually drained, vibrant red blood began to flow. Rapidly channeling his Xiantian skill, Tang San expelled the poison from the master's hand, tearing strips of cloth from his own garments to bind the master's wound. Upon completing this task, Tang San exhaled a breath of relief, revealing a smile of contentment. Now, all he needed to do was await the master's awakening before obtaining the soul ring. 10 minutes later, the master's body finally exhibited signs of revival. He twitched momentarily before opening his eyes, disbelief evident within them. What has happened to me? Where are my clothes? The master lifted his arm, and upon seeing the bandages wrapped around it, realization dawned upon him. He understood that it must have been Xiao San who saved him. Before he could revel in excitement, an overwhelming sense of weakness washed over him, accompanied by intense soreness throughout his body. The world spun around him, rendering him disoriented, as if he had just endured a grueling workout, an utterly excruciating experience. Master, you have awakened? Hearing the familiar voice, Tang San hurriedly moved closer to the master and handed him his clothes. Xiao San, I'm still alive? The master accepted the clothing, casting a thoughtful glance at Tang San before gently shaking his head. He believed that Xiao San would never harm him. Yes, master. You are alive and well. Tang San nodded and smiled. Hearing this, the master also smiled, swiftly putting on the clothes Tang San had offered, his soul power gradually recovering. By the way, Xiao San, have you successfully absorbed the mandala snake's soul ring? The master seemed to suddenly recall something, pulling Tang San's hand and asking eagerly, Master, my soul ring, it is gone? As Tang San uttered these words, his body trembled slightly. What happened? Could it be that Chao Yan? The master's urgency was palpable as he glanced around, but Chao Yan was nowhere to be found. At once, a disconcerting thought took root in his mind. The mandala snake's essence was the perfect complement to Xiao San's martial soul, excelling both in age and quality. Indeed, master, you are correct. He destroyed my soul ring. Tang San nodded and recounted how Chao Yan had injured him. For reasons unknown, being with the master instilled in Tang San a profound sense of reliance, an emotion he had never experienced with Tang Hao. What a disgrace. Even my disciple, Yu Xiaogang's apprentice, dares to bully. Do you think we are both worthless? Upon hearing Tang San's account, the master bellowed in anger. However, this sudden outburst aggravated his injuries, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the ground red. Master, please do not act impulsively. You still bear injuries and must not let your anger take hold. Tang San gently patted the master's back, urging him to calm down. Xiao San, it is my inadequacy that has led to this. I have failed you. I am truly a waste, incapable of even protecting my own disciple. The master spoke with self-reproach. His eyes filled with regret. Had he been even slightly stronger, he would not have allowed others to humiliate his disciple in such a manner. Ultimately, he lamented, he was still too weak. Master, please do not speak like that. In my heart, you will always be the most exceptional person, regardless of the circumstances. You are my only teacher, Tang San declared earnestly. Once a teacher, always a father, he believed that respecting and valuing one's mentor was the duty of a disciple, even if his teacher were but a failure. Very well, Xiao San, you have truly pleased me. Once my injuries have healed somewhat, I shall assist you in obtaining a suitable soul ring. The master's despondency vanished in an instant, replaced by newfound confidence. Master, do you have a target in mind? Tang San inquired curiously. Do you remember the guni bamboo I mentioned? Although it is merely a 10th grade soul beast, its attributes align harmoniously with your martial soul. If you can absorb it, the benefits will be immense, the master reflected thoughtfully. Yes, master, I will follow your guidance, Tang San replied respectfully. Although this target differed somewhat from his expectations, he could not afford to be choosy, given their current predicament. The guni bamboo was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Chapter 26, A Gift for Xiao Wu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. You are truly remarkable. At this moment, Chao Yin had exited the soul-hunting forest and was strolling alone along the streets of Nodding City. The sudden chime of the system's female voice in his mind caused him to pause momentarily. System sister, do you have a grudge against Tang San from past life? Is it really necessary to target him so relentlessly? Chao Yin recalled Tang San's fierce glare upon his departure from the soul-hunting forest and could not help but question the system. While he too desired to make Tang San suffer, it seemed the system was even more ruthless. Host, you must understand, Tang San is a despicable and shameless individual. Such people are what this system despises the most. Indeed, I have long found him disagreeable. It seems our goals align, Chao Yin chuckled after hearing the system's explanation. If the host finds Tang San intolerable, you can directly eliminate him. Given your current strength, it is entirely within your capabilities. Though you may have to contend with Tang Hao's retaliation, the system replied with a playful tone, her voice melodious. No. I want Tang San to truly understand what despair feels like. Simply killing him would be too merciful. As long as I am present, he shall never grow. Chao Yin resolutely rejected the system's suggestion. After all, Tang San had squandered countless opportunities with beautiful women in the original story. Killing him outright would be a tremendous waste. Chao Yin was no ordinary transmigrator. While most would likely eliminate Tang San upon attaining absolute power, he had other plans. He wanted not only to kill Tang San, but also to ensure that he experienced the deepest despair imaginable. As for the girls Tang San had overlooked in the original story, he would take care of them himself. Wow, I didn't expect the host to be this kind of person. There's a hint of mischief in that. I might just be falling for you, the system remarked. Rest assured, once you take form in the future, I will not neglect you. I am a person with grand ambitions, Chao Yin declared confidently. After all, the system had mentioned that once he surpassed level 100 and ascended to godhood, it would take form. With this thought, Chao Yin felt a flicker of anticipation. The appearance of the system's sister should be quite lovely, indeed. Ah, system, please provide me with the soul-seizing King Yen Wang talisman I obtained for my last task. Such an item is best kept close at hand. At present, Chao Yin has begun to grasp various secret techniques from the Xintian Baolu, and with his current capabilities, he is fully capable of utilizing this concealed weapon. It is noteworthy that the soul-seizing King Yen Wang talisman is the only concealed weapon in the category of techniques that exists in a physical form. The requirements for its usage are not particularly high. One merely needs to expend soul power to activate it. In contrast, the top two concealed weapons, Guanyin Tears and Bodhi Blood, not only demand substantial levels of soul power, but also require the user to be proficient in techniques. This knowledge was imparted to Chao Yin through the system's enlightenment of the Xintian Baolu. It can be said that the soul-seizing King Yen Wang talisman stands out as a unique entity among technique-based concealed weapons. Had it been any other type, his current abilities would render him utterly incapable of employing it. After all, Tang San had over 20 years of experience from his past life before mastering those techniques. Although Chao Yin possesses a system, it is naturally impossible for him to master such abilities instantaneously. Ding! The soul-seizing King Yin Wang talisman provided by this system can cause the opponent to instantly lose all their cultivation upon use, and comes with a chronic toxin. Once afflicted, they will inevitably transform into a pool of pus and blood within 3 days, the system explained to Chao Yin. The talisman provided by the system is not as terrifying as the one used by Tang San in the original story. However, Chao Yin is quite satisfied with its effectiveness. After all, Tang San infused it with dozens of toxins, the dangers of which are self-evident. All right, system, please hand over the Yin Wang talisman. I must keep this for Tang Hao. Who knows when that fellow might come looking for me? Chao Yin nodded, urging the system. The Yin Wang talisman contains a chronic toxin and must be stored in a specific container to ensure the host's safety. It is advisable for the host to use the Xian Jade hand for protection when retrieving it, the system advised. Is that so? It seems I need to craft a container at the blacksmith shop. Chao Yin mused, slightly channeling his soul power to transform his hand into a gleaming jade hue. This is the Xian Jade hand. With this ability, he can effectively isolate all toxins. Thus, Chao Yin journeyed to a blacksmith shop, where he personally crafted a container to house the Yin Wang talisman. Not only that, but he also fashioned some basic concealed weapons intended for Xiao Wu. After all, he has come to regard Xiao Wu as his wife. While these items may not hold much utility for him, they are of significant practical value to her. He crafted merely 3 sleeve arrows, as the available metal materials in Notting City were limited, allowing for only the most rudimentary of concealed weapons. The materials required for more advanced concealed weapons are exceedingly stringent, which is not to say that Chao Yin lacks the capability to create them. As for the top 3 mechanism-based concealed weapons, not only are the materials incredibly scarce, but their manufacturing processes are also immensely intricate, making them beyond his reach at this time. By the time Chao Yin returned to Notting Academy, it was already evening. The sky had completely darkened. It remained clear and serene. The weather during this season is particularly pleasant, with a coolness that does not bring chill. On the Academy's playground, couples of various ages strolled by. Notting Academy is quite accommodating, allowing early romances. One might even occasionally witness spirit masters engaging in dual cultivation outside the dormitories. A perfectly normal occurrence. The tradition of dual cultivation at night has long been a custom among spirit masters. Chao Yin, look, there are so many stars in the sky. Xiao Wu exclaimed, her youthful exuberance shining through as she bounced with excitement. Indeed, the stars are as beautiful as you, sparkling brightly like your eyes. Chao Yin nodded, smiling as he gazed at Xiao Wu's innocent face. Really? Upon hearing Chao Yan's compliment, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly, and a pair of snowy white rabbit ears charmingly peeked out from her head. Yes, I never lie, Chao Yin replied earnestly. Let me tell you a story about the stars, he said, gently taking Xiao Wu's small hand with a tender smile. All right, Xiao Wu blushed, feeling the warmth of his hand. Once upon a time, long, long ago, there was a handsome young man with striking features. One day, as he gazed up at the starry sky, a miracle occurred. The myriad stars, captivated by his beauty, transformed into countless beautiful fairies. They descended to the mortal realm, each willingly marrying the young man. However, this bliss was short-lived. The celestial deities, upon learning of this, were furious and decreed that mortals and immortals could not be united, summoning the fairies back to the divine realm. From that day on, the young man was consumed by sorrow, never seeking another love, for his heart was already filled with an entire sky of stars. As Chao Yin concluded the tale, he noticed Xiao Wu gazing at him with deep affection. What a poignant story, she murmured, her eyes shimmering with tears, resembling 2 bright stars. By the way, Xiao Wu, this is a gift for you. Sensing her emotional response, Chao Yin held her delicate hand and placed 3 sleeve arrows in her palm. Xiao Wu opened her hand, her beautiful eyes fixed on the 3 sleeve arrows resting in her palm, her expression imbued with shyness. She understood that Chao Yan's gift carried profound significance. Could it be that he intends to confess his feelings to me? Chapter 27, Brother and Sister. Chao Yin, why did you give me these? Xiao Wu blinked her eyes, curiously inquiring. Being a straightforward girl, she found it difficult to conceal her thoughts. Simultaneously, she was eager to hear how Chao Yin would respond. Silly girl. Because we are friends, Chao Yin replied gently, stroking her fluffy rabbit ears, the pleasant sensation bringing him comfort. Oh, not receiving the answer she had hoped for. Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. Initially, she had thought that such a gift in this setting might imply some unreasonable request. From the first day she met Chao Yin, She had perceived him as a somewhat lecherous boy, but at this moment, she began to realize that he might be different from her assumptions. By the way, what is this? Shaking off her thoughts, Xiao Wu idly played with the sleeve arrows, but found herself unable to comprehend their function, frowning slightly. I call it a sleeve arrow, or a silent sleeve arrow. It is a craft passed down from my grandfather. To use it, you merely need to activate the switch on top, and 3 small arrows will shoot out in the direction you control, possessing considerable power. Chao Yin wove a benevolent lie to explain. Your grandfather must be quite an impressive person. Xiao Wu believed him wholeheartedly. Actually, I am an orphan. I have been without parents since I was very young, living alone with my grandfather. However, he too has left me, and now I have no family. Chao Yin spoke slowly, a hint of sadness in his eyes, making him appear as if he had truly experienced such loss, evoking sympathy. Chao Yin pondered that if he wished to win Xiao Wu's affection, he must play the emotional card. In this regard, he could indeed learn a thing or two from Tang, developing their relationship into that of siblings first. This would undoubtedly facilitate the deepening of their bond. As a time traveler, he was well versed in the various manipulative tactics of scoundrels from his past life, and for him, seducing the countless young maidens of Douluo Continent was a mere formality. Xiao Wu, do you see that brightest star in the sky? I have always believed that my grandfather has transformed into a star, watching over me at all times, Chao Yin said, as he took hold of Xiao Wu's wrist. The chill of her skin combined with its delicate softness brought him immense delight. Was this the sensation of being with Xiao Wu? How exhilarating. Gao Zan, I never expected you to have gone through so much. I believe that if your grandfather knew you had become a soul master, he would surely feel proud of you, Xiao Wu remarked, her heart slightly aching as she observed Chao Yan's expression. She had not anticipated that so much had transpired in his life, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Wu, thank you. I am truly glad to have met a friend like you in the academy, Chao Yan replied, feigning a heartbroken demeanor, his face etched with bitterness, as if he had just lost a beloved grandfather, evoking a wave of sympathy from those around him. Do not be sad. You are a boy, and you must learn to be strong, understand? Xiao Wu gently patted Chao Yan's shoulder, her voice a soft comfort. You know, I have long since become accustomed to this feeling. However, my grandfather was my only family. Without him, my home feels devoid of warmth, Chao Yan said, a hint of bitterness coloring his smile. But without your grandfather, you still have me as a friend. If you don't mind, I would be happy to be your sister. Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly brightened, her beautiful gaze fixed on Chao Yan. Upon hearing this, Chao Yan shook his head, yet internally, he was elated. He knew he had successfully hooked his prey. The next step was to acknowledge her as his sister, a task that posed no challenge for him. Xiao Wu, may I ask you a question? I hope you can answer me sincerely, Chao Yan said, his gaze firmly fixed on her exquisite face. What is it? Xiao Wu inquired with a smile. Would you be willing to be my sister? I truly wish to have another family member, Chao Yan stated calmly. Observing Xiao Wu's reaction closely, he distinctly noticed her body tremble at his words. Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless. In truth, she longed to agree. However, once this thought crossed her mind, another question emerged. How would Chao Yan respond to her curiosity? Xiao Wu, you know, I was originally born into a secluded family. My parents passed away early, and later, my grandfather and I were expelled by our clan. As you can see, I have nothing now. But Xiao Wu, would you be willing to trust me? Although I cannot offer you much, I can promise to always protect my sister, shielding her from harm, Chao Yan declared, sincerity shining in his eyes. Xiao Wu's eyes began to glisten with tears as she wiped them away, her throat tightening as she posed a thoughtful question. What if one day, many people want to kill me, and they are foes you cannot defeat? Upon hearing Xiao Wu's question, Chao Yan's eyes sparkled with resolve. He was familiar with the original narrative. This question posed no challenge for him. Then, they must first step over my corpse, he proclaimed, gazing deeply into Xiao Wu's eyes without a hint of hesitation, shedding a tear to emphasize his determination. Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She had clearly seen that Chao Yan had uttered those words without any hesitation. This alone was enough to nearly melt her heart. The eyes could not deceive. And within Chao Yan's gaze, she discerned unwavering conviction. Furthermore, she believed that if such a day ever came, this boy before her would indeed go to great lengths to protect her. How fortunate she was to encounter a boy like Chao Yan. Brother, Xiao Wu softly called, her gaze softening as she embraced him in that moment, accepting him as the most important person in her life. Sister, your brother will forever protect you, Chao Yan replied, patting his chest, then extending his arm to draw Xiao Wu into his embrace. Gently caressing her silky hair, he inhaled her unique fragrance, captivated by the moment. From this day forth, he had gained a sister, and perhaps in the future, he would acquire even more. After a brief embrace, he released Xiao Wu's waist, leaving a faint kiss mark on her delicate face, a testament to his affection. Sister, let me teach you how to use hidden weapons, he said, amused by the blush adorning Xiao Wu's cheeks. Xiao Wu nodded eagerly, her face alight with joy. For a girl like her, the allure of such things was undeniably substantial. Thus, the two spent an entire evening in delightful company, their feelings for one another rapidly blossoming. In truth, from that moment on, the nature of their relationship had begun to quietly transform. After all, every couple starts their journey from the foundation of siblinghood. Chapter 28, Tang San's Decade of Soul Rings. As night fell, Nodding Academy gradually descended into silence. The evening breeze whispered gently, and the stars twinkled brightly overhead. On the playground, the presence of students had almost vanished. After their intimate exchange, Xiao had thoroughly learned the usage of her sleeve arrows and was now playfully tugging Xiao Yan towards their sleeping quarters. For a clever girl like Xiao Wu, mastering such skills was hardly a challenge. Meanwhile, Tang San and his master had finally made some progress. In the soul hunting forest, Master, thank you. Thanks to your third cannon, I would never have been able to slay this 10-year-old solitary bamboo. Tang San exclaimed, excitement sparkling in his eyes as he glanced at his master. He had finally succeeded. He had slain a 10-year-old soul beast and was now eligible to obtain a soul ring, allowing him to grow stronger. Given time, he would surely restore the glory of the Tang sect across the entirety of Douluo Continent. This time, he aimed to establish a Tang sect that belonged solely to him. All right, Xiao San, hurry and absorb the solitary bamboo's soul ring. I am eager to witness whether my theories about martial souls hold true, his master said warmly, patting Tang San's shoulder. Feeling the warmth of his master's eager gaze, Tang San felt a rush of gratitude. Taking a deep breath, he approached the solitary bamboo, seated himself cross-legged, and formed a unique seal as he began to absorb the soul ring. Tang San flicked his fingers, and a flash of white light danced across the surface of the solitary bamboo, soon followed by a more concentrated white glow that began to coalesce. Ultimately, a white soul ring spiraled upwards, floating before Tang San. As he felt the gentle energy within the soul ring, Tang San smiled, his expression radiant. This was the first time he had displayed such happiness since arriving in Douluo Continent. For him, revitalizing the Tang sect and restoring its former glory was more important than life itself. At long last, he was finally able to possess a soul ring that belonged solely to him. With this pivotal step, how far could he be from the reconstruction of the Tang sect? Tang San, a dutiful and respectful disciple, recalled the moment he leapt off the cliff of ghostly woe to declare his resolve, feeling no regret whatsoever. After all, despite having resorted to pilfering the Tang sect's secret techniques to cultivate the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, he had nonetheless achieved success. Ah, dear Master Tang, I imagine you and your obstinate old cronies are still mourning my departure, aren't you? Huh, how ironic it is that I, who toiled relentlessly for the Tang sect, am now met with such disdain from you, the very elders I once revered. This outcome is solely of your own making, and you have no one but yourselves to blame. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Tang San summoned his blue silvergrass. When he drew the decade-old soul ring into his palm with his soul power, a wave of warmth surged through him, flowing from his lower abdomen to his limbs and bones, enveloping him in a blissful sensation that made him gasp in delight. Ah, Master Tang, I now have a new mentor, one who possesses far sharper eyes than your antiquated minds. Did you know? He instantly recognized my dual martial souls as a prodigious talent. Henceforth, my future on the Douluo Continent shall know no bounds. This time, the Tang sect shall be governed by none other than myself. Ha ha ha. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, his face flushing with fervor as an intense heat radiated throughout his body, making him feel as though he were engulfed in a furnace, suffocatingly warm. Perhaps I should thank you, Tang sect, for had I not clandestinely mastered your techniques, I would not now possess such an arsenal of skills on the Douluo Continent. With these abilities, I, Tang San, shall inevitably unify the entire Douluo Continent. As these thoughts lingered, a peculiar vision suddenly dawned upon him, and upon recognizing the familiar scene, he was taken aback. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself standing atop the peak of ghostly woe, with an unfathomable abyss behind him and 18 elders of the Tang sect, including Master Tang, before him. They obstructed all his paths, their expressions grave and their gazes icy as they advanced menacingly toward him. Faced with their familiar yet furious visages, Tang San's heart raced. Was it truly impossible for him to escape this fate? Or was everything he experienced on the Douluo Continent merely a fleeting dream? Tang San, you wretched creature, betraying your master and annihilating your ancestors. How could you commit such heinous acts after the Tang sect nurtured you to adulthood? To think that I would not slay you today would be a disgrace to the ancestors of our sect. Tang San, your theft of our sect's secrets is inexcusable, an unspeakable crime. How could such an ungrateful disciple dare to exist in this world? You, the traitor, shall not even have your corpse remain within the Tang sect. Today, I declare the severance of all ties between you and the Tang sect. In this life and the next, the Tang sect will never again accept you. Eldest brother, let us join forces and slay this traitorous disciple here, to restore the honor of the Tang sect. The second elder stepped forward proclaiming, Elders, join me in eradicating this traitor from our ranks. Master Tang nodded and commanded coldly, Elders, Tang San is innocent. It is not as he seems. Tang San could not help but cry out, tears streaming down from the corners of his eyes. Traitor, do not be so arrogant. Today, I shall take your life. Master Tang interjected with a chilling laugh, cutting Tang San's words short. In an instant, he flashed forward, his rainstorm pear blossom needles activated, shooting directly toward Tang San. 49, a full 49 rainstorm pear blossom needles. The Tang sect's unparalleled peak hidden weapons surged toward Tang San. The silver needles, swift as shooting stars, streaked through the air, piercing it with brilliant light. Witnessing this, Tang San's expression grew grave. He waved his hand, attempting to wield the mysterious jade hand to counter, but to his astonishment, he found himself utterly unable to use the Xiantian skill. Thus, the rainstorm pear blossom needles pierced through his chest, limbs, and even his eyes. Tang San felt his vision blurring until all was engulfed in darkness. Then, an unknown elder rushed to him, striking down upon his crown. The internal energy surged forth, fracturing his bones as excruciating pain sent him into spasms before a fierce gust propelled his body over the edge of ghostly woe. Tang San's heart-wrenching cries echoed. But just as despair enveloped him, a gentle voice reached his ears. Little San, what has happened? Please don't frighten your teacher. The master stood beside him. Watching Tang San writhe in agony, worry etched across his face. Could it be that his theories were ultimately mere folly? To him, if Tang San could not absorb even this decade-old soul ring, it would only serve to confirm that his theories were worthless. As for Tang San's life or death, it mattered little to him. That was the voice of his teacher. Suddenly, Tang San felt a surge of energy, the Xiantian skill activating within him. A stream of white light emanating forth. His Xiantian skill had finally broken through once more. In that moment, the white soul ring merged with the blue silver grass in his hand, gradually being absorbed into his body. Teacher, I succeeded. Your theory is correct. You are indeed a genius. Tang San exclaimed, his heart swelling with warmth as he saw his teacher standing beside him. He knew that it was his mentor who had been there to protect him. Little San, you actually succeeded. That's wonderful. I, Yu Xiaogang, am not a fool. My theories hold true. The master's face lit up with joy, laughter spilling forth, his delight palpable. Tang San gazed at the master and couldn't help but smile as well. Chapter 29. Is this the Haotian hammer? By the way, Little San, what just happened to you? You have no idea how frightened I was by your earlier state, the master suddenly inquired, returning to his senses. He still vividly recalled Tang San's earlier behavior, akin to being possessed. Though he had not been concerned about Tang San's fate before, the situation had changed. Now that Tang San had successfully validated his theory, he must dedicate himself to cultivating Tang San. If Tang San could become a titled Douluo in the future, it would finally prove that he was not a fool. Yu Xiaogang was a proud man. He did not wish to be labeled as a failure for life. Teacher, during the process of absorbing the soul ring, I seemed to fall into an illusion. Had it not been for your reminder, I might never have awakened, Tang San said, gazing at the master with gratitude. Having a teacher who cared for him was indeed a blessing. Teacher, with your vast knowledge, do you know why this happened? I believe it is the lingering resentment of the soul beast at the moment of its death that affected you. Who would have thought that merely this decade-old soul beast could have nearly cost you your life? It seems that the mandala snake is indeed beyond your current capacity to bear, the master replied, turning to gaze at the starlit sky, speaking softly. Now I understand, teacher. I owe you my thanks. Hearing your words, I feel as if a weight has been lifted from my heart, Tang San replied, relief washing over him, while also feeling fortunate. He had indeed overestimated himself. The thought of potentially perishing had he absorbed the mandala snake's soul ring sent a chill down his spine. Enough. Xiao San, do not overthink. Quickly inform the teacher of the first soul skill bestowed upon you by the solitary bamboo. The master reminded an opportune moment, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Although the solitary bamboo was merely a low-grade soul beast, it was undoubtedly an ideal match for Xiao San's blue silvergrass. Both being plant type, the master believed that the soul skill Xiao San acquired would prove to be rather practical. Teacher, the skill granted by the solitary bamboo is entanglement. After harnessing the energy of the soul ring, it seems my blue silvergrass has gained a slight increase in resilience, Tang San replied. And as he spoke, a brilliant blue light emanated from his palm, with a blue silver grass quietly unfurled, exuding a vibrant vitality. Compared to before, the hue of the blue silver grass appeared to be even more vivid, though that was the only discernible change. Demonstrate it for me, the master urged. Tang San nodded, and a clear white soul ring emerged from beneath him, swirling upward, its radiance intensifying as the blue silver grass in his hand began to grow rapidly. In an instant, dozens of strands of blue silver grass entwined around the nearest tree with astonishing speed, resembling solitary bamboos, their leaf tips glinting with sharpness. Witnessing this scene, the master's eyes brightened. In his estimation, Xiao San's blue silver grass must have experienced a significant increase in offensive capability. However, that notion was fleeting, for the subsequent events nearly caused him to faint. The numerous strands of blue silver grass viciously coiled around the small tree, and then their leaves struck toward the trunk with tremendous force. At that moment, both the master and Tang San's eyes sparkled in unison. Yet, those seemingly sharp leaves shattered upon contact with the trunk, akin to ice meeting fire. Moments later, the strands of blue silver grass disintegrated into fragments, scattering to the ground. Stunned, Tang San was left speechless. His first soul skill had lost its effectiveness before even inflicting damage upon the target. Was such a futile soul skill not a source of mockery? Teacher, why did my blue silver grass behave in such a manner? Tang San's eyes brimmed with disappointment, which soon morphed into despair. What efficacy could such a soul skill have in combat? Would it merely reveal his weakness to opponents, inviting their sympathy and exposing his impotence? Bowing his head in silence, he felt like a complete failure, utterly powerless. The master, too, remained silent, taken aback by the underwhelming outcome of Xiao San's first soul skill. His disappointment was even more pronounced than that of Xiao San himself. He understood that his disciple was far too weak. Just then, as if struck by a sudden realization, the master's eyes sparkled, and he hurriedly queried Tang San. Xiao San, what is your other martial soul? Quickly release it for me to see. This marked the first time he had requested Tang San to unveil his twin martial souls. Initially, he believed that the emergence of dual martial souls could only stem from one of two extreme scenarios. Either both parents possessed formidable martial souls, or both were utterly feeble. It was only under these two extreme conditions that one might become a bearer of dual martial souls. The master had refrained from rushing to see Tang San's second martial soul due to his fear of being unable to bear the potential blow. After all, blue silver grass was widely regarded as a useless martial soul. Should Xiao San's other martial soul also turn out to be ineffectual, his value as a disciple would be rendered null. Yet now, he felt compelled to witness it, his palms trembling with anticipation, his mind bracing for the worst. If Tang San's second martial soul proved to be another worthless one, he would not hesitate to part ways with him. Unbeknownst to Tang San, the master's thoughts were concealed from him. He merely nodded, believing that his teacher was genuinely concerned for him. Raising his left hand, a surging black light erupted. As the darkness dissipated, an unusual hammer appeared in his palm, small in size, adorned with peculiar patterns that rendered it distinctly unique. Upon sighting the hammer in Tang San's grasp, the master found himself momentarily speechless, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Staring intently at the hammer, he murmured, Tang San, Tang. All right, put away your martial soul. Remember, you must never use this martial soul in front of anyone without my permission, nor should you attach any soul rings to it. Do you understand? Teacher, why is that? My father imparted similar words to me. Tang San nodded, yet could not suppress his curiosity. There is no reason. You need not know so much. Just remember, I act for your own good, the master replied coldly, a figure flashing in his mind, a figure he revered deeply. That person was Tang Hao. The master did not know much about Tang Hao, only that after his legendary battle with the former pope, the name Tang Hao seemed to vanish from the world of soul masters. Though he was unsure of the reasons, he was certain that it had to do with the spirit hall. Initially, he had begun to feel disheartened by Tang San's performance. However, the emergence of the Hao Ian hammer caused his perspective to shift dramatically. one must consider the uproar that would ensue upon the revelation of the world's foremost assault-type weapon soul. At that moment, the Master's thoughts transformed anew. He resolved to cultivate Tang San into a title Douluo, not for any other reason, but simply because the Haotian hammer, throughout history, could never belong to a weakling. Once Xiao San matured, he would become the sole asset against the Spirit Hall. To him, the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall could only ever be adversaries. With this thought, a smile once again graced the Master's face. Indeed, Tang San nodded, fully trusting his teacher's words. In his eyes, a teacher was akin to a father, and a master was his paternal figure. However, Master, I've exerted so much effort. Why do I still feel so powerless? My first soul skill is truly inadequate. Tang San despondently shook his head. While he could perceive that his second martial soul might possess some unique qualities, he could not come to terms with the shortcomings of his blue silver grass's first soul skill. After all, its utility was severely lacking. In response, the Master simply smiled. If Tang San were truly a waste, the Master would not spare him a glance, even as his disciple. However, upon witnessing the Haotian hammer in Tang San's hand, the Master's perspective had irrevocably changed. The son of the Haotian Douluo could hardly be an ordinary individual. Xiao San, do you understand? In the journey of a soul master, effort is the least commendable attribute, as it is the most fundamental and trivial aspect that every soul master can achieve. Grasping this truth will enable you to ascend to greater heights. The Master reassured Tang San, who was now firmly recognized as his disciple. Thank you, teacher. I understand. I will strive to become stronger. Upon hearing the Master's words, Tang San's body stiffened momentarily, a quiet stirring within his heart, his gaze solidifying with determination. He would endeavor to grow ever stronger. Observing the passionate Tang San, the Master smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. What if Haotian Douluo were to discover that his son had obtained merely a 10-year soul ring under his watch? How would such a revelation impact his fate? With this thought, the Master felt a chill creeping beneath him. Chapter 30, Sujun Tao. Chao Yan, it's time to rise. As the first light of dawn painted the eastern horizon with a delicate blush of pale white, the little dancer, Xiao Wu, had already awoken. With her dainty hands gently cradling her chin, she leaned her youthful face closer to Chao Yan's, her voice soft and gentle. At this moment, the other members of the dormitory were already attending their classes. Had it not been for this, Xiao Wu would not have dared to display such affectionate behavior. In this close proximity, she could even feel the faint warmth of Chao Yan's breath, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Brother truly can sleep. He has been slumbering for so long without waking. With pursed lips, Xiao Wu gazed at Chao Yan's sleeping form, unable to suppress a quiet murmur. Perhaps due to their shared experiences from the previous night, Chao Yan had unknowingly carved a substantial space in Xiao Wu's heart. After all, for her, the prospect of nurturing a bond with such a caring boy as her brother was undeniably a stroke of fortune. Simultaneously, recollections of their conversation from the previous evening danced in her mind, prompting a soft giggle as she looked at the boy before her, a faint blush gracing her features. She mused inwardly, wondering if one day, when her brother learned of her true identity, how he would react. Xiao Wu, how can you be lying on top of the elder? Are you trying to seduce me? In a daze, Chao Yan sensed a weight pressing down on him and opened his eyes to find Xiao Wu's startled face meeting his gaze. Chao Yan, you're awake? Caught off guard, Xiao Wu's small face flushed crimson as she hadn't expected him to awaken so promptly. At that moment, Xiao Wu was indeed positioned atop Chao Yan, her slender, delicate legs encased in pink shorts pressing down upon him in an alluring manner. Xiao Wu, your position easily misleads one's thoughts. My self-restraint is rather poor. If I were to impulsively take advantage of this, you mustn't blame me. Blame yourself for tempting me first. A mischievous grin appeared on Chao Yan's face as he beheld Xiao Wu's childlike demeanor. Tempting you? We should get a class. Hurry up and get ready, or we'll be late. Xiao Wu shot a vexed glare at Chao Yan, her tone impatient yet playful. Although she had already accepted him as her brother in her heart, she would never vocalize such sentiments before him, for she possessed her own sense of pride. As they entered the classroom, they were indeed tardy. However, for two prodigious talents endowed with innate full soul power like Chao Yan and Xiao Wu, even their teacher, Ms. Yue Jing, dared not reprimand them too harshly, for their prowess spoke volumes. It is well known that those gifted with innate full soul power are regarded as treasures in any academy. For such individuals, with steady training in soul power cultivation, are destined to become formidable forces in the future. In historical records, Individuals with innate full soul power from the two great empires had achieved at least the rank of Great Soul Master, a level that, while not exceedingly high, was considered the pinnacle in the small town of Notting. Thus, Ms. Yuejing perceived that even if she abandoned all the other students of Notting Academy, she could never forsake Qiao Yin and Xiao Wu. Such talents, even if they left only a minor mark in the Academy's history, would bring unparalleled honor to the institution. The curriculum at Notting Academy is not overly burdensome, for the teachings on martial soul knowledge are inherently limited for every soul master. True strength relies solely on the individual's efforts. Of course, as a transmigrator, Qiao Yin could afford to overlook these mundane matters. After a morning of classes, Qiao Yin and Xiao Wu decided to rest together. However, Ms. Yuejing suggested they register their soul master credentials at the Martial Soul Hall in Notting City, as it symbolizes a mark of honor for any aspiring soul master. Initially, Qiao Yin intended to decline, feeling that such superficial accolades held no allure for him, given his already formidable strength. Yet, upon witnessing Xiao Wu's eager demeanor, he acquiesced. As a considerate brother, he understood the importance of seizing every opportunity to strengthen their bond. Once their relationship reached a certain depth, he could rightfully pursue a harem, confident that Xiao Wu would remain steadfast and obedient. These insights were gleaned from his myriad life experiences in his past life. Although he had been a mere single dog before his transmigration, he now felt assured in this world, believing he could indeed become a king among men. As they strolled hand in hand through the streets of Notting City, they inevitably attracted envious glances. The focus of these gazes was primarily on Xiao Wu. Although Qiao Yin was also quite handsome, his youth rendered him less noticeable. Today, Xiao Wu donned a lovely pink outfit that, coupled with her still youthful yet exquisite features, made her even more eye-catching. Even passers-by couldn't help but internally praise such a naturally beautiful girl. Despite her tender age, Xiao Wu's charm was undeniable, and her pure attire only served to accentuate her allure. Ignoring the various gazes around them, Qiao Yin held Xiao Wu's soft hand tightly and casually inquired about the location of the Martial Soul Hall from a passerby before hastening onward. In Notting City, the Martial Soul Hall was widely recognized, sparing them much trouble. Throughout their journey, Xiao Wu remained silent, yet she could feel the warmth emanating from Qiao Yan's, stirring ripples of emotion within her heart. "Stop right there, young ones. This is the Martial Soul Hall. You cannot wander about recklessly." As they arrived at the entrance to the Martial Soul Hall, a deep voice called out to them. The speaker was a strikingly handsome man, his eyes shimmering with hints of emerald green, likely a reflection of his own martial soul. Clad in a fitted white outfit that complemented his well-proportioned physique, he exuded an aura of strength. A black cloak billowed behind him as if animated by an unseen force, and emblazoned on his chest was a fist-sized emblem, signifying his affiliation with the Martial Soul Hall. On his left breast, he wore a golden badge adorned with 3 gleaming swords, indicating a status that was anything but ordinary. Such an emblem could only be borne by those who had attained the rank of Great Soul Master, leaving no doubt that the man before them was indeed a formidable one. The man appeared to be in his 30s, and attaining the rank of Great Soul Master at such a young age clearly indicated that he possessed considerable talent in cultivation. Thus, as the white-robed man cast his sharp gaze upon Qiao Yin and Xiao Wu, an air of arrogance mingled with his piercing intensity. Indeed, reaching the Great Soul Master level at this age afforded him a certain level of pride. "What is your name? You must know that I hail from a hidden family," he declared. Qiao Yin, slightly furrowing his brow at the man's haughty demeanor, gradually lifted his refined face to meet the gaze of those green, luminous eyes, unflinching and undaunted. "Heh, I did not expect such a noble lineage from you, young sir. Yam Su Yun Tao. May I inquire as to your purpose for visiting the Spirit Hall?" Upon hearing the mention of a hidden family, the expression on the man's face softened significantly, revealing a demeanor filled with flattery. Observing the swift change in Su Yun Tao's countenance, the 2 guards nearby appeared visibly taken aback, clearly astonished by the former's sudden shift in attitude. Su Yun Tao himself felt somewhat astonished. After years of serving in the Spirit Hall, today marked the first instance of encountering a youth who claimed to be from a hidden family. Coupled with the calm and composed demeanor exhibited by Qiao Yin, it left him with no doubt regarding the veracity of the young man's words. It is well known that anyone with even a slight connection to a hidden family commands a degree of fear and respect, even within the Spirit Hall, as no one can predict the formidable power that lies behind such enigmatic lineages. I intend to visit the Spirit Hall to test my soul power level. You may perceive me as weak, but in truth, I have already attained the rank of Soul Master, Qiao Yin remarked with a subtle smile, his tone casual and somewhat playful. For a soul master of Su Yuntao's caliber, discerning Chao Yan's true level of soul power was beyond his capability. Given the significant disparity between their strengths, it is important to note that once one reaches the level of a peerless Douluo, even a titled Douluo, if they deliberately conceal their soul power, it becomes nearly impossible to ascertain their true capabilities at a glance. Naturally, in the presence of Su Yuntao, Chao Yan felt no need to mask his aura. After all, for someone of the great soul master rank to uncover his secrets was akin to chasing a mirage. You truly possess a sense of humor. Judging by your attire, you're certainly no ordinary individual. If you do not mind, I would be honored to guide you. Su Yuntao offered, taking note of Chao Yan's polished garments and speaking with considerable courtesy. In the Douluo Continent, there exist several extraordinarily mysterious hidden families, whose existence is shrouded in secrecy, and their powers are truly formidable, often eclipsing even the mightiest of sections. Although the Spirit Hall boasts great influence, Su Yuntao, being merely a low-ranking steward, felt compelled to temper his usual arrogance in light of the potential overwhelming background behind Chao Yan. Lead the way. Chao Yan nodded to Su Yuntao, once again taking Xiao Wu's delicate, soft hand in his, a gentle touch that was quite comforting. Please follow me. Su Yuntao responded, his expression devoid of any irritation, instead greeting Chao Yan with a smile. In his view, the young man's rebellious spirit served as a testament to certain qualities, aligning well with the characteristics of a hidden family. As Chao Yan lifted his gaze, he could not help but marvel at the grandeur of the Spirit Hall's architecture. The Spirit Hall in Nodding City was a colossal dome structure, its facade stretching over 100 meters in width and soaring to a height of 20 meters, divided into 3 levels. The entire edifice was a rich brown, with the emblem of the Spirit Hall, a single long sword, adorning the main entrance, signifying that this was the lowest tier of Spirit Halls. Yet, even a modest branch hall of such scale reflects the immense influence the Spirit Hall wields across the continent. Master Su Yuntao, these 2 children appear to be merely 6 years old. Is it truly possible for someone of this age to become a soul master? A guard interjected, unable to suppress his curiosity, though his gaze was filled with reverence as he addressed Su Yuntao. Clearly, Su Yuntao held a significant position within the Spirit Hall. Silence. Do not speak out of turn. Although these 2 young friends are indeed quite youthful, their presence in our Spirit Hall for testing their soul power merits our welcome. Should I hear such disrespectful words again, you shall find yourself without a position here. Su Yuntao's eyes flashed with intensity as he directed a piercing gaze at the guard, who quickly realized his error. Master Su, I apologize for my rudeness. The guard replied, clasping his hands in a gesture of contrition. Should it happen again, I will not be so forgiving. Su Yuntao admonished sharply, before turning his back on the guards and leading Chao Yan and Xiao Wu into the Spirit Hall. For these 2 extraordinary young friends, even he dared not exhibit any semblance of negligence. You know Su Yuntao's temperament well. In the Spirit Hall, aside from his good graces towards CC, he rarely regards us ordinary guards with any respect. You should focus on your own duties. One guard reassured his partner as Su Yuntao's figure disappeared into the hall. Say, do you think those 2 children are from Nodding Academy? At their age, no matter how exceptional their talent, could they truly be soul masters? The other guard mused, a hint of envy coloring his words. Nodding Academy may not be a prestigious soul master institution, but remains a dream for the vast majority of commoners. Had they not awakened with such low innate soul powers, perhaps they too would now be soul masters. And even Su Yuntao would not dare to treat them with such disdain. After all, the chasm between commoners and soul masters is as vast as heaven and earth. We are merely ordinary guards. Why concern ourselves with such matters? Su Yuntao can only vent his frustrations on us. By the way, I overheard that Master Mathieu and CC were rather affectionate in the office the other day. Alas, such fortunate encounters seem to elude me. The guard, nicknamed Ergo, jested with his companion. Isn't CC Master Su Yuntao's girlfriend? How could she be involved with Master Mathieu? As the words left his lips, the guard suddenly realized the implications of Ergo's teasing gaze. Inside the Spirit Hall, the atmosphere was majestic, the vast dome adorned with murals. Within each small square, various soul spirit designs were depicted against a backdrop of radiant gold, exuding an opulent yet timeless ambience. Young friends, allow me to escort you to the 2nd floor to meet Master Mathieu. He is responsible for all matters regarding soul spirit awakenings here. Su Yuntao paused, addressing Chao Yan with a calm tone. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Master Su Yuntao, Chao Yan replied, thoroughly pleased with the warmth of Su Yuntao's demeanor. Although Su Yuntao merely occupies the role of a mere tool in the original narrative, Chao Yin perceives him as a rather perceptive individual. Moreover, considering Su Yuntao's demeanor is relatively amiable, Chao Yin reciprocates with courtesy and respect. Sensing Chao Yan's markedly different disposition, Su Yuntao feels a flicker of joy, and a smile gradually unfurls across his face, reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum, radiant and resplendent. Young master, I find this girl quite beautiful. Surely she must be your little girlfriend? Su Yuntao guided Chao Yin and Xiao Wu up the staircase to the second floor of the Wuhuan Hall, which is undoubtedly more magnificent than the one below. Furthermore, the foot traffic here exceeds that of the first floor by at least double. You think too much. In my heart, she is merely my sister. Chao Yin adopted a serious expression, his face reflecting unwavering determination as he calmly replied to Su Yuntao. Really, just a sister? At his words, Xiao Wu felt a slight stir within her heart. Inexplicably, the response that should have satisfied her instead left her feeling somewhat reluctant. Observing the resolute expression on the young man's face, Su Yuntao realized he may have overstepped his bounds. This is it. Master Masayuno is inside. Leading Chao Yin and Xiao Wu to a door, Su Yuntao pointed to the emblem on the entrance, signaling the two. Stop. Master Masayuno is at work. No idlers are permitted. A guard's cold voice rang out at the entrance, his chest adorned with a golden long sword, clearly indicating his strength as a soul master. I am Su Yuntao. Step aside. I urgently need to see Master Masayuno. Upon being obstructed, Su Yuntao's temper flared, and he impatiently insisted. Master Su Yuntao, please do not make it difficult for me. It would be best if you refrained from entering at this moment. The guard, witnessing Su Yuntao's assertive demeanor, revealed a hint of bitterness at the corners of his mouth, responding helplessly. In response, Su Yuntao was utterly perplexed. It should be noted that he was an official of the Wuhuan Hall, and even if Master Masayuno were preoccupied with an urgent matter, it would be inconceivable for him to be turned away. Moreover, today he had encountered two extraordinary young friends. There must be something amiss. There is undoubtedly a significant complication at play. Su Yuntao furrowed his brow, and suddenly a delicate voice emerged from within the room, vaguely familiar to him. It was the voice of Cece. In that moment, an unsettling thought surged within Su Yuntao's mind. Without regard for appearances, he rapidly gathered his soul power in his legs, and, with a single kick, the seemingly impenetrable door was forcefully flung open. With a resounding thud, the next moment, as the scene within the room became fully visible, both Chao Yin and Xiao Wu were taken aback. Xiao Wu's reaction was particularly intense. Her face flushed crimson as she seemed unable to accept the tableau before her, pressing her small face tightly against Chao Yan's shoulder, rendered speechless. Inside the room, two figures were intertwined in a remarkably intimate embrace. An elderly man, clad in immaculate soul master attire adorned with the noble three-sword emblem, symbolized his prestigious status as a grand soul master, was seated upon an armchair. Most astonishingly, a voluptuous woman was coiled around the legs of the elderly man. Her breath slightly quickened, her cheeks flushed with color. Her delicate hands, akin to jade, rested upon the old man's chest. This peculiar posture undoubtedly incited the imagination of those present. Upon his chest, a hint of white skin was discernible, revealing a scenic glimpse of spring, prompting the onlookers to speculate about the narrative unfolding before them. In that moment, the entire hall seemed to descend into a profound silence. Su Yuntao's body stood rigid as if petrified, his eyes reddening, and deep within his heart, a tumultuous roar reverberated. As his heart trembled violently, he felt as if countless blades were mercilessly slicing through his soul. The excruciating pain left him momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 32, Masayuno. The hall was enveloped in silence. Tao Tao, what brings you here? I was just discussing knowledge of soul powers with Master Masayuno. Our relationship is not what you might think. After a brief pause, the woman's voice broke through the stillness, tinged with a hint of remorse. With flustered hands, she hurriedly adjusted her slightly disheveled attire, swiftly rising from the elderly man's side. Her remarkably quick response even caught Chao Yin, who had been silently observing, by surprise. Yet, at this moment, he maintained his silence. The faint blush still lingered on the woman's delicate face, causing her gaze to flicker nervously when directed at Su Yuntao, unable to meet his eyes. She had never anticipated this situation. According to her past understanding of Su Yuntao, he would certainly not appear here at this time. Had it not been for that, she would not have let herself be so vulnerable. However, it was evident that this time she had miscalculated. Cece, Master Masayuno. These two young friends have come to assess their soul power levels. It seems I must trouble you. Su Yuntao spoke in a detached tone, gesturing towards Chao Yin and Xiao Wu, his voice carrying a subtle hint of melancholy, laced with an almost imperceptible, self-deprecating smirk. Su Yuntao's form appeared almost petrified, standing in place with a semblance of a smile that was neither one nor the other, his hands clenching and unclenching in a futile attempt to regain composure. The woman before him, named Cici, had captivated him from the moment he first laid eyes on her within the Wuhuan Hall. Ultimately, after his fervent pursuit, she had agreed to be with him as a genius of the Grand Soul Master level, possessing dual identities as a prominent figure and an official of the Wuhuan Hall. His status was immensely elevated. Little did he know how many women in Notting City admired him, only to be rejected by Su Yuntao one by one. His intentions were to walk alongside this woman to the very end. Yet today, or rather at this moment, everything unfolding before him struck like a thunderbolt, ruthlessly shattering his heart. The blow was undeniably severe. Cici. Su Yuntao's voice grew hoarse, a flood of warm memories washing over him. The moments he shared with this woman felt as if they had transpired just yesterday. Yet now, these once precious and beautiful memories only brought him heart-wrenching agony. He understood that perhaps from this day forth, those memories would dissipate into nothingness. Tao Tao, you must believe me, my relationship with Master Masayuno is merely that of colleagues. Cici spoke softly, her once resolute voice now tinged with vulnerability as her beautiful eyes met the familiar face that would forever be etched into her soul. Master Masayuno, I must trouble you with these two children, and I shall not intrude any longer. In response to Cici's words, Su Yuntao merely offered a faint smile before turning his gaze towards Master Masayuno. Having uttered those words, he slowly turned away, striding resolutely towards the exit of the Wuhuan Hall, each step steady and unwavering, as if everything within this place could not compel him to look back. As Tao's enchanting gaze lingered on Su Yuntao's form as she vanished at the threshold of the spirit hall, a faint sobbing sound began to resonate. Alas, that scoundrel Yuntao shall amount to nothing more than a mere great spirit master in his lifetime. Why shed tears for him? A voice of reassurance emerged from Master Masayuno, who expressed sympathy for the pitiable appearance of CC, declaring, "Rest assured, if you remain by my side, within 3 years, I can guarantee that your standing within this spirit hall will not fall short of his." CC, he continued with a chuckle, entirely disregarding the presence of Chao Yin and Xiao Wu, as he stepped closer, attempting to ensconce her delicate form within his embrace. Master Masayuno, please refrain from such actions. I believe it would be best for us to cease our interactions from now on. I fear Tao might misconstrue our relationship, CC hurriedly retorted, not permitting the elderly gentleman's advances this time. CC, do not mistake my intentions. In this spirit hall, even that scoundrel Su Yuntao must bow to me. Do you not realize that with a mere word, I could send any one of you packing? Moreover, do you truly believe that you can still earn his forgiveness at this juncture? Masayuno scoffed, his countenance darkening with displeasure at her rejection. Had it not been for the presence of Chao Yin and Xiao Wu, his inherent desires would have compelled him to act upon his impulses. For no one within this spirit hall dared defy his will. Though this was but a branch of the spirit hall, his authority reigned supreme here. Had it not been for this fact, Su Yuntao might have already succumbed to his wrath. Such insubordination was deemed a grave offense within the spirit hall. Thus, one could assert that Masayuno was indeed the sovereign of the entire Notting City. Master Masayuno, I have faith that Tao will forgive me. Let our paths diverge here. Cici sighed softly, unable to meet the gaze of the elder, yet her voice remained resolutely steadfast. In her heart, the decision between an elderly figure of comparable strength and a youthful prodigy was not a challenging one. While she harbored no romantic sentiments for Master Masayuno, her heart did possess a faint affection for Su Yuntao. Very well, the moment you step beyond this door, the promises I once made to you shall be rendered null and void. Ponder this carefully. You must understand that the fame and status you seek, Su Yuntao cannot grant you. Masayuno laughed coldly, a smug expression gracing his face. He was certain that such immense temptation would be irresistible to her. I cannot abandon Tao. As for that matter, I shall strive to earn his forgiveness, CC declared, departing amidst Masayuno's astonished gaze. Forgiveness? He mused, a derisive smirk curling his lips as he observed CC's retreating figure. With a flick of his hand, he redirected his gaze, discarding her like a piece of refuse. A gesture as casual as it was dismissive. It was clear that her choice had merely elicited a modicum of surprise from him. Hey, old man. I'm here to test my spirit power. When do we begin? Chao Yin finally interjected, unable to contain his exasperation. His reluctance to intervene in the earlier scene stemmed from his unfamiliarity with Su Yuntao, To extend a hand for a mere stranger seemed overly presumptuous. Although he was a traveler from another realm, he had no desire to meddle in others' disputes. Moreover, he harbored a degree of disdain for the elderly figure before him. It was evident that Masi Ueno had likely wronged Su Yuntao. Whether or not there had been any further developments between him and CC was of no concern to Chao Yan. Ho, young lad, your words are quite bold. Do you realize that with my standing, even the Lord of Notting City would not dare to speak to me in such a manner? Today, I shall see from whence your audacity springs, Masi Ueno remarked, his brows furrowing slightly at Chao Yan's insolence. Perhaps due to the earlier encounter, he was already in a foul mood. He had speculated about Chao Yan's background, having had dealings with various influential families within Notting City. Yet, it was clear that this young man did not belong to any of them. Of course, he also entertained the notion that they might hail from Notting Academy. Yet even that would not suffice to warrant such impertinence in his presence. Notably, even the boy who had come earlier to test his martial spirit, despite possessing only a blue silver grass spirit, had shown him great respect, for he had achieved full innate spirit power and reached the level of spirit master, an accomplishment that compelled Masi Ueno to treat him with due courtesy. Evidently, in Masi Ueno's eyes, Chao Yan and Xiao Wu were merely at the threshold of awakening their martial spirits. After all, it was improbable that these two youngsters possessed the same innate, full spirit power as the previous boy. If children with such gifts were so readily available, it would be a blow to those like him who could never surpass the ranks of great spirit masters. Old man, whom do you look down upon? Do not presume that we are mere children and can be bullied at will, Xiao Wu exclaimed, having caught the disdain in Masi Ueno's eyes. With a huff, she unleashed a radiant pink glow, her spirit power emanating forth in a powerful wave. The 100 Years Spirit Ring, emblematic of her status, shimmered beneath her, causing Masi Ueno's breath to catch in his throat. A spirit master? Masi Ueno exclaimed in disbelief, the earlier arrogance evaporating in an instant. The scene before him struck his visual senses, and although he was loath to accept the reality, there was no denying the undeniable truth that had slapped him across the face. Chapter 33, Spirit Power Test. Esteemed young friends, it seems I have underestimated your potential. I never anticipated that this young lady would reach the level of spirit master at such a tender age. Such talent is indeed rare. Might I inquire from what faction you hail? Masi Ueno chuckled, his face creasing into a smile that resembled a blossoming chrysanthemum, radiant in its brilliance. Observing Masi Ueno's capricious expression, Xiao Wu couldn't help but giggle, sweetly retorting, "Old man, do we really need to announce our origins just to test our spirit power? Who do you think you are?" "You are quite right, young lady," he conceded with a chuckle. "Very well, I shall now escort you for your spirit power test." With a slight shake of his face, Masi Ueno managed to muster what he considered a more gentle smile. It appeared that for the first time in his high station, he had been chastised so unabashedly, and the irony of being reprimanded by such an adorable girl left him both amused and bewildered. "Lead the way," Chao Yan stated flatly. In response, Masi Ueno nodded, refraining from further comments. After all, the young girl before him was not only a prodigy, endowed with innate full soul power, but she also possessed a century-old soul ring. The various signs exhibited by Xiao Wu compelled him to speculate about the formidable forces backing her, instantly casting aside any prior judgments regarding their origins. It is imperative to understand that the rarity of a century-old soul ring is incomparable to that of a 10-year one. Such a soul ring could not have been acquired by her own means. Therefore, Matthew had no choice but to deduce that an extraordinary power must lie behind Xiao Wu. Such an individual must not be offended. Having comprehended this, Matthew let out a subtle sigh of relief, feeling a sense of admiration for his own astuteness. Under Matthew's guidance, the trio traversed a lengthy corridor. Upon reaching its end, 3 rather mysterious archways came into view. Here's the place for testing soul power levels. Please step inside, he said, pushing open the leftmost archway and ushering the 2 inside. Perhaps due to his inner speculations, his tone towards them had noticeably softened. The room was spacious and lofty, spanning at least 200 square meters, with a grand floor-to-ceiling window providing ample illumination. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, emanating from several small black stones embedded in the surrounding walls. These were soul-condensing stones, capable of drawing out the soul power within soul masters. However, their cost was quite substantial, and their presence in such a prominent location underscored the vast stature of the spirit hall. On the floor, a colossal emblem shaped like a token was etched, with a long sword pointing directly at the entrance. "Little girl, you may begin. I am eager to witness the level of your soul power," Matthew said with a cheerful smile, his gaze towards Xiao Wu sparkling with intrigue. He felt an inexplicable sensation towards the girl before him, the nature of which eluded him. Xiao Wu smiled gently and nodded in understanding. She then stepped forward to stand at the center of the intricate floor design. Extending her fair right hand, she focused her energy and calmed her mind, gradually releasing her soul power, which glimmered with a soft pink hue. As this gentle soul power poured forth, her body underwent subtle changes. A pink radiance enveloped her, causing her eyes to turn red, her ears to elongate softly, and delicate white fur to rise from the sides of her head. She appeared to grow taller as well. With her martial spirit manifesting, Xiao Wu's form undoubtedly became more exquisite. Her slender, delicate legs, wrapped in pink shorts, appeared elongated and stunning. One could only imagine the sensation of running their hands over such beautiful legs. Through the pink fabric, the pristine whiteness of her skin was faintly visible, causing Xiao Yan's breath to quicken slightly. Despite the shorts providing some modesty, the alluring contours outlined were irresistibly enticing, evoking an impulse to tear the fabric away. Good heavens! This is the fluctuation of 13th level soul power. Little girl, your soul power has already reached 13th level, Matthew exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment at the dazzling light radiating from the crystal ball. 13th level soul power, coupled with a century-old soul ring. These were not even the most astonishing aspects. It was essential to note that the young girl was merely 6 years old. Such talent, if persuaded to join the Spirit Hall, could soon yield another soul sage, elevating his status in the process. Little girl, I must earnestly inquire about your origins. I hope you will answer truthfully, for this will significantly impact your future achievements and prospects, all right? Matthew's voice trembled slightly, filled with anticipation, his gaze so expectant it was nearly impossible to refuse. Xiao Wu glanced at Xiao Yan, and upon receiving a nod of encouragement, she replied softly, Could you enlighten me about your background? If possible, I hope you will join the Spirit Hall. Given the talent you have displayed, I believe you could achieve unparalleled glory, Matthew stated, placing his left hand firmly over the badge on his chest, signifying his sincere attitude. Old man, didn't you just look down on us? We're the Spirit Hall. I have no intention of joining, Xiao Wu declared, hands firmly placed on her hips and her countenance resolute. Little girl, do you not realize that with your talent, joining the Spirit Hall would grant you access to the finest resources? What we can offer you is beyond your imagination. While I cannot guarantee everything, I can assure you that here, you could at least become a soul sage, Matthew urged, his tone now tinged with regret for his earlier dismissiveness. Unexpectedly, the aged man found himself blinded by his own short-sightedness. Although he had yet to gauge Xiao Yan's soul power level, he had an inkling that these two young companions were genuine prodigies. Old man, spare me your words. She will not join the Spirit Hall, for she is my sister. Besides, we hail from a reclusive family and prefer not to be constrained. Your propositions hold no allure for us, Xiao Yan interjected calmly. A reclusive family? These two young companions possess such a background? Matthew's pupils constricted as he inhaled sharply, realizing that despite his reluctance, these children were likely destined to remain detached from the Spirit Hall. You may find this hard to believe, but within our family, even the weakest members are at the title Douluo level. Such individuals can only be relegated to the role of a gatekeeper. Observing Matthew's astonishment, Xiao Yan continued, his expression nonchalant. What kind of family is this? At this moment, Matthew's mind was in turmoil. If even title Douluo-level individuals were reduced to mere gatekeepers, then what kind of formidable force lay behind such a family? Young friends, I have been rather reckless today. I believe we should conclude this matter. Here are 2 Soul Master badges. Please accept them. Matthew nodded respectfully, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle while presenting the golden badges before the two, his tone reverent. You're so hasty to grant me the Soul Master badge? Is there no need to test my soul power? Xiao Yan couldn't help but chuckle at Matthew's demeanor. My young friend, you jest. Your extraordinary background guarantees a high level of talent. Let us forego these tedious procedures. Matthew waved his hand dismissively, indicating his indifference to such formalities. I trust you know how to handle our identities, Xiao Yan remarked with a slight smile as he affixed the Soul Master badge to Xiao Wu's chest. Since the latter had voluntarily offered the badges, he saw no reason to further complicate matters with additional testing. Rest assured, I swear by my martial spirit that I will not report a single detail of today's events. Should I leak even the slightest whisper, I shall suffer dire consequences, Matthew declared, crossing his arms over his chest. Such an oath was the highest form of vow in the Soul Master community. To breach, it would invoke the wrath of both gods and men. Having concluded these matters, Chao Yin gently took Xiao Wu's hand, leading her toward the exit. Gao Zan, thank you for helping me out. With a grateful gaze, Xiao Wu looked at Chao Yin and spoke gently. She understood that had it not been for her, Chao Yin would not have revealed the secret of his lineage from a hidden family. Not only that, but he had also forfeited the opportunity to further his studies at the Spear Hall. Thus, a twinge of guilt resided within her heart. As for Chao Yan's earlier words, she could not bring herself to believe them. If title Douluo level experts were reduced to mere gatekeepers, would that not plunge the world into chaos? Nevertheless, it was impressive that Chao Yin could persuade someone like Mathuno to take such seemingly absurd statements at face value. And for this, she held a measure of admiration. Fool! You are my sister. Is there truly a need for gratitude between us? Observing Xiao Wu's self-reproachful demeanor, Chao Yin smiled tenderly, pinching her delicate cheek and speaking with concern. Treated with such affectionate gestures, Xiao Wu blinked her eyes and then broke into a sweet smile. As the two exited the spirit hall, their gazes were drawn simultaneously to a solitary figure. It was that of a middle-aged man, seated on the steps before the spirit hall, his pallid face etched with profound sorrow. At that moment, the setting sun cast its residual crimson rays upon him, imbuing him with an inexplicable sense of loneliness and desolation. Coupled with the self-mocking expression that lingered at the corners of his mouth, he seemed to be a stark contrast to the world around him. Chapter 34. The Tragic Love of Su Yuntao. Master Su Yuntao, Chao Yin said, taking Xiao Wu's hand and approaching him. The figure before them was indeed Su Yuntao, yet his expression was markedly forlorn, presumably a result of some emotional blow. After all, such incidents would be distressing for anyone. In his mind, the scene from a hall replayed incessantly. His beloved Cici, engaged in such intimate acts with Mathuno. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he might still have been in blissful ignorance. Su Yuntao clenched his fists tightly, nearly suffocating from the pain. He loathed his own impotence. If he were a soul master of the rank of Soul Emperor, he would not have to fear Mathuno's status, nor would he allow himself to be trampled upon. In the spirit hall, strength dictated respect. The more powerful one was, the higher their status. The reason he had repeatedly yielded to Master Mathuno was due to the latter's considerable standing within the spirit hall. Otherwise, he would have fought fiercely to defend his dignity, even at the cost of his life. Regrettably, he could not. Mathuno was renowned within the spirit hall, and both were of the same rank, great soul masters, with considerable experience. Such a person was beyond the reach of someone who had only just entered the ranks of the servants. Master Su Yuntao, what troubles you? You seem somewhat unwell, Chao Yin inquired, noting Su Yuntao's silence. He wore a gentle smile, appearing harmless, and with the adorable Xiao Wu by his side. It was hard for anyone to harbor anger. My heavens, you two young friends have truly become soul masters? Lifting his gaze, Su Yuntao caught sight of the gleaming golden emblems adorning their chests. The shimmering golden swords, illuminated by the setting sun, radiated an endless brilliance, symbolizing glory. The Soul Master emblem was something every practitioner dreamed of. He recalled receiving his emblem at the tender age of 20, yet here were two children, merely 6 years old, already recognized as Soul Masters. How could he not be astonished? Though he had somewhat prepared himself, witnessing the emblems firsthand left him utterly taken aback. In response, Chao Yin merely smiled and nodded, choosing to remain silent on the topic. Seeing that Chao Yin did not wish to elaborate, Su Yuntao sighed and slowly confessed. Dear young friends, to be candid, I believe you have already seen the female soul master in the hall. She is the love of my life, Cici. When I first arrived at the spirit hall, I was but a boy. Gifted from a young age, I reached level 2 in soul power by 6, which led to my selection and cultivation by the spirit hall. Initially, my goal was to become a great soul master and aspire to reach the rank of title Douluo within my lifetime. However, upon meeting her, I realized that such beauty existed in the world, and I fell hopelessly in love with Cici, a love that spiraled out of control. To be closer to Cici, I sacrificed the most opportune moments for cultivation. In my youth, to earn her recognition, I took on numerous tasks, believing that with status, I could provide her with everything she desired. Even though my strength stagnated at the level of Great Soul Master, I have never regretted it, for Cici is my everything. At this point, Su Yuntao's voice began to quiver, tears streaming down his face, yet he seemed oblivious to his own sorrow. Today, my beloved Cici is with Mathuno. Engaging in such acts, I am truly worthless. Chao Yin stood silently beside him, feigning a look of compassion, though inwardly he could not help but stifle a laugh. This was not because Su Yuntao was laughable, but rather that he found no sympathy for such a desperate display of affection. In his previous life, he had witnessed such occurrences too often, and his mindset had matured accordingly. Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes, filled with emotion. After a moment of contemplation, she interjected, "What is the big deal? You could always find someone else. It's rather pathetic to hang yourself on a single tree." "No, you don't understand. For me, Cece is my everything. My life cannot be without her," Su Yuntao replied earnestly. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he caught sight of a graceful figure approaching, his breath quickening slightly. Tao Ge. Unbeknownst to him, Cece had quietly appeared before Su Yuntao. She was now clad in a light green outfit that accentuated her alluring figure, drawing the eye. Whether by intention or chance, she wore black thigh-high socks that complemented her long legs. Her long eyelashes fluttered in the breeze, and her deep, beautiful azure eyes glistened with unshed tears, gazing at Su Yuntao with longing. Yet her lips hesitated to form words. "Cece, you've come. You know that I've always liked you," Su Yuntao began, but as the memory of the earlier scene flooded back, his tone turned cold. "You're with that old man now. What do you want with me? I am but a great soul master. I am unworthy of you." "No, Tao Ge, listen to me. I have always loved you. Can you forgive me? Can we start anew?" With a gentle bite of her silver teeth, Cece stepped forward and embraced Su Yuntao tightly, her voice laced with a plea. "Master Su Yuntao, please forgive Cece. Perhaps she has her reasons for her actions. Life is fleeting. One must live for oneself." Chao Yin interjected, unable to resist offering counsel. If they could resolve the misunderstandings between them, it would undoubtedly be for the best. "Cece, I have only one question for you, and I hope you will answer me honestly. How far have things progressed between you and him? Are you pregnant with his child?" Upon hearing Chao Yan's words, Su Yuntao's body quivered slightly. Coupled with Cece's pitiful demeanor, he found himself momentarily unable to bear the situation. "Indeed, we have a child." After a brief hesitation, Cece chose to respond truthfully. She had resolved to reconcile with Su Yuntao, and under these circumstances, it was better to be candid. After all, one cannot conceal fire with mere paper. Since the truth would eventually come to light, it was preferable to admit it openly. "Pregnant? How could you expect me to forgive you after reaching this stage with him?" Su Yuntao felt as if struck by lightning. His heart plunged into despair, akin to ashes. How could he accept that his Cece was carrying another man's child? "Tao Ge, please don't be like this. I know you still care for me, don't you? I swear from now on, I will love only you." Cece clung tightly to Su Yuntao's form, refusing to let go. She understood that in moments like this, she must not yield. Perhaps, if she persisted, there might still be a glimmer of hope. "Cece, is what you say true?" A pang of sorrow welled within Su Yuntao. Despite the harshness of his words, he found it difficult to sever his feelings for Cece. He had long awaited her assurance, and with her pledge, he felt a sense of relief. He recognized that Cece was not the frivolous type. Perhaps this experience would instill in her a sense of guilt, allowing them to forge a stronger bond. Viewed from another perspective, this situation was not entirely bleak. Tao Ge, I will never again do anything to hurt you." Seeing his reaction, Cece nestled into Su Yuntao's embrace like a little kitten, her posture languid. "Cece, do you know? I have waited far too long for this day." Su Yuntao gently wrapped his arms around Cece's waist, greedily inhaling the faint aroma of tea that lingered on her. In that moment, it felt as though nothing had changed between them, as if time had stood still. Observing this scene, Chao Yin revealed a faint smile of contentment, having reunited a pair of genuinely loving souls. Instinctively taking Xiao Wu's small hand, he chose to depart quietly. Chapter 35. The Despicable Tang San, a Sneak Attack. Gao Zan. I can't shake the feeling that Cece is not a good girl. Should we really be doing this? As they exited the spirit hall, Xiao Wu clutched his sleeve, voicing her concerns. Although she had emerged from a 100,000-year-old spirit beast, her extensive life experience granted her insight into certain matters. In her view, Cece's choice to be with Su Yuntao must have an ulterior motive, and once that aim was achieved, she would swiftly return to Matthew. How could that be? I genuinely believe that Cece and Su Yuntao are well matched. They complement each other perfectly. Honestly, I wish them well. Su Yuntao is fortunate to have encountered such a girl. Observing Xiao Wu's pensive expression, Chao Yin smiled gently at her, his eyes filled with concern. He was well aware that Cece was not a virtuous character. But what did it matter? A man like Su Yuntao, oblivious to being toyed with, evoked a certain admiration in Chao Yin for his naivety. However, it was not his affair. He merely played a role at a critical moment, ultimately for their benefit, or so he thought. Is that truly the case? I still sense something amiss between them. Xiao Wu murmured softly, unable to suppress her doubts. Unlike Chao Yin, who possessed a certain innocence, her 10,000-year existence had sharpened her perceptions. If she could not discern the flaws in a girl like Cece, her life would have been in vain. Nevertheless, since Chao Yan had already expressed his thoughts, she refrained from further comment, fearing it might hurt his tender spirit, which she did not wish to do. Ultimately, she was not well acquainted with Su Yuntao, but for Chao Yan, she held significant regard. Thus, she quickly dismissed the matter from her mind. Xiao Wu, be careful. Suddenly, Gao Zan Sao Det Ugen Di. In the blink of an eye, he had darted in front of Xiao Wu, where he spotted 3 beams of white light hurtling towards her with astonishing speed. These were 3 silver-white arrows, their tips glinting ominously with a hint of black sheen, clearly coated in poison. With his soul power surging rapidly, Chao Yan's palm transformed into a shade of white jade. This was his first time employing the Xian Yu hand in combat. Although ordinary toxins posed no significant threat to someone of his caliber, curiosity compelled him to utilize it. As always, he retained only 1/10 of his soul power, partly because Xiao Wu was nearby, and he did not wish to reveal his true strength prematurely. After all, Xiao Wu was a 10,000-year-old spirit beast, and he could not ascertain whether she might perceive any anomalies should he unleash his full potential. It was well known that spirit beasts possess an acute sensitivity to soul power, and for a creature of Xiao Wu's age, that sensitivity was likely even more formidable. Moreover, he sensed a formidable yet subtle presence nearby. Although this individual had concealed their aura remarkably well, Chao Yan still caught a whiff of it, and it filled him with trepidation. With swift reflexes, he grasped the 3 dark projectiles in his palm, a flicker of mild anger crossing his brow. These weapons were clearly aimed at Xiao Wu. As for the identity of the assailant, it was all too apparent. Only Tang San could wield such treacherous weaponry while employing such stealthy methods to launch a surprise attack. In truth, Chao Yan had already detected Tang San's presence earlier through his formidable mental prowess, but he feigned ignorance, for how else could he participate in this charade? Chao Yan, are you all right? Your hand is bleeding. Who did this? Why would they ambush us? Xiao Wu hastily steadied Chao Yan, her gaze fixed on the wound adorning his palm, her heart aching with concern. At that moment, a small cut marred Chao Yan's hand, revealing a faint crimson hue, and the wound darkened at an alarming rate, indicating the venomous nature of the assailant's intent. This injury was self-inflicted by Chao Yan. He was keenly aware that the despicable Tang San was lurking in a shadowy corner, watching closely. After all, having caused Tang San to lose the Mandala Snake's soul ring previously, he was bound to harbor resentment. Fortunately, his own strength was substantial enough to render him unconcerned about the effects of the poison. Next, he would need to play his part convincingly in this performance. Foolish girl, it's nothing to worry about. I promised you I would always protect you. Chao Yan coughed lightly, shaking his head nonchalantly, signaling to Xiao Wu not to fret over him. But you're injured. It's my fault. I've brought you trouble. Xiao Wu's face was awash with guilt as she regarded the alarming wound on Chao Yan's hand, her heart heavy with unease. Who could have attacked them? Ha ha. Chao Yan, did you ever expect this? This is the price you pay for opposing me. A gleeful laughter echoed as a figure emerged from a dim corner. Clad in academy attire, this person bore short blue hair and a delicate jade belt adorned with 20 white jade stones, exuding a soft, warm aura. The individual approaching was none other than Tang San. His gaze fell upon Chao Yan, and upon witnessing the latter's wretched state after being struck by his concealed weapon, a triumphant smirk involuntarily crept upon his lips. Since returning from the soul-hunting forest, he had commenced crafting hidden weapons in order to exact revenge on Chao Yan. This time, the sleeve arrow he had fashioned was distinct from his previous creations, as he had infused it with several mildly toxic herbs. Regrettably, he had yet to procure a fatal poison. Otherwise, he believed that the very strike he had just delivered would have sufficed to claim Chao Yan's life. Who are you? Why did you ambush us? Upon seeing Tang San approach, Xiao Wu's expression darkened instantly. Positioning herself protectively in front of Chao Yan, her voice laced with fury. I am Tang San. This is a matter between him and me, and does not concern you. However, I might extend my gratitude towards you. Had it not been for your interference, I might not have succeeded. Now, you may disappear, or I shall make you regret it, Tang San replied menacingly. Although the beauty before him appeared captivating, he was not one to show mercy, and thus spoke without restraint. Tang, do not overstep your bounds. You despicable and shameless coward. You initiated the ambush, and yet you dare to claim the moral high ground? Today, I shall teach you a lesson, Xiao Wu retorted, her temper flaring at Tang San's indifference. A tense atmosphere enveloped the two, as Chao Yan observed the unfolding drama with a calm demeanor, silently chuckling to himself, aware that an intriguing spectacle was about to ensue. Xiao Wu, do not act rashly. I perceive that his strength has reached the level of a soul master. Engaging him would put you at a disadvantage. Chao Yin gently grasped her hand, urging caution as he sensed her anger rising. It matters not. You have already been injured by him, and I refuse to believe he is stronger than I am, Xiao Wu insisted stubbornly. Had it not been for Chao Yan's timely intervention, she might have been the one wounded. The thought filled her heart with warmth. Having a brother like Chao Yan, who would stand in front of her during peril, was indeed a blessing. Very well, then be cautious, Chao Yan conceded with a slight cough, choosing not to elaborate further. In his eyes, Tang San was little more than an insignificant insect, posing no real threat to him. He could easily devise countless ways to end Tang San's life, but doing so would render his future days rather dull. Hence, he sought to torment Tang San in various ways, ensuring he experienced the depths of despair before finally delivering a lethal blow. For the present, allowing Xiao Wu to confront Tang San was undoubtedly a wise choice. Yet, Tang San remained oblivious to the fact that Xiao Wu was meant to be on his side. Chao Yan had no desire to keep him in the dark about this. Thus, he would need to assume the role of the benevolent one and reveal the truth to him. You foul girl. It appears you are in cahoots with him. I had no intention of targeting you. I stated that this is a matter between him and me. If you have any sense, you will leave now, and I shall let it slide, Tang San sneered at Xiao Wu. This was not due to any softness in his heart. His aim was to take Chao Yan's life. Although this girl was somewhat bothersome, he did not wish to complicate matters further. Hey Tang, why don't you enlighten me on what exactly Chao Yan has done to offend you? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, you will pay for your actions today, Xiao Wu declared, hands on her hips, pointing an accusatory finger at Tang San. In Xiao Wu's heart, she regarded Chao Yan as a kind and considerate young man, unable to fathom why this Tang San sought to trouble them. What could his motives possibly be? Why not ask him yourself? Were it not for him, I would not have lost my century-old soul ring. He not only humiliated me, but also injured my master. For these reasons alone, I cannot let him go, Tang San replied through gritted teeth, casting a cold glance at Chao Yan in the distance. What nonsense are you spouting? How could Chao Yan possibly do such things to you? If you're going to fabricate a story, at least make it believable. Do you truly think me easily deceived? Xiao Wu's eyes blazed with anger at Tang San's accusations. Though her time with Chao Yan had been brief, she had gleaned enough about his character to dismiss such baseless claims. In contrast, Tang San appeared to be the one throwing mud. Such a person was truly detestable. Ahem. Tang San, I believe this is our first meeting. While I am unaware of your reasons for treating me with such hostility, I, Chao Yan, am a person of integrity. I will not acknowledge your assertions, nor have I ever committed such acts. Why do you slander me so? Do you truly think I am an easy target? Chao Yan coughed lightly, feigning weakness as he retorted. Naturally, he would not admit to such actions, for they were hardly honorable, especially with Xiao Wu present. To confess would only serve to embarrass himself further. Chao Yan, do not move recklessly. I will handle this matter. I cannot allow this Tang to tarnish your reputation. Xiao Wu said softly, her large, glistening eyes filled with determination. Initially, she had hoped to extend an olive branch to Tang San. Had he chosen to apologize and admit his wrongdoing, she might have let the matter go, and even if she had to take action, she would have shown him some leniency. After all, one should leave a sliver of hope for future encounters. However, Xiao Wu was taken aback by Tang San's utter lack of appreciation for her goodwill. Realizing that he was indeed provoking her, she concluded that the only way to reason with such a person was through force. Chao Yan, do you even dare to acknowledge your own actions? It makes sense. You were never a good person. Today, I shall restore my master's honor, Tang San remarked, observing Chao Yan's refusal to concede with a mocking grin. Why do you slander my reputation when we have no enmity? I am innocent. Chao Yan's face twitched in disbelief, filled with innocence. Today, we shall settle our grievances, Tang San coldly declared, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he began to gather his soul power, adopting a battle stance. A surge of soul energy radiated from him like a tidal wave, and beneath his feet, a white soul ring ascended, emanating a pulse of energy. At this moment, Tang San stood as a level 10 soul master. The power bestowed upon him by the 10-year soul beast, the solitary bamboo, was inherently limited. Thus, even after absorbing such a soul ring, he had not managed to break through to the next level. His only change was the addition of a new soul skill. With a flicker of thought, Tang San raised his hand, and in an instant, the blue-silver grass emerged, confidence radiating from his very being. As if victory was already within his grasp. Chao Yan, did you ever imagine I would officially become a soul master? The humiliation you inflicted upon me in the past shall be repaid in full today. With that, Tang San activated his Xiantian, preparing to launch an attack. At that very moment, Xiao Wu finally erupted. Beneath her feet, a radiant yellow soul ring shimmered to life, and instantly, her form was enveloped in a pink glow. Her ears elongated gracefully, and a surging aura emanated from her, subtly overpowering Tang San. With her soul power having reached the 13th rank, it was evident that in terms of strength, Tang San could not hope to compete. Upon invoking her martial spirit, Xiao Wu's eyes transformed to a striking red. Her petite frame, complemented by simple attire, rendered her undeniably alluring. Young man, allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Wu, a first-year work-study student. My martial spirit is a rabbit, and I am a rank 1 soul master with a 13th level of soul power. With this, Xiao Wu cast a sweet smile towards Xiao Yan, her charm utterly captivating. 13th rank. Upon hearing this, Tang San's countenance darkened considerably, and he inhaled sharply. Disbelief etched across his features. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary young girl possessed such remarkable prowess and soul power. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, Tang San regained his composure. Although she was stronger than he, that did not imply he would concede defeat. Even if he were to be outmatched, he could still employ hidden weapons to claim victory. The Tang sect's expertise in concealed weaponry was profound, should he seize an opportunity when she was unguarded. A surprise attack could lead to triumph. Viewed in this light, Xiao Wu appeared to be nothing extraordinary. Chapter 37. Tang San is defeated. You little brat, I didn't expect you to have become a soul master as well. I will grant you one last chance to withdraw from this matter. Otherwise, you will regret it. Tang San's expression turned grim as he clutched 3 concealed darts in his hand, skillfully hidden beneath his sleeve, rendering them undetectable. He was resolute. Should this impudent girl named Xiao Wu dare to oppose him, he would not hesitate to leave marks upon her body through other means. With his current level of soul power, a moment's distraction could allow him to use the darts to extinguish her life, a scenario well within his calculations. You a blue-silver grass soul master, and your soul ring is merely of the 10th rank, yet you dare to make such grandiose claims? It's truly laughable. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at Tang San's blatant threat, unfazed. Brat, are you courting death? Tang San, stung by her words, erupted in fury, his form darting forward like a nimble monkey. Simultaneously, the white soul ring beneath him illuminated, and he launched an attack directly at Xiao Wu. Bind! With his shout, dozens of blue-silver grass vines erupted from his palm, zealously lashing towards Xiao Wu's figure. His intent was clear. He merely needed to ensnare her briefly, and then he could activate the concealed darts hidden within his sleeve, thereby concluding the confrontation. However, Tang San underestimated Xiao Wu's strength. Despite the mere 3-level disparity in their soul power, combined with the variance in their soul ring's age, his plans were destined for failure. As she faced the oncoming assault, Xiao Wu merely smiled, a radiant grin illuminating her face, revealing 2 charming dimples that enhanced her beauty. Typically, such a smile would evoke sympathy in anyone, especially given that she was merely a 6-year-old girl. It often rendered others defenseless. Nevertheless, Tang San remained unmoved, his expression still shadowed by malice. Suddenly, Xiao Wu leaped into the air, her body radiating a brilliant red light as the century-old soul ring beneath her flickered. With a slight tilt of her left foot, she launched a kick aimed at Tang San's head, the sound of the wind accompanying her strike. This blow was infused with the power of her soul ring. The blue-silver grass, being merely a 10th-rank spirit beast, could not hope to contend with Xiao Wu's century-old soul ring power. Consequently, as Tang San's vines approached her, those seemingly resilient blue-silver grass were shattered effortlessly before they could even touch her. The soul power emanating from Xiao Wu's ring severed the vines with ease. In a flash, Xiao Wu darted forward like a slippery eel, her hands swiftly seizing Tang San's shoulders. Momentarily caught off guard, Tang San found himself in a state of panic, just as he intended to activate his Xiantian skill to counter. He realized that Xiao Wu had firmly secured him in place. With his movements restricted, Tang San could not unleash the power of his Xiantian technique. In that instant, Xiao Wu's toes struck fiercely against Tang San's chest, and with a slight rotation of her right foot, she delivered another kick, landing squarely on his chin. The impact sent Tang San hurtling backward. With such meager skills, you dare show your face? After dispatching Tang San, Xiao Wu huffed lightly, turning to leave. Godi. Just as Xiao Wu relaxed, a venomous voice pierced the air. Tang San, propped up by one hand, extended the other in a strange motion. unleashing 3 white darts that soared from his palm. At that moment, he disregarded the slight swelling of his body, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he gazed at the 3 darts racing toward Xiao Wu, pride brimming in his gaze. "Xiao Wu, watch out for the sleeves," Qiao Yan urgently warned from the side. The lethality of Tang San's concealed weapons was formidable, and given that he had struck while Xiao Wu was unaware, even if she attempted to resist with her soul techniques, she would likely suffer significant harm. Fortunately, since Qiao Yan had acquired the Xiantian treasure record's secrets from the system, he had crafted 3 concealed darts for Xiao Wu, also instructing her on their use. Now, she could effectively counter the current predicament. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. Her hand swiftly rummaged across her body, and soon 3 small silver darts appeared in the palm of her fair hand. These were the very darts Qiao Yan had left for her protection. Without further ado, Xiao Wu gathered her soul power at her fingertips, and in the next instant, 3 beams of white light shot forth from her palm. The darts, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, collided violently with the 3 darts launched by Tang San. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 sets of darts clashed, creating sparks and resonating with a crisp sound. However, the 3 darts that had been fired from Tang San's hand were sent flying by Xiao Wu's projectiles. Moreover, the 3 darts Xiao Wu unleashed, to Tang San's shock, hurtled towards him with unerring accuracy. 2 of the darts struck his right and left shoulders, while the remaining 1 found its mark squarely beneath him, causing a searing pain to radiate throughout his body. Both sets of darts were crafted with precision according to the secrets of the Xiantian treasure record. Thus, their potency was comparable. However, Tang San's darts faltered due to his insufficient soul power, while Xiao Wu's formidable 13th rank soul power ensured that his dismal fate was hardly surprising. The utilization of hidden projectiles similarly necessitates the invocation of soul power. The greater the soul power, the more formidable the resultant force. It is evident that Xiao Wu possesses a distinct advantage in this regard. Otherwise, her triumph would not have come so easily. The excruciating pain emanating from his groin compelled Tang San to emit a heart-wrenching howl at that moment. Witnessing this scene, Qiao Yan could not suppress a surge of delight within. Xiao Wu's maneuver was impeccably executed, striking precisely at Tang San's most vulnerable point. Perhaps, from this day forth, Tang San's manhood would be irreparably harmed. With this thought, a delightful smile graced Qiao Yan's face. Chapter 38. The Enraged Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Come here, let me examine you, Qiao Yan urged, disregarding the fallen Tang San. Yen me perfectly fine. Thankfully, you provided me with the hidden projectiles, otherwise I might have fallen prey to that scoundrel Tang, Xiao Wu replied, flashing a sweet smile at Qiao Yan while nestling closely in his embrace, her heart swelling with joy. Although in name, Qiao Yan was merely her elder brother. The bond they had forged during this time had subtly nurtured a sense of attachment within Xiao Wu, akin to that of a romantic couple, an exquisitely delicate relationship. Foolish girl, you are my precious treasure. If you were to be harmed, I would ensure that he pays with his life. I vowed to protect you for a lifetime, Qiao Yan declared, his hands wandering over Xiao Wu's delicate form, the comfortable sensation igniting a warmth within him. However, he maintained his composure, forcibly suppressing any inappropriate thoughts, and gradually released his hold on her soft waist. After all, haste makes waste. He had painstakingly cultivated a commendable image as an elder brother in Xiao Wu's heart. Should he appear overly eager, it would undoubtedly tarnish that image. He resolved to wait until the moment was more opportune before extending his advances, at which point Xiao Wu would rightfully become his beloved. Dear brother, you are so kind to me. For some reason, I suddenly do not wish to remain a sister any longer. Can our relationship take a step closer? Xiao Wu stood gracefully before Qiao Yan, her expression slightly dazed as she spoke. Unbeknownst to her, at the very instant when Qiao Yan's hands had released their hold, a twinge of disappointment welled up within her. Foolish girl, what are you saying? You are still too young. Such matters should wait until you have grown a bit more, Qiao Yan replied, taken aback by Xiao Wu's unexpected boldness. He had not anticipated that his dear Xiao Wu would express herself so openly. Yet in a way, it was rather delightful. Xiao Wu murmured ambiguously, but she soon realized that she had overstepped. A faint blush crept across her delicate face, suffusing her ears with warmth, her entire being becoming slightly heated. At last, Tang San, lying nearby, could no longer endure this nauseating display. Here he was suffering such torment, and yet Qiao Yan was flaunting his affection for Xiao Wu right before his eyes. How could he possibly bear it? Of course, Tang San remained oblivious to the fact that, According to the original narrative, Xiao Wu was destined to be with him. Alas, with Qiao Yin present, that fate had irrevocably altered. The pain radiating from his groin caused Tang San's entire body to convulse violently, even inducing spasms. For being struck at such a critical juncture was excruciating beyond measure. As his gaze shifted downward, Tang San's expression slowly morphed into one of horror. His mouth involuntarily agape in a state of alarm. His eyes widened in disbelief as they locked onto the familiar silver arrows embedded in his flesh. His breath began to quicken. He was no stranger to that object. Whether in his past life or this one, it was indelibly etched into his memory. The projectile that had struck him was none other than the hidden arrow he knew so well. How can this be? How could Xiao Wu possess the secret weapon of the Tang sect? Furthermore, the craftsmanship of these arrows is not inferior to that of my own creations. How is this possible? Tang San's mind was engulfed in a tempest of turmoil as he stared at the arrows lodged in his body. He could hardly breathe from the pain. This weapon, a product of the Tang sect's ultimate techniques, had fallen into the hands of an outsider. No, this must be a fabrication. A murky hue of purple flickered in Tang San's eyes as he activated his purple extreme demon eyes, scrutinizing the three arrows repeatedly. Ultimately, he was compelled to concede that these three silver projectiles were indeed the silent hidden arrows from the Tang sect's treasure manual, the Xiantian treasure record. Buzz. At that moment, a tinge of fear began to creep into Tang San's heart. Could it be that someone else in this world had also mastered the Xiantian treasure record? But who could that person be? Confronted with this barrage of questions, Tang San was besieged by confusion. He understood nothing. Where did you steal these hidden weapons, you wretched girl? Do you realize that these items belong solely to me? Tang San, disregarding his agony, pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Wu, desperate to uncover the truth behind her possession of the hidden arrows. Steal? How dare you, Tang San? You truly are insidious. At this juncture, you still wish to sow discord between me and Qiao Yin? You'll pay for this. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu's eyes instantly welled with tears. She had never imagined that, even after defeating him, Tang San would attempt to tarnish Qiao Yin's reputation. These arrows were a thoughtful gift from Qiao Yin, meant for her protection. Moreover, they were a skill passed down from Qiao Yin's grandfather. For Tang San to label such a meaningful gift as theft was utterly despicable. In that moment, Xiao Wu felt as if her lungs might burst from rage. With a fierce determination, she leapt into action, unleashing a series of powerful strikes against Tang San's body, the force of which twisted his features in agony. Finally, she delivered a decisive blow to his chest, the sound of breaking bones ringing out clearly, sending Tang San hurtling away like a kite severed from its string. Thud! Tang San's body crashed heavily to the ground, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by a violent expulsion of crimson blood that stained the earth, leaving him gasping for breath, resembling a wretched creature. Should you dare speak thoughtlessly again, I shall not be so merciful. Having thoroughly bested Tang San, Xiao Wu beamed with satisfaction, clapping her hands in triumph. Xiao Wu, my dear, you are magnificent. Tang San is truly a scoundrel, attempting to slander me repeatedly. How fortunate I am to have you by my side, Qiao Yin praised, affectionately ruffling Xiao Wu's smooth hair in admiration. Let us return to rest, shall we? There is no need to concern ourselves with him. Such a person brings their own misfortune. We should simply ignore him, Xiao Wu suggested, snuggling against Qiao Yin, her small hand gently swaying his arm, a playful smile revealing her pearly white teeth. Little treasure, you should head back first. Although Tang San is somewhat devious, I believe his nature is not entirely malevolent. After your lesson today, I suspect he will harbor resentment. How about I escort him back to the dormitory later? Perhaps this will alleviate some of the conflict. Qiao Yin pondered thoughtfully before responding. Some words he could not utter in front of Xiao Wu, so he had to concoct a reasonable excuse. Well, you truly possess a kind heart. What is there to fear from such a person? If he dares to cause trouble, I can simply teach him another lesson, Xiao Wu proclaimed, pouting her lips and shaking her little fist before turning to leave. He had no intention of paying heed to the ungrateful Tang San. However, Qiao Yin's suggestion had conjured an image of a benevolent boy in Xiao Wu's heart. Just thinking of it made her feel like the happiest rabbit in the world. As she departed, Qiao Yin stood upright, a grin spreading across his face as he gazed at Tang San. The next act was about to unfold. Chapter 39, Humiliation of Tang San. Gaozan, what do you intend to do? Tang San shouted in terror as he saw Qiao Yin advancing towards him. He was utterly immobilized, like a lamb awaiting slaughter, lying on the ground, on the brink of death, his appearance utterly pitiable. What do you think? I am here to humiliate you. You, a worthless being, should not presume that your innate full soul power grants you impunity. To speak frankly, you are nothing. If I so desire, I could take your life this very moment. Chao Yin remarked coolly, a hint of cruelty lacing his voice as he stepped forward, placing his foot directly upon Tang San's face. You, how could you know my secret? Wait, weren't you injured by my hidden arrow? Are you feigning it? Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with surprise. He could not comprehend how his greatest secret had been so thoroughly uncovered by Chao Yin. Do you truly think a worthless creature like you could harm me? What a delusion. Do not assume that possessing the Tang Sect's Xiantian treasure record grants you the right to act recklessly before me. Let me be clear. I could easily create a multitude of hidden arrows if I wished. Chao Yin continued, his mocking tone unyielding. What? What did you say? How could you possibly master the Tang Sect's ultimate techniques? Tang San was now completely flustered, though he was loath to believe Chao Yan's words. He had witnessed a girl wielding one of their hidden weapons, and its power was formidable. Could it be that Chao Yin was not deceiving him? Whether you believe it or not, I want you to understand that opposing me will bring countless disasters upon others. If you have any sense, you should find a quiet place to preserve your life. Otherwise, I fear your very existence will be in jeopardy. Chao Yin leaned down, slowly extending his hand to slap Tang San's cheek. With a series of sharp sounds, Tang San's face swelled rapidly, and in mere moments, it had swollen to more than double its size, rendering him even more wretched in appearance. As the final slap landed, Tang San's body was propelled into the air, crashing heavily to the ground with a thunderous thud. In this moment, he appeared despondent, his eyelids drooping, even the simple act of opening his eyes proving to be a challenge. Blood continuously dripped from the corner of his mouth, staining his hair crimson. In such a pitiful state, do you still wish to seek revenge against me? Even if I were to grant you another 100 years, you would still not be my match. With a satisfied smile, Chao Yin clapped his hands, gazing down at the incapacitated Tang San. Ding! Please be cautious, host. Tang Hao is secretly observing everything from shadows. At that moment, a prompt from the system echoed in Chao Yan's mind, tinged with urgency. Tang Hao, Chao Yin furrowed his brow, slightly channeling his soul power. Indeed, he detected a formidable presence lurking in a dim corner, one that surpassed his own strength, and its fluctuations bore a striking resemblance to what he had sensed earlier. Chao Yin smiled, unperturbed by the prospect of Tang Hao retaliating at this juncture. After all, in the bustling city of Notting, with eyes everywhere and the presence of various spirit hall factions, even Tang Hao would likely exercise caution before making a move against him. Thus, a confident glint appeared in Chao Yan's eyes. What Tang Hao, if not for the concern of exposing his own strength? He would not be the least bit intimidated by Tang Hao. In his eyes, Tang Hao was but an insignificant insect. A mere frog at the bottom of a well could not stir up any great waves. It was a pity that without a soul ring, he could not immediately eliminate this beast. Then, Een would become his woman. Chao Yin mused internally, his anticipation growing, for Een was indeed a great beauty. It was unfortunate that such a stunning woman was squandered on Tang Hao. This time, he would take her place. Once I acquire a soul ring, all the beauties of this continent shall bow before me. With a self-satisfied smile, Chao Yin gradually calmed his emotions. Now, he had more pressing matters to attend to. By the way, system, could you assist me? I wish to plunge Tang San into despair. I want him to experience a fate worse than death. Chao Yan's eyes sparkled as he spoke to the system. Does the host wish for Tang San to understand the original relationship between Xiao Wu and him? The system replied with a mischievous tone, laced with a hint of flirtation, much to Chao Yan's delight. Indeed, Chao Yan nodded, neither confirming nor denying. Upon receiving the system's agreement, he moved once more towards Tang San. Tang San, just look at your current state. It truly is tragic. Gaozan, do not be overly arrogant. I, Tang San, am not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. One day, I will make you pay dearly. A faint crimson hue appeared in Tang San's eyes, rendering him a fearsome sight. Arrogant. You are but an ant, daring to chatter before me? With that, Chao Yin delivered a forceful kick to Tang San's face. Tang San wished to speak but could not produce a sound. He could only glare fiercely at Chao Yin. Tang San, do you see what this is? As he spoke, a shimmering screen materialized in Chao Yan's palm, revealing two petite figures, Tang San and Xiao Wu. Upon seeing this, even the prostrate Tang San held his breath, his face a mask of astonishment. The figures in the image were none other than himself. Little San, if one day many people wish to kill me, and those people are beyond your strength to defeat, what will you do? The image depicted Xiao Wu nestled in Tang San's embrace, her face radiating a blissful smile as she posed the question. Tang San slowly raised his hands above his head, hesitating momentarily before resolutely declaring, "Then they must first step over my corpse." The scene ended there, yet Tang San felt a lingering sense of nostalgia, as if he had experienced that moment himself. It was profoundly beautiful. Huh, Tang San, you never expected this, did you? Xiao Wu was meant to be your woman. But alas, from this day forth, she shall become my wife. You, worthless being, I am not afraid to tell you. You have lost your chance. Xiao Yan said grandly, and as he departed, he patted Tang San's shoulder before casually kicking his body aside. My Xiao Wu, why? Why must you treat me this way? Why steal my Xiao Wu? Chao Yan, I, Tang San, will never be at peace with you. After Chao Yan's departure, Tang San let out a thunderous roar, and soon, overwhelmed by emotions, he violently expelled a torrent of blood mixed with shattered internal organs, collapsing into unconsciousness. In the shadows, a tall man silently observed the scene. Clad in a black hood, his muscular physique exuding formidable strength. This man was none other than Tang San's father, Tang Hao. At that moment, his eyes were filled with a crimson hue, rendering him a fearsome sight. He gazed in the direction of Chao Yan's retreat, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes, akin to that of a devil. Chapter 40. The Arrival of Tang Hao. After delivering a severe lesson to Tang San, Chao Yan leisurely strolled along the paths of Nodding Academy, intent on returning to his dormitory to embrace Xiao Wu in slumber. However, suddenly, a shadowy figure darted across his path, enveloping him in an exceedingly subtle aura. In that instant, Chao Yan felt as though he had lost all connection with the world around him. Even the flow of his soul power seemed to momentarily stagnate. A chilling aura emanated from the newcomer, profound and terrifying, a barrier of energy. Such prowess was sufficient to affirm that the visitor had attained the status of a titled Douluo. Haha, boy, you have injured my son. Today I, Haotian Douluo, shall ensure your demise. Before the end, do you have any final words to convey? The figure slowly removed the black hood, revealing a gaunt visage. This was a robust, middle-aged man, his gaze piercing as if he could see through everything. Although his eyes were dim, they resembled a deep, dark spring, profoundly enigmatic. Even a powerhouse like Chao Yan found himself breathing somewhat more rapidly under that gaze. Dressed in a black robe, the man's face bore a sharpness that suggested he had endured wounds, though his graying hair concealed much of that fierceness. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, a regal aura emanated from him, indicating his unwavering confidence in his strength. Behind him, an energy surged, crackling like thunder and flames, resonating with a low, rumbling sound. The newcomer was indeed Tang Hao. Given the multitude of people in Nodding City, coupled with the influence of the Spirit Hall, he dared not act recklessly. Thus, Tang Hao had stealthily followed Chao Yan, covertly infiltrating Nodding Academy with the intent of exacting vengeance. To allow someone to bully his son without consequence was utterly unacceptable. A cold indifference flickered in Tang Hao's dark eyes. As a title Douluo, he could effortlessly shroud the area in a barrier, ensuring that any actions he took would go unnoticed. Of course, nothing was absolute. Unless faced with another titled Douluo, no one would be able to discern his presence here. Unfortunately, within Nodding City, there existed no other titled Douluo. If one were to exist, it would likely be only him. Aotian Douluo. Do you seek vengeance for your son? You must possess the requisite strength to do so. You are but a brash fool. To think you could kill me is laughable. Chao Yan said nonchalantly. Although Tang Hao before him was powerful, Chao Yan was no pushover. Haha, what an arrogant young man. Today, I shall demonstrate what true titled Douluo power entails. Boy, to perish at my hands is no misfortune. Tang Hao's voice was slightly hoarse, yet carried a sense of weariness that instilled fear. With each step Tang Hao took, radiant lights erupted beneath his feet, manifesting soul rings in a mesmerizing display, one after another, like an enchanting illusion. Should an ordinary person witness such a spectacle, their jaw would undoubtedly drop in astonishment. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. 9 soul rings encircled Tang Hao, particularly the final red ring, which seemed to embody cataclysmic power. Chao Yan merely cast a cursory glance, and nearly lost consciousness from the overwhelming aura. One could not deny the sheer terror of a 100,000-year soul ring. Young man, Haotian Douluo, am a renowned figure across this continent. Had you not previously harmed my son, I would not have pursued you. Although you're merely a junior, the situation has escalated beyond retreat. Prepare to be reborn in your next life. Tang Hao lamented, shaking his head. With a grand gesture, an immense weapon materialized in his grasp. A hammer, pitch black and gleaming, its robust body adorned with countless intricate patterns. Gripping this mighty hammer, Tang Hao appeared as if he had fused with it, instilling a sense of trepidation. Haha, to think you could kill me. You lack the qualification. Do not assume your title Douluo status intimidates me. In my eyes, your strength is naught but the power of an ant. Today, you shall not return. Chao Yan replied with a faint smile, an immense wave of soul power surging within him, showcasing formidable might. How can such power exist? At that moment, Tang Hao's mouth fell agape, his eyes fixed on Chao Yan in disbelief, as if confronting an ungraspable reality. He gasped in astonishment, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Impressive, terrifying. This pressure, this is the might of an unparalleled Douluo. How could such power reside within you? Tang Hao, seasoned by experience, could not help but marvel at Chao Yan's potential. His discerning eyes quickly recognized the exceptional nature of Chao Yan's strength, truly the mark of a titled Douluo. Ah, I warned you. Though your strength is notable, there are always greater forces beyond. Today, I shall show you what true might entails, Chao Yan stated coolly, a chilling glint in his eyes. Despite facing Tang Hao, he showed no fear, embodying the audacity of a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. With that, a colossal wave of soul power erupted behind Chao Yan, and gradually, a shadowy figure emerged, towering 2 to 3 times larger than him. This figure was Eugene, his guardian spirit, appearing behind him as if in perfect harmony with his intentions, standing proudly like an unyielding knight. What a peculiar spirit. Tang Hao's expression shifted to one of terror. He inhaled sharply, the astonishment in his gaze intensifying. Everything before him transcended his comprehension. Can this child truly be just 6 years old? How could he be so formidable? Even as a titled Douluo, Tang Hao felt a strange dread. What was the background of this child? Yet, Tang Hao quickly regained his composure, for he perceived no soul rings on Chao Yan. Sighing with relief, he remarked, "Boy, you lack even a single soul ring. Do you expect me to fear you? Recognize your fate and perish." In the next instant, Tang Hao vaulted into the air like a great ape, his hands firmly gripping the hammer. Suddenly, one of his soul rings flared to life, and with a single, devastating strike, he brought the hammer crashing down, as if the very air had solidified in anticipation of the impending impact. "Ha, you arrogant brat. No one can survive my onslaught. The fact that you have compelled me to unleash this technique speaks volumes of your audacity." As the attack commenced, Tang Hao's voice resonated sharply. Once upon a time, this very strike had felled the Pope. Tang Hao brimmed with confidence. Although the youth before him appeared to possess some skill, he was merely too young. Were he to mature over a few decades, perhaps he might contend with me. But alas, this child is far too ignorant. "Ha, boy, remember this day with your life. Prepare to meet your end." As Tang Hao advanced, wielding his hammer, a grave expression emerged on Chao Yan's face, a palpable sense of crisis swiftly enveloping him. Truly, Tang Hao lived up to his reputation as a formidable powerhouse. Chapter 41. The Might of Tang Hao. Upon witnessing the colossal hammer that had grown several times larger in Tang Hao's grasp, Chao Yan felt a heavy weight in his heart. He channeled his soul power into Eugene's body, cold sweat streaming down his back. Currently, he bore no soul ring, and while his formidable level 99 soul power allowed him to exert some pressure on Tang Hao, it proved of little utility otherwise. "Do not harm my master." Accepting the soul power from Chao Yan, Eugene's robust form exuded a fierce aura in an instant. As one of the premier combatants in the spirit town, his strength was not to be underestimated. With a thunderous shout, Eugene raised his palm, summoning a massive shield to meet Tang Hao's great hammer. Boom! The collision emitted a deafening roar. The shield shattered instantaneously. In the next moment, Eugene was sent flying several dozen yards away. Though merely a guardian spirit, he possessed considerable intelligence and struggled to rise, fear glimmering in his eyes. At that moment, he grasped the true magnitude of the foe he faced. "Ha! Just as I anticipated. While your martial soul seems formidable, as I mentioned before, without a soul ring, how could you possibly contend with me today?" After repelling Eugene with a single strike, Tang Hao strode toward Chao Yan, his gaze rife with murderous intent. And what of it? Gaozan Zipli Guli, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Despite finding himself at a distinct disadvantage, he displayed no hint of panic, his indifferent eyes revealing not a trace of fear. "Hadyatin en imposignora." Ha! What I just employed was my 6th soul skill, the Grand Summer Hammer, to withstand this attack. You may well take pride in your impending demise, for this soul technique is not something just anyone can endure. Tang Hao smiled, his respect for Chao Yan growing as he regarded the boy. After all, The child was merely 6 years old, yet he exhibited such extraordinary talent at this tender age, earning Tang Hao's admiration. Youngster, it seems you were at death's door. Do you have any last words? Tang Hao's icy gaze swept over Chao Yan, a terrifying aura descending, seemingly freezing the very space around them. Hey, death, what joy is there in life, and what suffering in death? A man travels the world, where is not home. No matter where one dies, the mountains of the world are all the same. Chao Yan's expression remained calm, his pitch-black eyes locking onto Tang Hao's. Each word articulated with exceptional resolve. Well said. Alas, had you not bullied my son, I might have spared your life. However, today, you shall meet your end here. Over the years, I, Tang Hao, have traversed the continent for decades, and many a genius has perished in my hands. Remember this day with your life. With that, Tang Hao raised the Haotian hammer above his head, an overwhelming pressure enveloping Eugene, rendering him immobile. A faint, cold smile graced Tang Hao's face as he gazed upon the figure before him. Yet, just as Tang Hao prepared to unleash this lethal blow, a delicate voice unexpectedly pierced the air. Stop! As the voice resonated, the very fabric of space rippled, a warm pink glow emanating forth. Suddenly, a petite figure appeared before Chao Yan. It was Xiao Wu. She had just utilized the unique abilities of her spirit beast lineage. Barely breaking through the barrier Tang Hao had erected. As a 10,000-year spirit beast, she was acutely sensitive to such spatial fluctuations, which is why she found herself here. Upon discovering Chao Yan's disappearance, she was consumed by urgency, tirelessly channeling her spirit beast's unique mental power to sense his presence. Even knowing he faced a title Douluo-level adversary, she chose to reveal herself, driven solely by love. Chao Yan, what has happened to you? Are you hurt? Xiao Wu's voice trembled, her eyes swelling with tears as she gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with her delicate hand. My dear Xiao Wu, you must flee. This man is a title Douluo. You cannot hope to defeat him. You shouldn't be here. Foolish brother, do not fear. If you perish, I shall not live on without you. We'll have a title Douluo. Let us die together. Xiao Wu replied nonchalantly, her small face radiating calmness as she positioned herself protectively in front of Chao Yan, a charming smile illuminating her features. Heh, a 10,000-year spirit beast? I never expected you to deliver yourself to me. If I were to kill you, I would obtain a soul bone, significantly enhancing my strength. Truly, fate smiles upon me. Tang Hao. A chilling smile crept across his face as he gazed hungrily at the newly emerged Xiao Wu, a glint of greed flashing in his dark eyes. 10,000-year spirit beasts are treasures of the highest order. Anyone who slays one will experience a monumental boost in power. Presently, with a 10,000-year spirit beast voluntarily presenting itself for demise, Tang Hao's heart surged with exhilaration. Chao Yan, there's a secret I have kept from you. My true identity is that of a spirit beast. I have lived for 10,000 years. It is all my fault. Had it not been for me, you would not have encountered a title Douluo. It is all my fault. Xiao Wu's face was etched with remorse, her body trembling as tears of sorrow soaked her clothing. She understood all too well that today they were confronted by a title Douluo, and it seemed their fate was sealed. This secret could no longer remain hidden. I am sorry. It is all my fault. Xiao Wu nestled against Chao Yan, resolved that if death awaited them, she would rather embrace it in the arms of her beloved. Fool, there is nothing to apologize for. What does it matter if you're a human or spirit beast? In my heart, you are simply my sister, my cherished one. Chao Yan shook his head, gently wiping away her tears. My silly girl, do you remember the words I once spoke to you? If one day someone seeks to harm you, they must first tread over my corpse. Brother, my foolish sister. Meanwhile, Tang Hao stood momentarily dazed, watching this poignant scene unfold, reminiscent of his own past with Ian. Seizing the opportunity of Tang Hao's distraction, Chao Yan rummaged through a concealed part of his attire and retrieved a hard object, a glint of joy illuminating his eyes. The next moment, a streak of black light shot forth like lightning, piercing Tang Hao's chest, causing him to tumble to the ground. This was precisely the treasure that Chao Yan had acquired from the system last time, the soul-seizing Deathly Yama talisman. This strike encapsulated all his soul power, its ferocity terrifying in its might. He understood that Tang Hao was already lost. Chapter 42. The time of Tang Hao's demise. What on earth is this? Tang Hao gazed in horror at the black needle piercing his chest. In a vague sense, he could acutely perceive his soul power dissipating at an alarming rate. He had, indeed, become a mere shell of his former self. This is one of the premier hidden weapons of the Chao clan. The soul-seizing Deathly Yama talisman, Chao Yan remarked casually, gradually rising to his feet. The talisman provided by the system had the capacity to render Tang how utterly devoid of his cultivation in an instant, and within 3 days, he would undoubtedly be unable to escape death. The toxin harbored was potent enough to claim his life. What? A hidden weapon? Tang Hao's eyes widened in confusion. Begone. I shall spare your life today, but do not dare to disturb us again, lest you find yourself less fortunate next time. Chao Yin waved his hand, signaling Tang Hao to leave. Naturally, with the hidden weapon having taken effect, Tang Hao's fate was sealed. Chao Yin's intention behind this act was merely to avoid killing him in front of Xiao Wu. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao dared not linger. He had lost all his soul power, and remaining here could very well cost him his life. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished in an instant. His sole thought was to return to the Holy Soul Village and heal his physical wounds. He was aware that he had been poisoned. If not treated promptly, he could very well perish. He had no desire to embrace death just yet. Xiao Wu, my dear, there is something I have concealed from you. I have long known that you are a soul beast, yet my love for you remains unfaltering. Do you know why? Chao Yin turned to Xiao Wu after Tang Hao had departed. Why? Xiao Wu shook her head. Because my soul power has ascended to the 99th level. I am a peerless Douluo. From the moment I laid eyes upon you, I discerned your true identity. However, I currently lack a soul ring. This is a trial set by my family, and only upon completing those trials may I acquire a soul ring. Chao Yin stated, wrapping his arms around Xiao Wu's slender waist and giving her a gentle squeeze, a sensation both delightful and comforting. It matters not. I love you for who you are. Even if you were but a waste, I would love you unreservedly for all my days. In my life, there exists only you. Xiao Wu smiled tenderly. A kind and innocent girl who cared not for Chao Yan's prowess. She simply knew that Chao Yan loved her, and that was sufficient. Foolish one, you are truly foolish. I shall protect you well. In this lifetime, you shall always be my precious treasure. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Chao Yan beamed, his gaze radiating the unique charm of youth. With that, Chao Yan suddenly opened his strong, broad arms, enveloping Xiao Wu's petite form in an embrace. In that casual contact, he could feel the innocent heartbeat within her, a sensation immensely gratifying. In response, Xiao Wu smiled obediently, and 2 snowy white rabbit ears discreetly emerged from her head. She revealed a pair of adorable white teeth, exuding a sweet and rich fragrance, akin to orchids, evoking a desire to cherish her tenderly. My dear Xiao Wu, you are truly beautiful. You are the most exquisite 10,000-year-old beast I have ever encountered, and I vow to protect you throughout my life. Chao Yan gently brushed a strand of hair from Xiao Wu's forehead and softly kissed her brow. For Chao Yan, Xiao Wu's identity as a soul beast was of no consequence. In his eyes, both soul beasts and humans possessed the right to pursue love. With him by her side, Xiao Wu would no longer be alone from this day forward. Silly brother, in this life, I shall love no one else. I will forever belong to you. Xiao Wu displayed an enamored smile, reminiscent of a little beauty, lazily stretching her body as if relishing the moment, remaining silent. After a considerable time, Chao Yin reluctantly withdrew his lips from her smooth, jade-like forehead, licking his lips as if still savoring the moment. The faint fragrance lingering on Xiao Wu's brow was remarkably pleasant. Chao Yin, it is getting late. Let us return and rest, Xiao Wu said, touching the lingering warmth on her forehead and smiling at him. Chao Yin nodded. Before departing, he did not forget to summon Eugene back into his body. While Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes, watching everything in a daze. She had also heard Chao Yin speak of his martial soul, and it seemed indeed unique. That night, they shared the same bed. Holy Soul Village. East side, this was a house constructed from mud, with a simple wooden sign in front, depicting the image of a hammer. However, the sign had become moldy, emanating a faint odor that was quite nauseating. This was Tang Hao's dwelling. When Tang Hao returned here, it was already past midnight. His eyes were somewhat glazed, and the poison from the soul-seizing, deathly Yama talisman had penetrated deep into his marrow. This venom was beyond remedy. Even if the god of medicine were to arrive, it would be impossible to heal his wounds. Moreover, individuals akin to the god of medicine, who existed solely in the divine realm, were not beings that someone like Tang Hao could encounter. Thus, 3 days hence, Tang Hao would inevitably succumb, reduced to a mere puddle of blood, weeping in death. He would be doomed to eternal damnation. Tang Hao pushed open the door, feeling utterly drained, and coughed up a mouthful of black blood, then collapsed heavily to the ground, resembling a lifeless corpse, a sight that could strike terror into the hearts of onlookers. All his soul power had dissipated. He had now become a complete invalid, utterly and pitifully so. It was hard to fathom that this once formidable being, who single-handedly battled dozens of titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall, could fall to such a fate. It is worth noting that in the world of soul masters, the name of Hao Qianduo was thunderous, known to all. Yet, should anyone witness the scene before them, they would likely be so startled that their jaws would drop. Who could have imagined? The illustrious Hao Qianduo had, against all odds, been reduced to an invalid. I never expected that my life, lived with honor and integrity, would end at the hands of a younger generation. I am unwilling to accept this. Ain, I am sorry. I did not have the chance to see you once more. Alas, I must depart now. Little San, your father is powerless. I can no longer protect you. I am truly useless. Once a grand Hao Qianduo, I now struggle to ensure my own survival. Tang Hao cried out in anguish, tears welling in his eyes as countless memories surged forth in his mind. He did not wish to die. Yet it was too late. He had been poisoned, and in 3 days, his demise was certain. No one could save him. Ain, Hauer is sorry. I cannot uphold our promise. I can no longer protect our little San. Fear not. I shall soon join you. And this time, no one shall tear us apart. Within the room, Tang Hao murmured to himself, his words laden with sorrow, as if he had endured a century of solitude. After expressing the regrets that weighed heavily on his heart, Tang Hao felt darkness encroach upon his vision, and he collapsed to the ground. In 3 days, he would face his true demise. Chapter 43. Tang Hao's Confession. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days had already elapsed. In these 2 days, an abundance of events had transpired. The most significant of these was the renowned Hao Qianduo. Poisoned, and before long, he would become a mere corpse, cut off from the world. Today marks the 3rd day since Tang Hao was poisoned. If he survives tonight, the Douluo Continent will forever be deprived of his presence. Simultaneously, Chao Yin is preparing to depart for Holy Soul Village, intending to grant Tang Hao a swift end. Within the confines of the 7th Shelter, Chao Yin is about to bid farewell to Xiao Wu. My dear Xiao Wu, I must leave Notting Academy for a while. While I am away, you must take good care of yourself, understand? Chao Yin smiles gently, tenderly brushing his hand through Xiao Wu's silky hair, imparting his heartfelt advice. Oh, please return quickly. I will miss you dearly in your absence. Xiao Wu nods obediently, trusting that Chao Yin must have very important matters to attend to. In her heart, Chao Yin has become her beloved. Although they have yet to consummate their relationship, she believes that day is not far off. Silly girl, I will return to be with you soon. By the way, during my absence, if that Tang San dares to trouble you, do not hold back, understood? After locking eyes with Xiao Wu, whose gaze sparkles like autumn waters, Chao Yin lightly pats her fragrant shoulder and smiles. I want to let him bully me. Xiao Wu replies with a sweet smile, her resolve firm. At that moment, Wang Sheng steps forward, a hint of reluctance visible on his face. For he greatly respects Chao Yin as his leader. Hee, foolish lad. All gatherings must eventually disperse, but rest assured, I shall return. While I am gone, please look after Xiao Wu for me, will you? Chao Yin glances at Wang Sheng, chuckling. Don't worry, boss. Whoever dares to bully Sister Xiao Wu will face my wrath first, Wang Sheng declares, puffing out his chest with fearless bravado. Seeing this, Chao Yin nods in satisfaction. After imparting these final instructions, he slowly takes his leave. Upon exiting Notting Academy, Chao Yin swiftly heads towards Holy Soul Village as indicated by the system, moving with the speed of a thunderclap. By afternoon, he finally arrives at Holy Soul Village. It doesn't take long for him to locate Tang Hao's residence, and he feels a mix of disdain and contempt. It is astonishing that the illustrious Hao Qianduo resides in such a place. Tang Hao, I'm here to take your life. Are you ready to die? Chao Yin bursts into laughter, slamming his palm against the wooden door of Tang Hao's home, causing it to shatter with a resounding crash, splinters flying in all directions. Entering the house, Chao Yin immediately spots Tang Hao lying on the ground, though he is barely clinging to life. Even someone devoid of soul power could easily dispatch him now. Tang Hao lies there with hollow eyes, his lips tinged with purple. His once lustrous black hair now turned white. An aura of death emanates from him, evoking a chilling fear. It's you. Why have you come to harm me? I am Hao Qianduo. Upon seeing Chao Yin, Tang Hao's eyes widen in terror, his voice trembling as blood froths at his lips, his appearance truly pitiful. Having been struck by my Chao Sect's hidden weapon, do not harbor any illusions of survival. Let me inform you, the poison in my soul-devouring King's decree penetrates to the marrow. Not even a god could survive it. Chao Yin casually finds a place to sit, speaking with a calm authority, each word laced with intent. He, who would have thought that the Hao Qianduo, who has never met an enemy, would fall at the hands of a junior? Tang Hao, have no words left, but before I die, I hope you can grant me one last request, may I? Tang Hao forces a self-deprecating smile, his voice tinged with desperation, a stark contrast to the pride he once held. Hee, Tang Hao, you have lived a life of pride, looking down upon most. Yet today you find yourself in my clutches. Fear not, I shall grant you a swift end. With a cold laugh, Chao Yan's eyes glint with a murderous intent, enveloping Tang Hao like a vast prison. My young friend, as death approaches, the words spoken are sincere. In my lifetime, I have committed many wrongs, and now, as I near the end, I wish to make amends. Please, I implore you to fulfill my request. Tang Hao gasped for breath, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to kneel before Chao Yan, his demeanor filled with reverence. All men must die. Some deaths weigh heavier than mountains, while others are lighter than feathers. Before my demise, there remains one regret I must fulfill. Speak, I will grant you 1 minute. I dislike wasting time with the dying. Chao Yan responds, his tone remaining frigid. Thank you, kind friend. When I was young, I wronged a girl who was the embodiment of a 10,000-year soul beast. To obtain her soul ring and soul bone, I endured the scorn of the world, secretly loving her. Yet, to ensure she willingly offered her soul ring to me, I recklessly exposed our whereabouts, leading to the arrival of the spirit hall. Her name was A. You beast, a scoundrel unworthy of life. You deserve to die. Before Tang Hao can finish, Chao Yan can no longer contain his fury, striking Tang Hao's face with a resounding slap that sends him reeling. As a time traveler, Chao Yan recognizes the girl Tang Hao speaks of. It must be Ain, who is undoubtedly beautiful and youthful at that time. It is a tragedy that she was deceived by this brute. Tang Hao, you truly deserve death, Chao Yan murmurs, his disappointment palpable. Realizing Tang Hao is a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Such a person is unworthy of being called human. I know I am guilty. I do not deserve a Yin's forgiveness. Young friend, I am near my end. Before I die, I wish to remove the soul ring and return it to Ain. I have hidden her soul bone in a cave. Here is the map. Please take it. Tang Hao's eyes are filled with sorrow as he crawls toward Chao Yan, pleading earnestly. You still possess a semblance of conscience. Very well, I shall assist you, Chao Yan replies coolly. At the same time, he feels a flicker of hope. If he can retrieve a Yin's soul ring, perhaps she can truly be revived. At that time, he could shower her with affection, a perfect resolution for both parties. Thank you, young friend, for your kindness. Tang Hao expresses profound gratitude, bowing deeply. His eyes shine with determination, indicating his sincere remorse. Ain, in this lifetime, I owe you a debt. I hope my death can bring you a measure of joy. Tang Hao silently vows, facing death with courage. Chapter 44, Tang Hao's last words. Young friend, could you bring me some paper and a pen? I have some words to convey to Ain. Tang Hao coughs twice, expelling 2 mouthfuls of black blood. Signs that he has 1 foot firmly in the grave. Not even a celestial being could save him now. Very well, as you wish. Chao Yan nods and quickly retrieves paper and a pen, handing them to Tang Hao. Tang Hao trembles as he accepts the writing materials, inhaling sharply and forcing a bitter smile. Ain, I never anticipated that I would bid you farewell in this manner. Hee, throughout my life, I have wronged you. I deserve to die. Suppressing his emotions, Tang Hao does not linger, gripping the pen tightly as he hastily scribbles on the paper, his handwriting rough and somewhat hasty. Before long, he completes his message. Trembling, he hands the farewell note to Chao Yan, a look of relief washing over his face. As if a great burden has been lifted, evoking a bittersweet sensation in the onlooker's heart. Chao Yan took the paper and swiftly glanced over its contents, his mouth agape in astonishment. The yellowed parchment bore a somewhat hasty script, yet conveyed the heartfelt confessions of a dying man. Even someone as hardened as Chao Yan felt a flicker of emotion stir within him. Ain, it is I, Tang Hao. I regret revealing all of this to you in such a manner. The bond between us has always been a misunderstanding. From the very moment I first laid eyes upon you, I discerned your true identity. You are a soul beast of 100,000 years. In my quest to obtain your soul ring and soul bone, I shamelessly feigned love for you, deceiving you in the process. I'm truly despicable. I am aware that I am unworthy of your forgiveness, but I speak these words as I approach death. I shall entrust your soul ring and soul bone to a young boy who will resurrect you. In this lifetime, I have wronged you. Ain, I am a selfish and greedy wretch. Do not concern yourself with me. Perhaps this is the fate I deserve. Regrettably, I have come to this realization too late. I, Tang Hao, must die to atone for the sins I have committed. Ain, after my demise, you shall be reborn. The boy I have encountered is truly remarkable. Though I do not yet know his name, he is indeed a worthy companion for you. If you find affection for him, then be with him. Do not mourn for me. Dang Hao. As Chao Yin held the paper, his eyes glistened with moisture. He felt a sense of relief that even someone as irredeemably wicked as Tang Hao could recognize his misdeeds and seek redemption. This revelation also afforded Chao Yin the opportunity to clarify matters with Yin, facilitating his pursuit of her affections. If he could successfully resurrect Yin, her body would emerge renewed, allowing him to be with her unburdened by guilt. This was indeed fortuitous. Tang Hao, do not be overly sorrowful. Rest assured, after your passing, I shall care for Yin, Chao Yin assured him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder with a gentle smile. My young friend, I shall now extract the 100,000-year soul ring from my body. You must return it to Yin within an hour, otherwise, the power contained within the ring will dissipate into nothingness. Tang Hao exhaled deeply, his voice grave yet unyielding, though his eyes betrayed no fear. He understood this was the final act he could perform for Yin. Do not worry, I shall handle everything. Please begin. Chao Yin nodded, urging him on with impatience. Tang Hao, wearing a bittersweet smile, retrieved a knife from his belongings without hesitation and plunged it into his chest. After completing this grim task, he collapsed to the ground, his eyelids fluttering shut. This closing of his eyes signified the finality of his demise. Tang Hao, a renowned and illustrious title Douluo, the Huqian Law, had finally succumbed to death. Chao Yin regarded Tang Hao's lifeless form with admiration and respect. In his eyes, Tang Hao was a true man, deserving of his reverence. After a moment's contemplation, Chao Yin procured a sharp knife and swiftly extracted two extraordinary bones, one black and one green, each pulsating with a rich power, indicating their immense worth. These soul bones must be the very ones Tang Hao had acquired from his sect, and even after many years, Chao Yin could still sense the vibrant energy they radiated. Merely holding them brought warmth coursing through his veins, a testament to their rarity. Ah, these soul bones are treasures indeed, though regrettably, their age is insufficient. Absorbing them would waste the most precious aspects of my physique. I must consider this carefully. For now, I shall store them, Chao Yin mused, smiling as he placed the bones into his storage ring, inhaling sharply at the thought of their value. Suddenly, a brilliant light emanated from Tang Hao's body, and one by one, soul rings began to coalesce around him. 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. Upon a soul master's death, their soul rings would naturally detach. Though Chao Yin prided himself on his composure, witnessing such a spectacle left him momentarily stunned. This magnificent display was beyond mere words. Without further ado, Chao Yin beckoned with his fingers, summoning the fabled 100,000-year soul ring to float gracefully towards his fingertips, ultimately swirling above his hand in a wondrous dance. After setting fire to Tang Hao's humble abode, he ensured that Tang Hao had truly vanished from this world, leaving no trace behind, an epitaph of sorts, affording him a semblance of dignity in death. Having fulfilled these final rites, Chao Yin resolved not to linger any longer. He needed to return the soul ring to Yin, a promise made to Tang Hao that he intended to honor. Retrieving the map Tang Hao had entrusted to him, Chao Yin swiftly scanned it, pinpointing Yin's burial location. Energized with newfound purpose, he summoned his soul power to guide the soul ring as he raced toward a secluded mountain range. He was determined to revive Yin. He was resolute in ensuring her happiness. Chapter 45. The Resurrection of Yin. Having ascertained the precise location of Yin's resting place, Chao Yin hastily departed from the sacred soul village, racing towards a hidden mountain range. To expedite his journey, he summoned his guardian spirit, riding atop its form. Reaching unparalleled speeds, were anyone to witness this scene, they would surely be left in awe. Jaws agape. Together, man and spirit traversed the concealed and enigmatic forest, occasionally encountering soul beasts that attempted to impede their progress. Yet each met their demise at the hands of his guardian spirit with a mere swipe. It was well known that his guardian spirit was among the most formidable forces on the Soul Street, capable of exhibiting remarkable prowess even within the Douluo Continent, rivaling the might of many elite sections. In summary, this underscored the extraordinary nature of Chao Yin's guardian spirit, or rather, his martial soul. After approximately 5 minutes, Chao Yin finally arrived at his destination, exhaling a sigh of relief as color returned to his face. He held the formidable 100,000-year soul ring aloft, shimmering and radiant, its crimson light illuminating the ancient and sacred mountain range. He could almost sense an inexplicable force drawing him closer, as if someone were beckoning him, guiding his path. Reabsorbing his martial soul, Chao Yin surveyed his surroundings and retrieved the map Tang Hao had given him. Confirming his destination, he set forth with determined strides. The sky had darkened completely, yet the heavens were adorned with twinkling stars. Under the soft glow of these celestial bodies, Chao Yin could discern the path beneath his feet, ensuring he did not stumble in the darkness. Here it is, Ain, I have come to rescue you. Once you are revived, you shall belong to me. He chuckled softly, rubbing his palms together. Chao Yin gazed at the magnificent waterfall before him, and a ripple of emotion flickered in his eyes. This waterfall was towering, drawing upon the ethereal energy from the heavens above and the moist essence from the earth below. If an ordinary soul master were to accidentally stumble into this place, they would likely struggle to discern any clues. It is evident that Tang Hao, in his desperate attempt to conceal the heinous crimes he committed, has indeed resorted to every possible means. Such malevolence is truly insidious. Chao Yin subtly circulated the soul power within him, and in the next moment, waves of soul energy emanated from his body. The waterfall rose dramatically over 10 meters high, surrounded by ancient towering trees, with a faint aroma of tea wafting through the air, resembling a vast green ocean that invigorated the spirit. Enclosed by mountains, with life flourishing in every corner. This locale was indeed ideal for a plant-based soul beast like Ain to rejuvenate its vitality. One could surmise that Tang Hao retained a modicum of humanity. Had he merely buried Ain's seed in any random spot, it would likely have perished long ago. Thankfully, he still possessed some conscience. Adjusting his soul power, Chao Yin observed ripples emerging in the space before him, revealing subtle fluctuations that broadened his perspective. Suddenly, a pair of magnificent wings materialized behind him, a wondrous sight indeed. With the levitational force of those wings, he could effortlessly ascend the waterfall before him, where Ain awaited. The wings behind him shimmered with an enigmatic, translucent hue, rendering them nearly invisible. This extraordinary ability could only be wielded by those who had attained the title of Douluo. Such powerful beings could soar through the skies without the need for external aid. It is worth noting that for many soul masters, the ability to fly is an unattainable dream, only possible upon breaking through the 70th level of Soul Saint cultivation and assuming their martial spirit's true form. This power, for many soul masters, remains forever out of reach. Upon reaching the Douluo level, a soul master can condense their soul power into wings, thereby mastering the skies, unbound by any constraints. This ability is collectively referred to in the soul master community as soul power wings. With a powerful flap of his wings, Chao Yin soared upwards at an undetectable speed, reaching the peak of the waterfall. At this moment, he stood tall, exuding an aura of authority and grace. At the center of the waterfall lay a peculiar cave, which Chao Yin might never have discovered had he not been able to fly. The cave's position was unique, with a massive curtain of water cascading down, creating a damp environment that could easily lead to a slip and fall, potentially resulting in severe injury or death. Surrounding the cave were patches of wild grass, dense and overgrown, though the leaves had begun to darken, devoid of life, obstructing the entrance. However, through the faint light, it was apparent that the interior of the cave was shrouded in darkness and depthless. Indeed, as Chao Yin peered into the cave, he found it to be pitch black, yet the interior revealed a hidden wonder. Above, a large ventilation opening allowed air and sunlight to flow in. Otherwise, even a Yin's vibrant life force would surely fade. Within the cave, a stone rested, beside which a blue-silver emperor swayed gently, dancing in the breeze as if embodying the grace of a delicate maiden, evoking a sense of pity. Ain, I have come to rescue you. Fear not, for with me by your side, you shall suffer no more. Stepping softly to the blue-silver emperor's side, Chao Yin inhaled deeply, forcing himself to calm. At that moment, the 10,000-year soul ring in his hand seemed to respond to some unseen call, radiating a joyful energy that illuminated the stone chamber as brightly as day. According to the map provided by Tang Hao, Chao Yin discovered a box beneath the only stone in the cave. The box, black and ancient, exuded a potent life force, undoubtedly containing a Yin's right leg bone. Upon opening the box, he beheld a unique skeletal fragment, smooth as jade, adorned with golden patterns and black floral veins, pulsating with vitality and symbolic of life itself. This was indeed a 10,000-year soul bone, a treasure of immeasurable worth. However, holding the soul bone in his hand, Gaozan Habo no Saofit DC, he understood that to revive Ain, he must return the bone to her. Only by restoring what rightfully belonged to her could Ain reclaim her life. It is known that the emergence of a 10,000-year soul bone could provoke tumultuous reactions. Such treasures are exceedingly rare and invaluable. Yet, everything was for Ain. Chao Yin could only bear the pain of sacrifice. Concentrating his formidable soul power in his palm, he suddenly struck downwards, causing the soul bone to shatter into fine powder. Collecting the golden dust, he sprinkled it over the blue-silver Emperor's surface, where it transformed into radiant golden specks, slowly merging with the plant in a miraculous display. Having completed this step, Xiao Yin exhaled in relief. Next, it was time to restore the soul ring. Chapter 46, A Yin's Memories. As the golden specks were fully absorbed by the blue-silver Emperor, Xiao Yan's eyes brightened slightly. In that moment, he could sense the joyous aura emanating from the blue-silver Emperor, indicating that a Yin's revival was imminent. Gently caressing the blue-silver Emperor's stems and leaves, which shimmered with a faint golden hue, Xiao Yin could not resist bringing the delicate leaves and branches to his nose. Inhaling the unique, refreshing fragrance that emanated from Yin, intoxicating him with an overwhelming sense of euphoria, akin to a celestial experience. In the original narrative, Yin sacrificed her life to save Tang Hao, only for him, the treacherous villain, to benefit. Ultimately, Yin was simply too innocent. Now that Tang Hao was deceased, once he revived Yin, she would emerge renewed. Although this would mean she retained some lingering memories of Tang Hao, Xiao Yin regarded it as inconsequential. After all, Yin would belong solely to him from this point forward. Suddenly, the blue-silver Emperor's stems began to entwine around Xiao Yan's arm, the movement imbued with urgency. It was clear that Yin could sense the life force emanating from the 10,000-year soul ring. Evidently, she had endured much in anticipation of this day. However, from today onward, Yin would embrace rebirth. Xiao Yin smiled gently, then slowly extended his hand, carefully lowering the blue-silver Emperor that was coiled around his arm, as if fearful of causing her harm. After all, the blue-silver Emperor before him was a Yin's true form, and he dared not slacken his vigilance. Gazing at the blue-silver Emperor, Xiao Yin inhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with delight. At present, the blue-silver Emperor is undoubtedly more vibrant and resplendent than before. Not only that, but even its stems and branches have grown considerably more upright, with the golden veins on its leaves appearing increasingly full. One can only assume that a Yin's physique during her lifetime was equally remarkable. Yin, do not fret. I shall resurrect you shortly, Xiao Yin spoke softly. With a gentle wave of his hand, the 10,000-year soul ring above his palm floated towards the surface of the blue-silver Emperor, ultimately coiling around its branches in a tranquil rotation. The soul ring emanated a continuous stream of soft red light that merged with the essence of the blue-silver Emperor, symbolizing that a Yin's life was gradually being restored. Each time the blue-silver Emperor absorbed a wisp of the red light, the color of the soul ring would fade a little, indicating that once the energy from the soul ring was entirely absorbed by Yin, her resurrection would be successful. Thus, Xiao Yin sat cross-legged, gently cradling his chin with his hands, quietly awaiting Yin's emergence. His figure was somewhat slender, yet remarkably tall, sitting there like an ancient monk, exuding an air of calm that rendered him somewhat inscrutable. After approximately half an hour, the red glow of the 10,000-year soul ring finally dissipated into nothingness. Simultaneously, the surface of the blue-silver Emperor was gradually enveloped in a layer of golden radiance, ultimately forming a golden halo, within which a delicate silhouette could be faintly discerned. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yin felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His body springing up almost instantaneously, his eyes fixated on the figure within the golden light, his breath quickening with anticipation. After roughly 2 breaths, the golden light finally receded entirely, revealing a stunning figure. The woman before him donned a blue and gold gown, her flowing blue hair cascading down her graceful hips, subtly accentuating her shapely form. A pale blue ribbon encircled her slender waist, giving her an ethereal beauty that seemed almost untouchable, as if the very air had stilled in her presence. Her hands, as delicate as jade, gently brushed her chest, her azure eyes holding a depth that conveyed both fragility and innocence, reminiscent of a blossoming maiden. The faint smile gracing her lips added an extra touch of purity, her pearly teeth lightly grazing her soft lips, a gentle blush adorning her translucent cheeks. Although Xiao Yin had mentally prepared himself, the moment he beheld Yin's true form, even his composure wavered slightly. Yin was simply breathtaking. A faint, enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, captivating and intoxicating, ensnaring the senses. As he inhaled this ethereal scent, Xiao Yin felt a slight dizziness, his gaze frequently drifting towards her alluring waist, longing to tear away the blue ribbon that adorned her form and embrace the beauty concealed beneath her gown. Despite being merely 6 years old, this did not diminish his desires. "Is it you who saved me?" Yin inquired, seemingly unable to withstand the intensity of Chao Yan's unabashed scrutiny. At last she spoke, her voice soft yet firm. Clearing his throat, Chao Yan managed to regain his composure, suppressing the wicked fire within him as he offered a harmless smile, murmuring, "You must be Ayin, am I correct? I have been entrusted to resurrect you." Chao Yan observed Ayin's reaction closely, noting the visible tremor that coursed through her body upon his words. In truth, Ayin had sensed an unsettling notion the moment Chao Yan transferred the energy from the soul bone and soul ring into her being. Is it possible that Ahau is no longer with us? Did he send you to save me? What has happened to him? Has he met with misfortune? Ayin's voice quivered, her newly regained life overshadowed by sorrow. Indeed, you may see for yourself. This is his final message to you. He was slain by the forces of the Spirit Hall. He expressed a desire to avenge you, but was ultimately defeated by their might. Before his demise, he entrusted me with the task of ensuring your resurrection, for he could find no peace otherwise, Chao Yan said, extending his fair palm to present Tang Hao's will to Ayin. As Ayin hesitantly accepted the parchment from Chao Yan's hand, her expression shifted to one of astonishment upon recognizing the familiar handwriting. Her hands trembled, and will slipped from her grasp, falling to the ground. Has my Tang Hao truly passed away? Within the stone chamber, silence reigned. Ayin stood as if transformed into a statue, her delicate hands trembling. Tears silently cascading down her flushed cheeks, evoking a sense of profound sorrow. Her autumn-like eyes stared vacantly at the parchment that lay on the ground. And after a moment of silence, she spoke softly, "Sir, is my Ahau truly gone?" "Yes, Miss Ayin. To be candid, when I encountered the Hotian Doa, he was gravely injured. Before he passed, he implored me to ensure your resurrection. Only then could he seek redemption for his past transgressions," Chao Yan replied gently, stepping closer to Ayin, intoxicated by her fragrant presence. "Ahau, why did you deceive me? I never imagined you would draw near solely for my soul ring and soul bone. I believed you were unlike the others. You turn out to be just as deceitful. How foolish I have been." Hearing Chao Yan's words, Ayin placed her delicate hand over her lips, her voice trembling as sobs erupted from her. In her mind, memories of joyful moments spent with Tang Hao flooded back. Yet now, those recollections felt like daggers, piercing her heart and stealing her breath. The very person she had trusted most, Tang Hao, had only sought her out for her soul ring and soul bone. The reality was too much for Ayin to bear. "Ahau, I despise you. You wretched beast, you scoundrel. I cannot believe you are such a treacherous person." Ayin silently cursed within, unable to fathom that Tang Hao, whom she had held in such high regard, would resort to such underhanded means to achieve his goals. Such a person could hardly be considered human. "Miss Ayin, you have just regained your physical form. It would be wise to prioritize your well-being and not succumb to anger. Though I am unaware of what transpired between you and the Hotian Douluo, I believe he must have cared for you deeply," Chao Yan said softly, moving to stand beside Ayin, his gaze drawn irresistibly to her graceful silhouette. Unable to look away, he recognized that he could not afford to act too intimately with Ayin just yet, for they had only just met. It would be impractical to invite her to bed on their first day of acquaintance. Surely, Ayin still harbored feelings for Tang Hao. However, this is not a concern. Chao Yan firmly believes that Ayin will undoubtedly be touched by his unwavering dedication. At that moment, she will willingly dedicate herself to him. Contemplating this possibility, Chao Yan feels an inexplicable thrill surging within his heart. This young master, Ayin, is grateful to you for saving her life. Yet she is still unaware of your name. "Thank you, young master, for granting me a second chance at life." As the warm words of concern from Chao Yan echoed in her ears, Ayin felt a gentle warmth enveloping her heart. She gazed upon the youthful countenance of the boy beside her and politely replied, "Young master, my name is Chao Yan. If you do not mind, you may call me Chao Gongzi." In response to Ayin's sweet smile, Chao Yan nodded and returned the gesture with a smile of his own. At this moment, he could distinctly sense the aura of soul power emanating from Ayin, which appeared to be merely at the level of soul Douluo. It could be said that if he wished to take advantage of the situation to possess Ayin, he could certainly accomplish it. However, he could not stoop to such actions. Having painstakingly resurrected Ayin, he was determined to pursue her through honorable means. To act otherwise would be a disgrace, akin to becoming no better than Tang Hao. Such conduct was something Chao Yan would resolutely refuse. For now, he needed to first cultivate a positive impression in Ayin's heart before subtly guiding her into his embrace, which would be much simpler. Ayin had already been deceived once by Tang Hao, leaving her feeling insecure. Therefore, he must seize this opportunity to enter her heart while she was vulnerable. "So, it is you, Chao Gongzi. Ayin is truly grateful for your life-saving grace. Yet my heart is in disarray. and I am at a loss as to how to repay you. What do you suggest, young master? A Yin's beautiful eyes seemed to sparkle with a glimmer of light. Though she had suffered once at the hands of Tang Hao, the presence of Chao Yin instilled in her a subtle warmth. What do you mean, Yin? I, Chao Yin, am a man of integrity. My reasons for saving you are entirely devoid of ulterior motives. I only wish for your happiness. Promise me you will no longer shed tears over Tang Hao, all right? He is merely a hypocritical scoundrel unworthy of your affection. Chao Yan's voice was gentle as he slowly turned his body, his gaze sharpening slightly as he spoke. I understand, but young master, you traveled such a great distance and endured so many hardships to save me. Such kindness cannot go unacknowledged. Although I'm merely a soul beast, I'm clear about gratitude and grievances. If you do not mind, I'm willing to offer myself to you. A Yin's voice was soft, and a faint blush adorned her delicate face. Her hands fidgeted, reflecting her nervousness, as she feared that the young master might reject her. Now, she felt utterly alone, a fragile girl without support, so pitiable. Offer yourself to me? Are you certain of your words, my lady? Despite his solid composure, Chao Yan's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing A Yin's declaration. Disbelief flickered. Could it be that Tang Hao had utterly shattered her heart, leading her to this point? A Yin, I do not wish to impose upon anyone. If your feelings are genuine, I would not dare to refuse. But are you truly willing to be my woman? Gaozan in quit gato sili. He was no less than anyone else. Indeed, young master, you have been so kind to me. Even if it means dedicating myself, I would not mind. As long as you do not disdain me. A Yin shyly nodded, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, reflecting a unique allure. Is this truly appropriate? Is it not a bit too much for us? As he met her blushing visage, Chao Yin could not help but chuckle awkwardly. After all, no man could reasonably refuse such an offer. Yin. Just as Chao Yin was about to speak, A Yin's soft, tender lips pressed against his, leaving him momentarily stunned. In that instant, he felt a rush of warmth envelop him, his cheeks flushing intensely as he instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist, choosing to silently embrace the moment. Chapter 48, An Encounter. Within the stone chamber, the atmosphere fell into a serene silence. Chao Yin felt a slight heat rise to his cheeks as he gazed into A Yin's eyes, filled with affection, and chose to remain silent. At this moment, it was impossible for anyone to withdraw from such a sincere gesture. After all, A Yin was merely expressing her gratitude by offering herself to him. Having progressed to this point, it would be utterly foolish for him to reject such a beautiful sentiment outright. Countless people would covet this opportunity. With that thought, Chao Yin summoned his courage, indulging more freely in the sweetness of their kiss, reaching a state of blissful forgetfulness. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a selectable mission. Please accept, A Yin. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with a divine soul ring of 100,000 years. The system's soothing voice suddenly echoed in Chao Yan's mind, leaving him momentarily taken aback. A divine soul ring? At the mention, Chao Yan's breath quickened, and a spark of joy lit up his eyes. He understood the immense value of a divine soul ring, which far surpassed that of an ordinary one of the same age in the original narrative. The divine soul ring could grant one access to the ethereal realm of gods and the potential for divine inheritance, a benefit too great to articulate. How splendid! What a fortuitous opportunity! Once I acquire the 100,000-year soul ring, my power will increase tremendously. At that point, combined with my soul power level, I will no longer need to remain so low-key. Chao Yin silently contemplated the myriad advantages, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After a moment of reflection, Chao Yin made his decision. Tonight, he would ensure something significant occurred between him and A Yin. A Yin, will you be my woman? To be candid, when I first laid eyes on you, my heart ceased to belong to me. A Yin, will you be mine? Chao Yin released A Yin's lips, his gaze soft yet earnest, exuding the charm of a gentleman. Young master, you flatter me. To be your woman would be a blessing for A Yin. As long as you are willing, I shall dedicate my life to you, provided you do not find me unworthy. A Yin's voice was tinged with shyness, her beautiful eyes darting away from Chao Yan's gaze, revealing her bashfulness. Foolish girl, to encounter you in this lifetime is my fortune. A Yin, you are truly beautiful. Tonight, I will bring you happiness. Chao Yin smiled gently, his hand caressing A Yin's exquisitely delicate face, as if she were a precious treasure. Such an intimate gesture would surely have caused Tang Hao to seize up in disbelief, but alas, he was no longer a concern. Young master, were it not for you, I would not have been granted this rebirth. For the rest of my life, I wish to remain by your side, devotedly serving you. A Yin lightly bit her red lips and whispered, while at the same time, she quietly leaned her fragrant shoulder against Chao Yan's chest. The unique fragrance of the woman also caused a cloud of evil fire to surge under Chao Yan's lower abdomen. Her palms were constantly caressing Yan's beautiful face, creating a warm and delicate sensation that was irresistible. Yan, there's no need to do this. What I like is just you. In this lifetime, you're mine and you can't escape. Chao Yan waved his hand, and then his palm slowly floated up Yin's waist, trying to quietly untie the ribbon. Giggle, young master. Are you in such a hurry? Let Yan do it herself. I didn't expect the young master to want to do such a thing to me, but it's also good. When the young master completely wants me, I can officially become his woman. Yan is also very happy. Yan also showed a smile as she slowly pressed Chao Yan's palm down with her jade hand, and then slowly untied her clothes. In the next moment, as the clothes were untied, a snow-white and delicate body resembling sheep fat jade was directly exposed in front of Chao Yan. The graceful figure was enough to make people's blood boil. Yan in front of me is really beautiful. Yan baby, tonight you are mine. Taking a gentle breath, Chao Yan couldn't bear it anymore. He picked up Yin's delicate body and placed it flat on the stone platform. At the same time, her full and perfect figure was fully displayed, making it impossible to maintain a calm heart. Young master, what are you waiting for? Take me. Yan smiled sweetly, then opened her arms and gave Chao Yan a deep embrace. Okay, I promise you from now on, you're the only one in my heart. Chao Yan also nodded. To be honest, looking at Yin's seductive figure, even he couldn't bear it at all. You should know that although he sleeps with Xiao Wu all day and not in college, Xiao Wu is still too petite now. Not only is her figure not fully developed, but many areas are also not fully developed. Even if she occasionally takes advantage, she cannot satisfy him at all. But Yan in front of me is different. Her figure is almost perfect and impeccable from anywhere. What would it feel like to have such a beauty? Looking at Yan's figure again, Chao Yan also showed a smile. Yan's figure was very good, especially the full S part, as if it was about to overflow at any time, symmetrical and sizable. It can be said that such a figure is the dream of every girl's heart. Under the short skirt, there's an extremely eye-catching protrusion wrapped around it. And above the delicate buttocks, scattered, are Yan's soft green silk. Under the cover of the green silk, it adds a unique charm to the person on the stone platform. Yan in front of him was like a ripe peach. For a moment, Chao Yan didn't know how to start. After all, with such a figure, no matter where he started, the feeling would be incredibly wonderful. Moreover, Yan's body is now completely refreshed. After resurrecting Yan, to some extent, she has become a virgin again. Therefore, the resentment in Chao Yan's heart can be let go without any burden. Young master, what are you waiting for? Being scrutinized by Chao Yan without any boundaries also made Yan feel a little shy. Yan baby, I'm coming. Chao Yan smiled and pounced directly at the person in front of him. Outside the cave, the moon is dim and everything is silent. Inside the cave, there's a unique spring scenery that ripples endlessly. Chapter 49, A Yin Separation. Early morning. In the morning, when a ray of morning light quietly envelopes this mysterious mountain range, it also announces the beginning of a new day. Inside the stone chamber, Chao Yan was still immersed in last night's sleep and hadn't woken up. There was still a smile on his face. However, this scene did not last long before it was shattered. In his sleep, Chao Yan dreamed that he was gently caressing the stunning beauty that belonged to Yan. The next moment, when Chao Yan planned to throw his hands at the sleeping beauty, he was startled and rolled off the stone platform. Immediately, a sharp pain spread throughout his body, and he was also awakened. Yan, where's my Yan? Touching his slightly sore back, Chao Yan couldn't help but shake his head secretly. It seemed that with his current undeveloped body, he was forced to do that kind of thing, which was indeed somewhat forced. Young master, Yan is here. Upon hearing Chao Yan's urgent cries, before long, a blue graceful figure walked in with graceful steps outside the cave. Looking at the beautiful figure appearing at the entrance of the cave, Chao Yan's gaze also lit up instantly. Today's Yan is still dressed in a noble blue long dress. On top of her sexy jade feet, she is wearing a pair of noble blue high heels. The gorgeous blue color is like a blue gemstone, embellishing the bare jade feet even more beautifully. If you carefully feel this pair of bare jade feet in your hand, the texture should not be too bad. Yan baby, did you go fishing? Taking a picture of the strange thoughts in his heart, Chao Yan also noticed the green fish held by Yu's hand at this moment. One by one, the fresh green fish were inserted into each wooden thorn with a lively and amazing aura. Underneath this cave is a huge curtain waterfall. Presumably, the careful and obedient Yan must have touched the fish there. Looking at the delicate appearance of the person in front of him, Chao Yan's heart was also slightly moved. Such a thoughtful woman. Tang, I didn't have the chance to cherish her well at first, but this time, Chao Yin won't repeat Tang Hao's mistake. Gao Gongzi. I noticed that your face is a bit pale. It must be due to excessive physical activity last night, right? You better not move. Let Ian come and grill fish for the young master, okay? Ian Miai glanced at Chao Yan's slightly pale cheeks and smiled lightly. Okay, Ian baby, you are so thoughtful. Chao Yan smiled and nodded, but soon his eyebrows furrowed slightly involuntarily as Ian leaned over the bonfire to grill the grilled fish in her hand. She couldn't help but show some shallow pain on her pretty face as she walked around. Her appearance was as if she had endured some immense pain, which made people somewhat worried. Ian baby, what's wrong with you? Did I exercise too aggressively last night? Is your body okay? Seeing Yin's appearance, Chao Yin immediately gave up his plan to stand aside and admire her figure. He stood up suddenly and walked over to Yin's side, patiently asking, Chao Gongzi. Ian is fine. It's just that Ian has just obtained the soul ring and soul bone. Gongzi is bullying someone like this, and her body is a bit unbearable for a while. Gongzi, don't worry about me. Ian put the green fish in her jade hand on the bonfire and carefully sprinkled the seasoning. She smiled slightly, indicating that she didn't care. To be honest, even Ian herself did not expect that although Chao Yin seemed young, after only spending one night together, she would find it quite difficult to walk now. Recalling the intimate scene with Chao Yin last night in her mind, Yin's mouth couldn't help but slightly curl up. Immediately, she chuckled and two small and delicate pear-shaped vortices appeared on her pretty face, with a faint blush on them. Yin's posture was like that of a girl who had experienced it for the first time, and every move was a woman's unique shyness. Foolish one, allow me to handle such matters. My beloved Yin is so exquisite. What would happen if she were to accidentally harm herself? In response, Chao Yin merely smiled, stepping closer to Yin without granting her a moment's resistance. With an audacious demeanor, he seized the roasted fish from her delicate hand, deeming such labor too coarse for his cherished Yin. All she need do is rest peacefully while he tends to the rest. Even if it requires a bit of effort and fatigue, he finds fulfillment in it. Chao Gongzi, may I call you Brother Yin from now on? Yin expressed her delight at encountering someone of his caliber. Seated gracefully upon the stone platform, her body exuded a languid allure. Even a casual smile could not conceal the intoxicating charm she radiated. Truly, she was a vision of beauty. Of course, my Yin, you may address me however you wish, for you belong solely to me. Chao Yin replied with a grin, taking her jade hand and bringing it to his nose. Inhaling her subtle fragrance that penetrated deep into his soul, offering an exhilarating sensation. He gently flipped the fish in his hand and offered it to Yin. Now viewing her as his own, Brother Yin, Yin called with a voice sweet as honey, her enchanting eyes fluttering as she delicately brought the fish to her lips. Taking a small piece and gracefully feeding it to Chao Yin in a display of bashfulness. Seeing this, he could hardly refuse. He smiled, embraced her slender form, and, gazing into her eyes, accepted the morsel from her lips, savoring it. After sharing an intimate moment, and once the last piece of fish was consumed, Yin reluctantly spoke. Brother Yin, I may have to leave you today. I have just regained my strength, and wish to venture into the starry forest, where I believe my power will recover swiftly. I hope to reach the level of a title Douluo within 3 years, and then I shall return to accompany you. All right? Chao Yin was momentarily taken aback, but did not voice any objections, recognizing the validity in her reasoning. Though he was indeed lustful, he could not disregard Yin's needs. So he merely nodded in agreement. My Yin, no matter how long it takes, I will await your return. But before you depart, may I have just one more touch? Chao Yin smiled gently, the faint fragrance emanating from her form rendering him somewhat uneasy, leading him to utter a rather bold remark. At his words, Yin's delicate frame stiffened slightly, her mouth agape in surprise, her fair face adorned with a look of astonishment. Didn't Brother Yin's previous actions suffice? Truly, he was an impressive young man, showing no signs of restraint in physical matters. After a brief hesitation, she nodded in compliance. Seeing her acquiescence, Chao Yin rejoiced, shifting his body as a wave of heat coursed through him. Brother Yin, do not repeat last night's antics. Otherwise, Yin might not be able to endure it. She pouted, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. Foolish one, how could I bear to? I will cherish you dearly, he assured, his hand brushing through her silky hair as he lifted her petite form, their bodies aligning perfectly. Stop it, Brother Yin. You're only seeking to tease me. She protested playfully, and within the stone chamber, the sound of her delicate, high-pitched moans echoed, hinting at the extraordinary events unfolding. Chapter 50. The Divine Gift of Soul Rings. 100,000 years. Noon. As Chao Yin and Yin concluded their intimate embrace, the sun blazed high in the sky. Yet, within the confines of their chamber. It remained cool and comfortable, leaving their private affairs undisturbed by the scorching world outside. Ain, before you leave, there are some words I wish to share with you. His hand gently glided down from her soft rear, and Chao Yin silently admired the exquisite softness before speaking. Brother Yin, I'm listening, Ain replied. Her alabaster skin laid bare before him, a sight that would typically evoke shyness in any woman. However, she had grown accustomed to it, her gentle hand resting against his chest as she silently relished the moment. After all, she was about to part from Chao Yin. Though reluctant, she understood the necessity of restoring her strength. Extend your hand and truly feel my cultivation, Chao Yin said with a smile. Taking her tender hand and guiding it to his chest, a surge of soul power radiating outward. In the next moment, even Ain, with her steadfast demeanor, felt her expression shift slightly. As her hand rested against his chest, her initial surprise transformed into astonishment. Although she was unwilling to accept it, she had no choice but to acknowledge the overwhelming soul power within him, its potency surpassing even her peak state. Brother Yin, I never imagined your body concealed so many secrets. If my senses serve me right, your soul power must be at the 99th level. However, despite its richness, I sense a hint of frailty, suggesting there are significant secrets surrounding you. An melodious laughter danced in the air, akin to celestial music, brightening Chao Yin's spirits. Indeed, my dear Ain, you can't be easily deceived. To be honest, my soul power has reached the 99th level, but due to certain peculiar circumstances, I currently lack a soul ring. Nonetheless, I shall strive to collect 10 soul rings, and on that day, I will ensure you remain by my side. My one and only treasure, Chao Yin said with a gentle smile, leaning in to kiss her delicate face, a rich dairy aroma enveloping his senses. Brother Yin, you are truly remarkable. It's no wonder you can exhibit such ferocity at merely 6 years old. It seems I underestimated you. Ain responded with a gentle smile, her lips parting to reveal pearly white teeth, exuding a unique beauty. Well then, my Ain, the time seems to be drawing near. Once my cultivation has sufficiently recovered, I shall head to the starry forest to find you. During my absence, take care of yourself, all right? Chao Yin stretched lazily, feeling a slight ache in his back. Shaking his head with a resigned smile, deciding to refrain from further intimacy with Ain. Brother Yin, I will always wait for you in the starry forest. Don't forget me for another woman. Ain pouted, her lips rosy and reluctant to part. She understood that Chao Yin's remarkable soul power at such a young age was no mere coincidence. It likely stemmed from considerable backing. With this realization, Ain felt a wave of relief. Someone as exceptional as Chao Yin would undoubtedly attract many admirers, yet she found herself unperturbed by such thoughts. She simply hoped that in the near future, as long as she could secure a place in Chao Yin's heart, that would be sufficient. As for excessive desires, she would not dare to aspire to them. As a woman, she was acutely aware of her position. Merely being able to silently accompany Chao Yin was enough. My silly Ain, you are so beautiful. How could I bear to part with you? In this lifetime, my heart holds only you, and I remain indifferent to other women. The scenery in my eyes is solely you. Gaozan Smai Li, proactively retrieving the fallen blue gown from the ground and assisting Ain in putting it on. He. I'm leaving now, Brother Yin. I will miss you. As Ain stepped out of the cave, at the very moment her foot was about to touch the ground, she suddenly turned back, her face breaking into a radiant smile, as if the entire world had succumbed to that moment. Take care, my darling Ain. Chao Yin gazed silently at her graceful silhouette, hesitating for a moment before slowly stepping forward. Unable to resist, he playfully slapped Yin's soft and curvaceous rear, sending a delightful shiver coursing through him. Ah, you naughty boy, always trying to bully me. A blush rapidly crept onto Yin's cheeks, transforming her entire face into a deep crimson, the warmth radiating to her ears. Although she and Chao Yin had already developed an incredibly intimate relationship that had occurred under different circumstances, so Ain did not think much of it. However, being playfully teased by Chao Yin in this manner added a hint of shyness. Could it be that Chao Yin truly cherished her? Brother Yin, you mustn't bully me like this next time. Take care, I'm leaving. After Ain spoke, she lightly tapped her toes against the ground, causing countless blue-silver grasses to spring forth, creating a scene reminiscent of subjects bowing before their sovereign, filled with majesty. It was no wonder, as Ain was herself an incarnation of the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor, making the reaction of the blue-silver grasses understandable. Fool! I will come find you. Wait for me. Standing in place, Chao Yin cast his gaze into the distance. As Ain transformed into a streak of blue light and vanished, he slowly advanced, standing where she had departed, inhaling the lingering fragrance she left behind, unable to extricate himself for a long while. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 10,000-year Divine Soul Ring. The Fire God Ring. Upon absorption, the host will gain the ultimate fire power belonging to the Fire God, significantly enhancing strength. However, absorbing this soul ring may trigger a phenomenon in the heavens and earth. Please exercise caution, dear host. The system's melodious voice echoed softly at the mountain's peak. Hearing this, Xiaoyan nodded slightly. Next, it was time to absorb the soul ring. Strengthening his abilities was paramount. Chapter 51. Absorbing the soul ring. Upon slightly exploring the mountain range, Xiaoyan's gaze swept around until he finally discovered a concealed location. Now that Ain had returned to the Stardow Forest, it wouldn't be long before her strength was restored to that of a tidal Douluo, standing on the open ground, where soft and pleasant grass stretched beneath his feet. He nodded, his eyes beginning to blaze with fervor. Choosing to absorb the soul ring in this secluded mountain forest was undoubtedly the most fitting choice. As the system had indicated, absorbing the soul ring was likely to provoke a phenomenon, which was a concern for Xiaoyan. Even a typical 10,000-year soul ring, once absorbed by a soul master, would inevitably create a violent energy fluctuation around them, and that peculiar energy disturbance could pose significant safety hazards. The mysterious mountain range where Xiaoyan found himself was located at the juncture of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, and during the absorption process, any minor slip that released even the slightest energy fluctuation could attract countless powerful beings from both empires. Among these, Xiaoyan was most apprehensive about the Spirit Hall. According to the original text, it appeared that the Spirit Hall possessed the greatest number of tidal Douluos, and their vast influence was not difficult to imagine. Therefore, Xiaoyan had subtly planned, at least until he possessed the strength to contend with the Spirit Hall, he would not provoke them. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to courting death. The might of the Spirit Hall was indeed formidable. System, I shall absorb the soul ring here. Xiaoyan dispelled all distracting thoughts and addressed the system calmly. During the absorption of the soul ring, one must maintain utmost focus, for the level of danger involved was considerable. Although Xiaoyan currently possessed a soul power of level 99, without a soul ring to balance this power, he could not ensure that this process would be devoid of danger. The divine soul ring, after all, inherited the power of the gods. Even if that power were minimal, it still stemmed from divine heritage. Even a mere second-level divine heritage, if successfully inherited, would yield numerous benefits. When facing divine inheritance, the most crucial aspect is to ensure one's strength has reached a formidable level. Otherwise, even if one were to inadvertently obtain divine inheritance, attempting to forcibly claim it with insufficient strength would be akin to seeking one's own demise. Thus, prior to inheritance, it is imperative to ensure one's strength is robust enough. Otherwise, one must not engage in divine inheritance. Ding, does the host wish to use the divine soul ring? After a brief pause, the system's gentle voice resonated softly. Gaozan note that. He then slowly extended his fair hand, slightly bending his fingers, and a torrent of immense soul power surged forth from within him. In that instant, even the surrounding space rippled with subtle waves, the sound as faint as a mosquito's buzz. By the time Xiaoyan withdrew his hand, the space had been completely isolated. Once everything was in order, Xiaoyan nodded in satisfaction, then quietly settled into a meditative position on the ground, his hands gradually forming a seal, his eyes narrowing slightly, embodying the demeanor of a cultivator. In the days that followed, having spent the entire night with Ain, he found himself persistently recalling their encounters during that time. And occasionally, scenes of their delightful moments would flash through his mind. In response, Xiaoyan could only shake his head helplessly, sighing inwardly. My darling Ain, such a beauty, truly a source of calamity. Though we only spent a fleeting day together, I nearly felt drained. Sigh. With a resigned sigh in his heart, Xiaoyan had no choice but to suppress those unbidden thoughts. Once he had calmed his mind, Xiaoyan then spoke lightly to the system. We can begin now. The space here has been isolated. Even if any mishaps occur during the absorption of the soul ring, I believe at least those formidable beings won't discover it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the divine soul ring. Next, please immerse yourself in the experience. The system playfully chimed, her voice laced with a hint of girlish allure, before once again falling silent. Although she was merely a system, she understood that a soul master needed to maintain a tranquil heart during the soul ring absorption process. Hence, she refrained from further interruptions. After all, the safety of the host took precedence above all else. As the delicate voice of the system descended, Chao Yin was first enveloped by a sensation of searing heat, akin to that of volcanic magma. Sweat began to stream down his smooth forehead, and as he slightly raised his gaze, he beheld a dense aura of flames swirling above his head. The crimson radiance obscured the entire expanse of the sky, a phenomenon truly worthy of being called the divine bestowed soul ring. Under the powerful fluctuations of energy, all creatures within the mountains felt a palpable sense of crisis. Their fearful gazes directed towards the source of the crimson light, and one by one, they knelt in submission. Fortunately, he had preemptively isolated this space. Otherwise, the overwhelming energy might have attracted the attention of formidable beings before he even absorbed the soul ring. Chao Yin gently patted his chest, quietly exhaling a sigh of relief. Once he calmed his mind, he regulated his breathing into a rhythmic state, undoubtedly enhancing the efficiency of absorbing the soul ring. In the air, after several surges, the fiery crimson light intensified, and Chao Yin could sense the terrifying power of the flames contained within. Absorbing such a soul ring could potentially obliterate him if his strength was insufficient. Although the divine bestowed soul ring would strive to maintain the absorption difficulty within a bearable threshold, the current scene evidently exceeded that range. Thus, even with Chao Yan's current prowess, he had to exercise caution. Finally, after a few more turbulent moments, a colossal figure formed from the concentrated flames gradually materialized before Chao Yan. The figure towered impressively, standing several dozen feet high, and merely its presence exerted a terrifying, oppressive force upon him. He understood that this resplendent, crimson-hued phantom was the final obstacle he must confront before absorbing the soul ring. Seated cross-legged on the ground, Chao Yin gazed at the ethereal figure hovering in the air. Despite the calm demeanor on his face, ripples of emotion stirred within him. Although the crimson figure emitted no fluctuations of soul power, Chao Yin recognized that its master must possess a significant status within the divine realm, and moreover, was a being of considerable capability. In the divine realm, a clear hierarchy existed. The higher the deities ranked, the greater their powers. At the pinnacle were the 5 titans of the divine council, while the lesser deities held little esteem. The being known as the fire god, in Chao Yan's eyes, likely occupied a lowly position among the second-tier gods, a stark contrast to the god kings. Nevertheless, Chao Yan was not overly concerned with the fire god status. According to the system, absorbing this soul ring would grant him mastery over the fire god's abilities, which revolved around the manipulation of flames. After absorption, he believed he could comprehend the essence of the utmost fire. Foolish boy, why do you not kneel before this deity? As Chao Yin pondered these matters, the ethereal figure spoke, its voice laced with a hint of fury, and its fiery eyes gleamed with arrogance. Observing this, Chao Yin couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. This crimson apparition was merely a remnant of the fire god's consciousness. Despite the passage of time diminishing its divine power, its inherent arrogance remained undiminished. After all, deities inherently viewed themselves as superior. A mere second-tier god expecting me to kneel? Dream on. You are but a lingering fragment of divine thought. Even if the true form appeared, I would maintain my stance. With a slight frown, Chao Yin locked his gaze on the fiery figure, responding with a calm, yet resolute demeanor. Ah, ignorant human, how could you possibly comprehend my might and majesty, since you so blatantly disregard my authority? You shall never claim this divine bestowed soul ring. As the figure spoke, it spread its arms slightly, unleashing a torrent of immense, molten-like pressure that cascaded downwards. The overwhelming force constricted Chao Yan's breath, making it somewhat labored. Now you see the might of this deity, don't you? The figure smirked, clearly reveling in the spectacle of Chao Yan's plight, demonstrating its propensity to intimidate. Hardly impressive. Such tactics will not deter me. Gaozan Guin, feeling a surge of soul power ripple through him, and in an instant, he unleashed a formidable aura that dissipated the previously suffocating pressure into nothingness. With a slight tremor, Chao Yan gradually rose to his feet. His eyes, as clear as water, unwaveringly met the imposing presence before him. To be frank, a mere ordinary god could hardly instill fear in him, especially considering that this was merely a fragment of a divine thought, vastly inferior to a true deity. I did not expect your soul power to be of such commendable caliber. At your age, possessing a level 99 soul power is impressive. Try this move of mine. Should you withstand it, the soul ring shall be yours. Witnessing Chao Yan effortlessly nullify his pressure, the fire god's expression flickered with surprise, and a slightly astonished tone emerged. Very well, Chao Yin replied nonchalantly. He understood that to successfully absorb the divine bestowed soul ring, some effort was required. Yet he was unafraid of challenges. Flame barrier. With a commanding shout, the crimson figure waved its hand, and a blazing barrier formed around Chao Yin, within which flames surged incessantly. The searing heat momentarily took Chao Yin aback. Possessing such power, the fire god was indeed formidable. Is this the essence of fire? So intense. I feel as though a torrent of warmth flows through me. Such power is exhilarating. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he felt the surrounding heat, his countenance growing increasingly solemn. Clearly, to successfully complete this trial, he must endure the relentless scorching of the flames. In such circumstances, surrender was not an option for Chao Yin. The opportunity to inherit the fire god's divine bestowed soul ring was rare. If he could not withstand this trial, how could he claim the right to grow stronger? How could he ever hope to surpass Tang San, to instill the deepest despair in Tang San? He must first possess strength that far eclipsed his own. This journey, though arduous, was one that Chao Yin was determined to undertake. He sought to seize everything from Tang San, not just his opportunities, but also all his cherished ones, and even his family would not be spared. I must grow stronger. Within the fiery barrier, regardless of how fiercely the flames roiled, the slender youth clad in minimal attire uttered not many words, save for the occasional roar. This was Chao Yin, born with an innate drive for strength. To be powerful is to pursue the infinite. Oh, how intriguing that this little fellow could endure within my flame barrier for such a duration. He appears to be quite remarkable. It seems I have underestimated him. With a gaze tinged with surprise, I observed the defiant figure amidst the sea of flames, and even the crimson figure felt a stir of emotion. Finally, upon witnessing Chao Yin's unwavering determination, he silently waved his hand, causing the layer of flames to abruptly dissipate. He chuckled softly. Remarkable young one. Your perseverance amidst my utmost fire compels me to regard you with newfound respect. Congratulations, you are now worthy of receiving the divine gift soul ring's legacy. With my power, carve out a formidable path of your own. As the last echoes of his laughter faded, the crimson figure gradually vanished, leaving behind a deep red soul ring that shone with a brilliance capable of dimming the very heavens. This, indeed, was the legendary 100,000-year divine gift soul ring. Chapter 53, The Divine Realm. In the Divine Realm, majestic palaces shimmered with a soft golden glow beneath the celestial radiance. This was the pinnacle of the Divine Realm, the very seat of authority overseeing all. The Divine Council bore the solemn duty of judging the deities and governing the realm, maintaining balance throughout existence. The grand hall of the palace was octagonal, its walls devoid of ornamentation, yet alive with countless shifting scenes. Each luminous screen depicted a world from different planets in the mortal realm. This was also where the Divine Council monitored the myriad celestial bodies of this star domain. At the center of the hall stood a round table, its surface crafted from an unknown material, revealing swirling mists that seemed to stretch into an infinite abyss upon closer inspection. Beside the table rose 5 immense golden chairs, each occupied by a distinct figure, their appearances as varied as their natures. I trust you have all noticed. There is indeed someone in the mortal realm who has fortuitously obtained a 100,000-year divine gift soul ring. This individual is rather extraordinary. The speaker was a man clad in an expansive purple robe, obscuring his features, save for the 2 clusters of eerie purple flames flickering at the sides of his cloak, emanating a palpable aura of terror. This was one of the 5 enforcers of the divine realm, the god of destruction. Destruction, you speak true. Although remnants of our divine legacies linger in the mortal realm, this boy appears distinct. To acquire the divine gift soul ring at such a young age raises my concerns. After the god of destruction's words, another voice, deep and resonant, joined in. This figure, slender and enveloped in deep crimson arcane patterns, radiated a cold, menacing energy equally formidable. Merely a legacy left by a secondary divine entity. This hardly constitutes a significant matter, regardless of whether he comprehends the divine essence. Mastering the legacy will not be a simple endeavor. We ought to observe him closely. A man dressed in a blue robe spoke after a moment's contemplation. His azure hair flowed like a boundless ocean, exuding a soothing and pleasant aura. His handsome visage was complemented by sapphire-like eyes, radiating gentleness as he stood with hands clasped behind his back, seemingly uninterested in the unfolding events. The sea god is correct. This young man's ability to acquire such a legacy at his age speaks volumes of his fortune. Furthermore, as deities, we reside in the divine realm, and it is not our place to meddle in the affairs of the mortal realm. Perhaps this lad may one day transcend limitations and ascend to godhood. The speaker was a woman clad in a flowing green gown, exuding elegance and beauty. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with vitality, embodying the essence of life itself, known to evoke warmth and gentleness in those familiar with her. As her words settled, the other two figures in the palace nodded in agreement. One was clad in white, the other in black. The blue-robed man's gaze reflected reverence as he regarded them. These figures were none other than the god of evil and the god of goodness. See God, perhaps you should not concern yourself with such matters of a lowly first-tier divine legacy. Rather, seek a worthy successor to inherit your mantle before your fall, lest your position remain vacant. The god of Shura cast a sidelong glance at the sea god, speaking with a hint of detachment. There is no need for your concern. I find this young man quite appealing. He could very well be my sole successor to the sea god's throne in the future. Ponder this matter well. I shall take my leave. With that, the sea god bowed respectfully to the five figures and departed, transforming into a streak of blue light that vanished from the grand hall. That young man's divine gift soul ring must belong to a deity we once dismissed. If I recall correctly, the god of fire. The god of Shura chuckled, his expression shifting to one of contemplation. Indeed, it is remarkable. Who would have thought that a dismissed deity could fortuitously find a successor in the mortal realm? Such luck is truly commendable. The god of destruction responded with a faint smile. It is well known that for deities of their caliber, finding a suitable successor in a mortal realm is a formidable challenge. As enforcers of the divine realm, they wield supreme power, yet this same authority imposes limitations upon them. Immortal by nature, the gods often find themselves ensnared in an inexplicable solitude over the ages, yearning for a worthy successor to alleviate their loneliness, perhaps discovering joy through such connections. Regrettably, such successors are exceedingly rare to locate. The figures exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound sense of resignation. Frankly speaking, their existence as gods is fraught with its own tribulations. Living for so long breeds in ever-deepening solitude, a sentiment few can comprehend. As I ascend to great heights, I find myself ensnared in solitude, with no one to converse with. The chilling grip of loneliness sends shivers down my spine. What purpose do I serve at such heights? The god of evil sighed softly, his demeanor tinged with melancholy. Standing within the grand hall, he appeared weathered, as though the weight of countless years had taken its toll. He had lingered in this divine estate for far too long. The feeling of isolation had begun to wear on him, and though he occupied the lofty position of the supreme deity, he felt acutely alone. Unlike the god of destruction, he had traversed this divine realm in solitude, devoid of companionship, silently enduring the burdens of loneliness. Alas, this young man can be deemed a prodigy in his own right, for he has been bestowed with a divine soul ring, a fortuitous occurrence indeed. Perhaps it is best that we refrain from interfering in such matters. With a heavy sigh, the malevolent deity transformed into a shadowy figure and drifted away. The remaining deities exchanged glances, then silently nodded in agreement. Perhaps even Xiao Yin himself was unaware that he had already garnered the attention of the divine realm. This individual is truly formidable. Chapter 54. Success. In the divine realm, there exists a concealed sanctuary amidst a landscape of molten lava, awash in hues of crimson. The searing magma continuously surges from the ground, producing a thunderous roar that renders this domain tumultuous. This place is known as the Domain of Flames. Millions of years ago, it was governed by a supreme, second-tier deity, who presided over this territory in tranquility for eons. However, such peace was fleeting. Several tens of thousands of years passed. The deity of fire, who once ruled this fiery domain, committed an act of defiance and was subsequently imprisoned here for eternity. Since that fateful day, the title of fire god has seemingly faded from the annals of the divine realm, as if forgotten by the gods themselves. As one's gaze draws closer, a majestic platform rises prominently at the heart of the molten world. Remarkably, no matter how the lava churns, it never encroaches upon this sacred space, a peculiar phenomenon indeed. Above this stone platform, colossal, obsidian chains ascend into the air, numbering 8 in total. These soul-devouring chains incessantly burn the deity's mental fortitude, inflicting unspeakable agony. This serves as a testament to the malevolence of their creator, who is far from ordinary. At the tips of these dark chains, a massive crimson silhouette materializes. Upon closer inspection, one would be astonished to discover that this red figure bears an uncanny resemblance to the ethereal shadow encountered by Chao Yan when he received the Divine Soul Ring. However, it appears that the current manifestation is merely its true form. ZZZZ. The 8 soul-binding chains, akin to a malignant affliction, firmly ensnare the limbs of this crimson figure, with several piercing its heart. From the tips of these chains, wisps of white smoke emerge, accompanied by a disquieting hissing sound. God of destruction, do you believe that confining me in this lightless wasteland will compel me to submit? As the hissing persisted, a reluctant roar gradually emanated from the crimson figure. I, the fire god Zhu Rong, once basked in glory, yet now I'm trapped here. God of destruction, our conflict shall not cease until one of us perishes. A low, cursed voice resonated from Zhu Rong's lips, while his form trembled under the chain's restraint, revealing the torment these implements inflicted upon the deity. Tens of thousands of years ago, the fire god Zhu Rong encountered the goddess of life by chance. In his inherent flamboyance, he carelessly uttered words of offense, which he did not take to heart. However, the god of destruction seized upon this transgression with fervor, leveraging his exalted status in the divine realm to attempt to strip Zhu Rong of his divinity. Naturally, Zhu Rong resisted fiercely, leading to a conflict between the two. Yet, ultimately, as a mere second-tier deity, how could he contend with the God King? Furthermore, within the Divine Council, the 4 God Kings maintained amicable relations with the god of destruction, which sealed Zhu Rong's fate of defeat. In that battle, not only did he succumb to the god of destruction, but his divine essence was also permanently sealed in this place, subjected to endless humiliation. Am I to remain trapped here forever? I refuse to accept this. Zhu Rong howled, his voice tinged with despair. Suddenly, a fiery symbol flickered to life upon Zhu Rong's forehead, glowing red and exuding an aura of mystery. This symbol allowed him to sense the remnants of his divine essence left in the lower realm. Upon someone accepting his legacy, he would become aware of it. Could it be that someone has accepted my inheritance? Upon this realization, Zhu Rong's spirits lifted, and he waved his hand, conjuring a fiery screen that revealed an extraordinary scene. A young boy, none other than Chao Yan himself. This boy possesses a soul power of 99 levels. Such talent is indeed commendable. With proper guidance, he may one day inherit my divine essence. How splendid! As Zhu Rong surveyed Chao Yan's circumstances through the shimmering screen, a grin spread across his face. Though he remained confined, the prospect of this young man completing his inheritance filled Zhu Rong with hope. For perhaps his own tribulations would eventually be alleviated. With a surge of joy, the fiery symbol in the center of Zhu Rong's forehead transformed into a radiant beam, darting towards the lower realm like a fleeting shadow, swift as the wind. Above the mountains, tranquility reigned. Before Chao Yan, a magnificent red soul ring of 100,000 years materialized, its crimson glow pulsating with a remarkable brilliance. Ding! Dear host, please absorb the soul ring promptly. The residual divine power within the 100,000-year divine soul ring may attract the scrutiny of the divine realm if not absorbed in time. The system's melodious voice echoed once more in his mind. Upon hearing this, Chao Yan took a deep breath, casting aside his hesitation. He raised both hands, a peculiar force drawing the soul ring towards him. In the next moment, as if guided by an unseen hand, the soul ring began to drift towards him, enveloped in a gentle energy as though seeking to merge with his very being. Under the influence of Chao Yan's soul power, the 100,000-year soul ring floated above him, subtly indicating signs of integration. This process unfolded smoothly over the course of approximately a minute, and before long, Chao Yan had successfully absorbed the ring. At this moment, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the 100,000-year soul ring quietly coiled around him, its vibrations exceedingly gentle. Young one, it seems you have successfully accepted my inheritance. I am Zhu Rong, the fire god of the divine realm, and the soul ring you absorbed contains the remnants of my divine power left upon this Douluo Continent. As Chao Yan closed his eyes to meditate, a gentle, elderly voice resonated within his mind. Soon, the familiar crimson figure gradually materialized in Chao Yan's consciousness, unmistakably resembling the fire god. Chao Yan felt a sense of relief wash over him. It appeared that his absorption of the divine soul ring had indeed captured the attention of the divine realm. Is this old man truly the fire god? How remarkable! Chapter 55, 10 Deities. Young lad, your talent is impressive. To have accepted my inheritance and successfully absorbed the 100,000-year soul ring is no small feat. Within his mind, the fire god casually assessed Chao Yan's prowess, a satisfied smile gradually emerging on his lips, a smile radiant and vibrant, akin to a chrysanthemum blooming in full splendor. It is essential to understand that this is merely a fragment of his divine consciousness. Had it not been for Chao Yan's ability to absorb the remnants of the soul ring, this encounter would not have transpired. In this light, it appears that everything may indeed be guided by fate. Such celestial orchestration has left him somewhat taken aback. Perhaps, if he fosters a cordial relationship with the youth before him, he might reap certain benefits in the future. Huh? Are you the so-called trash god? Gao Zan in Guit? His brow slightly furrowed. He understood that the old man before him must have recognized his innate talent and was now imploring him to inherit his divine domain. A mere secondary divine domain was beneath his interest. Ha! I am the illustrious fire god, not some trivial trash god, the fire god chuckled, aware that anyone else would have been reduced to mere bones for uttering such words in his presence. However, Chao Yan was no ordinary individual. Oh, speak. What is it that you seek from me? To pass on your divine domain? I have no interest in a secondary divine domain, and given my current limited strength, I doubt I could even pass any trials associated with such domains. You would do well to seek someone else, trash god, Chao Yan replied with a calm demeanor. His eyes narrowed in determination. Even the fire god found himself momentarily taken aback by the boy's resolute attitude. This lad is truly exceptional. Cough, young one. One must not aim too high. Though my divine domain may be but secondary, it is still quite commendable. Had it not been for the affinity between us, I would not have transmitted my consciousness to communicate with you, would I? The fire god grinned, his voice laced with temptation. He bore the appearance of a nefarious uncle, coaxing a young girl into mischief. Spare me the deception. You are merely a secondary divine domain. If I were to accept your inheritance, I would be bound by it. With my capabilities, I should at least inherit a divine domain of the divine king level. You do not possess the qualifications, Chao Yan stated flatly, his gaze unwavering and unyielding, showing no signs of being swayed by the fire god's words. After all, a secondary divine domain was rather inconsequential. A mere trifle in the grand tapestry of the divine realm. Ah, young one, I certainly did not misjudge you. While you may be young, I foresee great potential in you. To be honest, the reason I have manifested in your consciousness today is to request a favor from you, and I trust you will consider it. The fire god did not retreat in the face of Chao Yan's dismissiveness. Instead, a smile crept across his face. A smile that bore an inscrutable quality. No one could fathom his true thoughts. Perhaps only he himself knew a fraction of them. Oh, pray tell, what is it? If it is to inherit your divine domain, then I must decline. I have already made my stance clear. Your divine domain is far too ordinary, Chao Yan replied nonchalantly, a hint of pride in his eyes. Since his transmigration, he had been a prodigy of the age, and thus, he felt no need to bow to others' expectations. Even in the presence of a deity, he remained unafraid. He understood that in the Douluo Continent, he was the true sovereign. Only he could rise above all beings and gaze down upon the world. Moreover, all beauties would eventually bow to him and share his bed. This was the goal of Chao Yan. You possess remarkable audacity, young one. Ha! I have here a treasure that I believe may pique your interest, the fire god proclaimed, producing a small scroll from his palm, adorned with ancient patterns that hinted at its extraordinary nature. Was this? Gao Zan in Guit? Narrowing his gaze as he casually inspected the small artifact, a frown forming on his brow. Ha! Young one, you may find this hard to believe, but this item is a treasure I fortuitously acquired during my battle against the god of destruction, known as the Divine Sealing List. The fire god stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a fervent glow igniting in his eyes as he recounted that fateful encounter. The Divine Sealing List? Chao Yan shook his head, perplexed. Was this related to divine domains? Ha! Young one, this item can assist you in completing your divine inheritance. Moreover, there's a legend surrounding it. It is said that in ancient times, a powerful figure fortuitously acquired this artifact and subsequently rose to prominence in the divine realm. What astonished all was that this individual possessed not one, but 10 divine domains, the fire god articulated, his tone imbued with fervor. 10 divine domains? Such a marvel. Is this truly the case, esteemed fire god? Upon hearing this, Chao Yan felt a stir of excitement within him. If this were true, it would imply that upon becoming a deity, he could also possess 10 divine domains. It was well known that while many gods existed in the divine realm, most were fortunate to hold but a single divine position. In the original text, even Tang San ultimately only attained dual divine positions, underscoring the rarity and value of such a treasure. Esteemed fire god, does this artifact truly possess such power? Chao Yan's gaze grew fervent. If he could indeed possess 10 divine domains, then in the future, he could share his divine status with those beloved companions on the Douluo Continent. It was important to note that among the denizens of Douluo, those with extraordinary talents were few and far between. While individuals like Xiao Wu could easily ascend to divinity, many others could only aspire from afar. However, if the divine sealing list proved effective, once Chao Yan achieved 10 divine positions, he could elevate all the beautiful maidens of Douluo to the divine realm alongside him. Would that not be a splendid fate? Moreover, it was rumored that the goddesses of life and kindness in the divine realm were both breathtakingly beautiful, and he had long coveted their grace. Hey, young one, will you now consider my request? The fire god stroked his beard, gazing thoughtfully at Chao Yan, his tone gentle. Indeed, I am willing. Please, esteemed elder, reveal your wishes. Chao Yan eagerly nodded, his heart racing with excitement. The benefits of acquiring such a divine artifact were self-evident. Young one, as long as you prioritize my divine domain when you inherit your divine legacy, I would not hesitate to entrust this artifact to you. What say you? The fire god proposed, tossing the divine sealing list in a playful manner, his voice laced with temptation. Agreed, it is a deal. Chao Yan's expression turned solemn as he nodded in agreement, his decision resolute. Heh, young one, I hold great faith in your potential. With this understanding, I can rest easy. This artifact is now yours. Having spoken, the fire god released the scroll, his consciousness swiftly dissipating as he returned to the divine realm. In that moment, Chao Yan opened his eyes, now holding the scroll in his possession. This was indeed the divine sealing list. Chapter 56, The Shameless Master. Could this item truly possess such remarkable capabilities? Could it allow one to hold 10 divine domains simultaneously? If so, would that not be a defiance of the heavens? As the fire god withdrew his consciousness from Chao Yan's mind, the latter slowly opened his eyes, a faint murmur escaping his lips. Is this truly useful? Could that trash god be deceiving me? Chao Yan tossed the divine sealing list in his hand, a look of skepticism crossing his face. However, judging by the fire god's demeanor, there was a degree of credibility to this claim. With that thought, Chao Yan decided not to dwell further on it and placed the artifact into his storage ring. Choosing to move on, it was time to return to the Nodding Academy. He had been away for a day, a length of time neither long nor short. Of course, he had not been idle. He had successfully dealt with Tang Hao, and he had also experienced some amusing moments with Ian. In retrospect, they were indeed memorable. Xiao Wu, my dear, I have missed you dearly in your absence. Upon my return to the academy, I long to hold you close as we sleep, Chao Yan mused, excitement bubbling within him. Though the day of parting from Xiao Wu marked a significant occurrence between him and Ian, the place Xiao Wu held in his heart remained undeniably cherished. As an individual, he prided himself on his broad-mindedness. Otherwise, how could he possibly contain the affections for so many maidens across the Douluo Continent? As a transmigrator endowed with exceptional talent and formidable prowess at such a tender age, one might even consider him a young hero, deserving of admiration from the young ladies of Douluo. In this realm where strength reigns supreme, possessing absolute power grants one the liberty to act as one pleases. This truth was not lost on Chao Yan. Order has always been established by the strong, with the weak relegated to the status of mere stepping stones. As a transmigrator equipped with a system and grand ambitions, he realized that fulfilling his aspirations in Douluo would not prove overly arduous. Indeed, possessing a system can be a remarkable advantage. For some unfortunate transmigrators find themselves devoid of such a boon. This, in essence, constitutes one's capital. After reflecting momentarily, Chao Yan stretched his limbs, and with the agility of a nimble monkey, he vanished from his original spot. He was returning to the Nodding Academy. The young man was coming back. At the entrance of the 7th dormitory at Nodding Academy, a boy clad in the Academy-S attire was vociferously calling out, "Wang Sheng, come out here at once, or I shall break your legs." With a slightly sun-kissed complexion, the boy bore an air of malnourishment. Around his waist, a splendid belt adorned with 20 gleaming white jade stones hinted at his extraordinary status. The boy's visage was strikingly familiar. Indeed, it was Tang San. Beside him stood a middle-aged man with a dark complexion, his demeanor exuding a sense of languor. Behind this man, an aura pulsated, akin to thunder and flame, resonating with a low, rumbling hum. This man was none other than the master. Xiao-san. Is that little girl you mentioned truly endowed with innate full soul power? The master regarded Tang San with a flicker of anticipation in his gaze. Just yesterday, Tang San had revealed the existence of a girl in the 7th dormitory who possessed innate full soul power. Upon hearing this, the master could hardly contain his excitement. It is well known that among all soul masters, those with innate full soul power are the most exceptional, possessing the potential to become a title Douluo. Hello, Yu Xiaogang may be deemed a failure if I can gather several talents with innate full soul power. It won't be long before one of them achieves the rank of title Douluo. At that point, even if my martial soul theory is merely a jest, none shall dare ridicule me. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the master felt a surge of exhilaration. He had never anticipated that so many individuals with innate full soul power would emerge from Nodding Academy. It felt almost dreamlike. Yes, master. Her name is Xiao Wu. I sparred with her yesterday. Although I lost, I conceded wholeheartedly. Her strength is truly formidable, Tang San replied, nodding obediently, his demeanor appearing harmless and endearing. Chao Yan. Xiao Wu is mine. You shall not steal my precious Xiao Wu away. Though I cannot match you in strength, I have my master. Hith. As long as my master accepts Xiao Wu as his disciple, I shall have my chance. As for you, Tang San chuckled coldly within, confident in his plan. His master possessed unparalleled theories, and he believed that if his master personally invited Xiao Wu to become his disciple, she would surely not decline. At that moment, their relationship would transform into that of senior and junior disciples. Regarding the previous conflict with Xiao Wu, Tang San had contemplated that if he were to apologize sincerely, she would likely not harbor any grudges. Xiao Wu would ultimately be his cherished girl. Chao Yan, you have taken my Xiao Wu. Today I, Tang San, shall reclaim her. Determination shone in Tang San's gaze as he resolved to clear the misunderstanding between himself and Xiao Wu. Their bond was true love. As for Chao Yan, he was merely an unforeseen complication. Xiao Wu is indeed a lovely name. Xiao San, tell me the truth. Have you developed feelings for this girl named Xiao Wu? The master interjected, recalling Tang San's expression when he had mentioned Xiao Wu. It resembled that of a child experiencing first love. Master, you already know? Tang San's cheeks flushed slightly, taken aback by the revelation. How did you discern that? Xiao San, there is no need for nervousness. I too have traversed the path of your age. Such matters are not shameful. Rest assured, with me around, I shall assist you in achieving your desires. The master smiled benevolently as he patted Tang San on the shoulder. Master, foolish child, when you like someone, you must seize the opportunity. To be frank, if you can win her over, do so by any means necessary. It matters not. After all, the master's eyes dimmed momentarily, and memories of the past began to resurface. Master, did you also I too failed to seize my chance back then. But that is all in the past. Let's not dwell on it. The master waved his hand dismissively, though a hint of disdain lingered at the corners of his mouth. Had he been bolder back then, perhaps with a bit of underhanded persuasion, his relationship with Bibi Dong might have yielded a different outcome. Now, he could only lament his missed opportunities. As for Lu Erlong, he lamented that he never even had the chance to act. The master felt a profound sense of regret. How could he not feel sorrow for having let two stunning beauties slip through his fingers? Tang San nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He understood that his master had likely experienced his own share of heartaches. Hey, Tang San, are you causing trouble again? Haven't you had enough of a lesson yesterday? At that moment, a petite figure clad in pink bounded out from the 7th dormitory, radiating an adorable charm. Standing beside Xiao Wu was a group of her followers. Upon seeing the master, Wang Sheng's expression soured, for although he was merely a humble work-study student, he harbored disdain for the master, who seemed to live off the academy's resources. Xiao Wu, Tang San, gazed entranced at her delicate features, my breath quickening and my words faltering. In that moment, I found myself at a loss for words. I silently observed Xiao Wu as a gentle breeze caressed her pink skirt, causing it to sway gracefully. Her perfectly proportioned leg, enveloped in pink shorts, exuded an allure that was irresistible. Time itself seemed to freeze in that moment. I wished to remain in this stillness, to do anything or nothing at all. I simply yearned to relish this tranquility, to gaze upon Xiao Wu, even though she was not yet mine. At least this scene before me filled my heart with a sense of fulfillment. Chapter 57, Tang San's Thoughts. Xiao Wu, the events of yesterday were my fault. I have come today to sincerely apologize. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? After a moment of silent contemplation, Tang San gathered his courage and smiled gently. In such close proximity, he realized how breathtakingly beautiful Xiao Wu was. He inhaled the fragrant aroma that wafted from her, feeling that there could be no girl more perfect than Xiao Wu in the world. Before him, Xiao Wu's charming demeanor starkly contrasted with what he had witnessed the previous day. Could this truly be the authentic visage of Xiao Wu? Tang San's gaze subtly ascended, ultimately resting upon Xiao Wu's flat abdomen, which bore minimal concealment. Her fair skin resembled exquisite jade, smooth and delicate, enticingly alluring. Despite her youthful stature, Xiao Wu exhibited a noteworthy development, radiating an irresistible charm throughout her being. However, Tang San swiftly reined in his wolfish gaze. Realizing that Xiao Wu was glaring at him with palpable ire, her countenance flushed with anger, as if on the verge of an explosion. This startled Tang San, compelling him to hastily avert his gaze. Concurrently, he felt an involuntary urge to touch his own abdomen. He recalled that during their previous confrontation, Xiao Wu's hidden darts had struck him with considerable force, though he had been fortunate enough to receive timely treatment. The thought of such a dire consequence stirred unease even within his usually tranquil heart. Nevertheless, he bore no resentment towards Xiao Wu for this incident. After all, as the saying goes, one must engage in conflict to truly understand another. Indeed, he had come today to reconcile with her. Such a kind and vivacious girl as Xiao Wu could only belong to him, Tang San. No one else would suffice. Xiao Wu, I acknowledge my fault in yesterday's events. To express my contrition, I have invited my teacher to join me in apologizing to you. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Tang San ventured again, his sincere words almost impossible to refute. Tang San, are you genuinely here to apologize? Xiao Wu furrowed her brows, a hint of skepticism in her voice. Her doubt did not stem from a readiness to forgive, for after reprimanding him the previous day, she had noted his hostile gaze directed towards her. In her view, someone like Tang San must surely be a treacherous individual. How could he possibly offer her an apology? When circumstances deviate from the norm, there must be something amiss. Was Tang San harboring ulterior motives? Wait a moment, his surname is Tang. The title Douluo who ambushed him, and Xiao Yan also bore the same surname, did he not? In that instant, Xiao Wu experienced a sudden epiphany. Although she had no inkling of the means by which Xiao Yan had fended off that title Douluo, she had inquired about it later. Yet, Xiao Yan had merely shared a singular piece of information, that the title Douluo seemed to share the surname Tang. Could it be that Xiao Yan had already discerned something amiss with Tang San? Had he concealed it to protect her identity? As this possibility dawned upon her, a sweet warmth blossomed within her heart, as if melting away all her worries. So, Xiao Yan had been silently safeguarding her all along, even such a monumental secret. He bore alone to lessen her burdens? How foolish I have been. Xiao Wu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, realizing that encountering such a caring boy as Xiao Yan was a treasure in her life. With this thought, her trepidation towards the title Douluo diminished significantly. Yet, what Xiao Wu remained unaware of was that the title Douluo who had attacked them was none other than Tang Hao. And she was oblivious to the fact that during her time apart from Xiao Yan, Tang Hao had already met his demise. Even Tang San was utterly ignorant of his father's death, and he remained unaware that his father was a title Douluo. Very well, Tang San, I forgive you. Is there anything else you wish to discuss today? If not, kindly take your leave. Xiao Wu shot him a frosty glance, her tone markedly cool. Acknowledging the possibility of Tang San's connection to the title Douluo, she accepted his apology, albeit with an edge of chill in her voice. Additionally, Tang San's current demeanor did indeed exude an air of integrity, a fact that even Xiao Wu could not dispute, leading her to graciously acquiesce. Xiao Wu, I actually came to speak with you about something else. By the way, this is my teacher. You may call him Master. Upon receiving a response from Xiao Wu, Tang San beamed, seizing the opportunity to ingratiate himself, akin to an overzealous adhesive. Master? At this, Xiao Wu's delicate brows knitted together, casting a puzzled glance at the master. She found it baffling that this lecherous middle-aged man had chosen to mentor someone like Tang San. Reflecting upon Tang San's behavior, she felt a wave of disdain towards a master. By the way, Xiao Wu, I recall you possess innate full soul power, correct? My teacher has achieved significant accomplishments in the study of martial souls. Today, he wishes to take you as his disciple. What do you think? Tang San's tone was gentle, his expression skillfully crafted to elicit comfort, making it nearly impossible to refuse his request. Young lady, you must be Xiao Wu. Tang San has mentioned you. Would you be willing to become my disciple? The master stepped forward, a broad smile illuminating his face, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. From the outset, the master had discreetly utilized his mental energy to gauge Xiao Wu's soul power level. Although his own cultivation was modest, he could still discern the soul master level. To his astonishment, he discovered that Xiao Wu's current soul power level had already reached the 13th rank. What did this signify? A 13th rank soul power at merely 6 years of age. Such a charming little girl. This level of talent could be considered among the pinnacle of innate full soul power. Such exceptional talent was as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. How splendid it would be to have her under his tutelage. Become a disciple? Xiao Wu's once gentle gaze now turned frigid as she regarded the master. Despite this being their first encounter, her aversion towards him was already palpable. Was it not abundantly clear that he had set his sights on her innate talent? As this realization settled in her heart, her discontent swelled further. Master, don't get ahead of yourself. Sister Xiao Wu would never become your disciple. Your martial soul merely produces flatulence. Sister Xiao Wu is a genius. Spare yourself the delusion and go feast on the school's free meals. Before Xiao Wu could respond, a figure interposed itself before her. This individual was tall and robust, exuding a commanding presence that resembled a tiger. It was none other than Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng, you ought to speak more respectfully. The master is my teacher. Your words are an insult to him. Do you wish to lose your legs? Tang San's countenance darkened as he stepped forward. In his mind, the master was his mentor, and Wang Sheng's blatant disrespect towards him was intolerable. Xiao San, let it be. He is not entirely wrong. Perhaps my fate is to remain a failure. The master waved his hand dismissively, donning an expression of indifference. A self-deprecating smile played on his lips, as if the weight of the world had aged him significantly in that moment. Nonetheless, he remained internally unperturbed. He recognized that to persuade this little girl to become his disciple through conventional means was futile. Thus, he opted to evoke sympathy through his sorrowful facade. Alas, Yu Xiaogang, have never achieved much in my life. Though I possess unparalleled theoretical knowledge, no one is willing to believe in me. Is this truly my destiny? The master's voice carried a melancholic tone, his eyes devoid of light, as he performed the act with remarkable authenticity. However, despite his words, the master's peripheral vision was discreetly observing Xiao Wu, constantly attuned to her reactions. He discerned that as he uttered those words, there were flickers of emotion and sympathy upon her delicate visage. It appeared that there was hope. Secretly cherishing this moment, the master felt a surge of joy within. Alas, Yu Xiaogang, have been burdened with a flawed martial soul since my youth, destined to be a failure throughout my life. Yet, I have devoted myself wholeheartedly to the study of martial soul theory. It is truly lamentable that my tireless efforts have gone unrecognized. Why, oh heavens, must you torment me so? The master sighed skyward, his countenance betraying an expression of helplessness and despair, as if he had endured the trials of time. Teacher? Tang San, standing nearby, gazed at the master in astonishment. However, upon catching the discreet signals the master directed towards him, enlightenment dawned. The master intended to employ a strategy of self-inflicted hardship. A flicker of understanding crossed Tang San's mind. It became evident that not only was the master profoundly knowledgeable in martial soul theory, but he was also an exceptional performer. In an instant, Tang San silently bestowed a thumbs up to the master in his heart. Teacher, I have failed you. Although I possess innate, full spirit power, my martial soul is merely the blue-silver grass, a useless martial soul. I have let down your expectations. I am deserving of scorn. Pain was etched upon Tang San's face as he relentlessly pounded his chest, his voice imbued with sorrow and indignation. Little San, the master does not blame you. It is the master's own inadequacy. It seems my martial soul theory shall ultimately go unacknowledged. The master shook his head, casting a comforting glance towards Tang San. Yet internally, he could not help but praise Tang San's cleverness. A promising student indeed. Teacher, I have disappointed you. I am truly worthless. Tang San lamented. Suddenly rushing to the master's side, kneeling on the ground, his eyes filled with self-reproach. Good child, the master does not hold you accountable. It is my fault. Wang Sheng observed this scene and pondered. Is the master's full name Yu Xiaogang? His experiences seem rather pitiable. Should I agree to his request? Witnessing this, Xiao Wu felt a pang of compassion. She was innately a kind-hearted girl. Sister Xiao Wu, you're still too naive. Let me tell you, the master is notorious for his thick skin. He would go to any lengths to achieve his objectives. Do not be deceived by his ruse, in my view. This master-student duo is merely putting on a show. Wang Sheng shook his head disdainfully, casting a derisive glance at the duo huddled together for warmth, mocking them. A master who merely consumes resources. His intentions are indeed sinister. To take on a disciple, he spares no effort. Is that so? The master is truly such a person? Xiao Wu blinked her charming eyes, surprise dawning upon her. She never imagined that the seemingly simple master could be such a petty individual. It was utterly outrageous that he would resort to theatrics to persuade her to become his disciple. Master, I shall not become your disciple. I shall take charge of my own destiny. Xiao Wu hummed lightly, extending a defiant middle finger towards the master, her beautiful eyes brimming with disdain. Xiao Wu, wait. You must listen to the master. It is not as you perceive. He can guide you to become powerful. Do not leave. Seeing Xiao Wu's firm rejection, Tang San felt a surge of panic within him. He had not anticipated that his and the master's meticulously crafted plan would be disrupted by Wang Sheng, who was utterly oblivious. Haha, master, please take your leave. You're not welcome here. Wang Sheng stated coolly, issuing an eviction notice to the master and Tang San. Wang Sheng, today, I, Tang San, will not rest until I break your third leg. You have gone too far. A roar erupted as Tang San's body sprang into action, his fist clenched, striking directly at Wang Sheng's chest. Bang! The impact echoed with a tremendous sound. Even the ground trembled slightly. Tang San, what you have done today is to bully our 7th dormitory leader in his absence. Do not think we, the working study students, are easy targets. After being struck, Wang Sheng staggered back a few steps before halting. However, he was not fazed by the earlier blow. Tang San had taken advantage of surprise attack, catching him off guard. Otherwise, he might not have been defeated so easily. Tang San, what do you mean? Do you dare to bully my junior? Seeing Wang Sheng struck, Xiao Wu shouted, her gaze directed menacingly at Tang San. Haha, so this is the true Tang San. Has his true nature been revealed? Xiao Wu, do not interfere. I must teach Wang Sheng a proper lesson today, if I do not break your legs. I am unworthy of the Tang surname. Tang San shot a glance of apology at Xiao Wu, yet his voice was resolute. If it were not for Wang Sheng, his plans would not have been thwarted. Ultimately, it was all due to Wang Sheng. At his words, Xiao Wu felt a rush of anger. Sister Xiao Wu, allow me to handle this. Although our leader is absent, I have Wang Sheng here. No one shall bully you. Wang Sheng, with a simple smile, positioned himself in front of her, a steadfast tower of strength. All right, be careful. Xiao Wu nodded. You still count as a man. But I will not go easy on you. Tang San said coldly, his hands clenched tightly. Haha, do not overestimate yourself. The outcome is yet to be determined. Wang Sheng stepped forward, unleashing his spirit power, causing ripples to form on the ground. At this, Tang San's expression turned icy in an instant. The blue-silver grass surged fiercely towards Wang Sheng, an aggressive assault. Merely a trifling skill. Spirit tiger in body. Wang Sheng scoffed. A layer of pale yellow aura enveloping his form, followed by a resonant roar that emanated an air of unmatched authority. In the next moment, before Tang San's blue-silver grass could even reach Wang Sheng, it was obliterated by the surge of spirit power. Simultaneously, Tang San was thrown back by the force of the impact, crashing heavily to the ground. One strike, merely one strike. Tang San was defeated. His body fell like a shooting star, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, and he felt a bitter taste in his throat, a mouthful of blood, mingled with shattered organs, spewed forth. At that moment, all eyes were momentarily stunned. Even a master beside them could not help but gasp in shock. His gaze towards Wang Sheng was filled with reverence. This youth was indeed formidable. Chapter 59, Bullying the Weak. You're also a soul master? Tang San wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face a mask of astonishment. He had assumed that someone like Wang Sheng, a working study student, could only possess a meager amount of spirit power, but he had not anticipated that the latter's strength was quite formidable, having entered the ranks of soul masters. This was unprecedented at Notting Academy. It was well known that working study students had limited talent. Merely possessing spirit power was already a challenge. Yet here was Wang Sheng, achieving what few could. Moreover, the latter's strength seemed to overshadow his own. What struck Tang San most painfully was the realization that he could not withstand even a single round against Wang Sheng, a blow to his already fragile pride. You have lost, Tang San. Sister Xiao Wu possesses extraordinary talent. Even with her own cultivation, she could reach the level of a titled Douluo. Therefore, there's no need for you two to feign concern for one another, understand? Wang Sheng approached Tang San, looking down at him with indifference, his gaze dripping with disdain. Is this the master's disciple? Unable to defeat even him, yet still so brazen? Wang Sheng, do not pay them any mind. The battle is over. Not far away. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with a hint of intrigue as she smiled gracefully. To be honest, the outcome was somewhat unexpected for her. Last time, she had crossed paths with Tang San. Although his strength was not formidable, his methods were exceptionally ruthless. To her surprise, Wang Sheng actually managed to overcome him with his own power. This alone was worthy of admiration. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng slightly nodded. He turned to leave, but at that moment, a sudden rush of wind pierced the air behind him, swiftly enveloping him in a chilling aura. "Heh, you think you can defeat me, Tang San? Are you jesting? With your caliber, how dare you utter such words? It is utterly laughable." Tang San chuckled, his gaze abruptly lifting, a glimmer of murderous intent surfacing in his icy eyes. He then raised his hand slightly, and from his sleeve emerged a silver-white hidden dart, its safety already disengaged. In truth, from the moment Tang San had fallen, he had been secretly manipulating his concealed weapon, all for this precise moment. The effectiveness of a hidden weapon is maximized when it catches the opponent off guard. Indeed, such tactics could be termed as a sneak attack. Silent sleeve dart. Tang San silently chanted, and in the next instant, the dart shot forth from his sleeve, directly targeting Wang Sheng's throat. Should the latter falter even slightly, he might very well meet his demise on the spot. "Wang Sheng, be careful," Xiao urgently called out. However, she was too far from Wang Sheng to intervene. The dart flew with incredible speed, and, being utterly silent upon release, if it struck true, Wang Sheng would likely suffer a dire fate. The consequences of such an outcome were exceedingly grave. "Battle Tiger, possess me," Wang Sheng roared, his soul power coalescing entirely at that moment. Although the sleeve dart appeared rather ordinary, it instilled within him an acute sense of danger. Consequently, he dared not underestimate it. As the Battle Tiger's essence enveloped him, a faint golden light surrounded Wang Sheng, and behind him, a spectral image of a Battle Tiger materialized, nearly identical in form. Having prepared himself, Wang Sheng charged straight towards the dart. At the moment of contact, his tiger claw lunged towards the dart, hardened somewhat by his soul power. Had he not possessed this enhancement, he would never have chosen to intercept the attack in such a manner. It was known that he had previously shattered a stone with his claw while in the presence of his martial spirit. This was the power of the Battle Tiger. However, Wang Sheng had still underestimated the dart's penetrating power. As his claw made contact, he was astonished to discover the significant force behind the small projectile. Ultimately, the dart pierced through his claw, leaving a bloody hole in his palm, crimson blood flowing profusely. Witnessing this scene, the nearby students turned pale, and even Xiao Wu could not help but gasp, her small face filled with shock. "Heh, Wang Sheng, I, Tang San, am not a mere soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. I warned you, there would be a price to pay." Observing Wang Sheng's tragic condition, a smug smile finally graced Tang San's lips. Yet, he felt a twinge of regret. Had Wang Sheng not activated his martial spirit in a moment of crisis, that strike might have been fatal. "Tang San, you despicable scoundrel, I will fight you." Wang Sheng grimaced in pain, clutching his wounded hand, his face contorted with rage. He took a step forward, causing the ground to tremble slightly. His eyes were shrouded in a crimson hue as he raised his tiger claw, aiming directly at Tang San. This strike, infused with soul power, radiated a glaring yellow aura. Should it land on Tang San, it would likely shatter his bones. "Wang Sheng, what are you doing? Do you intend to kill me?" As Wang Sheng's ferocious aura surged forth, Tang San began to panic, sensing the murderous intent in Wang Sheng's eyes. Moreover, it seemed that Wang Sheng had already harnessed the power of his soul ring. Such might was beyond his capacity to withstand. In that instant, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloping him. However, Wang Sheng feigned ignorance to Tang San's plea for mercy. His massive tiger claw continued its relentless descent, slicing through the air with a piercing wind. "Heh, what a vicious little brat. You dare to challenge my disciple, Yu Xiaogang?" Just as Wang Sheng's claw was about to descend, the master swiftly intervened, positioning himself protectively before Tang San. "Step aside," Wang Sheng bellowed in fury upon seeing the obstruction. "Heh, young man, cease your arrogance and receive my fist." The master's voice had barely left his lips when his hand swiftly shifted, unleashing a soul power that vastly surpassed Wang Sheng's, spreading throughout the arena. This imposing aura reached the level of a great soul master. "Teacher, save me." Upon witnessing the master's intervention, Tang San's face lit up with relief. "Do not worry, with me present today, no one in Nodding Academy can harm you." The master nodded, then waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of soul power that descended upon Wang Sheng with overwhelming force. Unable to withstand such an assault, Wang Sheng's body was effortlessly launched into the air. In the next instant, he fell like a kite with its string cut, tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing to the ground. Wang Sheng's chest instantly caved in, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. At that moment, the entire arena fell into a deathly silence. The master stood impassively, hands clasped behind his back, a hint of pride flickering in his gaze. A mere soul master dare to provoke him? His disciple was not so easily trifled with. Chapter 60. Shameless scoundrel Yu Xiaogang. Master, what do you mean by this? This is merely a grudge between Tang San and me. Do you also have to interfere? At this point, Wang Sheng had risen from the ground. Ha! If you wish to bully my disciple, you must first seek my permission. A flash of purple light danced in the master's palm, and 2 yellow soul rings materialized. 3 cannonballs. With a commanding shout, the master summoned the technique. Xiao Wu, I, Yu Xiaogang, am a figure of considerable repute in the soul master world. To be frank, I am quite fond of you as my disciple. I shall offer you one more chance. Will you accept me as your master today? The master's gaze remained calm as he directed a question toward Xiao Wu, who stood not far away. Master, what happens if I refuse? Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes met his, her brows furrowed. How well asked. Should you decline, then today, even if I must bear the infamy of oppressing the weak, I will ensure you become my disciple, Yu Xiaogang. Since you are impervious to both soft and hard approaches, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The master chuckled, his eyes growing slightly frigid. That seemingly placid voice concealed a hint of ire. He had exhausted every means to secure Xiao Wu as his disciple. If this failed, how would he maintain his authority as a master at Notting Academy? If he could not even manage to recruit a young girl, he would surely become the subject of ridicule. Thus, today, he absolutely could not allow such a situation to unfold. So, Xiao Wu, should you choose to become my disciple, with my guidance and your innate talent, you will undoubtedly become a formidable figure in the soul master world. I shall merely serve as your guide. What say you? The master once again cast his gaze upon Xiao Wu, contemplating that if she continued to be so ungrateful, he would have no choice but to take action. Master, spare yourself the delusions. With our sister Xiao Wu's innate talent, does she truly need your assistance to grow stronger? You have consumed so much of the Academy's resources without even breaking through to the great soul master level. You are nothing but a disgrace to the institution. Wang Sheng could no longer bear the sight of the master. He had long held a disdain for him, and today, coupled with the master's repeated provocations, he finally could not restrain himself. His words rang out with a sharpness akin to blades, piercing through the hearts of those present. Wang Sheng, silence yourself. When has it become your place to instruct my teacher, Tang San? Upon hearing this, Tang San let out a furious shout, his eyes brimming with resentment, as if he yearned to bring Wang Sheng to his knees, exuding an air of arrogance. Such a sharp-tongued lad. You students truly tarnish the name of Notting Academy. Today, I, Yu Xiaogang, shall enlighten you on the respect for teachers and the way of learning. Remember, before you speak, think carefully. There are some individuals you cannot afford to offend. As the master's voice fell, he suddenly exerted force through his legs, and a yellow soul ring flickered around him, the blinding light heralding the activation of his soul skill. First soul skill, thunderous flatulence, Ro San Pao. In the next moment, a faint beam of light shot from the master's forehead straight into the abdomen of Ro San Pao, causing his body to swell like an inflated balloon. His massive form hung suspended in the air, and then he turned his ample backside toward Wang Sheng and the others. Seeing this, Wang Sheng and the others' expressions shifted slightly. They attempted to flee, only to realize it was too late. Little San put on a mask. The master hastily produced 2 masks from his pocket, donning one himself and handing the other to Tang San. Understanding the urgency, Tang San nodded in agreement. Sister Xiao Wu, quickly cover your nose. This is the master's soul skill. This gas can paralyze a soul master's body. It's extremely dangerous, Wang Sheng quickly warned Xiao Wu, but just then, a plume of light yellow gas erupted from Ro San Pao's ample rear. In the next instant, a faintly pungent aroma permeated the air, overwhelming and acrid. Wang Sheng was taken by surprise. Soon, he and the other students were rendered unconscious. Is this the power of a mutated martial soul? Xiao Wu gazed at the yellow gas in the air, her delicate hands tightly covering her small nose, not daring to let her guard down. Xiao Wu, I, Yu Xiaogang, shall offer you one more opportunity. Do you wish to become my disciple? The master cast a sympathetic glance in Xiao Wu's direction. Truth be told, he did not particularly wish to target her, but today he had endured too much humiliation. He could not swallow this bitter pill. Thus, he felt compelled to reclaim some of his lost dignity. Dream on. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in defiance, glaring fiercely at the master. Despite her current disadvantage, her expression remained resolutely steadfast. The notion of becoming his apprentice was nothing but a fantasy. Heh, Xiao Wu I Yu Xiaogang. Am a man who will stop at nothing to achieve my goals. Therefore, I shall ensure you become my disciple today. Accept this fact. In Nodding Academy, I still hold a modicum of influence. I possess sufficient capability for this. Oh, by the way, my inept disciple Tang San seems to harbor some feelings for you. To be honest, although you are merely 6 years old, you do possess some charm and beauty. It is no wonder my disciple has taken a liking to you. Alas, I must play matchmaker in this affair. The master's gaze slowly roamed over Xiao Wu's delicate figure, and he licked his lips, a glint of avarice flickering in his eyes. You shameless scoundrel. Xiao Wu bit her silver teeth, her fair face flushed with indignation. At just 6 years of age, the master dared to utter such lewd words to her. This was utterly intolerable, a transgression beyond forgiveness. The master was truly not a good man. At that moment, the foul stench in the air began to dissipate, and seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu launched her counterattack. Bow, an arrow, a soft pink glow enveloped her. And with a flash of her yellow soul ring, her lithe body darted forth, wrapping around the master's neck with lightning speed, almost instantaneous in execution. In that fleeting moment, the master's head was ensnared tightly between Xiao Wu's slender, delicate legs, rendering him immobile, even struggling to breathe. Observing this scene, Tang San held his breath, a spark of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He wished fervently that it were he, Tang San, who was locked in that embrace. As the saying goes, to die beneath the peony is to be a ghost with style. Begone, Xiao Wu exclaimed with a melodious voice. Then she swiftly retracted her legs, propelling herself off the master's chest with a powerful kick, sending him tumbling backward for dozens of meters before finally coming to a halt. Wah! The master coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. However, he did not relent. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he steadied himself and rose to his feet. Ha, little girl, to have pushed me to this extent is truly a rarity. However, from this point on, I shall hold nothing back. Should you fall to my next move, even with your talent, you may allow yourself to feel proud. The master laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with combat fervor. Second soul skill, misty flatulence, hypnotic slumber ro, san pow. In that moment, the master's voice rang out once more. All eyes were once again riveted upon him, and the atmosphere was thick with tension as gasps of astonishment filled the air. Even Xiao Wu's expression grew noticeably grave. She sensed a hint of danger looming. Teacher, could you perhaps go a little lighter? You know my feelings for Xiao Wu. Tang San, gradually regaining his composure, could not help but voice his concern upon witnessing the master's second soul skill. He had seen the terrifying power of this technique firsthand when he defeated Gugu in the soul hunting forest. If one were to describe it, the words would be nothing short of horrifying. The master had once informed him that his second soul skill not only retained the dizziness effect of the first, but enhanced it further. His second soul skill had a significant amplification. Slumber. Unlike dizziness, slumber would send opponents into true sleep upon inhaling the hypnotic gas emitted by Rosan Pao. Moreover, this skill had the advantage of nearly guaranteeing its effectiveness against soul masters with lower soul power than the user. However, nothing was absolute. After all, Rosan Pao's attacks relied on gas. For some agile attack-type soul masters, the effectiveness of such area attacks was relatively limited. For someone like Xiao Wu, as long as she used her agility to evade the hypnotic gas during battle, the master's soul skill would naturally fail to take effect. Yet, given the current circumstances, it appeared that Xiao Wu would struggle to evade the master's soul skill through speed alone. Having already utilized her soul skill earlier, coupled with her current soul power of merely level 13, it was evident that ordinary soul masters required a period of recovery after releasing their skills. The master had undoubtedly calculated this detail, and the insidiousness of his strategy was all too apparent. Rest assured, my dear Tang San, my second soul skill will merely induce a brief slumber upon her. It shall not inflict any harm. Had this foolish girl taken the initiative to prostrate herself before me, Yu Xiaogang, from the outset, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. Ultimately, it is her lack of discernment that has led us here. The master's voice bore a note of reassurance, signaling Tang San to remain composed. However, master, I fear that Xiao may come to resent me because of this. Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from employing your second soul skill, Tang San proposed. Xiao has already been bested by you. I believe she is now wholeheartedly convinced and would be willing to embrace you as her mentor. Stealing a glance at Xiao Wu, he noticed the stubborn defiance etched upon her delicate features, prompting him to speak again. Although he had known Xiao Wu for a short time, he possessed a certain understanding of her spirited nature. She was undeniably a tenacious girl her indomitable spirit reminiscent of his own past life. To Tang San, Xiao Wu seemed destined to be his perfect counterpart. He yearned to win her heart, yet could not bear the thought of witnessing his precious Xiao Wu come to harm. For it would pierce his own heart as well. Ah, Tang San, you pitiful creature, do you truly believe that showing leniency to this insufferable girl will win her affection? Do not harbor such delusions. Were you not my disciple, I would have already sent you flying with a mere slap. Are you attempting to provoke me with your words? The master's expression darkened upon hearing Tang San's remarks. But master, silence. If you truly care for Xiao Wu, once she succumbs to my hypnotic mist, she will fall into a deep slumber. In that state, you may do as you wish. Simply possess her, and she shall willingly remain by your side. Therefore, there is no need for further discussion. The master shot a fierce glare at Tang San, a hint of lewdness flickering across his countenance. Simultaneously, he reminisced about the two most significant women in his life, a sigh escaping his lips as a sense of helplessness enveloped his heart. If only he had been a touch more unscrupulous, employing some despicable tactics, his Dong and Lu Erlong would not have slipped through his fingers. He had always hesitated to take that step. Yu Xiaogang. Oh, Yu Xiaogang, how could you squander the opportunities to claim them, all in the name of false nobility? Do you still consider yourself a man? After mentally chastising himself, a profound regret dulled his senses. Regrettably, at this juncture, it was all too late. However, from this day forth, I, Yu Xiaogang, shall no longer be shackled. Everything that was once mine shall be reclaimed in due course. Dong Erlong await me. One day, Yu Xiaogang shall reappear before you, and I shall rectify the regrets of the past. That day is not far off. Unbeknownst to him, the master's fists clenched tightly, a fierce determination glimmering in his dark eyes. Master, I understand. I shall not betray your expectations. Upon hearing this, Tang San ceased further protest. Indeed, the master was not mistaken. Xiao Wu might have already fallen under Chao Yan's enchanting spell. Even if she became the master's disciple, what hope remained for him? Why not seize the moment and turn the tide? Let us take decisive action, resolving everything in one fell swoop. Ah, Tang San, your clarity brings me solace. The master feigned warmth, casting an approving glance at him. Indeed, Tang San nodded. Tang San, step aside. I fear I may inadvertently harm you. The master spoke once more, advancing towards Xiao Wu with steady strides, his intent palpable as he prepared to unleash his attack. The atmosphere seemed to converge upon a preordained climax. Xiao Wu, truth be told, I find it difficult to bring myself to harm such a beautiful girl as you. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Will you accept me as your master? Of course, your answer has grown inconsequential. You no longer possess any choice. With a sinister smile, the master raised his hand, ready to activate his soul skill. Xiao Wu watched in despair as the master's expression brimmed with triumph. She realized that evasion was futile. Was she truly destined to succumb today? Xiao Wu, cease your futile struggles. Although I, Yu Xiaogang, possess a flawed martial soul, dealing with a girl of your stature is well within my capabilities. Observing her lingering attempts at resistance, a smirk danced upon the master's lips. Yet that smile faltered abruptly, freezing in place. Stop. A voice emerged from the shadows, its arrival devoid of forewarning, quiet enough to nearly escape detection. Yet, to the master, it resonated like thunder, igniting an inexplicable dread within his heart, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Even Tang San stood bewildered amidst the chaos. What could possibly instill such fear in the master? Chapter 62. The Humiliation of Nodding Academy. Esteemed one, today's affair is a personal grievance between me, Yu Xiaogang, and these children. I humbly request that you refrain from intervening. In return, you shall have my eternal friendship. After scanning the surroundings and finding no sign of life, Yu Xiaogang inhaled sharply, his voice trembling. Although he saw no one, the earlier voice had been unmistakable. He could sense a surge of soul power emanating from the vicinity, formidable and palpable. When had such a prodigy emerged within Nodding Academy? Another soul master? How could that be? Despite his inner turmoil, Yu Xiaogang forced himself to maintain composure. His humble tone was not born of fear, but rather a genuine sense of trepidation caused by that voice. What manner of being could instill fear in a powerful soul master like himself? Could it be that the figure lurking in the shadows possessed some extraordinary martial soul? After years of studying martial soul theory, he quickly deduced an answer. Among all martial souls, superior ones exert absolute suppression over their inferior counterparts, sometimes even disregarding differences in soul power. Such martial souls are known within the soul master community as either top-tier martial souls or mutated martial souls. Is it possible that Nodding Academy harbors hidden talents? The master's eyes sparkled momentarily, and after a brief silence, he resolved to act. Ah, so you dare not reveal yourself. Perhaps you harbor some trepidation towards me. Yu Xiaogang? I'm somewhat renowned within Nodding Academy. Might I inquire your name, dear friend? Once today's events conclude, I shall pay my respects in person. The master surveyed the surroundings, yet silence reigned once more. Perhaps I have overestimated the situation. Surely, this academy cannot be filled with such extraordinary talents. Shaking his head, the master's hopes dimmed as he received no anticipated response. Well, having wasted so much time today, it is time to bring this to a close. With a disdainful sneer, the master hesitated no longer. The yellow soul ring beneath his feet ignited brilliantly, enveloping Luo Sanpao in its embrace as the soul skill was unleashed. The release was akin to smoke, inducing a hypnotic slumber upon Luo Sanpao. Amidst the deep, thunderous roar that resonated throughout the arena, a hint of confidence lingered, echoing like the sound of thunder. Ah, mste. I never imagined you could stoop to such shameless depths, inflicting such severity upon a young girl under the guise of noble intentions. Truly deserving of the title master, a clear, powerful youthful voice emerged, cutting through the atmosphere. In an instant, a figure surged forth with the swiftness of a thunderbolt, rushing to Xiao Wu's side. A pair of pale, slender hands tenderly encircled her delicate waist, the cool, exquisite touch of her skin evoking in Xiao in a sense of disbelief as though he were caressing a piece of jade, utterly entranced. Holding Xiao Wu's soft, fragile body close, he inhaled deeply the unique fragrance that belonged to her. With swift strides, Xiao Yin darted away, his form resembling that of a specter, evading the master's astonished gaze and dodging Luo Sanpao's smoky assault. Fool, are you all right? I arrived late. It's entirely my fault. Had I returned sooner, you wouldn't have endured such indignities. As Xiao Yin gazed upon the familiar delicate visage nestled in his embrace, his voice bore a tinge of remorse, tightening his hold on her waist. Xiao Yin, you've returned? Xiao Wu huffed, her lips pouting adorably. Who permitted you to intervene? That previous attack was nothing to me. I could have evaded it myself. Mind your own business. And you, after disappearing for so long, tell me honestly, were you off doing something shameful? Upon seeing Xiao Yan's handsome face, she first expressed surprise, but soon her lips formed a sulky pout, laced with a hint of grievance. Nonetheless, Xiao Wu could not entirely conceal her inner excitement. Her cheeks flushed a delicate hue as she playfully slapped his chest, as if to punish him. After a brief release of pent-up emotions, Xiao Wu sprang from Xiao Yan's embrace, her beautiful eyes darting towards Wang Sheng and the others sprawled on the ground. Angrily, she stomped her foot, lamenting, the master injured Wang Sheng and the others just to force me to become his disciple. That Tang San must have been behind this. They cannot be let off easily. Xiao Yin chuckled softly, indulging in Xiao Wu's charming demeanor. He affectionately ruffled her snowy rabbit ears and spoke with calm assurance. Do not worry, I shall not let them go unpunished for daring to bully my precious Xiao Wu. At his words, Xiao Wu nodded obediently, feeling a wave of warmth whenever Xiao Yin was near. In truth, Xiao Yin had observed everything that transpired earlier. He refrained from intervening hastily, intending to enhance Xiao Wu's affection for him at the critical moment. For a girl of Xiao Wu's age, sometimes a heroic rescue speaks volumes more than mere sweet words. To solidify his position in her heart, he knew he must tread carefully. After all, Xiao Wu was not a yin. Having suffered hurt from Tang Hao, she had willingly surrendered herself to him. To win Xiao Wu's heart, he had to proceed step by step. Haha, master, it has been quite a while. Hasn't he it? And you too, Tang San. How audacious of you both to take advantage of my absence to bully my precious Xiao Wu. Pray tell, how shall we address this matter? Xiao Yin stepped forward, his tone unassuming yet resolute. Xiao Yin, so it is you? You hid in the shadows and played tricks. I had yet to settle the score with you. Today's events will be noted. I shall account for them in due time, the master replied, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. Though he was reluctant to swallow his pride, he knew he had no choice but to retreat. With Xiao Yan's return, remaining would yield no fruitful outcome. The only regret he harbored was not being able to claim Xiao Wu as his exceptional disciple. Tang San, on the other hand, glared darkly at Xiao Yan. The intimacy displayed between him and Xiao Wu, her nestled in his embrace, should have been his privilege to enjoy. This indignation was insufferable. However, he had to swallow it for now. Biding his time for the day, he could reclaim Xiao Wu. Little San, let us depart. The master spoke coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Yin before turning to leave. In contrast, Chao Yin stood serenely, unmoving. If they believed they could simply walk away after bullying his Xiao Wu, they were sorely mistaken. He chose to remain still. For the one who would deliver justice to Yu Xiaogang had already arrived. As Yu Xiaogang turned, his face froze once more. Haha, Master, you truly astonish me. To recruit disciples, you would stoop to such actions? Had I not witnessed it myself, I would scarcely believe it, Director Su remarked, surveying the fallen figures of Wang Sheng and the others with a gaze filled with mockery. Behind Director Su stood several figures, arms crossed, their expressions equally grim. These individuals were esteemed teachers within the academy, and they had gathered here, witnessing the spectacle unfold. Even Chao Yan's own instructor, Yu Jing, was among them. Their expressions ranged from shock to disbelief, but predominantly, they were seething with anger. They had witnessed a beastly display of brutality from a man renowned within the academy. The disappointment that loomed in their hearts was unparalleled. The atmosphere became stifling, a weight settling upon everyone present. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang's face turned ashen. He had never anticipated that Chao Yan would summon the entire faculty to witness this. At that moment, he felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could burrow into the ground to escape. Director Su, what is the meaning of this? Yu Xiaojiang. Merely wish to take this remarkable young girl as my disciple. Is that something you all must obstruct? The master feigned anger, his face twitching slightly as he surveyed the assembled figures. He had not expected such an audience from Notting Academy today, and for a brief moment, he felt a pang of guilt. After all, despite claiming to recruit a disciple, he had engaged in actions that were far from honorable. His methods were hardly distinguishable from coercion. Director Su cast a derisive glance at the master, his eyes glinting with scorn. You was Xiaogang. I once believed that although you were a failure, you would at least possess some semblance of humanity. Yet, it appears I overestimated you. To resort to violence against your own students for the sake of recruiting disciples. Truly, you reveal yourself to be a beast in human guise today. Say what you will, little San, we are leaving. The master disregarded Director Su's remarks. Although the words were harsh, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. For everything Director Su stated was indeed logical. Leave? It won't be so simple. Director Su waved his hand at the teachers behind him, who nodded in understanding and swiftly moved to block the master's path, their expressions laced with indignation. It was well known that Notting Academy was established for the benefit of common students. Although Wang Sheng and his companions lacked any background or status, they were decent and honest individuals. Such students were naturally favored by the teachers. After all, for them, the ability to cultivate an ordinary work-study student into a respected soul master brings a sense of accomplishment that is enough to make them proud. Master, why the haste to depart? Are you perhaps feeling guilty? One teacher remarked, raising an eyebrow. Though Wang Sheng and his group may lack talent, they have diligently practiced in their daily training. Today, if such students are harmed and we do not seek justice, it would be utterly unacceptable. Master, provide an explanation. We have no business interfering with your selection of disciples, but to inflict such cruelty even upon a work-study student reveals a truly malicious heart, deserving of our admiration. You, step aside. The master, visibly enraged, barked. As the academy's master, he had never been subjected to such treatment. It is worth noting that his position at Notting Academy was secured through the principal's connections. If the principal were to address him, Yu Xiaogang might have felt a twinge of apprehension. However, these low-ranking teachers before him lacked any such qualification. Yu Xiaogang, I have tolerated you for far too long. Do not test my patience. Just after the master uttered these words, a powerful shout accompanied by a swift punch surged forward. This blow struck directly across the master's face. The sudden turn of events drew everyone's gaze towards the assailant. Before them stood Director Su, enveloped in a brilliant red glow that emanated from his body, bestowing him with an air of authority. His martial soul, a mutated variant known as the twin-headed fire pig, was clearly manifested, revealing two large, illusory pig heads floating above him. A sight that, while somewhat comical, contrasted starkly with the master's martial soul, which could only rely on flatulence for attack. It is known that due to the nature of his martial soul, Director Su seldom utilized it in daily life. However, today, the master had struck a nerve. As a teacher of the academy, he regarded his students as his own, and it was not for Yu Xiaogang to discipline them. Have you lost your mind, Director Su? How dare you lay a hand on me? Yu Xiaogang, are you unaware of my ties with the principal? The master, now on the ground and with a swollen face, protested. Though Director Su's punch appeared simple, it held considerable soul power. Being a grand soul master himself, the force behind that punch, especially in the state of his martial soul, was certainly formidable. Rest assured, I will address this matter with the principal upon his return. With a dismissive wave of his sleeve, Director Su averted his gaze from the master. Young friend, did the master cause you any harm? If something were to happen to you, it would indeed be my fault. He then approached Chao Yin, adopting a humble demeanor and expressing his concern. For disciples like Chao Yin, hailing from a hidden aristocratic family, any mishap within the academy could provoke the wrath of their formidable background, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences for the entire institution. The might of hidden aristocratic families is indeed terrifying. No harm done, Director, but I must mention that Xiao Wu is my betrothed. However, today the master nearly laid hands on my fiancée in my absence. I hope you can address this matter appropriately. Upon hearing this, Chao Yin waved a hand and casually claimed a small advantage regarding Xiao Wu. Previously, he had never taken that step with her, but today it seemed time to do so. Xiao Wu's heart raced at Chao Yan's words, her beautiful eyes filled with shyness. Did Chao Yin develop feelings for her? When did she become his fiancée? Should she accept? The question of the soul emerged in Xiao Wu's heart at that moment. Nevertheless, she was no naive girl. With Chao Yin implying his intentions so clearly, she could not remain oblivious. This choice was, in fact, quite simple. However, she had not anticipated such a swift declaration of feelings. Accepting was certainly on her agenda. Fiancé, upon hearing Chao Yan's remark, Director Su quietly mused, casting a glance at Xiao Wu that left him momentarily stunned. The young master from a hidden family truly knew how to play the game. To betroth himself at such a young age is indeed impressive. You are talking nonsense. When did Xiao Wu become your fiancé? She is merely 6 years old. Do not tarnish the purity of a young girl. At this moment, Tang San could no longer contain himself. Chao Yin and Xiao Wu had barely known each other for a short while. How could she possibly be his fiancée? This had to be false. Silence. This is no affair for you to comment on. Master, keep your disciple in check. Some individuals are not to be trifled with. Director Su, now furious, charged towards Tang San, his palm descending without hesitation, causing the ground to tremble slightly. This master-disciple duo was indeed no good. Young friend, today's incident began with the master's offense towards you. You may decide how to proceed. Su's voice intensified, revealing his sincerity. Director Su, this matter arises solely from their actions. I believe they cannot continue to exist within Notting Academy. After some contemplation, Chao Yin stated firmly. Chao Yin, do not go too far. The master cried sharply, his eyes filled with hatred. Very well. I hereby announce that the master is officially expelled from Notting Academy starting today. Director Su declared resolutely, without a moment's hesitation. Fine. I, Yu Xiaogang, will remember this humiliation. Tang San, we shall leave. The master, now stripped of his dignity, felt no inclination to remain. Wait. Since you are no longer a teacher at Notting Academy, kindly remove yourself from this place. The ground you stand upon belongs to Notting Academy. Just as Tang San was assisting the master in departing, Director Su shouted once more. The biting words caused Yu Xiaogang's heart to sting. He understood that if he and his disciple did not comply, they would face even greater humiliation, a situation he was unwilling to witness. Gaozan, I will remember today's humiliation. We will remain steadfast, and one day, I shall avenge this disgrace. Today's shame will be repaid 100-fold. The master's figure turned sharply, his words dripping with menace. Chao Yin, I, Tang San, will also remember this incident, and I have a few words of advice for you. In 30 years, fortunes may change. Do not underestimate the youth. Tang San's eyes reflected a mix of sorrow and indignation. The humiliation of today would be etched in his memory forever. Feel free to await our return, but I hope that when we meet again, you will not be as weak as today. Chao Yin replied nonchalantly, laughter echoing through the air. Tang San, let us depart. With that, Yu Xiaogang took Tang San's hand and exited the academy. Chapter 64. Xiao Wu's Anticipation. In the dormitory, having resolved the conflict with the master, Chao Yin led Xiao Wu back inside and closed the door. With the troublesome master and Tang San driven away, he felt an immediate sense of peace. Given the current developments, it was clear that the master and Tang San had faced setbacks at Notting Academy and would not be returning. Gaozan Punda, surmising that the master would likely be quietly cultivating with Tang San in some secluded place. However, this matter was of no concern to him. After all, these two posed no threat to him whatsoever. Preserving their lives would allow him the pleasure of tormenting them slowly. To simply kill them would diminish the enjoyment. One must understand that the most effective way to defeat an adversary is not through death, but by instilling a profound sense of despair, shattering their inner defenses, and striking when they have lost everything. Such a method is far more gratifying than the straightforward act of slaying the master and Tang San. He chuckled to himself, thinking, Tang San, as long as I, Chao Yin, am present, you and your master shall remain perpetual failures. Even your women will require my care. He reminded himself that he was not a perverse individual. As a transmigrator, tormenting Tang San and the master was merely a fundamental aspect of his role. Moreover, he intended to take everything that belonged to them, sparing nothing. What are you thinking about, Chao Yin? Xiao Wu inquired, noticing his troubled demeanor as she sat beside him. Nothing much. I was just contemplating Tang San and the others. I was reflecting on whether my actions today may have been a tad excessive. After all, while they may have been at fault, it seems I have also crossed the line, he explained hastily, seeking a grandiloquent excuse as Xiao Wu drew closer. Truthfully, he yearned to inflict grievous pain upon Tang San and the master, yet he had merely driven them away. Ultimately, this was not a significant act. However, he could not allow such thoughts to surface in Xiao Wu's presence. It's because of them, isn't it? You've done nothing wrong. They are insignificant and merely quibble. Why worry about them? Xiao Wu replied indignantly, her breath carrying a fragrant allure as she spoke. Inhaling the delightful aroma, Chao Yin felt an exhilarating stir beneath him. Though he was still young, his body had matured sufficiently to rival that of an average individual, making such reactions entirely natural. After all, what man is devoid of lust? This is merely human nature, and Chao Yin saw nothing amiss in it. Indeed, if a charming young girl stood before you and you felt no reaction, that would be truly peculiar. Moreover, Xiao Wu possessed a remarkable figure, having transformed from a 10,000-year soul beast, surpassing many girls of her age in both grace and physique. Perhaps only Zhu Zhuqing, whom he had yet to meet, could rival her in this regard. After all, Zhu Zhuqing's figure was also extraordinary. In his eyes, Zhu Zhuqing was already his intended partner, while Dai Mubai was merely a joke, an incompetent unworthy of her. By the way, Chao Yin, do the words you spoke today hold any weight? After a brief silence, Xiao Wu spoke again, her delicate hands wrapping around Chao Yin's arm, sending a tingling sensation through him. Of course they do. In truth, you hold a unique place in my heart, my dear Xiao Wu. You are truly beautiful, Chao Yin replied, knowing precisely what Xiao Wu meant. As he gazed into her eyes, he tenderly stroked her hair, his eyes brimming with affection. Do you really like me? What is it that you like about me? Xiao Wu asked, her heart brimming with sweetness and anticipation upon hearing his words. Foolish girl, in my eyes, you are flawless. Everything about you is delightful. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I understood one thing, Chao Yin said, his dark gaze fixed on her delicate visage, speaking softly. What did you understand? Xiao Wu smiled, captivated by his earnest gaze. You are my destined one, my dear. Will you be my girlfriend? Gao Zan Sumai Yin Li, playfully pinching her pert nose. Yes, Xiao Wu replied, nodding shyly in agreement. Upon hearing her acquiescence, Chao Yin felt a surge of joy and immediately opened his arms, drawing her soft form into an embrace. Just then, Xiao Wu let out a soft cry, a look of pain crossing her face. My dear Xiao Wu, what is wrong? Chao Yin asked urgently, concerned as he had not done anything to hurt her. My foot hurts. I might have injured it during our battle today, Xiao Wu replied, gritting her teeth. Let me take a look. With a look of concern, Chao Yin gently removed her pink shoes, revealing her feet encased in pink leggings, showcasing her exquisite legs, breathtaking in their curvature, almost taking his breath away. Just like in the original story, Xiao Wu wore a form-fitting pink outfit, enhancing her delicate little feet, which were perfectly outlined by the leggings, emanating her unique fragrance. Xiao Wu, you should remove your leggings. I can't see where you're hurt through them, Chao Yin said earnestly, curious about the beauty of her legs without the hindrance of the leggings. Xiao Wu nodded bashfully. Though she had agreed to be Chao Yin's girlfriend, she felt shy about removing her leggings in front of him. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Wu slid off her leggings and shyly extended her delicate feet towards Chao Yin, her heart racing with nervousness. What a stunning pair of long, beautiful legs. They were fair and elongated, carrying a subtle fragrance. Chao Yin inhaled lightly, gently cradling her slender feet in his hands, feeling a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. He worried he might lose control, for Xiao Wu was simply too alluring. Xiao Wu, does it feel better? He asked, tenderly massaging her feet, the delicate sensation making it difficult for him to let go. It seems to be a bit better. Chao Yin, your face is so red, Xiao Wu remarked softly, glancing at his flushed cheeks, worry creeping into her heart. An unsettling thought quickly spread through her mind. In this intimate moment, she felt a flutter of shyness, being inexperienced and uncertain. Xiao Yan, could you help me put my leggings back on? It's getting late, and we should sleep, Xiao Wu said. Her cheeks flushed as she reached for the discarded leggings. No, Xiao Yan exclaimed, hastily preventing her from retrieving them. Huh? Xiao Wu gasped, momentarily taken aback. My dear Xiao Wu, you look truly beautiful tonight. May I touch your feet? Just once, Xiao Yan said, somewhat boldly, gently caressing her feet, relishing the soft touch that brought him immense satisfaction. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Xiao Wu replied timidly, feeling a sense of unease. Moreover, Wang Sheng and the others had not returned, leaving only her and Xiao Yan in the dormitory. It's all right. I'll just acquire my first soul ring, and my physical strength is far beyond what it once was, Xiao Yan reassured her, patting his chest earnestly. All right, Xiao Wu spoke shyly, a hint of concern flickering in her beautiful eyes. Rest assured, I shall be gentle. You are so exquisite that I could never bear to harm you. Xiao Yan replied with a warm smile, gently lifting Xiao Wu's delicate form and tucking her beneath the covers, their skin brushing intimately. Happiness arrived so swiftly that even he was somewhat taken aback. Is this the bliss of a time traveler? How wonderful. That night, Xiao Yan held Xiao Wu in his embrace, enveloped by tranquility, the soft glow of the moonlight, and the shared shyness between them. The next morning, as dawn broke, Xiao Yan awoke to find Xiao Wu still in a deep slumber beside him. With tender care, he covered her with a blanket that had slipped aside, ensuring her radiant form remained concealed. Xiao Wu was still lost in the bliss of the previous night, her cheeks adorned with a charming blush, resembling a little girl who had erred, exuding an air of bashfulness. Despite having traversed 100,000 years, this union of yin and yang was likely a novel experience for her. Thus her current state was not entirely surprising. After all, such moments, regardless of a girl's past, are treasures to be cherished, only to be revisited in the future for their sweet reminiscence. Alat, Gaozan lamentet in Wali, wishing he could take that final step with Xiao Wu. Otherwise, his journey would remain incomplete. Though his physique was formidable, he was merely a 6-year-old child. Even with their physical intimacy, the symbolic act remained elusive. If not for the constraints of age, perhaps in a few years, Xiao Wu might bear his child. What a pity. Xiao Yan, why are you awake so soon? Xiao Wu's voice suddenly broke the silence, soft yet laced with excitement. It was evident that she was quite pleased with their shared experience from the previous night. Her delicate hands cautiously shielded her chest with the blanket, revealing glimpses of her alabaster skin. Her body still warm to the touch, and her lovely eyes would dart away when meeting Xiao Yan's gaze. Xiao Wu, my dear, you're awake? Xiao Yan chuckled at her adorable shyness, his concern evident. Yes, Xiao Yan, about what happened last night. Will you take responsibility for me? Xiao Wu inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course, my dear. Do you doubt my integrity? I will care for you for a lifetime, unwavering in my commitment. Xiao Yan asserted, a resolute expression gracing his features. His precious Xiao Wu was far too beautiful for him to be the sort to take advantage and flee. A girl like her was worth a lifetime of devotion. Really? You're not deceiving me, are you? Xiao Wu asked, her voice tinged with skepticism, though she was unsure why she felt compelled to voice such thoughts. Foolish girl, how could I ever deceive you? Xiao Yan gently ruffled her smooth forehead, chuckling softly. But, will you end up liking many girls? If you encounter someone more beautiful or with a better figure than mine, will you cast me aside? Xiao Wu's apprehension surfaced once more, a reflection of her fear of losing him after their intimacy. Why did she feel this way? Was this what it meant to fall in love? Foolish girl, my family has a tradition. Do you remember when I spoke of the trials set upon me? Xiao Yan replied calmly, betraying no hint of distress. Yes, it was about your strength, right? You mentioned needing to complete your family's trials to obtain a soul ring. Xiao Wu nodded, recollecting their previous conversation. Foolish girl, while I may not guarantee anything, should I find myself surrounded by many girls in the future, know that your place in my heart will remain singular. Do you believe me? Xiao Yan assured her, thumping his chest affirmatively. Moreover, those of my hidden lineage are accustomed to having multiple wives. Many of my ancestors took hundreds of wives throughout their lives. Would you mind this? Gaozan spoke Gandili. Aware that such truths could not remain concealed forever, it was better to address them openly. Inevitably, he would encounter numerous beautiful women, for since his arrival in this realm, his ambition was to charm every lovely maiden on Douluo Continent. None would escape his notice. As a time traveler, to lack ambition would render his existence futile. While Xiao Wu was indeed stunning, he would not confine himself to a single tree. Is this the trial your family has bequeathed you? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by the weight of Xiao Yan's family legacy. She had not anticipated the burden he carried. The notion of multiple wives, she had heard of before. Even within the spirit beast realm, where powerful soul beasts often had numerous mates. In truth, Xiao Wu had prepared herself for this reality. Her inquiries were merely a quest for clarity regarding his intentions. My dear Xiao Wu, do you understand? The greater one's abilities, the heavier the responsibilities. This is the ancestral teaching of my hidden lineage. I, Qiao Yin, cannot assure you of much, but I promise to remain steadfast to every girl I have loved. Qiao Yin declared, taking the blanket from Xiao Wu's hands and tossing it aside with a bold flourish. In an instant, Xiao Wu's exquisite form was laid bare before him, unadorned and alluringly pristine. Qiao Yin, what are you doing? Do you wish to repeat last night? You mustn't tea. It's not good for your health, she protested shyly, glancing nervously at the slightly disheveled sheets. Having transformed, her body was not as resilient as that of Soul Beast, and she was still in her youthful stage. Furthermore, she had already endured considerable exertion the previous night. A second round would surely be unwise. Foolish girl, fret not, I know my— Allow me to assist you in dressing. Qiao Yin smiled gently, though his desires were evident. He understood the importance of cherishing her delicately. In his eyes, Xiao Wu was a precious gem, deserving of utmost care. Hangzhu, Gaozan. I understand now. Rest assured, even though I am merely a spirit beast, I am aware of the rules of your human world. You are so exceptional, I would never wish to monopolize you. Even if your heart can accommodate countless girls, as long as I have a place in it, that is enough for me, Xiao Wu said, her sweet smile brightening the room as she watched Xiao Yin lovingly dress her, her heart swelling with joy. Perhaps this is what love truly is, an unconditional, silent support from behind, a trust that knows no bounds. Foolish Xiao Wu, what nonsense are you speaking? My sincerity towards you is as unwavering as the sun and moon, resonating with the heavens. If there exists a man of true devotion in this world, it is surely I, Qiao Yin, he boisterously proclaimed, teasing her as he continued to assist her in donning her garments. The atmosphere in the room was filled with a joyful warmth. Yes, I have always believed in your words. Xiao Wu nodded, her obedient demeanor exuding an indescribable beauty. Chapter 66, The Master's Scheme. Notting City. The streets were somewhat sparsely populated. Amidst the scattered crowd, two inconspicuous figures gradually made their way through. One was a middle-aged man, and the other a slender boy. The traces of past beatings were evident on their cheeks, causing their steps to appear somewhat labored, resembling lost dogs, utterly disheveled. Master, are we truly leaving Notting Academy like this? I haven't even had the chance to bid farewell to Xiao Wu. After today's parting, who knows how long it will be before we meet again? At that moment, Tang San abruptly halted his steps, gingerly touching his aching wounds, a hint of reluctance evident in his eyes. His beloved Xiao Wu had yet to escape from Qiao Yan's clutches, and he was deeply concerned about what this brute might do to her. What if she suffered unfair treatment in his absence? Although there were no romantic feelings yet between them, in Tang San's heart, Xiao Wu was his most cherished one. Yet now, he could only leave like a forlorn dog. How could he accept such a fate? Silence, Xiao San. You have deeply disappointed me. For one who bears the title of my disciple, Yu Xiaogang, it is disgraceful to be so entangled in matters of the heart. How can you aspire to greatness like this? The master scolded sharply, fixing a stern gaze upon Tang San, his disappointment palpable. You possess innate full soul power and dual martial souls. Your talents are exceptional. Yet, you have fallen into such a state. If you were to devote yourself to cultivation in the future, you could have any woman you desire. But before that, you must first attain strength. Do you understand? The master stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking in a measured tone. Master, I comprehend. Is it because I am not strong enough that Xiao Wu looks down on me? If I become a titled Douluo, will she willingly return to my side? Tang San nodded thoughtfully. Although he faced defeat today, tomorrow held the promise of new opportunities. At just 6 years of age, he had a long road ahead. His innate talents were already considerable, and if he dedicated himself to rigorous training, the next time he encountered Qiao Yin, the latter might not stand a chance against him. Moreover, possessing dual martial souls was his greatest advantage. On the Douluo Continent, dual martial souls were the hallmark of unparalleled genius. What he needed now was merely time. Indeed. Well said, Xiao San. Your understanding of these principles brings me great comfort. Remember, strength is paramount. Once you achieve the title of titled Douluo, the women of this world will be at your disposal. There is no need to belittle yourself. I am sincerely pleased to see you grasp this, the master remarked, casting an appreciative glance at Tang San with a smile. Tang San nodded and then inquired, Master, where shall we go now? I need time to cultivate. I must grow stronger. Upon hearing this, the master was momentarily at a loss for words. Where could they go? Return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Yet he was no longer a disciple of that sect, and returning would only subject him to ridicule from his kin. He could bear the shame himself, but he could not allow Xiao San to endure such humiliation. With a despondent shake of his head, the master's gaze dimmed, his voice low. Xiao San. I too have nowhere to go. In truth, he was not entirely without options. He still had his old friend Flender, the beautiful Dong heir, and his younger sister to turn to for help. However, given his current disheveled state, how could he possibly ask for assistance? After all these years, Yu Xiaogang, remained a mere failure. Master, why not come to my home? I reside in Holy Soul Village, and I believe my father would be more than happy to welcome you. Noticing the master's troubled expression, Tang San suddenly suggested, Holy Soul Village? The master responded with a note of confusion. Surely, it must be a dilapidated little village. Thus, he readily agreed, for he truly had nowhere else to go. Tang San, understanding his role, led the way, with the master closely following him, never straying far. As they journeyed, Tang San's spirits lifted. There was nothing that brought more joy than the prospect of returning home. After a morning of travel, they finally arrived at the small hill overlooking Holy Soul Village. The village below was in sight, with many thatched roof houses sending up wisps of white smoke that gradually dissipated into the air. Soon, Tang San guided the master into Holy Soul Village. On the eastern side, he arrived at what he believed was his home, but the anticipated thatched hut was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he was met with a scene of utter devastation. The open space ahead was cloaked in darkness, and upon witnessing this, Tang San's heart tightened with a surge of unease. What had happened? Where was his home? Where was his father? Dad! Tang San called out urgently, but he heard none of the familiar voice belonging to Tang Hao. Xiao San, is this your home? The master pointed at the desolate wreckage before them, disbelief etched in his expression. The area was engulfed in charred remnants. Faint outlines of burned structures could be seen, yet the ground was eerily clean. Aside from the scorch marks, nothing remained. Unbeknownst to Tang San, Tang Hao had already perished. The blackened area before him was where his father had met his end. After Tang Hao's demise at the hands of Chao Yan, the latter had set fire to the place, leaving behind no trace whatsoever. The once mighty Hao Yan Douluo had died without a complete body. As Tang San grappled with this incomprehensible reality, an elderly figure approached. It was old Jack. Ah, master, what brings you here? Old Jack stepped forward, cupping his fists in greeting and offering a smile. Some matters arose at the academy, compelling me to stay at Xiao San's home for a while. However, it seems there is some trouble here. The master frowned, glancing at old Jack. Perhaps he would know more about the situation. Xiao San, it is like this. Recently, your house caught fire. By the time we discovered it, everything had already burned down. We did not find any sign of Tang Hao and do not know if he survived. Xiao San, please accept my condolences. Old Jack placed a comforting hand on Tang San's shoulder, attempting to console him. In his mind, a man like Tang Hao, lazy and inept, was likely burned to death. Perhaps this was simply fate. What? What did you say? Upon hearing this, Tang San felt as though he had been struck by lightning, stumbling and falling to the ground. In recent days, he had endured numerous blows, and now, the uncertainty of his father's fate overwhelmed him completely. Your father's name is Tang Hao? Are you certain? The master disregarded the fallen Tang San and approached old Jack, shock evident on his face. His expression grave as he asked, hands trembling, for no one understood the weight of that name better than he. That man was the greatest anomaly in the world of soul masters, bar none. Yes, is there a problem, master? Old Jack regarded him with confusion, unable to fathom why a mere drunkard would elicit such a profound reaction from the master. My heavens, fate truly favors you, Xiaogang, the master exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, the flesh on his cheeks quivering with joy, his elation unmistakable. Chapter 67. My father is actually a titled Douluo. Master, what's the matter with you? Tang Hao is merely the most humble blacksmith in our village, to be candid. He is the most unremarkable person in the entirety of Saint Spirit Village. Old Jack observed the serious expression on the master's face, his brow furrowing slightly in response. He felt a twinge of displeasure. Why should such an inconsequential figure as Tang Hao evoke such an intense reaction from the master? What given the right? He is the village chief, and even he has not received such treatment. Nevertheless, old Jack concealed his dissatisfaction. As a leader, must exercise discretion and decorum. Huh, the most unremarkable? What are you, an old fool now? You are utterly blind. Begone. If it were not for your position as village chief, I would demand your life today, the master retorted, casting a disdainful glance at old Jack. Hoden Douluo is an idol he reveres, and the audacity of this old man to utter such words was utterly intolerable. Initially, the master could not ascertain that Tang San's father was indeed Tang, for there were numerous members of the Hotan sect. It was entirely possible that little San was the illegitimate child of some disciple. After all, he had not perceived a trace of Hotan Douluo's essence in Tang San. Yet, the moment old Jack uttered Tang Hao's name, the master understood everything. What a resounding name it is. The most formidable anomaly across the entire continent. Everyone is aware of this name. Most importantly, in the master's heart. Tang Hao embodies his faith. If he could possess even half of Tang Hao's strength, he would not be in such a dire state. Though old Jack had left a good impression on him, no one shall insult Hotan Douluo in his presence. No one. Begone. I do not wish to harm you. What? Do you require me to take action to make you leave? The master stated coolly. To someone as weak as old Jack, akin to an ant, he could easily end the latter's life with a mere flick of his hand. However, he did not wish to escalate matters too severely. Upon hearing this, old Jack was momentarily stunned, yet he wisely chose to depart. After all, for him, a formidable soul master like the master was not someone he could afford to provoke. Master, do you know my father? Do you think my father might have already perished? After all, he is merely a man without any strength. The village elders say our home was consumed by a great fire. I worry that my father might have witnessed old Jack leaving, Tang San said, gravely approaching the master. His father was simply a weak blacksmith, having never committed any heinous acts. Why? Why did his father have to meet such a tragic fate? In Tang San's eyes, his father had most likely perished in that fire. Little San, you still seem too young. Given the circumstances, it appears I must enlighten you about certain matters. The master said with a smile, a rarity that contrasted sharply with his usual seriousness. Master, is it about my father? But my father is merely a useless man. He has left nothing for me. Tang San despondently shook his head, expressing his regret. His father was just an ordinary man, lacking any prestigious martial spirit to pass down. Although he possessed twin martial spirits, both were deemed worthless, a blue silvergrass and a broken hammer. What use could they serve? Little San, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you know what an invincible being your father is? If I am not mistaken, your father is the renowned title Douluo in the realm of soul masters. Hotan Douluo, the master declared passionately, each word laden with conviction. It was evident that Tang Hao held a significant place in the master's heart. Hotan Douluo, master, you must be jesting. How could I possibly believe that? I know my father's worth. He is merely a lazy man, and I was the one who took care of him as a child, Tang San replied, shaking his head in disbelief. If his father were a title Douluo, how could he reside in such a small village? Impossible, utterly impossible. Unfilial child, I will not allow you to speak of your father in such a manner. You sadden me greatly, the master retorted, his gaze suddenly turning icy. He raised his hand and without hesitation, struck Tang San across the cheek. The sudden slap left Tang San dazed, landing on the ground with a pale complexion. Master, why did you hit me? Did I say something wrong? He protested, clutching his cheek in indignation. Did the master truly consider him a fool? Little San, do you not realize that the hammer you wield is no ordinary hammer? Its name is the Hotan Hammer, the renowned artifact of the Hotan sect. You must have heard of it, the master sighed, his expression tinged with a hint of despair. Hotan sect. Master, are you truly not deceiving me? My hammer has such a remarkable origin? Tang San questioned, his face a mask of confusion. He had indeed heard of the Hotan sect. It was a name synonymous with the greatest sect in the world, one that few on the Douluo Continent could be unaware of. Could it be that his hammer martial spirit was genuinely the Hotan hammer? Was it not too far-fetched? Tang San found it difficult to accept, for Tang Hao had done nothing remarkable during his childhood and was nothing more than a slothful man. This had left the young Tang San utterly disillusioned, though he could not bring himself to say more, for he still regarded Tang Hao as his father, albeit with a touch of dissatisfaction. Sigh, little San, I cannot fathom what you experienced in your youth, but I can assure you, your father, Tang Hao, is the youngest title Douluo in the entire realm of soul masters, without exception. His existence is capable of causing the whole Douluo Continent to tremble. Can you understand the good intentions of your master? He said earnestly. Given that Tang Hao was Tang San's father, perhaps he could be of some use in the future, especially since there was an irreconcilable enmity between Tang Hao and the Spirit Hall. Is it true? My father is a title Douluo? That's incredible. It turns out that Tang San, do have a father. Master, let us go retrieve Xiao Wu. I want her to be my woman. Tang San exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with greed, elated by the revelation of his father's status. In an instant, his heart brimmed with excitement. Chapter 68. 6 years later. Upon hearing this, The master was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Tang San would be so infatuated with a girl named Xiao Wu. Nevertheless, the master shook his head. Little San, do you know where Douluo is now? Your father is indeed powerful, but overly relying on others will prevent you from becoming a true strong individual. Do you understand? The master pondered seriously. It seemed that Douluo's disappearance was intended to allow little San to grow into a self-reliant man. The master gazed at Tang San, his expression softening. Little San, we must prioritize our cultivation. Do you understand? Since you cannot currently reach Douluo, you must rely on your own strength. However, teacher, you have stated that since my father is the Douluo, it stands to reason that his name would be known throughout the continent. Although I currently cannot reach him. If I simply reveal my lineage, reclaiming Xiao Wu should not prove difficult, Tang San said, his heart ablaze with urgency and reluctance. Until now, he had believed his father to be nothing more than an ordinary man. If that had been the case, it would have been acceptable. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that his father was, in fact, a title-level powerhouse. Such unexpected fortune had caught him off guard. As the son of a Douluo, this is my greatest asset. I never imagined I would be the offspring of a Douluo. With such a background, I truly do not regard a mere Chao Yan with any seriousness. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Tang San felt a surge of excitement, wishing he could rush to Nodding Academy and claim Xiao Wu for himself. Xiao Wu is simply too beautiful. Xiao San, you cannot descend into such depravity. If you remain so unambitious, you will surely fail to become a true powerhouse. Although your father is a Douluo, he has already departed from your life. I believe he only wishes for you to grow up in peace, for his presence would undoubtedly bring misfortune. The master turned his gaze towards the horizon, his expression serene, as if his thoughts were carried away by the wind. Teacher, you are mistaken. If I, Tang San, possess such a background, why should I even bother with cultivation? I believe that as long as I stand before my adversary and declare my father is Tang Hao, they will be utterly terrified. Wouldn't you agree? Tang San chuckled, realizing just how extraordinary his father truly was. The joy of having a Douluo as a father filled him with elation. Xiao San, you incorrigible child, are you truly the son of the Douluo? The master's expression darkened, taken aback by Tang San's shameless words. Disappointment surged within him. Could it be that Xiao San was merely the illegitimate child of some clan member from the Haotian sect? How could the son of the Douluo exhibit such behavior? The master was at a loss for words. He glanced at Tang San and replied, Xiao San, I do not wish to discourage you, but you may be unaware that your father was expelled from the Haotian sect. Many years ago, he offended the Pope. Such thoughts of yours are akin to pushing yourself into a pit of fire. Once your identity is exposed, it could lead to dire consequences. What? At these words, Tang San's pupils contracted slightly, and in an instant his greatest pride crumbled to dust. He had never anticipated that his father had been expelled from the sect. This revelation meant he could no longer act boastfully. Worthless father, you've doomed me. Tang San roared inwardly, overwhelmed by disappointment. An expelled Douluo was nothing of significance. He had initially hoped to flaunt his father's power, believing that claiming to be the son of a Douluo would grant him immense prestige. But now, that was no longer possible. His father was infamous in the Soul Master community. What the protagonists? Suddenly, something caught Tang San's eye. A glimmering light seemed to emanate from the ground not far ahead. He quickly activated his purple extreme magic eyes and rushed over. The next moment, he stood in stunned silence, gently blowing away the black ashes on the ground. A radiant, multicolored token emerged before him, appearing quite extraordinary. The token was golden, adorned with 6 exquisite patterns that captured his attention. Tang San picked up the token and tossed it to the master, inquiring, Teacher, do you recognize this item? I just unearthed it. The master effortlessly caught the token, quickly scanning it. Suddenly, his body stiffened as a tremor of excitement reverberated through him. This is the Pope's order. The master's expression transformed, his hands trembling with exhilaration. At that moment, he felt as though the token weighed 1,000 pounds, and he struggled to catch his breath. The token in his hand was indeed the Pope's order. The 6 sacred patterns representing the 6 great martial spirits of the Soul Master world. A truly remarkable find. Teacher, what is the Pope's order? A hint of confusion flickered in Tang San's eyes. He was unaware of the significance of the Pope's order, having spent his childhood in ignorance. Xiao San, with this token, I can accomplish many things. This is truly wonderful. The master beamed, his delight evident. With this token in hand, he could openly seek out his disciple in the martial spirit hall, a truly fortuitous event. Teacher, You seem quite peculiar, smiling like a fool. Sigh, my dear Xiao Wu. When will I see you again? Tang San gradually shifted his gaze from the master, sighing in resignation. He wondered if his beloved Xiao Wu had been stripped of her purity. Sigh, teacher, allow me to accompany you in rigorous training. You are right. I should rely on my own strength. The heavens move, and a gentleman must strive for self-improvement. I, Tang San, shall not be a waste. Tang San's voice rang with newfound determination, and in that moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. Although his father was Tang Hao, he must depend on his own abilities. A true powerhouse should advance steadily, step by step. Xiao San, you have finally understood. That is splendid. Starting today, I shall subject you to rigorous training. I believe that before long, you will genuinely grow stronger. Xiao San, persevere for the sake of Xiao Wu. Do not give up, the master said with a beaming smile, affectionately ruffling Tang San's hair. His usual stern demeanor softened into a warm grin, albeit an eerie one. Tang San nodded silently, his heart calm and resolute. He was determined to grow strong and astonish the world. Thus 6 years swiftly passed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chao Yin of Nodding Academy planned to lead Xiao Wu to Shrek Academy. A new journey was about to commence. Chapter 69, Soto City. It has now been 6 years since. Throughout these 6 years, Chao Yin scarcely engaged in cultivation, not due to laziness, but rather because he had no need to. With a soul power level of 99, he possessed an unparalleled advantage. Essentially, all he needed to do was follow the system's prompts to complete tasks and subsequently fill his soul rings. Now, he and Xiao Wu had reached graduation age and were finally ready to leave Nodding Academy. Thus, early in the morning, Chao Yin explained his plans to Xiao Wu. Shrek Academy? What kind of academy is that? I have never heard of it. Xiao Wu, resembling a delicate beauty, lazily nestled against Chao Yin, asked with slight curiosity. 6 years had passed, and Xiao Wu's figure had matured further. Of course, the most significant change was in her beauty. Compared to 6 years ago, Xiao Wu now truly embodied the captivating allure of the soft-boned rabbit, exuding vitality and charm, her previous shyness long gone. Just by wrapping his arms around her waist, Chao Yin felt a profound sense of inner satisfaction. This was the essence of maturity. Indeed, before I embarked on my journey, my family informed me that Shrek Academy is quite an esteemed institution, boasting excellent faculty and educational resources. So, would you accompany me there? Gaozan Sumai Wamli. Tightening his embrace around Xiao Wu's slender waist, the intimate contact of their skin igniting a joyful spark within him. Over the past 6 years, they had shared many nights together. For it was a rare delight to be in the company of such a beautiful girl as Xiao Wu. A lifetime spent beside her would never be enough. Well then, shall we set off today? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu nodded her head lightly, a knowing smile gracing her lips, her enchanting large eyes sparkling with anticipation. Indeed, Chao Yin replied nonchalantly, his gaze revealing a calmness akin to a placid lake. In truth, he had not originally intended to visit Shrek Academy. To be candid, given his capabilities, he could easily lead Xiao Wu to more prestigious Soul Master academies for a promising future. However, considering the notable girls from the original narrative, a trip to Shrek Academy seemed worthwhile after all. Among the Shrek's 7 monsters, Xiao Wu embodied a vivacious spirit, and in their shared nights, Chao Yin could sense her whimsical nature. Yet despite this, there lingered an elusive quality about her that left Chao Yin perplexed, a certain essence he could not quite articulate. Ding! Task initiated. Please proceed to Nodding Academy and capture Zhu Zhuqing by any means necessary. Task reward: 100,000 years of divine soul ring. The nature of this soul ring derives from the legacy left by the water god Gonggong in the human realm. Once comprehended, it would grant the host the ability to master the ultimate essence of water, thereby enhancing their strength. A new task? Chao Yan's eyes gleamed with excitement, his body tingling with anticipation. After all, Zhu Zhuqing was indeed a stunning beauty. Securing her favor would surely be a blessing. Much like Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing was a rare gem. Yet in the original tale, she had fallen into the hands of Dai Mubai, a situation he found unacceptable. Upon receiving the system's mission, Chao Yin could no longer remain still. He was eager to behold Zhu Zhuqing's visage and curious if she truly possessed the remarkable figure as depicted in the narrative. It was well known that among the Shrek 7 monsters, Zhu Zhuqing boasted the most stunning physique, a trait that even Xiao Wu could not rival. With this thought in mind, Chao Yin leaped from the bed, his excitement palpable. After a playful romp with Xiao Wu, he was determined not to linger in Nodding Academy any longer, swiftly departing with her towards Shrek Academy. Yet, before proceeding, They had to make a brief stop at Soto City, an unavoidable route, and Xiao Yin anticipated an encounter with Dai Mubai, summoning a carriage driver. Xiao Yin and Xiao Wu set off towards their destination. The Balik Kingdom, located in the southern part of the Tiando Empire, bordered the Fanos province and was one of the 4 major kingdoms under the Tiando Empire, renowned for its formidable strength. Legend speaks of a prodigious talent emerging from Balik kingdoms centuries ago, whose astounding abilities culminated in attaining the rank of Title de Law. This individual was the catalyst for a grand war that ensued. At that time, the Tiando Empire's military strength was somewhat lacking, and with a Title de Law stationed in Balik Kingdom, the Tiando Empire faced a series of devastating defeats, nearly losing the imperial throne itself. The might of a Title de Law was unparalleled, akin to that of an army of 10,000. Balik Kingdom's motivation for instigating the war was to seize power and usurp the throne, driven by ulterior motives. Logically, the Tiando Empire should have faced an inevitable defeat. However, just as all seemed lost, an external force intervened, leading to the demise of the Title de Law and weakening Balik Kingdom's influence. To quell the conflict, 2 elders from the Spirit Hall were compelled to intervene, a rare occurrence as the Hall typically refrained from meddling in the affairs of various empires. The magnitude of this war, however, necessitated their involvement. As Xiao Yin journeyed, his eyes narrowed in concentration, attentively absorbing the tale recounted by the system in his mind. Ensuring he did not succumb to boredom. Xiao Yin, it seems we have arrived at Soto City, Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly from her perch on his lap, peering out the window at the vibrant world beyond, which captivated her attention. Hearing this, Xiao Yin felt a surge of exhilaration. He was now close to meeting his beloved Zhu Qing. Soto City, bathed in the midday sun, was enveloped in a thick haze of heat. The relentless sun beat down from the sky, scorching the earth. The streets appeared rather desolate, with few souls to be seen. The city's defenses were formidable, with countless soldiers stationed atop the towering walls, armed and armored, showing no signs of laxity even in such sweltering weather, a sight that earned Xiao Yan's respect. However, Xiao Wu promptly suggested they seek shelter in a hotel, unable to endure the heat any longer. Naturally, Xiao Yan agreed to this proposition. Before long, Xiao Wu discovered a quaint hotel. Given her suggestion, Xiao Yan had no objections. He intended to assert his dominance over Dai Mubai before making any further moves regarding Zhu Qing. Thus, under Xiao Wu's auspices, they entered the Rose Hotel. The establishment was adorned with elegance. Upon stepping inside, they were greeted by an uplifting fragrance, reminiscent of a blooming garden that enveloped their senses. "Good day. May I assist you in securing a room?" inquired a smiling attendant at the front desk as Xiao Yan surveyed the surroundings. "Indeed. Prepare your largest room for us, please," Xiao Wu replied, for she had spent many nights alongside Xiao Yan at Nodding Academy, and sleeping apart now felt rather unusual. "This young lady is no trouble at all. You have arrived at the perfect moment. We happen to have one room remaining. May you and your boyfriend enjoy a pleasant stay." The attendant responded cheerfully, addressing Xiao Wu with a tone of respect, spurred by the Grand Soul Master insignia adorning her chest. Is this how the younger generation conducts themselves nowadays? The attendant mused inwardly, a glimmer of admiration flashing his eyes as he regarded Xiao Wu's beauty and strength, a rare combination he had not encountered before. "Please expedite the preparation," Xiao Wu urged impatiently, eager to escape the oppressive heat and seek solace in a cool bath. The attendant nodded promptly, but just then, a mocking voice broke through the air, laced with a hint of provocation. "I believe that room belongs to me." Turning towards the source of the voice, 3 figures approached the front desk. The 3 individuals, 1 male and 2 females, presented a striking tableau. The 2 young women were adorned in flamboyant attire, their form-fitting, strapless dresses exquisitely accentuating their ample bosoms. Tall and statuesque, their long, slender legs, pale and almost blinding in their beauty, drew the attention of onlookers. Such girls possessed not only stunning visages, but also impeccable figures, and as they approached the counter, it was no surprise that a throng of gazes gravitated towards them. More precisely, it was their pronounced décolletage that commanded the most attention. What was most astonishing was that these 2 captivating young women were in fact twins. However, their cheeks bore a faint flush, a telltale sign of the mischief instigated by the man standing between them. Among the 2 striking girls stood a remarkably handsome middle-aged man, characterized by his long golden hair cascading down to his waist, broad shoulders, and an aura of noble elegance. His piercing, deep blue eyes, cold and glinting with mischief, further enhanced his striking appearance. Such a combination of handsome features and captivating eyes made him an undeniable focal point wherever he went. Chao Yan cast a casual glance at the man and immediately deduced his identity. He must be Dai Mubai. He pondered that it would serve him well to confront Dai Mubai now, as it might alleviate some complications when he pursued Zhu Zhuqing later. As Chao Yan observed Dai Mubai, he noticed the latter's hands shamelessly roaming over the twins' curvaceous forms, while the girls, with their doe-like eyes filled with a sense of helplessness, did not dare to resist. They were well aware of Dai Mubai's temperament. A rebellion would likely result in their being subjected to his whims that very night. With no choice left, they acquiesced to his advances. Yet, the moment Dai Mubai's gaze fell upon Xiao Wu, his hands, previously engaging in their mischievous exploration, suddenly froze. And even his expression turned momentarily dazed. Though the twins beside him were undeniably alluring, they paled in comparison to Xiao Wu. In terms of physique, Xiao Wu may not rival the twins, but her exquisitely delicate features were unmatched. With her rosy face exuding an aura of innocence, she was a sight to behold. Even for Dai Mubai, who had never encountered anyone quite like her before. Licking his lips, Dai Mubai forcefully pushed aside the twins and strode forward with such vigor that the floor trembled beneath him. His hands, swift as eagle's talons, shot towards Xiao Wu without a moment's pause. Witnessing Dai Mubai's sudden advance toward Xiao Wu, the atmosphere shifted and the expressions of those present altered. Some familiar with Dai Mubai sighed in resignation, casting sympathetic glances at Xiao Yan. Although they disapproved of Dai Mubai's behavior, they dared not voice their objections, fully aware of his formidable prowess. In their view, it appeared that this young girl was destined for humiliation. What do you intend to do? Chao Yan's figure moved like lightning, teleporting directly in front of Xiao Wu. He had not anticipated that Dai Mubai would dare to covet Xiao Wu in his presence. However, this development alleviated any pressure he felt about pursuing Zhu Zhuqing. After all, if Dai Mubai was audacious enough to attempt to seize Xiao Wu, he was effectively sealing his own fate. Step aside, kid. Knowing your place, you should move aside. Such beauty is not meant for your kind. If you wish to avoid a beating, then clear out. Upon seeing Chao Yan block Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai halted, clearly taken aback by the latter's speed. Nevertheless, he was undeterred. In his estimation, Chao Yan, at his age, could only be his soul master, and even if he possessed extraordinary talent, it would not exceed that of a great soul master. Thus, Dai Mubai felt no need to regard him with any seriousness. Having already attained the level of a soul venerable, he was virtually unmatched among his peers, let alone against someone who appeared to be considerably younger. What do you want? Xiao Wu furrowed her brow, her indignation palpable as she addressed Dai Mubai. Ah, my dear lady, I am Dai Mubai, and this room has been reserved by me. If you do not mind, I would be honored to share it with you. Rest assured, all expenses will be covered by me, he replied with a slight smile, his wicked eyes sparkling with mischief. He was confident in his allure, believing that such an invitation would be hard for her to refuse. After all, he was a prince, a figure of considerable stature. With that appearance, you dare call yourself Dai Mubai? I would sooner call you Dai Wuhai. This room belongs to us. So kindly vacate the premises, Xiao Wu retorted defiantly, her demeanor exuding a fierce dominance. At her words, Dai Mubai's expression turned icy. As a prince, this was the first time he had been so brazenly provoked. Refusing to drink the wine offered and opting for the punishment instead. You are the first to speak to me in such a manner. But fear not. Once I defeat that scrawny monkey beside you, you will inevitably fall into my grasp. The disdain in Dai Mubai's gaze shifted towards Chao Yan, his expression darkening with contempt and derision. Kid, it seems you lack understanding of the rules. I offer you a chance. Step aside from the lady, or I shall not hesitate to break one of your arms. Dai Mubai's cold eyes flicked toward Xiao Yan, a hint of murderous intent flickering within. As a prince, there was nothing he could not obtain. To achieve his desires, he was willing to pay any price. Though he had fled the Star Luo Empire, he had been steadily amassing power, preparing for the day he could reclaim the throne. At just 15 years of age, he had already attained the level of a soul venerable, and on this continent where power reigned supreme, he had seen through it all. With absolute strength came the greatest leverage. Weakness was a sin. In his perspective, Chao Yan, at such a young age, could not possibly possess much strength. Indeed, Dai Mubai believed that with a mere flick of his finger, he could easily defeat him. At this moment, Dai Mubai narrowed his eyes, calmly observing the slender figure of the youth before him, waiting for a response. You think you could take my arm? You are not worthy. Chao Yan replied with a faint smile, an air of chill in his gaze. His smile revealed a row of pristine white teeth, seemingly harmless, yet at that moment, a sense of dread permeated the hearts of many. No one could discern why. After all, they had never before witnessed a young man so boldly opposing Dai Mubai. Did this unknown youth possess some hidden background? Such grandiose words for one so young. You should be grateful for the chance I present. Kneel and bow 3 times, and perhaps you may escape with your life. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise today. Dai Mubai laughed heartily, taking a decisive step forward, causing an invisible wave of force to ripple around him. Instantly, the entire Rose Hotel trembled violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Heavens! Someone has dared to provoke young Master Dai. It seems this fellow will not be able to leave here unscathed today. Rumor has it that young Master Dai has already attained the rank of Soul Master, and this unfortunate individual may very well meet his demise here. I recall witnessing, not long ago, young Master Dai engaging in a fierce battle against 2 formidable Soul Masters, all for the sake of a hotel room with a girl. Ultimately, both of those powerful individuals fell victim to his prowess, their defeat utterly lamentable. Indeed, while young Master Dai possesses a rather lascivious nature, his strength is undeniably formidable. It appears this young man is in grave danger today. With Dai's cultivation level, it would not take more than a single exchange to vanquish this ignorant fool. A murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd, their eyes widening in unison, infused with palpable fear as they hastily retreated, anxious to avoid being caught in the crossfire of the impending confrontation. They were well aware of young Master Dai's might. Some among them had even witnessed, with their own eyes, how he effortlessly shattered a massive boulder with just a fingertip. That scene remains etched in their memories. It is said that such power can only be wielded by a Soul Master. They could scarcely fathom what would happen if that young man were to be struck by Dai's fist. Would he perish on the spot? Countless speculations swirled within their minds, and panic escalated. Some even covered their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending clash. Xiao Wu, please step back a little. I fear for your safety, Chao Yan remarked gently, casting a glance at Xiao Wu, urging her to keep her distance. After all, his own strength had grown considerable. Ever since he absorbed his first 100,000-year soul ring, he felt as though he had undergone a transformation, brimming with boundless energy. He had yet to truly test the extent of his newfound power. Perhaps if he were to strike Dai Mubai with a single punch, the latter would meet his end immediately, without a trace left behind. However, he knew he could not act recklessly. Revealing his true strength would undoubtedly attract the attention of all factions, and soon enough, countless individuals from across the continent might come seeking his life. After much contemplation, Chao Yin resolved to conceal his true capabilities unless absolutely necessary. For the repercussions could be dire. In a world where talent is abundant, it is often the case that such prodigies face untimely ends, necessitating a prudent approach. Otherwise, he might not survive the night. After all, on this continent, the influence of the Spirit Hall is omnipotent. It is likely that no one, regardless of their strength, could stand against them. With a composed demeanor, Chao Yin took a cautious step forward. Though his movements were light, the ground beneath him cracked underfoot. Such terrifying power. Fortunately, no one bore witness to this moment. Otherwise, they would surely be left agape in astonishment. After all, a mere 12-year-old boy, capable of shattering the ground with a single step, was an unprecedented sight. How could it not evoke awe? Very well, it seems you have made your choice, ignorant fool. Today, I shall show you the true power of a martial soul. Remember my name, Dai Mubai. His gaze turned icy, laced with disdain. White tiger, manifest, he bellowed. A radiant wave of white light enveloping his entire being. In an instant, his aura transformed dramatically. His physique expanded beyond measure, and his claws morphed into formidable tiger talons. Glimmering ominously, standing there, he resembled a colossal beast, exuding an overwhelming majesty that was utterly terrifying. In that moment, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. They felt as though they were facing a fearsome demon, the oppressive aura rendering them nearly incapable of raising their heads. The sheer magnitude of Dai Mubai's strength was unfathomable, clearly reaching at least the level of a soul master, with potential breakthroughs looming on the horizon. Such power was profoundly terrifying. Some felt an instinctual urge to kneel in submission. The crowd gasped in collective astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. At this moment, a profound silence enveloped the arena. Even the sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. Chapter 72, Dai Mubai is nothing. Heh, young man, your journey ends here. To perish at my hands, Dai Mubai, is an honor you should cherish, he chuckled, his laughter echoing as he moved with the swiftness of the wind. A fleeting shadow rushing directly towards Xiao Yan. Beside him, the twin beauties gazed on with admiration, their eyes sparkling, for they were but ordinary girls, devoid of any martial talent. In their eyes, Dai Mubai epitomized strength. Go Dai. They cheered, their excitement palpable. Though they had fallen under Dai Mubai's dubious methods, they were willing to accept their fate, for he was a soul master after all. They understood his temperament. Any girl who caught his eye had no hope of escape, or else they would not have been stripped of their innocence by him. Hearing their fervent cheers, a proud smile crept onto Dai Mubai's face as his yellow soul rings shimmered, enveloping him in a blinding golden light. A powerful wave erupted from his mouth, shattering the ground beneath him. White Tiger's radiant wave. He proclaimed, "Today, I shall demonstrate the might of a soul master. If you perish under my attack, you will have much to be proud of." As the radiant wave surged forth, Dai Mubai's expression grew even more arrogant. His mocking gaze fixed upon Xiao Yan as if he were merely observing a corpse, an audacity that knew no bounds. How splendid! Dai Mubai looks so magnificent. The twin beauties beamed even brighter, their faces alight with admiration. Ah, these are merely routine proceedings. Young man, you have angered me, and thus you must face your demise. Perhaps in your next life, you might fare better. He laughed once more, turning away without so much as a glance at Xiao Yan, his graceful demeanor undeniably captivating. Xiao Yan smiled faintly. As Dai Mubai's first soul skill locked onto him, he merely observed with calm indifference, standing firm to meet the impending strike. His resolve was unwavering. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. After all, he was an unparalleled Douluo. To falter against an attack of this caliber would be utterly absurd. As he remained steadfast, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. Bang! At that moment, countless mouths gaped in disbelief. When the White Tiger's radiant wave collided with Xiao Yan, a dense white light enveloped his entire being. In that instant, the arena fell into a profound silence. All eyes were wide with astonishment, as if they were trapped in a dream. What had they just witnessed? This unremarkable fellow had dared to catch Dai Mubai's first soul skill with his bare hands. Was he courting death? Who would have thought we would encounter a fool today? This ignorant young man likely hasn't he even reached the level of a soul master. He deserves to perish. Indeed, the strike delivered by Dai Xiao is utterly terrifying. Such formidable strength, if it were to befall me, I would surely find it insurmountable, truly overwhelming. However, that young lad is exceptionally foolish. How dare he attempt to confront Dai Xiao's soul technique with bare hands? What audacity! The crowd buzzes with murmurs. Countless onlookers shut their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending fate of Xiao Yan. Dai Xiao's first soul technique is a century-old power. Naturally, its might is not to be trifled with. Yet this young man has chosen to face it head-on with his body. Is he courting death? Such thoughts flit through the minds of many. They cannot fathom whether this youth is simply dim-witted or if he's grown weary of life itself. If this is the pride you cling to, then today you may well pay a grievous price for your earlier bravado. At that moment, a clear, youthful voice rang out, resonating with an air of familiarity. Mere seconds prior, they had heard such a voice, and now it echoed once more. As the white light dissipated, a figure emerged, striding forth with a beaming smile and an aura of ease. Astonishingly, not a single wrinkle marred his attire. In an instant, countless expressions shifted dramatically. They were incredulous. This lad had stood against Dai Xiao's soul technique. How could this be? Surely, I am not imagining things. This boy likely isn't even a soul master. How can he be so formidable? Indeed, I distinctly saw him struck by Dai Xiao's technique. Under such an onslaught, survival is inconceivable. This individual seems almost preternatural. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's countenance darkened abruptly, his previously arrogant grin freezing in place. He stared, wide-eyed, as if witnessing a ghost, fixated on Xiao Yan's youthful yet somewhat refined visage. His gaze grew solemn, and with a hoarse voice, he queried, "What manner of strength do you possess? How is it that you withstood my first soul technique? This is impossible." Are you astonished? Xiao Yan stepped forward, standing before Dai Mubai with an expression of calm nonchalance, his youthful and handsome features betraying not a hint of fear. Merely by his presence, he exuded an air of inscrutable profundity, as if he were a deity. The world trembles in reverence. What a jest! Dai Mubai. Am a dignified soul sovereign. Perhaps I underestimated you earlier, but now I shall demonstrate the absolute disparity in strength. Dai Mubai's kneeled, swiftly altering his hands to form peculiar seals, invoking his second soul technique, White Tiger's Guardian Barrier, and his third soul technique, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. A sonorous voice resonated throughout the hall, booming like thunder, causing many to feel as fragile as ants beneath such overwhelming pressure. Dai Xiao is so handsome. He will surely prevail. The twin beauties exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. This was their first encounter witnessing a pure force Dai Xiao to such a juncture. Goodness, this lad is truly remarkable. No one has ever pushed Dai Xiao this far before. He is genuinely terrifying. Although this boy possesses some talent, Dai Xiao has unleashed two powerful soul techniques. Even if this boy has some tricks up his sleeve, he is unlikely to escape defeat. Indeed, it seems this battle may well spell his doom. As whispers circulated among the crowd, Dai Mu Bai's smile grew even more pronounced. He stepped forward, unleashing White Tiger's diamond transformation. Young man, I must concede you possess some aptitude. However, it is unfortunate that your opponent today is me. Your demise is inevitable, and I shall take it upon myself to care for your woman. With that, Dai Mu Bai raised his hand, unleashing a fierce gust of wind, akin to a tiger descending the mountain, barreling toward Xiao Yan. In that instant, countless faces paled in shock. This strike is truly fearsome. Chapter 73. Dai Mu Bai's dread. As Dai Mu Bai's attack descended, every breath in the room was held, hearts racing with trepidation. The collective disbelief was palpable. How could this mere 12-year-old boy have forced Dai Xiao into such a predicament? Unbelievable. Eyes widened and mouths gaped in astonishment, their expressions capable of swallowing an egg whole. After all, in their eyes, Dai Xiao was a paragon of strength. Go, Dai Xiao! The twin beauties cried out once more. Witnessing Dai Xiao unleashing his full potential, a privilege indeed. Previously, they had only heard of his prowess in more intimate endeavors, but today, they realized their misconceptions. Dai Xiao is nothing short of a god among men, his combat prowess equally astonishing. He cannot possibly win. At that moment, the previously silent Xiao Wu suddenly spoke. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Xiao Yan, a flicker of hope shimmering within. She believed wholeheartedly that Xiao Yan would triumph. Xiao Yan had once confided in her that his strength was unparalleled, even showcasing his 100,000-year soul ring before her, leaving her utterly astonished. No one understood better than she the formidable power represented by such a soul ring, one that had never before manifested in a human. But Xiao Wu had witnessed it. How could she not be in awe? At this juncture, Dai Mu Bai's fist was upon Xiao Yan, a tremendous wind pressure sweeping through, ruffling Xiao Yan's hair. The oppressive force rendering some onlookers breathless. This is a soul sovereign. This is Dai Mu Bai's power. Terrifying indeed. It seems you have no intention of sparing me today. Do you truly possess such confidence in your strength? Xiao Yan raised his gaze, calmly regarding Dai Mu Bai as he charged toward him, neither flinching nor retreating. And thus, Dai Mu Bai's fist struck his face. Boom! In that instant, a colossal wave of energy rippled outward from Xiao Yan, fracturing the hotel floor into a spiderweb of cracks. A sight both fearsome and awe-inspiring. Young man, the might of this punch is beyond imagination. I have once defeated 10 formidable soul masters with it. Should you perish by my hand, you shall bear no blame. Dai Mu Bai's body hung suspended in midair, the strength of his attack reaching terrifying proportions, an onslaught that none could withstand. Yet before him stood Xiao Yan, merely a youthful lad, and one whose arrogance would typically lead to a premature demise. However, the prideful smile on Dai Mu Bai's face had not persisted long before it abruptly froze. In the next moment, panic consumed him as he realized the boy before him had not retreated a single step. What kind of concept is this? It is truly unfathomable. You, an insignificant ant, dare to contend with me? Xiao Yan smiled faintly, and then a wave of invisible rebounding force surged forth, directly striking at Dai Mu Bai's formidable frame. Such terrifying strength. How can you be so powerful? Dai Mu Bai let out a piercing scream as his body was sent hurtling backward, the ominous crack of breaking bones echoing in the air. He plummeted to the ground like a shooting star, crashing onto a sizable stone, which shattered into dust with a resounding roar. Good heavens! This young man is truly remarkable. He has actually defeated Dai Xiao. How on earth did he achieve such a feat? I barely even caught a glimpse of his movements. Indeed, this power is utterly terrifying. I have only ever witnessed Dai Xiao bullying others, but today, someone has pushed him to his limits. It's impossible not to be in awe. Such monstrous strength. This youth may very well instigate upheaval across the entire Douluo Continent. It is simply dreadful. As the crowd witnessed Dai Mu Bai's defeat, a wave of astonishment swept through them once more, their disbelief transcending mere words. Among them were those who had seen the world, having encountered numerous prodigies before. Yet in comparison to this young man, they seemed utterly insignificant. The youth before them, with a mere casual strike, had vanquished Dai Xiao. How could this be possible? No one could fathom the tumultuous waves that surged within their hearts at the moment Dai Mubai was defeated. You! How could you possibly defeat me while I am in my Wuhuan possessed state? How'd you do it? Dai Mubai lay on the ground, continuously spewing forth dark blood, some of which mingled with fragments of his shattered internal organs. His pitiful state was truly harrowing to behold. A deep-seated fear gripped Dai Mubai. He had been bested by Chao Yan, and as a loser, he could only face a tragic fate. He was terrified. What if Chao Yan chose to kill him? Would he be left to await his demise? He did not wish to perish. He had a fiancée he had yet to even touch. How wonderful it would be if he could do so just once. The events of today were all instigated by him. What should he do now? Cao Yan approached Dai Mubai, wearing a seemingly ominous smile. However, to Dai Mubai, this smile sent chills down his spine, the fear permeating his entire being. My apologies for my earlier transgressions. If it pleases you, I have two rather attractive young ladies here, if you would not mind. I'm willing to offer them to you. Dai Mubai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his resentment, his voice tinged with humility. Although he was lecherous, he understood the gravity of the situation. His priority now was to survive in the presence of this demon. The mere allure of beautiful women was trivial to him, as they were ultimately expendable. Moreover, he had already had his fill of those two twin beauties, so in this light, he had nothing to lose. Thus, he could potentially salvage his life. This was indeed fortuitous. Dai Xiao, how could you stoop so low? Upon hearing this, the two twin beauties gasped in shock, unable to fathom that the young man they had long admired could resort to such measures. It was utterly ridiculous, absurd to the extreme. Get lost, you worthless fool. How dare you utter such words? I am offering you a chance. Kneel before me and bow your head, or you shall find it impossible to leave here today. Chao Yan stated coldly. Dai Mubai had previously struck him, and though he was highly skilled, the memory lingered. He could not allow Dai Mubai to escape unscathed. At this moment, just as Dai Mubai hesitated and prepared to kneel, a figure appeared on the scene. The arrival of this individual shifted the expressions of those present, curiosity flickering in their eyes. Chapter 74. The Threat of Dai Mubai. The sudden appearance of this figure caused countless faces to change slightly. Their gazes were filled with astonishment, and within their hearts, tumultuous waves surged. All signs indicated that the newcomer was no ordinary person, clad in simple linen garments, with hands casually clasped behind his back. An air of authority emanated from him. Most astonishingly, a white soul ring spiraled beneath his feet. Goodness, the newcomer is a soul master. Yet, that was not the most significant revelation. This elder was not only a soul master, but also the manager of this establishment, known as Manager Wang. In the entirety of the Rose Hotel, he was the ultimate authority. My savior has arrived. Boy, you humiliated me earlier, and now it is time for you to experience your own disgrace, Dai Mubai exclaimed, his face lighting up with a surge of excitement upon seeing Manager Wang. His emotions were difficult to articulate. Although he could not overpower the youth before him, he enjoyed a reasonably good relationship with Manager Wang, and thus, he no longer feared Chao Yan. The Rose Hotel was under Manager Wang's dominion, situated within the territory of the Star Luo Empire. The regulations here were far more stringent than those of the Heaven Do Empire. Consequently, even a mere soul master would not dare to create turmoil in this place. For the Star Luo Empire was not a realm to be trifled with. Who dares to cause a ruckus in my domain? Boy, if you have taken action, do not hide in the shadows. Step forward and let me see who has the audacity to wreak havoc here. Manager Wang proclaimed as he strode to the center of the hall, his gaze sweeping across the room before briefly resting upon the fallen Dai Mubai, only to glance away with indifference. In all his years as a manager, no one had ever dared to disturb the peace on his turf. Yet this young man was the first. How could this be? Upon hearing this, Chao Yan took a step forward, refusing to retreat. He was a courageous youth, and now was not the time for him to falter. Boy, you owe me an explanation for today's events. Dai Xiao is a regular here. By attacking him, you have slapped my face. Therefore, unless you kneel and apologize, you shall not leave this place unscathed. Manager Li interjected, coldly dismissing any concern for the other as I did. Here, he was the supreme authority. The heavens and earth belonged to him. You are the manager here, but today's events stemmed entirely from Dai Mubai's actions. I bear no responsibility, Chao Yan replied coolly, casting a disinterested glance at Manager Wang without a hint of fear. The manager before him was merely a minor soul master, a mere insect in the grand scheme of things, even a weakling. Such a person could be easily extinguished with a flick of his fingers. However, to avoid exposing his true capabilities, he opted for a more subdued approach. Is that so? You're not deceiving me, are you? If that is the case, then as the hotel manager, I should be the one to apologize to you. Manager Wang mused, a hint of confusion crossing his brow. He was well aware of Dai Mubai's character, which typically thrived on bullying the weak. It seemed he had finally encountered a formidable opponent today, and such consequences could indeed be dire. Could this youth possess exceptional abilities? After a moment of contemplation, Manager Wang reached this conclusion, even surprising himself with the thought. Truly, I'm not deceiving you. Had he not struck first, I would not have retaliated, Chao Yin stated, his demeanor calm and resolute. Very well, Dai Xiao. Come forth and kneel before this gentleman. This matter will be resolved. Otherwise, I will ensure you regret it, Manager Wang said casually, casting a glance at Dai Mubai, his eyes radiating a chilling indifference. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression morphed into one of sheer disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. The audacity of the hotel manager to speak to him in such a manner. Who granted him the temerity? Manager Wang, what do you mean? Dai Mubai glared furiously, his chilling gaze emanating a palpable intent to kill, utterly terrifying. As a prince of noble lineage, he had never knelt before anyone, yet today, this sycophantic manager dared to humiliate him, igniting a sense of disgrace within him. Rage surged through him, veins bulging as his face flushed crimson. Clenching his fists, his eyes radiated a tempestuous fury, wishing to rend the two individuals before him to shreds. I, Manager Wang, am a reasonable man. Your earlier actions towards this gentleman were indeed an affront. Therefore, it is only fitting that you apologize. Otherwise, I fear this establishment may cease to operate. Manager Wang smiled faintly, his tone unwavering. Though Dai Mubai was foolishly wealthy, it would not alter the situation. My sincerest apologies. It was my error, my lack of discernment in offending you, esteemed sir. I implore your mercy. May I be spared? Dai Mubai's expression shifted to one of panic, an overwhelming fear surfacing in his eyes. He stepped forward, collapsing onto the ground, casting a pleading glance towards Chao Yin, his heart racing with trepidation. At that moment, all eyes turned towards Chao Yin, disbelief etched on their faces. How had this young man achieved such a feat? He had compelled Dai Mubai to kneel and admit fault, even bowing his head. Their worldview felt irrevocably shattered, for they had never witnessed such a scene before. It was as though they were ensnared in a dream. Overwhelmed by the sheer incredibility of it all, Chao Yin smiled lightly before speaking. If apologies were truly effective, that would indeed be strange. Let us do this. You may leave this place, and I shall overlook this incident. How does that sound? As his words echoed through the hall, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the space, the air seeming to solidify as countless individuals questioned whether they had misheard. After all, although Dai Mubai had erred, he was nonetheless a formidable soul master, and generally, no one dared to offend such a powerful being. Yet this young man had the audacity to do so. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's throat quivered, his eyes widening in disbelief, as if unable to comprehend the humiliation he was enduring. When had he ever faced such indignity? Nevertheless, he found himself compelled to acquiesce to Chao Yin's demands. Otherwise, he sensed he might meet a dreadful fate. Very well. You're the first to dare speak to me, Dai Mubai, in such a manner. From this day forth, prepare yourself for my vengeance. With that, Dai Mubai made no further delay and indeed rolled out of the establishment. Chapter 75. Dai Mubai is on the verge of madness. Dai Xiao, please wait a moment. Just as Dai Mubai was about to envelop himself and exit, Manager Wang called out to him. Manager Wang, it seems you've come to your senses. If you assist me in teaching this young man a lesson, you shall forever be a friend of Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's expression brightened, and he spoke eagerly. After all, he had shared a long-standing camaraderie with Manager Wang and was confident that the latter would not offend him over a mere novice. Furthermore, he frequently patronized the Rose Hotel, nurturing a bond of familiarity with Manager Wang. With this thought, a sense of confidence blossomed within Dai Mubai, a glint of pride flickering in his eyes as he declared, Young man, today you have made an enemy of me, Dai Mubai. Should you possess the courage, leave your name. You are the first to dare insult me in all of Suodo City. However, the smile on Dai Mubai's face was short-lived, abruptly freezing. My young friend. Indeed today, events were our oversight. From now on, Dai Xiao's private room shall be provided to you at no charge. Let's put this matter to rest. Shall we? Manager Wang appeared to ignore Dai Mubai's words entirely, not even glancing in his direction as he approached Chao Yin, bowing slightly. His smile radiating like a blooming chrysanthemum, his voice laden with unwarranted flattery. Within the hall, countless individuals stood agape, utterly mesmerized by the scene unfolding before them, their breaths seemingly forgotten. After all, this man was the manager of the Rose Hotel. It is important to note that Manager Wang's position was not merely a result of his abilities. In truth, an ordinary soul master wielded little influence. However, he bore another astonishing identity, which rendered him a formidable presence. It was this identity that deterred most from causing trouble within the Rose Hotel. Behind Manager Wang loomed an immense powerhouse, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The renown of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School resonated throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent, instilling fear in many who dared to act recklessly within the Rose Hotel. Yet, there was one exception, Dai Mubai. Though he was aware of the backing the Rose Hotel received from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he dismissed it with disdain. After all, the Rose Hotel merely maintained its peace through the tributes it paid yearly to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Otherwise, in the chaotic realm of the Star Luo Empire, it would have likely been obliterated long ago. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's ascendance to its status as the wealthiest sect was not without reason. Within the Star Luo Empire, numerous small enterprises and shops maintained intricate ties with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Each year, these smaller factions would offer tributes to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, beseeching for their protection. In return, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would dispatch some outer disciples to lend a modicum of assistance, a task that posed little inconvenience. While these actions may not constitute much for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, for the weaker factions, they represented a glimmer of hope for survival. After all, within the Star Luo Empire, the imperial authority was not one they could afford to offend. Thus, under the aegis of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, these smaller factions could barely sustain their existence. Otherwise, they would be unable to withstand the wrath of the imperial power. In the Star Luo Empire, offending the imperial authority would mean impending doom. Nevertheless, those under the protection of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School found that even some imperial disciples would approach them with a degree of caution. After all, the might of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School ranked among the top 3 sects. Even aristocrats would exercise some decorum in their presence. Dai Mubai was well aware of this dynamic. However, as a member of the royal family, he had little time for such considerations. Ever since he had been a candidate for the royal title, he had harbored disdain for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Yet now, with his own brother pursuing him, he had no leisure to dwell on such matters. For him, survival was paramount. Moreover, he needed to amass strength and grow formidable. Otherwise, should Davis ascertain his whereabouts, he would likely meet a horrific end. Manager Wang, what do you mean by this? You were so eager to curry favor with me, addressing me as Dai Xiao with such fervor. Now that I have been attacked, this is how you respond? Dai Mubai felt as though he were a mere fool, toyed with, his gaze icy and filled with a chilling fury. He could never have imagined that the manager had called him not to offer assistance, but rather to put on a performance before Chao Yan. Dai Mubai felt as though he were teetering on the brink of madness. In that moment, he resembled a fool, kneeling on the ground like a jester, too intimidated to resist. After all, he had already witnessed the might of Chao Yan. Engaging in combat would yield nothing but futile efforts. Initially, he had hoped to utilize the manager's influence to teach Chao Yan a lesson, but it seemed he had overestimated his own capabilities. Pathetic. With that cowardly demeanor, you dare call yourself young Master Dai? It's utterly revolting. Do you think I genuinely want to assist you? Let me enlighten you. The moment you checked in, I had someone investigate your background. Can you guess what I discovered? The manager's mocking gaze pierced through Dai Mubai, amusement flickering in his eyes. Upon their first encounter, he had been curious about how this individual could so lavishly spend 500 gold soul coins to rent a private room for an entire month. And what amused him even more was that this person had not even haggled over the price. From that moment, the manager kept a watchful eye on him, and as he had anticipated, Dai Mubai's identity was indeed extraordinary. He had never imagined that this man before him, Dai Mubai, was a legitimate candidate for the Prince of the Star Luo Empire's Dai family, who had suffered setbacks in the competition for the throne and had fled for his life. Previously, he had regarded Dai Mubai with caution, aware that even a fallen camel is larger than a horse. Though Dai Mubai had lost some royal power, he still bore the title of prince, a fact that the manager was reluctant to disclose. However, today was different. The Star Luo Empire had been shaken by a sensational revelation, and upon hearing this news, the manager could hardly contain himself. What do you mean by that, Manager Wang? At that moment, a sense of panic gripped Dai Mubai. Had his identity been exposed? How could that be possible? This morning, I received news that the current candidate for the Holy Son, Davis, issued a decree, the third prince of the Dai family. Dai Mubai is on the run. Anyone who provides any credible information regarding his whereabouts will be awarded the title of Marquis and a reward of 5 million gold soul coins. By the end of his statement, Manager Wang wore a smirk that was almost a smile, addressing Dai Mubai with a playful tone. Should I call you young Master Dai? Or should I refer to you as Dai Mubai? As Manager Wang's words hung in the air, the atmosphere in the hall abruptly stiffened, a palpable silence enveloping the space. Everyone present was incredulous. They had just encountered such a monumental revelation. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, who lay on the ground, was already ashen-faced. He could never have anticipated that his identity as a prince would be laid bare in such a manner. Once Manager Wang exposed Dai Mubai's identity, the hotel buzzed with renewed excitement. All eyes turned toward Dai Mubai, each gaze filled with a mix of emotions, as if they sought to scrutinize him completely. Dai Mubai, it seems you are beyond salvation now. I need not intervene to prevent you from harboring any improper thoughts about my dear friend Zhu Qing. It is best that you endure some suffering today. Chao Yin mused, his spirits suddenly lifted. A prince as arrogant as Dai Mubai had undoubtedly attracted a multitude of resentments in the shadows. Moreover, in the Star Luo Empire, where the Dai family held absolute power, countless commoners harbored grievances against them, having long suffered at the hands of the royalty. Today, however, they had the opportunity to witness a fallen prince before them. Though they could not afford to offend the Dai family, could they not take issue with a prince in disgrace? Surely, many of you here have experienced the oppression of the royal family. This man, Dai Mubai, is the third prince of the Star Luo Empire. The Holy Sun, Davis, has issued a decree promising substantial rewards for any information regarding Dai Mubai's identity and whereabouts, Manager Wang remarked casually, casting a glance at Dai Mubai before shifting his attention to the crowd. Manager Wang, while this young pup may be of royal blood, he is not someone we can afford to offend. The repercussions of retaliation could be dire, someone in the crowd cautioned. Indeed, I have heard that the third prince, Dai Mubai, is a coward through and through. After failing in the competition for the throne, he fled in secrecy, abandoning even his fiancée. Such a man, desperate for survival, has lost all sense of honor. He is nothing but a beast, another voice chimed in. Quite right. It is said that the third prince's fiancée is the beautiful and kind-hearted second daughter of the Zhu family. It is a pity that she has been tied to such a worthless creature like Dai Mubai. Though the Zhu family has traditionally been on good terms with the Dai family, they seldom bully us common folk, came another remark. Listening to the murmurs around him, Dai Mubai's heart raced with panic. He had never anticipated that his once illustrious reputation would lead him to such disgrace. What infuriated him the most was that these people, mere commoners, dared to insult him so brazenly. He was a prince, after all. When had he ever endured such humiliation, especially in their presence? The thought was intolerable. Just as he prepared to unleash his fury, a foot came crashing down upon his face. No need to worry, everyone. I have verified that this is merely a power struggle among the Dai princes. In the quest for the throne, any means may be employed. Rest assured, even if we were to dispose of Dai Mubai today, it would be of no consequence. We could present his head to the first prince, Davis, and claim our reward. Manager Wang declared, crushing Dai Mubai beneath his foot without a care for the latter's expression, continuing with a deep voice. What a disgraceful family the Dai are. They are nothing but a pack of beasts. I once had a daughter, merely 6 years old, who was dragged into the depths of depravity by a guard under a Dai prince. A voice cried out from the crowd, laden with sorrow and rage. Damn it! The Dai family is a bunch of scoundrels. My son, upon awakening his martial soul, failed and could have lived an ordinary life. Yet that wretched Dai family's guard forcibly conscripted him. I later learned that my son perished on the battlefield. The Dai family has no conscience. Another lamented. My daughter, too, was targeted by a prince who humiliated her in front of everyone. Yet another voice joined in, echoing the pain of the crowd. I have a child as well. He too was robbed of his purity by someone from the Dai family. These beasts. The voices of anguish continued to rise, recounting tales of daughters lost to the Dai family's tyranny. Dai Mubai's countenance darkened. He could scarcely summon the courage to meet their gazes, fearing they might end his life on the spot. After all, the Dai family had committed heinous acts, wielding their power without remorse. At that moment, even he felt a twinge of fear. We too were brought into a room by young Master Dai, only to be drugged and stripped of our innocence. A pair of twin beauties lamented, their eyes reflecting the torment of their memories, which for them had been a hellish experience. Upon hearing their stories, Manager Wang's expression grew increasingly grim. He had never fathomed that the so-called noble aristocracy, the Dai family, could stoop so low. Get your filthy foot off me, or else I, Dai Mubai, will ensure you meet a miserable end. Do not forget, I am a soul master of considerable standing. He spat defiantly. Dai Mubai could no longer endure the humiliation. He was of noble royal blood. When had he ever been subjected to such indignities? A group of despicable commoners. How audacious they were. The wretches of the Dai family. I shall seek justice for my daughter today. Otherwise, I shall carry this shame for all my days. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the crowd, the wind of a fist howling as it struck directly against Dai Mubai's face. In a matter of moments, he was left battered and bruised. The worthless offspring of the Dai family. Today, I shall vent my fury upon you. Another figure darted past, and soon, Dai Mubai's agonizing groans echoed through the air, mingling with the crimson that stained the hotel floor. A testament to how despised the Dai family had become. Get lost, you hypocrite. You owe us our innocence. The twin beauties advanced, spitting at Dai Mubai, their eyes filled with disdain. Enduring the pain, Dai Mubai forced his bloodied eyelids to open. His gaze fixed upon the twin beauties with the ferocity of a tiger. How dare you two harlots lay a hand on me? He roared, then extended his palm, unleashing a surge of soul power towards the twin beauties, a triumphant smile gracing his face. This strike was formidable, far beyond what these two could withstand. Should it land, death would be inevitable. You heartless beast. Just as Dai Mubai was about to succeed, an enraged voice rang out, followed by the swift figure of a youth who dashed before Dai Mubai, delivering a palm strike to his chest. The sound of cracking bones reverberated sharply. With a brutal impact, Dai Mubai bellowed in agony, his body soaring like a kite with its string cut, hurled from the hotel by Chao Yan. Chao Yan could not allow Dai Mubai to perish so quickly. He still held value in living. Otherwise, how could he dare approach the icy goddess, Zhu Zhuqing? This was all part of his grand design. Chapter 77. Xiao Wu is impatient. Observing Chao Yan's ruthlessness, a palpable dread settled over the hall, as many instinctively drew in sharp breaths. From the moment Chao Yan clashed with Dai Mubai, he had etched a significant impression in their minds. Now, with his second strike, the ferocity of his methods seemed oddly incongruous with his youthful visage. Thus, those who had initially intended to teach Dai Mubai a lesson and collect a bounty from Davis hesitated to act. Manager Wang, after all, Dai Mubai is a prince. Though he has been exiled, as the saying goes, a dead camel is bigger than a horse. I believe we should let this matter rest. After all, if he fights back desperately, the outcome could be mutually destructive, Chao Yan said with a shrug, lightly clapping his hands, addressing Manager Wang earnestly. At his words, Manager Wang's face twitched slightly. Though he felt regret, he managed to muster a gentle smile toward Chao Yan. You speak wisely, young friend. Let's heed your counsel. By the way, may I ask for your name? Chao Yan, he replied candidly. So, it is young Master Chao. I beg your pardon for my earlier behavior. On behalf of the entire hotel, I apologize. Oh, by the way, I heard from the waiter that you not only defeated young Master Dai, but also maintained complete dominance. It is truly remarkable for someone so young to possess such strength. You are indeed a hero of your generation. Manager Wang beamed, sincerity gleaming in his smile. As the hotel manager, he knew well how to navigate conversations with such formidable individuals. Well, it's not too bad. If I lacked even this much strength, I would have no place in this world. Chao Yan replied with a faint smile, his words devoid of arrogance. Yet they struck fear into Manager Wang's heart. Dai Mubai was a bona fide soul master. What could this young friend possibly be? As Manager Wang contemplated this, his worldview felt utterly transformed. A surreal sensation washing over him. It felt like a dream, just as he intended to forge a closer connection with the youth before him. Chao Yan waved his hand dismissively, a faint smile gracing his lips as he turned away. Manager Wang, I came here to book a room. Knowing too much will not benefit you. Let us forget the past. It is best that you remain honest. I dislike being disturbed. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. With that, Chao Yan took Xiao Wu's delicate hand and departed without a moment's hesitation. After all, having spent so much time, he was weary. This young friend is truly extraordinary. Watching Chao Yan's receding figure, Manager Wang felt a disorienting haze settle over his gaze. Just moments ago, he had glimpsed a glimmer of murderous intent in Chao Yan's eyes. Dai, remember, do not attempt to probe into this young man's identity, or even I will be unable to protect you. Manager Wang turned to a nearby waiter, his expression turning serious, an edge of severity in his tone. Manager, this young man is referred to as Dai, the waiter began, but fell silent under Manager Wang's icy glare. Having worked at the Rose Hotel for so long, he had never witnessed the manager's reaction so grave. He could scarcely imagine what kind of identity the youth named Chao Yan possessed. Everyone, please disperse. I believe you all heard that young friend say he wishes to spare Dai Mubai's life. Let us refrain from interfering. Consider it a favor to me, shall we? Manager Wang recalled Chao Yan's words, addressing the crowd with an air of authority. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded reluctantly and began to leave. Manager Wang, could you introduce us to young Master Chao? He seems quite decent. We would like to accompany him for an evening. What do you think? At that moment, the twin beauties approached Manager Wang, their voices soft and alluring. It must be said, the twin beauties possessed a fair measure of charm. They had ample bosoms and shapely figures, their alluring forms nearly spilling over. Such a figure was indeed rare. It seemed Dai Mubai had a taste for such women. However, it was no surprise, as Zhu Zhuqing also belonged to a similar mold. Chao Yan stood quietly on the second-floor walkway, silently observing the scene below. Yet, he refrained from speaking or stepping forward. Though the twin beauties were somewhat attractive, they had already been toyed with by Dai Mubai. Such women were beneath his notice. As for Zhu Qing, he would not let her escape easily. Moreover, he intended to unveil Dai Mubai's shamelessness before Zhu Qing, for perhaps only then could he win her heart. Oof. This won't do. You have already been played by young Master Dai. Your impure bodies are unworthy of approaching young Master Chao. Though it may be disheartening, this cannot be blamed on me. You did not cherish yourselves and chose the wrong company. Begone. Manager Wang shook his head helplessly, speaking with a hint of indifference. He dared not allow these two beautiful twin maidens to enter young Master Chao's chamber. After all, he could discern from Chao Yan's demeanor that his background was extraordinary, and it was evident that such high-caliber girls would not catch his eye. Furthermore, he had personally witnessed the exquisite beauty of Xiao Wu, who stood by Chao Yan's side. Thus, he declined their request with remarkable decisiveness. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two twin beauties dimmed momentarily. Though reluctant, they prudently chose to leave. Chao Yan observed this scene quietly, with no intention of intervening. Naturally, he had no desire for women who had already been touched by Dai Mubai. Not to mention that Dai Mubai had sullied them. But in Chao Yan's eyes, the allure of these twin beauties could only be considered mediocre. In a world brimming with captivating characters like that of Douluo Continent, he was not the type to be a lecherous wolf who pursued every pretty face. He possessed a measure of restraint. Retracting his gaze, Chao Yan slowly turned and made his way towards the private room behind him, where Xiao Wu was presumably awaiting him upon the bed. Hee, Chao Yan, will you touch me once more tonight? I beg you, may I? Upon entering the room, Xiao Wu greeted him with a cheerful smile. Perhaps due to just having bathed, her hair was slightly damp yet still fragrant. Xiao Wu, what is this? Chao Yan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that his darling Xiao Wu was indeed a girl of impatience? Chapter 79. The first encounter with two maidens. At the entrance of the village, a considerable crowd had gathered, seemingly composed of individuals here to register. Most of these were children around the age of 12 or 13, both boys and girls, clad in somewhat loose attire. Although not opulent, their clothing exuded a sense of vitality and exuberance. This was the essence of youth. Many of the children were accompanied by their parents, as it was evident that these youngsters had a modicum of confidence in their abilities to seek admission to Shrek Academy. In the center of the throng stood a rickety table, behind which a stoic old man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression bore a hint of arrogance, and the fluctuations of his soul power radiated like the depths of a tranquil pool, impressively strong, causing Chao Yan to smirk in astonishment. The man's strength appeared to be at the Soul Emperor level. It seemed that Shrek Academy indeed lived up to its reputation. Chao Yan silently marveled, yet his demeanor remained unfazed. After all, he had bested someone of Tang Hao's caliber, so the presence of a Soul Emperor Elder was hardly worthy of his attention. Such power, should he desire, could easily be extinguished. Above the archway at the village's entrance, constructed entirely of wood, the simplicity was stark, adorned with a tattered plaque bearing the 5 characters, Shrek Academy. Beneath these characters was a vibrant green emblem, reminiscent of a cute visage. The elder behind the table was similarly marked with the same insignia, indicating it was indeed the crest of Shrek Academy. At this moment, Tang San stood among a cluster of similarly aged children. 6 years had passed, and Tang San's appearance had undergone significant transformation. His physique was now more well-proportioned, and his short blue hair presented a remarkably amiable visage, exuding an air of harmlessness. Yet, Chao Yan was aware that beneath Tang San's exterior lay a dark, mature soul, a seasoned individual who had lived through 2 lifetimes. Chao Yan's gaze returned to Tang San, and he sensed a wave of energy emanating from him, indicative of a great soul master, which caught him somewhat off guard. He had not anticipated that Tang San could grow so rapidly despite the numerous setbacks he had faced. Could this be the power of the protagonist's halo? Haha, Tang San, do you truly believe that your diligent cultivation can bridge the chasm between us? How laughable. Rest assured, in the days to come, I shall make you aware that your so-called talent and effort are utterly insignificant in the face of absolute advantages. Chao Yin mused silently, before drawing his gaze away. Their relationship was inherently adversarial, and thus he had no intention of approaching him to exchange pleasantries. However, Tang San's attention was not directed toward Chao Yin. Instead, he was captivated by the presence of two striking figures standing elegantly before him. One wore an elegant light blue dress, her slender waist adorned with a piece of green jade, accentuating her delicate form and exuding an alluring charm. She had long, silky brown hair cascading down to her waist, radiating a subtle fragrance. Her noble demeanor made her the focal point of the crowd. Alas, her only shortcoming was a slight immaturity in her bosom. If only it were a touch more ample, she would be truly perfect. Such a girl with this attire and grace must surely be Ning Rongrong. Chao Yin recalled the pampered little which vividly from the original text. It appeared to be indeed her. Capturing the heart of such a girl would undoubtedly be no simple feat. Chao Yin then shifted his gaze to the other maiden, and soon a look of astonishment crossed his features. If Ning Rongrong's bosom could be described as flat, then this girl's could only be termed as magnificent. Such a figure would undoubtedly captivate any man who laid eyes upon her. Chao Yin finally comprehended Dai Mubai's sentiments. Zhu Zhuqing's proportions were indeed exceptional for a girl of her age. Not to mention, compared to Ning Rongrong's youthful modesty, Zhu Zhuqing's allure was strikingly pronounced. Zhu Zhuqing's attire was more straightforward, clad in fitted leather pants and a jacket that accentuated her already enticing figure, offering a stark contrast to Ning Rongrong's elegance. The unique texture of her leather ensemble hugged her shapely legs, resembling exquisite jade, igniting a surge of unbidden desire within Chao Yin. Indeed, he felt an impulse to rush forward and rend those leather garments asunder. Such splendid legs, devoid of the obstructive leather, would surely offer an exquisite sensation to behold. Yet, as these thoughts swirled in his mind, Chao Yin felt a wave of excitement wash over him. As his gaze shifted slightly upward, he found himself momentarily transfixed by Zhu Zhuqing's ample bosom, his eyes growing ever warmer. Amidst the undulating peaks and valleys, a swath of pristine whiteness was revealed, and even the leather attire could not conceal its fullness. Such a figure could only be described as breathtakingly beautiful. Hey, Chao Yin, what are you staring at? Are you dissatisfied with my size? Xiao Wu, noticing Chao Yan's lecherous gaze, could no longer contain herself. While she did not mind Chao Yin seeking the company of other girls, feeling jealous was an entirely different matter, especially with her standing right there. How could he indulge in the allure of another girl in front of his own wife? Xiao Wu, it's not that I'm saying your figure isn't impressive. It's just that hers seems somewhat larger. Upon hearing this, Chao Yin offered an awkward smile, for he was merely speaking the truth. Although Xiao Wu was indeed beautiful, when compared to Zhu Qing, it was somewhat disheartening. In Chao Yan's eyes, if his beloved Xiao Wu possessed even half of Zhu Qing's stature, he would be thoroughly content. Alas, his Xiao Wu had not met such criteria. Nevertheless, despite lacking the same proportions as Zhu Qing, she remained, in Chao Yan's eyes, utterly unique. Chapter 80. The Unabashed Tang San. Chao Yin, who says mine is smaller than hers? If you don't believe me, come and feel for yourself. I assure you, it's not insignificant. Upon hearing Chao Yan's comment, Xiao Wu retorted with a hint of defiance. As a girl, being compared unfavorably to another in such a manner was, of course, disheartening, for it touched upon the dignity that belonged to the fairer sex. Xiao Wu, don't be like that. You are truly wonderful, although you may be a tad smaller. Chao Yin, am certainly not picky. I can accept you just as you are, he chuckled, never having anticipated that his beloved Xiao Wu would voice such a request. However, he resolutely declined, knowing that Zhu Qing and Rongrong were present. He did not wish to be branded a scoundrel before he even began to pursue them. Preserving his charming image was imperative. After all, one must never let the object of their affections realize that their intentions were solely based on desire, lest they find themselves in a precarious position. Yet, Chao Yin was not overly concerned, for his handsome visage alone would undoubtedly lend him an advantage. Really? Then you must come often to help me out. Since you like the larger ones, I shall do my utmost to accommodate you, Xiao Wu said, her large, adorable eyes blinking seriously. Simultaneously, she glanced over at Zhu Qing in the distance before lowering her gaze to her own modest chest, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. She simply could not comprehend why, despite being of the same age, their physical differences were so pronounced. Xiao Wu, have you come to terms with this? Chao Yin inquired, astonished. In the past, when they played games together, she had been quite averse to him touching certain sensitive areas. Perhaps a manifestation of the unique shyness that girls possess. Yet now, the situation appeared to have shifted. How did Xiao Wu truly come to a realization? Gaozan, it was my fault before. To make amends, I've decided that in our future games, you may play as you wish, all right? Seeing the astonished expression on Qiao Yan's face, a hint of regret flickered in Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes. Previously, she had rarely allowed him to touch her in more concealed areas. But she now understood that she could not remain as rigid as before. She considered the possibility that Qiao Yan might encounter many beautiful girls in the future. If she did not adopt a more open attitude, she might struggle to secure a place in his heart. Really? Qiao Yan regarded Xiao Wu with skepticism. Xiao Wu nodded earnestly. Seeing her open-minded demeanor, Qiao Yan couldn't help but smile. Now that Xiao Wu had seemingly let go of her previous reservations, their future gaming sessions would likely be far less stifling. It seemed this was what one might refer to as the competitive spirit among girls. Gome, Xiao Wu. Let us proceed to register. Qiao Yan deftly shifted the topic, taking her delicate hand in his and walking toward the queue that had grown quite long. Hey, Tang San, what brings you here? Xiao Wu soon noticed a familiar figure, her eyes widening in surprise. Xiao Wu, I didn't expect to see you here. What a coincidence. 6 years have passed, and you've become even more beautiful, especially in that area. It's noticeably larger. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Tang San turned swiftly, and indeed, he found Xiao Wu standing there, his gaze lingering on her chest, momentarily lost in thought. He recalled that 6 years ago, when he left Nodding Academy, Xiao Wu's proportions had not been as they were now. Time had brought considerable change. Tang San, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Wu retorted, visibly displeased. Whether her attributes were large or small was not for Tang San to comment on, and she found his attempts to draw closer rather irritating. From the very first day she met him, Xiao Wu had seen through Tang San's insincerity, realizing he was not to be trusted. Little did she expect him to be so persistently present. Xiao Wu, don't be upset. You truly are stunning. It seems we are destined to cross paths. Who would have thought that after 6 years, we would reunite here? Surely, this is the hand of fate, Tang San said, gazing at her delicate features with a foolish grin. Tang San, are you asking for a beating? Who cares to see you? You're nothing but a pest, utterly shameless. Are we even that familiar? Xiao Wu found herself unable to tolerate Tang San's overly eager demeanor. Had it not been for her desire to maintain a gentle and charming image in front of Qiao Yan, she might have already charged at him to deliver a thorough thrashing. Qiao Yan, from now on, we shall be classmates. I hope we can coexist harmoniously in the future. As for what happened 6 years ago, I apologize to you and Xiao Wu. We were all young and foolish then. Let's leave those unpleasant memories behind, Tang San said, observing Xiao Wu's furious expression with amusement. He found her spirited nature endearing, reminiscent of the Xiao Wu he had known 6 years prior. Even her scathing remarks felt warm and affectionate to him. In the past 6 years, he had learned much from the master and understood that to win Xiao Wu's heart, he must proceed with patience. Only by mastering the art of restraint could he gradually draw closer to her. And once the opportunity arose to eliminate Xiao Yan, Xiao Wu would ultimately be his. Moreover, during these 6 years, his strength had significantly increased. He was no longer the same Tang San of the past. He had grown stronger. Additionally, he had acquired new hidden weapons, the Dragon Whisker Needles. The lethality of this weapon surpassed that of the wrist crossbow by leaps and bounds. If he could find a chance to secretly use it on Qiao Yan at the academy, would Xiao Wu not belong to him? As he contemplated these meticulous plans, even Tang San found himself admiring his own cleverness. Well, Tang San, it has indeed been 6 years, and you have certainly earned my respect. I hope you have been well, Qiao Yan replied with a slight smile, stepping forward to shake Tang San's hand.